He had wanted to interact with the teachers beforehand for a short dry run, but it looked like there wouldn't be enough time now. Let's not wait any longer. Let the audience in first. Hu Fei instructed. Coordinating with the lecturer, planning for the program, communicating with the lecturer, all of these had been delayed for some time already. Today was already Thursday, and the scheduled broadcast was this Saturday. It couldn't afford to be delayed any further. The recording had to be done by today, otherwise it would be too late. The audience began to enter the studio. Some of them had tickets, which were handed out by the station. Some of them were staff members of partnering units and didn't require any tickets. Little Zhang. Haha, Teacher Zhang. Someone called out to Zhang Ye as he was reading his script. The trio of Annie's son, Big Sis Zhou and Xiaofang had also come over. What are the few of you doing here? Zhang Ye had not expected them and was a little happy. Auntie's son laughed. This is your first time being a host, hosting a new program. Of course we had to be here to support you. We had to fight a long time for these tickets. Big Sis Zhou pointed at him. Please do well. I think very highly of you. Zhang Ye guided them and said, then please take these seats at the front row. They are VIP seats. That will be good. We will share some of your spotlight and enjoy the VIP treatment. Auntie's son and the others took their seats on the first row, which were very close to the stage. The program's tickets were all handed out at the last minute, so it wasn't too formal and there were no seat numbers. After all, the recording studio was small, their program didn't have any fame, and thus things were not too strict. Since there were no seat numbers, Zhang Ye could still call the shots on some matters, like seating the VIPs at the front. His old colleagues had come to support him. Zhang Ye was definitely touched by this. The audience members were all now seated. Former assistant Xiaofang laughed a little, then took out a piece of paper from her bag. It wasn't really a paper, more like a banner, and on it was Zhang Ye's name. They felt like groupies, holding the banner above their heads and swaying left to right. Zhang Ye smiled bitterly. Surely that wasn't necessary? Over there, Xiao Lu was anxiously stomping her feet. Why are they not here yet? Hu Fei's expression did not look too good. Call them again. Do they have any concept of time? Xiao Lu called them again, then told Hu Fei. They seem to be coming over together and even said they will be here immediately. This immediately has taken half a day? Hogu said unhappily. Their diva behavior is even worse than the stars. They might have been invited to Central TV before, but what's the big deal? Hodi said. After much discussion and research the past few days, Hu Fei and his program team had decided on presenting Romance of the Three Kingdoms on the first episode of Musings of History. Why? Because this was one of the 4 great classical novels. This novel had been read by almost everyone. The audience base was large, and its influence was also great. As the pilot episode, its topic would interest a lot of people and help pull up the ratings. Otherwise, if they had presented about a lesser-known historical figure or novel, most people would not understand or know about it. In that case, the ratings would definitely not be good. The first episode was also the most important episode. Hu Fei and the team had to prioritize it over anything else. It would have to be done to the best of their ability. So they had invited Renmin University's professor for this episode. He was called Ma Hongyuan. He was not a historical scholar, and neither was he a historian by profession. He was a literary scholar who researched some historical novels and literature works, and was considered an authoritative figure in this field. His knowledge on Romance of the Three Kingdoms was considered to be very thorough and deep, and he even appeared on a Central TV program to give a talk about the Three Kingdoms to a group of university students. It might not be considered a great achievement on the national level, but within Beijing, he was a famous professor. Hu Fei had spent a lot to invite this professor because he acknowledged his professional knowledge and reputation. What about the guests? They were also experts and hobbyists of the field who were as good as the professor. But who would have expected? These people were actually so late on the day of the recording. This also represented their attitudes and respect towards the program. Yes, Hu Fei admitted that their channel could not compare to Central TV, but they are also a well-known TV station with considerable reach, so how could they do this? Everyone was waiting for them. The audience became impatient. Why aren't you starting? Wasn't it supposed to start at 8 a.m.? Yeah, it's almost 9 a.m. now. Zhang Ye had no choice but to announce through the microphone. Everyone, we are sorry, but the program recording might have to be slightly delayed. Let's record the applause first. Thank you for cooperating. Of course, natural applause would have been best, but in most circumstances, this effect could not be achieved. Therefore, for recording purposes, most TV stations would have their program crew record some applause or cheering to add to the program in post-production, to improve the viewing experience. Xiao Lu went over to lead the applause. On the count of 1, 2, 3, everyone start clapping together. After the applause and audience reaction were recorded, it was back to waiting for the arrival of the lecturer and guests. A youth stood up and said, "Teacher Zhang Ye, since the recording hasn't started, can you help me by autographing this?" He took out a copy of Ghost Blows Out the Light from his bag. Zhang Ye smiled and walked over to him from the stage. "Of course. That's great. I came today just to see you." The youth was very excited. After Zhang Ye had given him an autograph, another teen girl ran up. "I want one too. I want one too." A moment later, an older sister asked him for an autograph, too. "My child really likes your fairy tales." After signing 3 autographs, no one else bothered him. Since Zhang Ye wasn't that well known yet, most of those at the venue probably did not even know him. Not everyone who went on the internet would pay attention to his works and deeds. The amount of people who paid attention to him were still in the minority. This was normal. Who is this host? I don't know. Is he famous? Why have I never heard of him before? How could you not know Zhang Ye? Just as everyone were whispering and discussing, the lecturer and guests finally arrived. From the backstage, a shadow emerged. The one leading the way was the Renmin University professor, Ma Hongyuan. He was a 50-something-year-old little man with a slightly sharp nose. One look and you knew that he was not an easy person to talk to. Following behind him were 2 men and a woman. They were today's guests. The men were middle-aged, and both were surnamed Su. One was Teacher Su from the Beijing Normal University. The other was Editor Su, a deputy editor of a Beijing publishing house. The woman, younger than all of them, was called Ci Yin, and she was a newspaper reporter. She was in charge of the literary section. Hu Fei was calm. "Professor Ma." "Producer Hu." Ma Hongyuan smiled. "We were having some discussion on the way here, discussion about the program. That's why we were late." Hu Fei did not mention it. "It's okay. Can we start now?" "Yes," Ma Hongyuan said. "Let me introduce to you." Hu Fei faced towards Zhang Ye. "This is Zhang Ye, the host. He will follow your lead on the set." Zhang Ye put out his hand. "Professor Ma, how are you?" Ma Hongyuan gave him a look, but ignored his hand. He nodded. "I know." He did not want to shake hands. "What's the meaning of this?" Ho Gu, Da Fei, and the others wore a dark expression. "You guys were late, yet your attitude is so arrogant." That Teacher Su and Editor Su also pretended to not see Zhang Ye and only spoke with Ma Hongyuan. It was as if they had deliberately excluded Zhang Ye. Only the newspaper reporter Ci, held out her hand. "How are you?" "Teacher Zhang." "How are you?" Zhang Ye and Ci Yin shook hands, not taking the earlier events to heart. They were not wearing their microphones yet, so the audience could not hear what they were saying, but surely they had eyes? When they saw that Zhang Ye had been ignored by the 3 of them, they all immediately started discussing. Auntie Sun and Big Sis Zhou were even feeling anger and injustice. What kind of people are those? They were already given face, yet they are giving attitudes to Teacher Little. Zhang, so what if he is a professor? So what if they are experts? Are they really that full of themselves? Old Bast ****. Big Sis Zhou and the others were already scolding them. Zhang Ye's colleagues, Xiao Lu, Ho Gu, and the others were very unhappy. Why are they all so biased and treating Zhang Ye in this manner? With some thought, it was clear. Those people were probably the traditional literary professionals. Zhang Ye had scolded his unit before, scolded his leaders, and also at an event a few days ago, argued with the Beijing Writers Association on a live broadcast. Even when the National Writers Association had invited him to join, he did not agree. His name within the literary circle was now rotten. Many of those professionals had now blacklisted him. Hu Fei whispered, "Little Zhang, bear with it. It's fine." Zhang Yi still had some grace. He had to put everyone's interest first. It was his first time as a TV host, so he could not mess this up. Chapter 128, Let Them Get Lost. I'll lecture. The recording began. A few cameras were already powered on. Ho Gu, who was the field director, spoke into the microphone to Zhang Ye. "Teacher Zhang, everything's in place. If there's any mistake, we can re-record." He also knew that this was Zhang Ye's first time recording a TV program. Thinking that teacher Zhang could be nervous or pressured, he said some words to relieve him. Re-recording was not really an issue in TV programs. Some of the programs, which had very high standards, could take as long as 4 to 5 hours of recording for a 1-hour program. It was done by having a lot of repeated re-recordings. But Zhang Ye would not relax himself. He was very strict with himself. He treated this as a live recording, so that he would not make any mistakes. Good day, everyone. This is a new program of the Beijing Arts Channel, Musings of History. I am your host, Zhang Ye. After the introduction of the program, Zhang Ye started to introduce. Today's lecturer is Renmin University's professor, Ma Hongyuan. Ma Hongyuan stood behind the rostrum and nodded in acknowledgement. Zhang Ye continued to introduce the other guests before going back to his seat beside the guest's sofa. This was the position for the host. Ma Hongyuan was not overwhelmed by the stage. He had seen bigger occasions, like being on Central TV. Good day, viewers and guests. I am Ma Hongyuan. Today, we will be speaking about the Three Kingdoms. Like a beautiful painting that presented the political situation, it was a time when power struggles were won through wars. It was a complicated time of political strife that lasted a century from the end of the Han Dynasty to the Jin Dynasty. It was an intense and sharp. He spoke for about 5 minutes. Ma Hongyuan said, "Speaking about the Three Kingdoms, who do you like?" The guest, editor Su, chuckled. Of course, it's Zhuge Liang. Another host, the university teacher, Teacher Su, said, I also like Zhuge Liang. Borrowing arrows with straw boats and the empty fort strategy are both amazing military strategies. It has left a legacy for us to learn from. Zhang Ye laughed. I like Zhou Yu. The two guests named Su gave him a stern look. Ma Hongyuan also did not pay any heed to Zhang Ye. He ignored his words and smiled. Well said. I also like Zhuge Liang. Speaking about the Three Kingdoms, the greatest impression many people would have of it would be of Zhuge Liang. He was an amazing man. Even the original text says that he was a miraculous person. What does being a miraculous person mean? It means that he was a person that did miracles. Zhang Ye's face did not betray his thoughts, but his heart was on fire. Once was fine, twice was fine, but you did it a third time? You aren't even bothering about me? Ignoring Zhang Ye's status in literature, for it was still controversial, so there was no point mentioning it, but he was still the host of the segment today. It was a very important role. As a lecturer, Ma Hongyuan was going to just treat him as if he did not exist? He treated the host, Zhang Ye, as thin air? What was the meaning of this? Xiao Lu and Dafei could no longer watch this any further. They were thinking, has teacher Zhang provoked you? Are you King sick? The program continued. Later on, Zhang Ye tried to mediate the situation twice to lead the audience. However, every time he spoke, Ma Hongyuan pretended not to notice and ignored Zhang Ye's words. He did not think anything of Zhang Ye. He just spoke what he wanted to and interacted with the other hosts. In the end, Zhang Ye had been treated by Ma Hongyuan as a meaningless person. Hu Fei was also angered. He walked to the side stage where Hou Gu was. He used the field director's microphone to speak to Ma Hongyuan. Professor Ma, please cooperate with the host. Please cooperate with the host. Ma Hongyuan did not even blink as if he did not hear it. He still did what he wanted. Hu Fei could no longer stand it any further. We invited you here with money, so you just needed to work, but what are you doing now? What are you trying to do? Hold on. Hu Fei shouted loudly. A few cameras turned off. Executive producer? Hu Fei said to Ma Hongyuan and a few guests, let's go backstage for a while. Then he strode away. He was not only dissatisfied with Ma Hongyuan's attitude, he was also extremely dissatisfied with the way he lectured. Backstage. Everyone sat in a resting area. What's the matter? The audience is still waiting. Ma Hongyuan was quite unhappy. Hu Fei asked, Professor Ma, why aren't you cooperating with the host? Once or twice is fine, but so many times? I even told you through the microphone, right? Zhang Ye also looked at Ma Hongyuan. Ma Hongyuan chuckled. When I came, didn't you say that the host will cooperate with me? When did it become me cooperating with him? Hu Fei's rage was not trivial. What does it mean to cooperate? It needs to be mutual. Ma Hongyuan looked at him. I have always lectured like that. I do not like people messing things up or interrupting. If you think the program's atmosphere isn't good, then remove the host. The guest, editor Su, said, For this, there really is no need for little Zhang to be around. I think so too. Teacher Su smacked his lips. He also doesn't know the three kingdoms, nor does he know history. He can be a bit redundant presently. Teacher Ma is right. I think it's best if he doesn't go on up. With a professional commentator of the three kingdoms like Professor Ma and a few guests like us, it is meaningless to have a host. Xiao Lu turned nasty. What are you saying? Ho Gu was also enraged. You are trying to reverse the positions of host and guest. This is my program. It's our Beijing Arts Channel segment. Hu Fei looked coldly at the three people. Your opinion doesn't count in the planning of the program. Ma Hongyuan stared at him. Old Hu, aren't you taking this a bit serious? Hu Fei said, and I can tell you very clearly now that such a program would not work. It is not a fault of the host. It is a fault of yours. He pointed to the stage outside. Professor Ma, you gave an introduction to the three kingdoms just now, right? Some of it was the notes of the ancient scholars, and some were direct quotes from the work. There is nothing constructive or anything interesting. This sort of program will hardly get 0.5% in ratings, let alone 1%. Everyone has read Romance of the Three Kingdoms, so why would they need to hear you repeating it? And to repeat it on a television station? Is there any meaning to it? Ma Hongyuan sneered. You want something fun? Then why aren't you doing a variety segment? Why would you do a historical segment? History itself is not fun. It is boring. The guest, Teacher Su, frowned. That's right. We have to respect the historical facts. So how can we talk rubbish? We are all in the business of learning. We are professionals, so there is no right for you to argue with us on this. Hu Fei laughed from extreme anger. Historical segments can't have fun? Who set the rule? If I wanted to tell everyone the story of the three kingdoms, then wouldn't I just need to find a storyteller? Why would I need to invite all of you? The few people had a falling out. No one could accept the other's way of thinking. Zhang Ye also knew that the program could not go on like that. It would not have any ratings, so he stood forward and said, Professor, teachers, if you do not like me or think lowly of me, I can reduce what I say on stage. I can even remain silent, and you can enjoy your lecture and analysis. The three kingdoms you were lecturing is definitely not passable. If a good program and a good piece of history wants to attract people, it must not only be about history. It must be interesting and also topical. This is not disrespecting history, and it is because we respect this piece of history that we want to think of a way to spread this piece of history to everyone so that they can deepen their understanding. What do we rely on? We aren't relying on lengthy theories and evidence. We rely on factors that can absorb the audience and pull them in. Xiao Lu exclaimed, Well said. Ho Gu said, Teacher Little Zhang, how can a host like you not be present to speak? That's not necessary. But even so, Ma Hongyuan still did not give Zhang Ye a direct look. He gave him a sidewards glance. I'm a professor in the literature department. Do I need you to teach me? Then there was no way to further negotiate. These people were impenetrable. I also lectured in this way at Central TV. Ma Hongyuan began to put on airs as he defiantly looked at Hu Fei, Zhang Ye and company, saying, So, is your Beijing Arts Channel better than the Central TV station? Don't keep nagging at me, and I can tell you what to do. As long as I'm on the stage, then there will be a large audience watching. I can say it in any way that I want. That is my business, and not something lay people like you should interrupt. Do you know history, or do I know history? He was not only a professor in the literature department, he was also a famous professor online. He had no lack of fans, so when it came to anything professional, Ma Hongyuan looked down on anyone else. He did not think anything of the Arts Channel. Hu Fei and Xiao Lu were extremely furious. A member of the staff came running over. Producer Hu, the audience has waited a long while, and some have even left. Are we still recording? Soon, Hu Fei said with a black face. He never expected to have invited such a bunch of old fools. If he knew earlier, he would not have invited them. What was he to do now? He had to finish recording the program today. It was too late to invite other lecturers. Even if another lecturer came, there was no script. So how was he to lecture? There was not a least bit of preparation time for them, forcing them to go on stage just like that. Ma Hongyuan took his time to drink a mouthful of water. He then said a few words to the guests before slowly getting up. Let's go. Let's continue recording. It was as if he had become a mighty lord. The moment they left, Hu Fei indicated for Zhang Ye and the rest to stay behind. Xiao Lu said worriedly, What do we do, Brother Hu? How can we have any ratings like this? Don't you see? The audience is nearly falling asleep. We need to think of something. If not, the moment the program airs, will it be axed the second day? Wouldn't the segment team then be disbanded? This bunch of old fools is destroying our livelihood. They aren't working for us, despite receiving the money, and are putting on airs. I'm pissed. Are they that good to put on such airs? Hu Fei was also helpless. Teacher Little Zhang, do you have any ideas? Zhang Ye looked at the receding back of Ma Hongyuan and company before taking a deep breath. Brother Hu, I have an idea, but I'm not sure if you dare to do it. Hu Fei said seriously. The program is going to be axed, so is there anything I don't dare to? Tell us. Ho Gu and Ho Di were waiting for Zhang Ye's proposal. Amongst them, Zhang Ye was clearly the most witty and most literate person. This was something everyone agreed upon. Zhang Ye smiled. We'll tell Ma Hongyuan and company to get lost. Hu Fei was stunned, asking them to get lost? Then who will lecture on the three kingdoms this episode? Zhang Ye straightened his shirt's collar. I'll lecture. Chapter 129. Little Zhang creates lecture room. Backstage. Zhang Ye's words shocked people. Xiao Lu stared. You'll do it? You are lecturing? Ho Gu was also surprised. How are you going to lecture? Da Fei was quick to persuade. Don't be rash. This is not a joke. Ho Di also said. That's right. You don't even have a script prepared. There's nothing at all. It's not that we don't believe in your ability, Teacher Little Zhang, but when lecturing about history, and especially when lecturing about the three kingdoms, one must at least have the experience and age. You might have outstanding literary talent that no one in Beijing can match, but when lecturing about the three kingdoms, Zhang Ye said indifferently, firstly, I do not need a script. I have never needed one in the past, do not need one now, and will not need one in the future. Secondly, I'm not being rash and am not joking. This is a matter regarding the survival of our new segment. It not only touches on our stay here, but also the responsibility of Brother Hu. I would not joke about such matters. Thirdly, the three kingdoms I lecture about will be real history. As for that self-righteous Ma Hongyuan and those guests, they are only talking about the novel, Romance of the Three Kingdoms. It is not history at all. Do you know the three kingdoms just from reading Romance of the Three Kingdoms? It's fine if a professor from a literature department talks about literature, but talking about the history of the three kingdoms? That's simply ridiculous. They don't know sh*t. They are only speaking rubbish. The point is that it would have been fine if they were speaking rubbish, but their rubbish can't even attract the audience. They don't know history? What they said was all wrong. Xiao Lu blinked. That can't be. What they said was very clear. Everyone knows it. It's just lacking in interesting elements. How can this piece of history be wrong? Zhang Ye said amusingly. It is not that the piece of history is wrong. It is them being completely wrong with what they said. If this program was really aired, many people will laugh at us. Hu Fei took a deep breath. Are you sure? I am 100% sure. Zhang Ye said firmly. Brother Hu, let's get them to pack up and leave. I'll do it. I don't dare to say how high or low the ratings would be, but if the first few episodes that I lecture go below 1%, causing our segment to be on the brink of being axed, then you will see my resignation letter the second day. I am confident and also have the ability to do a good job with this Three Kingdoms lecture for the segment. Everyone turned silent. Hu Fei was in a dilemma. Little Zhang, are you sure? I am sure of it. Zhang Ye's eyes were cold as he said, if you believe me, then let me try. I guarantee that I will tell a different three kingdoms. Xiao Lu only had a wry smile. Brother Hu this. Hu Fei turned silent with his eyes closed. After a while, he suddenly opened his eyes and gritted his teeth. Fine. It's on you. I can no longer ***king stand those bunch of old grandsons. He actually cursed. Ho Gu. Ho Di hurriedly said. Leader, calm down. Calm down. Hu Fei did not have any regrets after making a decision. Let Teacher Little Zhang give it a try. I trust him. The reason why I headhunted Little Zhang over was also because of his knowledge and literary skills being able to help this segment at the critical moment. Da Fei wiped his sweat. But the station has already decided. This, Hu Fei said categorically. You don't have to worry about the responsibilities. I'll bear them. Zhang Ye immediately said, Thank you, Brother Hu. I guarantee that I will not disappoint you or the audience. But I'm not sure if I should list some of my conditions. I want our segment to change names. Actually, From the beginning, Zhang Ye was only focused on being a host. He only wanted to do his job as a host well, so he did not give it that much thought. Only after being treated that way by Ma Hongyuan and company did Zhang Ye begin to churn his mind. He recalled a very famous program from his world. It had went viral from north to south. 3 kingdoms? I don't know, but the greats from my world knew. Historical education program? Huh. Is there any program that can be more popular than that program from his world? No. There was none in that world either. This world had never seen it. Hu Fei asked, change the name. Zhang Ye laughed. This is because musings of history has the meaning of certainty. We cannot bear that responsibility, nor do we have the authority. After all, there are many conflicts about many historical figures and events in the historical records. Some of them are even opposite of one another. No one knows the actual situation, so I think changing it to lecture room would be more appropriate. We are not musing about this piece of history to the audience, but with the word lecture, it is just a personal view. Hu Fei gave some thought before deciding. This name is good. Huh, why didn't you say this earlier? I didn't think of it earlier. Zhang Ye added on. And I do not need guests or hosts. I alone would be fine. Lecture room was a show with one lecturer and an audience. Hu Fei said, all right. Zhang Ye nodded. Then that would do. Shall we go on stage? Xiao Lu exclaimed. You are going to lecture. Now, time is too tight. You didn't even have any preparations. Hoge was surprised. Zhang Ye was confident. There's no need to prepare. I can do it right now. I'll drink some water first. Saying that, he sat down on a sofa in the resting area to drink water. At the same time, Zhang Ye opened the game Ring's merchant shop quietly. He used 100,000 reputation points that he had slowly obtained over the past few days to buy a memory search capsule before swallowing it. The scene changed. Time was turned back. He returned to a summer when he was still in high school of that world. That day was a Wednesday. His parents had gone to work, leaving behind a bored Zhang Ye, who had just finished his final exams. He switched on the television and couch surfed. Suddenly, the Central TV's Channel 10's program's opening attracted his attention. Using stories to talk about figures. Using figures to talk about history. Using history to talk about culture. Using culture to talk about human nature. Lecture room. Professor Yi Zhongtian's analysis of the 3 kingdoms. This seemed to be a rerun. He had previously heard of its famous name. There was no other way, for it was too popular. It was as if the entire country's citizens had watched it. Zhang Ye then began to watch it carefully. The first episode, Great River Flows East. The show talked about Zhou Yu, Zhuge Liang, and the empty fort strategy. The content was very rich. Zhang Ye thought in the beginning that it was just the romance of the 3 kingdoms. Who had not read it? So what could be said of it? But after he heard what Professor Yi Zhongtian had to say, he was stunned. He immediately fell in love with this historical program. It was no wonder so many people watched it. No wonder the entire country was discussing Lecture Room. This program had completely subverted all previous historical lecture programs. The show revealed its cards in unorthodox manners, but everything was proven in history. Especially, Yi Zhongtian's analysis of the 3 kingdoms was one of the episodes with the highest ratings in Lecture Room. Although the later episodes of Lecture Room declined over the years, and the program was a husk of its former glory days, it was a program no other similar program could surpass in its heyday. It had created a legend. Memory transferred. Soon, Zhang Ye's thoughts returned. 5 minutes of the memory capsule was enough for him to watch 3 episodes of Lecture Room and remember everything about them. It was enough. Chapter 130. Lecture Room. Zhang Ye's analysis of the 3 kingdoms. The recording studio. Ma Hongyuan and the others stepped onto the stage and waited. But after a while, Hu Fei, Zhang Ye and the others still had not come over. Ma Hongyuan just went ahead and signaled to the cameraman to turn on the cameras. He then stood behind the rostrum and got ready to begin speaking without the host. The cameraman said, "The host is not back yet. There's no need to wait for him." Ma Hongyuan said straightforwardly. "But the executive producer is not back yet, too." The cameraman, of course, would not listen to him. He was bothered by it, too, thinking, why was this guy acting like a big shot? Wasn't he just a professor? Did he think he was the station head? To be commanding us like this? Do you think that the TV station is your family's business? Mental. Even if you were the authority on the Three Kingdoms, and even had some influence in Beijing, you still couldn't do this. You are looking down on others too much. Ma Hongyuan was frustrated, too. He looked at the cameras and asked, "Are we recording or not? I have something to do later." Ma Hongyuan thought that he was very famous. He had the pride of a scholar. But the audience did not approve of it. "Who's that? Why is he such a diva?" Ma Hongyuan? Never heard of him. I do know about him. He had been on Central TV before. He was quite famous last year. Even so, he shouldn't be overriding the staff. He is even giving out instructions now. Isn't this the Arts Channel's program? Is he the station's leader? What's with the standard of this person? Right? I almost fell asleep listening to him. It was so uninteresting. He's pretty snobbish. Everyone had seen diva behavior before, but that had been from the big stars. Regardless of whether such behavior was right or normal, those were still stars who could afford to do so. But who the heck are you? A respected literary figure who was a professor from the university with a diva behavior? This was an uncommon encounter. At this time, Hu Fei and his team came out. "Let's get started, producer Hu," Ma Hongyuan said impatiently. Hu Fei was just about to speak when Zhang Ye stopped him. He wanted to say this himself. Hu Fei understood. Little Zhang wanted to take the responsibility for offending them. He did not reject this after some thought, but just nodded. He and Xiao Lu, Ho Gu and Ho Di returned to their own respective positions. Zhang Ye wasn't afraid of offending anyone. He had already done so to too many people. There wasn't any more burden if he were to offend another one. Ma Hongyuan ignored Zhang Ye and continued speaking. "Let's talk about Zhou Yu next." Although this person had been characterized in a very positive way in film and TV, in actual fact he was a very jealous person. Professor Ma. Zhang Ye interrupted him without holding back. Ma Hongyuan's face sank. "I'm in the middle of a lecture. What are you interrupting for?" Zhang Ye said very impolitely. "We don't need you anymore now. Get lost to as far as your learning goes." "What did you say?" Ma Hongyuan was stunned. His face has turned black. "Say that again." Editor Su said, "You this junior. How can you speak to Professor Ma this way?" Zhang Ye said without a change in expression. "I will speak however the person speaks to me." Teacher Su also furiously said, "Incorrigible. You don't need Professor Ma now? Then you will give the lecture?" Looking at the two guests surnamed Su, Zhang Ye said, "And to the two of you, we don't require you here, too. If you are willing to listen in the audience, then go there and listen. The production team will leave a few VIP seats at the front for you. But if you intend to make trouble on stage and affect our program, then I'm sorry, but I will still say the same. Get lost to as far as your learning goes. We do not welcome troublemakers and divas. As far as your learning goes. Get lost as far as that." Haha. This line was too good. A simple line from Zhang Ye turned out to be a refreshing line to the people in this world. The audience was also stunned upon hearing this. Some of those who knew Zhang Ye's personality were reminded that many of the most popular curses online were created by him. They understood that this person who cursed at others without any worry for repercussions was clearly annoyed by Ma Hongyuan and company. Not only him. After all the events earlier, the audience also began to dislike Ma Hongyuan and company. Big Sis Zhou said loudly, "Little Zhang." "Well said." Auntie Sun also added, "Go quickly. Everyone is working hard for the recording. You didn't intend to cooperate, and even put on airs, and made trouble. What kind of people are you? It's the first time I've seen people like you who took a payment and still showed an attitude to his boss. Do you even make sense?" The two Zus clenched their fists. Ma Hongyuan looked coldly at Zhang Ye. "Remember what you said today?" Zhang Ye said with pleasure. "Don't you try to threaten me." "Of course, I remember my words. I want to tell you another thing. Remember your face today." Hu Fei did not bother with them anymore. "Teacher Little Zhang, let's start." Zhang Ye nodded and signaled to the staff to move the sofa away. "The sofa is not needed anymore. Please help to move it away." He turned to reporter CI and said, "I'm sorry. There will be some changes to the program. Please proceed to the VIP seats. You made a wasted trip today, so we will treat you to a meal as an apology." Reporter CI wasn't bad. She had been very cooperative and had shaken Zhang Ye's hand earlier, too. Therefore, Zhang Ye was very polite to her. Reporter CI laughed. "It's fine." Then she went to her seat. Ma Hongyuan finally understood the situation. He laughed angrily. "Don't tell me that you are going to lecture on the Three Kingdoms? You are just a young person. What would you know of the three kingdoms? Zhang Ye laughed. Whether or not I know, you just have to listen to find out. Okay, then I will have a listen. Ma Hongyuan laughed hysterically and walked off the stage to his seat in the first row. The two guests named Su also followed and sat beside Professor Ma. They were waiting to see Zhang Ye make a joke of himself. Ma Hongyuan didn't leave. Of course, he actually had hoped to be on TV very much. Even though this was a local station, it was still located in Beijing, which had a strong viewership. He stayed behind as an audience member, as he thought he knew the program staff was fooling around. Let the host lecture about the three kingdoms? Let a 20-something-year-old host talk about history? Isn't this an international joke? Like he'd know a fart. Like he could say a fart. When that happens, you all would still need to swallow your pride and beg me to do the lecturing. Ma Hongyuan had already thought about it. In a while, he would make Zhang Ye apologize to him in front of the audience, and make the whole program team apologize to him, too. Otherwise, he wouldn't help them. The audience members were also in discussion. Let him lecture? Does he even know about the three kingdoms? This person is too young. He definitely can't do it. I know him. He's very good at literary works, and has written a few poems which were very good. But how could he lecture on history? Didn't he graduate as a broadcasting major? Isn't he a host? Xiaofang did not like what she heard. Teacher Zhang can do it, right? Big sis Zhou, Auntie Sun. Auntie Sun coughed. About this, I don't know either. Big sis Zhou was also a little worried. Hopefully. But the three kingdoms have already been discussed so many times. Everyone would have seen it before, too. This isn't too good to discuss about. And teacher Little Zhang's history knowledge? I don't think we have heard of it before. We have not witnessed his talent in this field before. As his old colleagues were worried about him, so were Ho Gu, Da Fei, and the other new colleagues. The audience members were skeptical. A lot of them did not believe that he would be able to present it well. As for Ma Hongyuan and the two Su guests, they were just waiting for the show to start, so that they could gloat. Only Zhang Ye was not affected by any thoughts. He waited for the staff to redecorate the stage settings before he stood back on it. He said a few things to them before testing his mic. Sorry, everyone. Today's program has a few changes. There won't be any guests or a host. I will be the one to talk to everyone about the three kingdoms. The segment title will be called Zhang Ye's Analysis of the Three Kingdoms. It cannot be said that this is a lecture, as it will involve some personal opinions of mine. Xiaofeng applauded. Big sis Zhou and Auntie Sun also clapped. Everyone else in the audience did not really react. They stayed quiet. Some of them were not even paying attention. Zhang Ye did not mind. He gave a thumbs up towards Hu Fei. Hu Fei acknowledged, signaled to the cameraman, and did a countdown on the mic. Get ready. 3, 2, 1, start. Zhang Ye wore a smile, and then did an introduction which changed many of the audience's opinions. Using stories to talk about characters. Using characters to talk about history. Using history to talk about culture. Using culture to talk about human nature. Hello, everyone, and welcome to Lecture Room. I am Zhang Ye, and I will be bringing to everyone an analysis of the three kingdoms. Let us talk about some of the things about the three kingdoms. The first episode's title is called Great River Flows East. A strong opening? He even wanted to talk about history through characters? Using history to talk about culture? Ma Hongyuan and the two Su guests looked at each other. They were all chuckling. Zhang Ye then continued by saying, what was it like during the Three Kingdoms period? It was a chaotic time. It was a time of hardship, but it was also a time of heroes. Cao Cao had even written a poem about this period of time. The bones were left to the wild, not a sound of chickens within 1,000 li. At this period of time, a lot of people, for the sake of reunifying the country, had contributed their intelligence and wisdom. For example, the heroic and talented strategist Cao Cao, the loyal and devoted Zhuge Liang, the graceful but not showy Zhou Yu, and the fortuitous Liu Bei. These were the heroes of those times. This speech was very interesting. Many of those who were not paying attention earlier were now listening attentively. They had not expected anything worthy of listening to being said by the host. But who would have thought that he had that up his sleeves? Ma Hongyuan and the others were still dismissive. All of that was in the books. Did you need to say it? Who wouldn't know all of this? But Zhang Ye's next lines were aimed directly at Ma Hongyuan. Actually, it wasn't exactly aimed at him. Zhang Ye was just quoting directly from the show. Firstly, let's talk about Zhou Yu. Those who have ever read Romance of the Three Kingdoms, heard about Romance of the Three Kingdoms reviews, or watched any Romance of the Three Kingdoms shows, usually have the wrong impression of Zhou Yu being a very spiteful person. Because we remember the story of the three infuriations of Zhou Yu, we remember the saying, if Zhou Yu were to be born, why must Zhuge Liang exist as well? What we remember was the saying, throw the helve after the hatchet. All of these have become part of our daily pet phrases. He slowly explained, but the real situation was not like this. Not like this. Then how was it? Ma Hongyuan nearly laughed out loud. See, he was full of nonsense already, and this was only the beginning. Chapter 131. A professor was dumbfounded by Zhang Ye's questions, ignoring the whispers and doubts of many audience members. Zhang Ye was calm and composed, saying, Zhou Yu was a very loyal and heroic character. When he was 24, he was appointed by Sun Tzu as the general of the household who establishes might, and started to gain credit and make contributions. In the same year, he and Sun Tzu, who were the same age, married the beauties, De Qiao and Xiao Qiao. It can be said that Zhou Yu enjoyed success from a young age and was riding the crest of success. He was good-looking, and he did things well. Back then, in Wuzhong, he was addressed as Zhou Lang. The meaning of the word Lang refers to a young lad, but there is an intention of praise in it. In a place like Wuzhong, Sun Tzu was called Sun Lang, and Zhou Yu was called Zhou Lang. If translated, they will be Stunner Sun and Stunner Zhou. What? Stunner? Xiao Lu and Xiao Feng exclaimed. Quite a number of the female audience could not help but laugh. Was this talking about the Three Kingdoms? Why were there modern phrases? So, think about it. Zhang Ye looked at everyone. Zhou Yu was already general of the household who establishes might in his 20s. He had married the prettiest babe as his wife. It could be said that in the arena of combat, politics, and romance, he was well accomplished. So why would he be jealous of others? It was more likely that others would be jealous of him. Babe? Even babe was used. Many people nearly fainted. Many people were amused. In fact, the historical Zhou Yu was a very magnanimous person. Zhang Ye carried on. Chen Shou once said that he was a broad-minded person. His contemporaries' ratings of him were also very high. Liu Bei's appraisal of him was that he was magnanimous. Jian Gan's appraisal of him was that he was graceful. So if one was to say that Zhou Yu was a very spiteful person, it is a great wrong. Ma Hongyuan's program that had been abolished had even said that. Zhou Yu was a petty person, but this was refuted by Zhang Ye. Furthermore, he had reason, and his arguments were referenced from the passages in the books. The face-smacking specialist vibe was at full flare. The audience was skeptical. Ma Hongyuan believed that Zhang Ye was speaking nonsense. The two surnamed Su guests completely disagreed with Zhang Ye's view. Zhang Ye laughed. Some people might disagree, but I can certainly say that the novel, Romance of the Three Kingdoms, is not history. Why is Zhou Yu's image so different from the impression that we have? Why are we both familiar and unfamiliar with the historical period during the Three Kingdoms? There are three reasons. There are three images regarding the history of the Three Kingdoms. The first comes from historical books. Mainly, it is the image recorded in history. It is the image mainly advocated by historians. This image will be called the historical image. I want to make it clear that the historical image does not mean historical fact. This is because historical records are not necessarily reliable. The second is the image from artistic works. I call this the artistic image. The third one is made from the legends and belief that the common citizens have. I call this the civil image. People listened and thought at the same time. As such, this can already explain why Zhou Yu's image is so different from what we have in mind. This is because everyone has an image and evaluation of a person. Once this image is formed, some people would not be able to accept other images. If you say he is different, you will say that isn't right. You are wrong. So when we see some historical dramas, there will always be an audience member in the comments saying, this Zhou Yu doesn't seem right. Zhang Ye seemed to look at Ma Hongyuan and company and then said, this Zhou Yu doesn't seem right? Then have you seen the real Zhou Yu? The audience laughed again. Her. Hu Fei was also amused. This little Zhang. Ma Hongyuan's beard had went crooked from anger, but he could not refute it. Hence, history is not a novel, nor are the characters appearing in a literary piece of work. Zhang Yi said, then for example, Zhuge Liang. When Zhuge Liang is mentioned, most people will think of the empty fort strategy first, where his military talent was displayed. But actually, all of this was described and created in a novel. Of course, there are some logic and reasons behind it, and it was for a good reason. In recent years, there was a person called Guochong. This Guochong was probably a hardcore fan of Zhuge Liang. Hardcore fan. The audience was amused hearing that. However, Zhang Ye was extremely serious. Hence, he wrote a book, bringing to light 5 hidden matters of Liang. He revealed 5 things that most people do not know about Zhuge Liang. The third matter was the empty fort strategy. So the empty fort strategy was not seen as fabricated and had an origin. However, we all know that the words of hardcore fans aren't very reliable. I will solemnly tell you that the historical Zhuge Liang was an excellent politician, but his military talent was far lacking. He was in no way a military genius. As for the empty fort strategy, Zhang Ye said a shocking sentence without any heed. It doesn't exist at all. What? The empty fort strategy did not exist? It was all fabricated? Ma Hongyuan immediately was angered. What nonsense is that? How can it not exist? Isn't that nonsense? Teacher Su was also angered. Hu Fei and Xiao Lu were also stunned. The audience doubted even more. After all, many things were already entrenched in their minds. Zhang Ye said in a manner that was neither too fast or slow. Many people are questioning this point. This is the position in the hearts of the common people known as the civil image I mentioned earlier. However, I still have the same thing to say. History is not a novel. Just now, the person who refuted was Professor Ma Hongyuan, right? The cameraman immediately focused the camera on Ma Hongyuan. You are in the field of literature research, so you research literary works. For the dissection of Romance of the Three Kingdoms, I believe not many people in the country can compare with you. However, that is not history. This is an adapted piece of literature inspired from history. If someone still doesn't believe me or does not agree with my view, then let me ask 2 questions. Guochong said that Sima Yi led his soldiers to attack Yangping. Back then, Zhuge Liang did not have any soldiers on hand. Hence he came up with an empty fort strategy, causing Sima Yi retreat. That was it, right? That's right. Isn't that so? What's wrong with that? The audience answered. Zhang Ye chuckled. Then here comes my first question. According to historical records and validation, Sima Yi was stationed at Wanqing in the north of Jing province. He was not at the battleground in Yangping. Since he was not there, how did this thing happen? This. Is that true? The audience was confused. Ma Hongyuan and Teacher Su looked at each other and did not have a clue. They were, after all, not historians, so they could not refute it. Zhang Ye carried on. Then there's the second problem. Sima Yi's large army had arrived, and Zhuge Liang was very quick-witted. He opened the city gates and got old soldiers to sweep the city gates. Then he had 2 children with him while sitting on the top of the city gates, singing karaoke. Karaoke. A few members of the audience were laughing in stitches. Zhang Ye said, "What does he sing in place?" Standing on the city walls, admiring the mountain scenery, I hear noise and confusion below everywhere. Their generals are in disagreement. That insatiable Sima Yi has attacked me once again. If you are coming, so be it. I am fully prepared. The streets are swept spotless. Tasty wine is prepared to reward your victorious 3 armies. Since you are here, come into the city. Come into the city, and hear me strum the zither. Everyone laughed again. They felt that the way Zhang Ye acted as Zhuge Liang was too wretched. Zhang Ye blinked and then said, at this moment, Sima Yi was already at the city gates. He looked up and smacked his lips. In his mind, he was thinking, what's the meaning of this, bro? He's inviting me up to sing karaoke with him? Oh, so if I go up, I'll end up being okay killed. I won't fall for this trick. Retreat. Everyone laughed, even louder. Zhang Ye also smirked. Then here's my second question. This matter does not conform to logic at all. Why did Sima Yi not dare to attack? He was just afraid of an ambush in the city. But how many people could there be hiding in the city? In the era of cold metallic weapons, it was impossible to bury a Scud missile, right? There can't be any other weapons of mass destruction. Couldn't he send some reconnaissance to scout ahead and check if there really was an ambush? Why should he retreat? Scud missiles? Weapons of mass destruction? The audience was once again tickled. Ma Hongyuan and company could not say a thing. They had been rendered speechless by Zhang Ye. Zhang Ye looked at Ma Hongyuan and said, "Also, wasn't Sima Yi able to see Zhuge Liang? Wasn't he hearing him playing the zither above the city gates? And he could even hear him sing karaoke." Based on this description, the distance between Sima Yi and Zhuge Liang must have been very short. Even if you were afraid of an ambush and did not dare to enter the city, why couldn't you order an archer to kill Zhuge Liang? Why did you have to leave? Pausing for a moment. Furthermore, according to Guochang's account, or according to Romance of the Three Kingdoms, the difference between the military power between the two armies was highly disparate. Some said it was 200,000, while others said there was 100,000. Couldn't you just surround the fortress? Can't you surround the city for 3 to 5 days, trapping them inside? Why would you withdraw the army? No one could answer Zhang Ye's 3 questions. Everyone was listening very attentively, while others were shocked. Even Ma Hongyuan and company could not say a thing. Every question of Zhang Ye was very sharp. Even academics like them could not figure it out. There really was no empty fort strategy. This was all fabricated, Zhang Ye summarized. So this claim of the empty fort strategy is completely unreliable. As for the others, such as the Battle of Baoang, borrowing arrows with straw boats, or praying for the eastern wind, none of these were recorded in history. However, literary works had illustrated him in an extremely exaggerated manner. Zhuge Liang became a person with divine strategy and shrewd calculations, while all the other generals became idiots. Oh, in a war, Zhuge Liang gave his orders to the army. What happened to the other generals? They didn't even know themselves. They just went there and played it by ear. Then, when they reached their destination, they didn't do anything but open the military orders in the satchel. The satchel had brilliant strategies after all. Only then did they know what they had to do or what to fight. Isn't this treating war like a game? At this moment, it was unknown who first gave an applause. BBA, BBA, BBA. Following that, several members of the audience also began to join in the applause. Exciting. Really exciting. Who said that Zhang Ye was unable to talk about the Three Kingdoms and did not know history as a host. What he said was not only humorous and interesting, it overthrew what people knew. It caused people to subconsciously be engrossed in it. And in terms of historical information, there was no problem at all. Didn't you see Ma Hongyuan, Teacher Su, and Editor Su being dumbfounded by the questions? The crucial point was that after he used Zhou Yu to refute Ma Hongyuan, he had mentioned Zhuge Liang. Previously, Ma Hongyuan had mentioned how Zhuge Liang was so clever and formidable during his lecture, but in a blink of an eye, Zhang Ye had thrown a bomb. The empty fort strategy did not exist at all. Praying for the eastern wind was completely fabricated. Zhuge Liang was no military genius at all. If this wasn't face-slapping, what was? Zhang Ye had completely refuted the views of Ma Hongyuan and the 2 guests. He had ripped them to pieces. Chapter 132. Unending applause from the audience. Hence, be it the empty fort strategy or praying for the eastern wind, they are just artistic imaginations of the writers. This is not called history. Zhang Ye's words seemed to vaguely beat down on Ma Hongyuan, Teacher Su, and Editor Su. He then said, "What if we use artistic works such as Romance of the Three Kingdoms or Plays of the Three Kingdoms as a basis to understand history? If we used the plot of these artistic works as lectures, or used them to analyze these historical figures, then it would be making things too trivial. Even the real image of the historical figure is something you don't understand, so what can you analyze?" Ma Hongyuan and company nearly cursed out. "Zhang Ye, do you have no end to that? Who are you trying to beat upon?" Teacher Su immediately stood up and shouted loudly, "What a load of crap. How can a young kid like yourself know any history?" The audience was startled. "What's wrong with you? Have you gone mad?" Hu Fei was also angered. "Stop the camera. This scene was definitely not suitable for broadcasting." Zhang Ye looked at them and said, "If you think what I said is wrong, you can refute it. If your point of view is right and it makes sense, anyone will listen to it. Please tell me which part of what I said was nonsense." Ma Hongyuan also said, "You just don't know a thing." Zhang Ye laughed. "I'm asking what I do not know. Can you tell me?" Seeing that they could not say a thing, Zhang Ye's face sank. "The 3 of you say I'm not right. Fine, I am willing to accept the opinions of others. But can you at least say something? Without any reasons or arguments, you are just saying that I do not understand. You just keep insisting that I don't know a thing. Are you professors and teachers, or are you rogue hooligans? Even I know that when a teacher lectures, he would need to use reason and arguments to convince a student. Why are experts and professors like yourselves unknowing of that fact? Is this a joke? You say I do not understand. Yes, I don't understand. So are you gods? Wherever you say there is light, there will be light. The audience erupted into laughter. They felt that this host was extremely humorous. What you said is totally unfounded. Ma Hongyuan said angrily with a black face. Big Sis Zhou was the first person who could not take it any longer. You old fart. What do you mean by saying that teacher Little Zhang's words were unfounded? Everything he said was clear and following the details. Auntie's son also scolded. What mess are you trying to create? Xiaofang said angrily. To think he's a professor. He's so lacking in manners. A member of the audience also said, that's right. He was doing a good job, and we were enjoying it. Why are you interrupting offstage? Previously, you even said the host interrupted you? Others can't do it, but when it comes to you, you can. Hurry and go back home. Right, stop. Ridiculing yourself. The host is doing such a good job. And Professor Ma? Just an undeserved title. I really wonder how you went on CCTV. With the three kingdoms from what you said just now, our whole family was nearly falling asleep from it. The three of you are really funny. It's clear that you are turning angry from embarrassment. You even said the host doesn't know history? I think it's you who do not know. Quite a number of audience members began to boo. They did not have any good impressions on these so-called professors and experts who put on airs. Ma Hongyuan and the two Su surnamed guests still wanted to speak. Even teacher Su stood up and flared at the audience. You can go on television saying the three kingdoms like that? Do you even know history? Big Sis Zhou erupted. Do you only know how to F***king say that? You just keep saying others do not know. You are F***king sick. She cursed. Teacher Su was flustered as she pointed to Big Sis Zhou. I dare you to scold me again. A person in the audience could no longer let this go. He stood up and stood by Big Sis Zhou. Why are you shouting at a woman like that? If you have the ability, shout at me. Shout for me to see. He was a stout middle-aged man with a height of 1.9 m. Teacher Su immediately shut up. Auntie's son also spat. Only you know. Only you are the professionals. What the heck? How can they be so hypocritical? Did us the audience pick the fight? Why are you yelling at us? Hurry and get lost. What kind of sh**t are they? The audience began to curse. The situation was quite out of control. Zhang Ye was also disgusted. He immediately took the microphone and said, a few of the stronger staff, I'll trouble you. Please throw the people who have interrupted the recording out. Da Fei and Ho Ge had long disliked them. They immediately rushed forward. There were 2 guards and 3 staff members who volunteered. They immediately surrounded Ma Hongyuan and company. Lifting them up, they were thrown out of the studio's door. Not only were they not cooperating with the recording, they did not listen to anyone's directions. They had even messed up a scene and impeded the recording. Not only would throwing them out not be a problem, even beating them up would have been fine. Did you really think that you were some big shot star? Bullsh**T. The third guest, reporter CI from before, also shook her head and sighed. Ma Hongyuan and company had really lost their reputation and had disgraced themselves. Zhang Ye cleared his throat. There has been a complication, so please do not mind. Let's continue analyzing the 3 kingdoms. Hu Fei did the countdown once again. 3, 2, 1. Begin. Zhang Ye continued from before. So that is why we must differentiate between historical image and artistic image. The differences are huge, but then we ask, is the artistic image worthless then? It does have value. There's much worth in the studying and analyzing of it, like the empty fort strategy. Sima Yi was a scholar. The way he thought would be more complicated. When something is said or an action is made, he would have given it some thought. Io, what does this mean? What could this mean? If it was a gang of thieves or bandits, they would have entered the city directly, with the attitude of who cares. Then what would have happened? Zhuge Liang would have been caught. Everyone was laughing for the umpteenth time. After speaking for another 10 minutes, Hu Fei made some hand signals. Zhang Ye understood that this episode's time was almost up, so he made a closing, but suddenly remembered that this was the most important first episode. So how could he just make a simple closing to it? It didn't seem to be good enough. It didn't match the beginning well. With a flash of brilliance, Zhang Ye said, the first episode is coming to an end. Some of you may still be wondering why this episode was named as Great River Flows East. Because I have composed a melody poem, and these 4 words are a very important part of this melody poem. So I would like to use this as an ending, which I was lucky enough to have gone to the Red Cliff and had been inspired by it to create this melody poem. Melody poem. Ancient poetry? A few people were listening in earnest now. They had likely heard of Zhang Ye's Shu Yao Gedu before and knew of his melody poetry's prowess. Zhang Ye built up the moment. This was a famous Su Shi melody poem. It was comparable with Shu Yao Gedu. In his previous world, there were other versions of it. But the one he would be using was Yi Zhongtian's opening to analysis of the 3 kingdoms, although it was not used in full. When speaking of the 3 kingdoms, Su Shi's melody poem had to be mentioned as well. But since there was no Su Shi in this world, many other literary scholars involved with 3 kingdoms poems had also not existed. Zhang Ye made some modifications accordingly to the flow of analysis of the 3 kingdoms. Zhang Ye looked at the audience and began reciting lyrics to Remembering Your Charm, remembrance of the tale of the Crimson Cliff. The audience were listening earnestly. They were curious to know what it would be. Zhang Ye said with a balanced tone, but his voice had no lack of majestic energy. The great gushing Yangtze with piling waves flows towards the east. Away it carries gallant souls of the remote bygone days. The first line had captured everyone. The ancient fort on the west is said to be the Crimson Cliff, where Zhou of the 3 Kingdoms era defeated Wei's navy. Stones were hurled into the sky indiscriminately. Mighty waves must have crushed onto shores hurling high snow-like foam. Zhang Ye said with a smile, as his eyebrows appeared concentrated, the river and mountains today's landscapes paint, where once there were many courageous and heroic men. Picture Zhou in his prime, dressed in plain clothes together with his young bride. Gallant he must have been. Topped with a silk crest, he held in his hand a fan of feathers. With humor he helped see to that the masts and skulls of Wei's navy go up in smoke and ashes turn into. My mind wanders in the history vested hither. My sentimentality, no doubt, has caused my early gray. Life is a dream. Allow me to libate a drink to the river, the moon and its reflection. Many people were engrossed listening to it. The river and mountains today's landscapes paint, where once there were many courageous and heroic men. Many of the male comrades became very passionate when they heard it, as though they were now in battle during the 3 Kingdoms era. They could hear the sounds of battle around them. The female comrades were all charmed by Zhou Yu's description of, with humor, he helped see to that the masts and skulls of Wei's navy go up in smoke and ashes turn into. What sort of grace was this? What level of daringness was this? But in the end, everyone was a little hurt by the first line of Zhang Ye's poem. Yes, Great River flows east. How many heroes in history have been washed away by the waters of the Great River? What a spectacular Great River flows east. What a great lyrics to Remembering Your Charm. Remembrance of the tale of the Crimson Cliff. What a great lecture room. What a great Zhang Ye. Whose face stood up, stunned. The audience also didn't make a sound when they heard it. Zhang Ye closed off. With this, as it is, how many events of history are hidden within light-hearted conversations? Starting from today's program, I will be sharing with everyone through light-hearted conversations an analysis of the 3 kingdoms. But where should we start from? I think that we should begin from that era's most contentious figure, whether in historical image or civil image. Let him lead us as we delve into the most complex and magnificent history next week with the real Chow Chow. After finishing, the recording studio was silent for a moment. Suddenly, Big Sis Zhou and Auntie Sun stood up and applauded with all their might. Everyone else stood up one by one from their seats and applauded with admiration. Even the staff present, the cameraman, Ho Gu, Ho Di, Da Fei, and others also applauded loudly. They were all very excited. In that time, the studio was filled with thunderous applause. It went on for a full minute before stopping. No one left, as they did not want to leave. Zhang Ye was very flattered and clasped his hands together. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, thank you. This was a huge acknowledgement to him. But in the closing poem, there was a flaw. Because at the end, there was a sentence about early graying of hair. This was Su Shi's plight and not Zhang Ye's. Therefore, with analysis, this would be a small flaw. But Zhang Ye did not care. It was not a bother to him. My hair has precisely grayed early. I precisely have gray hair at a young age. Are you going to bite me? Chapter 133. Waiting for the rating. After the program, the audience cleared from the studio. A lot of them were left wanting for more. As they left, they were discussing about Zhang Ye's analysis of the three kingdoms. What a good lecture. That's right. I was so engrossed in listening. I just came to join in on the buzz and was thinking of improving my knowledge at the television station. But who knew that I would encounter such a quality program? I will definitely watch every episode. The same goes for me. I will watch every episode for sure too. Such an exciting program. Only a fool would not watch it. It also enriches our knowledge. I only found out today that the empty fort strategy did not exist. Compared to this host, those so-called experts are like clowns. Their knowledge is not enough, and their delivery was so boring. Who would want to listen to them blabber? They are totally not as good as that Zhang host. Ah yes, he's called Zhang Ye. I will remember him. After the studio was cleared out, Zhang Ye looked at his colleagues. Was that okay? Xiao Lu was the first to run up. It was not only okay, it was too okay. Ho Gu also rushed forward. Man, Teacher Zhang was really able to speak about the three kingdoms. You even gave the expert professor a hard time. And you let the audience clap for you for the whole day. Zhang Ye humbly said, "It was not that I was good, it's just that the experts were clueless to begin with. About the empty fort strategy, Zhuge Liang and Zhou Yu, all of that was just history's general knowledge. With just some digging, anyone would know. Even without researching, just reading Records of the Three Kingdoms would make it understandable. Even though Records of the Three Kingdoms is also a literature work, compared to Romance of the Three Kingdoms, it was more historically unbiased. As long as it was something unverifiable, Records of the Three Kingdoms would not blindly write about it. There's also a lot of information to help the reader understand about that period of history." Dafei blushed and said, "I have not heard of Records of the Three Kingdoms." Xiao Lu coughed. "I've heard of it, but never read it. This book seems to be less popular. Not many people have read it before. Besides, some of the things that you mentioned about, I did not even know about them. Do you think that everyone's knowledge is as rich as yours?" "What? There are people who have never heard of Records of the Three Kingdoms. That shouldn't be. How can anyone not know about it?" Only then did Zhang Ye understand. Although in this world there were classics like Romance of the Three Kingdoms, the cultural background was a little different. Su Shi did not exist, and a number of other works also did not exist anymore. Even though Records of the Three Kingdoms was still preserved, the influence and popularity of it was different from Zhang Ye's previous world. Because of the Game Ring's modifications, it had created such a situation now. It had created a world where everyone seemed to have the wrong perception and understanding of the Three Kingdoms. If it were in his previous world, this would not have happened. Because even though most people did not know of the real Three Kingdoms, a big portion of them still did understand the true Three Kingdoms. No wonder that literature professor, Ma Hongyuan, was not clear about things like the empty fort strategy. Because this world's study of the Three Kingdoms went through Romance of the Three Kingdoms, while the most authentic Records of the Three Kingdoms and other similar works were not mainstream. This was why when Zhang Ye brought Professor Yi Zhongtian's analysis of the Three Kingdoms first episode out, it had received such a big reaction. This was helping the illiterate. Zhang Ye did not know whether to laugh or to cry when he thought of this. Hu Fei had just finished speaking with the cameraman. He then rushed over and gave a squeeze on Zhang Ye's shoulders, clearly emotional, and said, "You were great, little Zhang. That was done too well." Zhang Ye laughed. "As long as I didn't throw your face, that is good enough." "You throw my face?" "Huh." Hu Fei excitedly said, "Let me tell you, this is exactly what I wanted in a program. It was even better than what I had expected. I listened from the beginning to the end without missing any words. I dare to say that this is the best historical segment I have listened to before." Xiao Lu said, "That's right." Dafei said, "It can't even be described with wonderful." Hodi gave a thumbs up, just one word, "Awesome." "Did you write that melody poem by yourself?" Hu Fei asked. "Yes," Zhang Yi replied. "You are surprising me over and over again. The background of this poem, amongst all other Three Kingdoms poems, nothing can compare to it. It was too well written." Hu Fei said happily, "If I knew you would be so good, I wouldn't have invited that Ma Hongyuan. I didn't even have to look for guests." Do you think I have nothing better to do? I would have just put you in. Yeah, but the incident this time, with all those last-minute changes in the program name, studio settings, lecturer change and such, we will have to seek approval from the arts channel again. We need the leader's approval. A cameraman said. Producer who? It should be done in an hour. Any deletion needed, you can just assign someone to follow up with us, and we will do so accordingly. Da Fei, who was in charge of the technical and studio settings, said, I will follow up with them. Hu Fei said, okay, I will leave it to you then. Once it's done, I will send it up for approval. Afternoon. Lecture Room's first episode was completed. The segment was edited to its allotted time and informational graphics were added in. Hu Fei watched it once over, and being satisfied, he looked for the arts channel. Leader, Wang Shuixin, in his office. When he went in, the leader was having his lunch. Director, you are eating? Hu Fei laughed. Wang Shuixin did not look happy. Old Hu, I was just looking for you. I heard that your program recording encountered a big problem. In the end, even the program name was changed, and the lecturer and guests were thrown out. That was the lecturer that you had a hard time inviting. What is wrong with you all? Hu Fei was angry at the mention of him. There's no need to invite them anymore. I have a better candidate here. The program also has a better development plan now. Do you still remember that I wanted Zhang Ye here at all costs? He is now the lecturer. We no longer need a host or any guests. The program effects were still very well done. No, it's precisely because we don't need those that the program's effect is so good. Wang Shuixin frowned. Zhang Ye? What can he say? Old Hu, I know you think highly of this young man, but don't you think that you are being too biased? This is a historical segment we are talking about. When you look at the recording, you will understand. Hu Fei knew that he didn't need to say too much, so he just handed the recording over to him. Wang Shuixin lowered his head and looked. Let's go. He asked a few other deputies and staff members to accompany them to watch the screening. Zhang Ye. He is speaking about the 3 kingdoms? He's just a young lad. What does he know about the 3 kingdoms? But a few minutes after the screening began, no one made any further comments. After an hour had passed, everyone looked at each other. They were all astonished, and no one said a word. Hu Fei asked, what does everyone think? Are the changes acceptable? A head from another program team said in jealousy and regret. If I knew this person was so capable, I would have fought with old Hu for him and brought him into my own program team. Director? Hu Fei looked towards Wang Shuixin. Wang Shuixin was silent for a moment before saying, let's just air it and see what the viewership is like on Saturday. We will see if the audience approves. If it does well, we will continue Sunday's segment. Hu Fei replied, won't it be too rushed if we were to record on Saturday? Wang Shuixin flatly replied, we still have not seen what the market's response to it is. We need to be careful. After all, little Zhang is young and lacking in qualifications. The audience might not agree to him lecturing on history, so we need to make adjustments according to the actual scenario. Let's broadcast it to test the waters. Only then can we decide if he can continue being the lecturer of this segment. Putting it plainly, Wang Shuixin did not trust Zhang Ye that much. Wang Shuixin already felt that it was inappropriate for Zhang Ye to become a host or guest earlier on for such a big program. He felt that Zhang Ye's height and image were all problematic. And now, it was even worse. Zhang Ye went from a host, who would appear occasionally, to the only lecturer of the program. He became the most important person on the program. This was a bit too fast. However, Hu Fei was extremely confident. All right then, let's wait for the rating. A deputy who spoke previously said, with this standard, the rating definitely can't be bad. Just that lyrics to Remembering Your Charm. Remembrance of the tale of the Crimson Cliff makes it exceptional. Another woman said, that might not be true. The tastes of the market is becoming more and more complex these days. No one can figure out what programs the audience likes. Even people like us, with years of experience, make guesses from our experience. Who dares to guarantee? I think that this program is just average. It is unconventional, but isn't the content a bit too sensational? The empty fort strategy really doesn't exist? That's too assertive. A middle-aged man present, who was a bit more learned, said, according to what I know, the empty fort strategy is indeed fabricated. I once got reprimanding by a scholar who researched history. The woman shook her head, but the audience doesn't know that. It is really challenging the beliefs of the audience. Sometimes being unconventional might result in an opposite effect. I'm rather optimistic about it. I don't think it will do. A young man can't hold the ground. If there are any mistakes in logic or historical facts, the audience will pick a fault with it and curse us to death. After all, a historical segment is all about authenticity. Who knows if what Zhang Ye said was right or wrong? It was all made up by him and found out by the audience. Then our television station's reputation will be hammered. There were disagreements with different judgments. Wang Shuixin rapped on his table to stop the debate. There's no need to say anything anymore. Let's wait for the rating on Saturday. That would be the most objective thing. Chapter 134. An alarming rating. Friday. Zhang Ye rested for a day. Upon being informed by Xiao Lu, he switched on his television at home and then tuned to the Arts Channel. Beijing's BTV Arts Channel's new segment, Lecture Room. Inviting Beijing's well-known broadcasting host, Silver Microphone Awardee, Beijing Mid-Autumn Festival Poetry Meets Champion, Beijing Couplet Competitions Champion, famous poet, famous literary author, famous children's fairy tale author, famous supernatural best-selling author, famous advertiser, leader of the popular phrases on the internet, teacher Zhang Ye. With him as lecturer, he will let us have a taste of the period of the Warring Three Kingdoms. He will tell everyone things you might not know about the Three Kingdoms. BTV Arts. We look forward to you watching this Thursday at 1 p.m. There were so many titles that Zhang Ye turned a bit red from hearing them, and nearly all of them were prefixed with the word famous. Although Zhang Ye did have these works and achievements, he knew clearly that he was far from worthy of these titles with the word famous. He did not dare to accept it. However, it was an advertisement. There was no other way of doing it. Advertisements were all done this way. They had to use some gimmicks to attract the attention of eyeballs before the broadcast. This was the advertisement of his own channel. Hence, it did not spare anything in bragging about Zhang Ye. At this moment on the internet, a few video websites released advertisements for Lecture Room. This was all because of Hu Fei. As a pretty well-known former producer of Central TV, he was definitely given some preferential treatment after being headhunted by the Beijing television station. Of course, the station gave him quite a bit of advertising for his new segment, both online and offline. They had done their best. Everything was ready. Now, only tomorrow's rating mattered. Zhang Ye also knew of the leader's attitude from Hu Fei. If the rating was not ideal, then he might not have a chance to be the lecturer for Lecture Room. The program was likely to return to the initial template from before. Zhang Ye would then return to being a host that only appeared from time to time. Ho Gu, Xiao Lu and the other colleagues had their hearts strung. However, Zhang Ye did not feel the pressure, or it could be said he was not worried at all. It was just a provincial station's 1% rating. What segment was this? This was Lecture Room. Although Zhang Ye did not know how high the ratings would be, he was certain that it would not be below 1%. If it was, he might as well jump into a river. Saturday. In the afternoon at 12 o'clock, Zhang Ye had prepared something to fill his stomach before he met his unit's colleagues to watch the broadcast together. However, while he was rummaging through his refrigerator, someone suddenly knocked on his door. Knock, knock. The knocking on the door was very slow and very dull. Zhang Ye opened the door and did not see anyone at first glance. Only when he lowered his head did he see a very short girl. It was Rao Qinshan. Qinshan glanced at him. My aunt is calling you over for lunch. Zhang Ye was overjoyed. I happen to not have eaten. Let's go, let's go. The two went to the landlady's house. Rao was taking off her apron and had finished cooking. Seeing Zhang Ye, she greeted with him with a, let's eat. Well, thank you, landlady auntie. Zhang Ye did not stand on ceremony, as he picked up a pair of chopsticks to wolf down the food. Rao derided him. Look at the way you eat. Were you reborn from a starving ghost? I'm telling you that I need to go out in the afternoon to settle the residential information for Qinshan. It was not settled the last time, so I need to go again. I won't be home, so help me babysit. I do not trust others. Zhang Ye smiled wryly. Man, so this meal wasn't for free. Landlady auntie, I won't be resting today. I still need to go to work in the afternoon. Rao picked her eyebrow. I don't care about that. Anyway, the child is in your hands. Zhang Ye said helplessly. But how can I bring the child to the television station? At this moment, Qinshan looked at him and said with a hoarse voice, Television station? I want to see. There's nothing to see there. It's all office and equipment. Zhang Ye said. Chen ignored his words and stared at him. Zhang Ye, bring me to see the television station. You guys figure it out. I don't care. After finishing the meal, Rao Imin packed her things and left. Zhang Ye was at a loss of whether to laugh or to cry. He could not leave Chen alone at home, so after some thinking, he drove his BMW X5 with Chen to his unit. Television station's door. After getting out of the car, Zhang Ye reached out his hand with his palm facing up. Chen looked at him before reluctantly placing her tiny hand into Zhang Ye's. Zhang Ye brought the little rascal upstairs. On the way, many of the television station staff looked over at Chen. They liked her a lot. She's so pretty. Whose kid is that? Why is she so cute? I really want to pinch her. Isn't that Zhang Ye? He is a kid. Upstairs, in the segment team's office. Zhang Ye led the child in as the office turned into chaos. Xiao Lu seemed to melt. Io. This kid is so pretty. Zhang Ye explained, my neighbor's child. She has something to do in the afternoon and got me to take care of her for a day, so I brought her to the unit. Looking at Hu Fei, he said coyly, Leader, your thoughts? Hu Fei laughed. It's all right. There are so many of us here anyway. When you are recording the program, others can help you take care of the child. Zhang Ye glanced at Chen and smiled wryly. I suspect I'll have to take care of her. Others can't handle her. Xiao Lu smiled and walked over. What do you mean by others can't handle her? I'm very good at taking care of children. Back then, I took care of my young nephew for a week. He had a great time with me. Saying that, she bent down and said to Chen, Little rascal, you are so cute. Let sister carry you. Chen glanced at her. Auntie, there's no need. Xiao Lu nearly fainted. Who's the auntie? I'm a sister. Chen eyed her from top to bottom a few times before letting out a laugh. Her. Xiao Lu nearly vomited a mouthful of blood. Hoge volunteered, let me do it. That bag of bones won't be able to carry you. Little rascal, let uncle raise you high up. High up? Chen shriveled her mouth. Immature. Hoge. He suddenly suffered from internal injuries. All of you won't do. Watch me. You must pander to a child's liking. Dafei smiled and greeted her. Come to uncle. Uncle will teach you how to play games. Chen did not look at him and instead looked at Zhang Ye. Zhang Ye, you can still play games at work? No wonder. Television programs these days are getting boring. The employees are not working. Dafei nearly planted his face onto the ground as he looked carefully at Hu Fei. Hu Fei erupted into laughter. This young lady sure is interesting. Only then did everyone understand why Zhang Ye had said that he had to take care of her even while he was recording, while others couldn't. This was no child. She was clearly a tiny adult. She was too derisive with her words. Xiao Lu and company tried a few times to communicate with Chen, but they were helpless. Not to mention carrying her, they could not even hold on to Chen's hand to bring her around the television station. Chen did not agree to anything. Her little hand was only exclusive to Zhang Ye. No one else could hold it. This little rascal refused to recognize them. Hu Fei suddenly looked at his watch. Stop fooling around. The program is beginning. Right. I nearly forgot about it. Quick, switch on the TV. Xiao Lu immediately switched on the television. There was one in the office and the television was quite good. It was a 50-inch television and it was mounted on the wall. The direction it faced could also be adjusted freely. She then turned her head to Chen, saying, Little rascal, your Uncle Zhang Ye will be on television soon. Let's not talk about the impressiveness. All the burden of our program rests on your uncle alone. Whether the program stays will all depend on today's rating. Everyone was sitting before the television. Although they had watched the recording live and they had watched it after the editing, there was a different feeling when watching a broadcast. It's here. Time is up. Teacher Zhang, you sure look okay. That's right. There's an author's air to him at a glance. Zhang Ye was actually quite happy deep down as he quickly said, No way. This was the first time he was appearing on television. And it was also a program with him alone. And the time slot was not bad. So, of course, Zhang Ye was quite excited. Seeing himself looking awesome while lecturing on television, he was quite in admiration of himself. As such, he got out his cell phone and sent a few short messages to his parents, relatives, and friends. He also informed his 3 younger cousins, getting them to watch the show. This was different from a radio station. It was a television station. It was Zhang Ye's brand new step onto a bigger stage. The empty fort strategy. It doesn't exist at all. The great gushing Yangtze with piling waves flows towards the east. Away it carries gallant souls of the remote bygone days. The program was done broadcasting as the advertisements rolled in. Immediately, Xiao Lu, Da Fei and company applauded in the office. The applause was all dedicated to Zhang Ye. Hu Fei got up and left. One could tell that he was not very sure either. I'll go get the rating. It will be out so early? Xiao Lu was surprised. Hu Fei said, the result calculated at this moment is just a preliminary estimate of the rating. It is not accurate, but it isn't that much different from the actual rating. It won't deviate too greatly. Hu Fei left. The few of them were left anxiously waiting. Hogu raised the spirits as he said, it should not be a problem. Teacher Little Zhang did a very good job. What we are afraid is that single mishap. What if the audience doesn't like it? Xiao Lu said as she worried about the gains and the losses. Da Fei asked, what are your estimations? I'm estimating about 2%. The first episode has such a high rating? That's not realistic, right? Ho Di said, I'm estimating 1.5%. Xiao Lu said, anyway, we just need 1% to keep the program. I would be satisfied with it. As they chatted, Zhang Ye did not say a word. He was actually more concerned with the viewership rating than anyone else. As every number and every result in the television station would become a foundation of Zhang Ye's qualifications and achievements. So naturally, he took it very seriously. He clearly would not work in the television station for the rest of his life, nor would he do a program for the rest of his life. He had to go to higher places to develop himself. Now, lecture room was a historical educative segment. Be it the host or the lecturer, one's looks were not very important. What was most important was a person's knowledge and ability to orate. There was no doubt that this was the best place Zhang Ye could be. It was the best place for him to develop. As long as he built a good foundation for himself and created good results, then it would pave a solid path into the core of the entertainment industry. That was a place where things were ruthless. Zhang Ye could not rely on his looks the way others could. He had to rely on his qualifications and skills. Rating? Let's hope it's higher. Just as everyone was worrying, Hu Fei returned. Brother Hu, how was it? What was the rough estimate? Did it pass 1? Everyone kept asking. Zhang Ye's heart also missed a beat upon seeing Hu Fei's expression. At this moment, Hu Fei's expression was sunken. His emotions did not seem good. As he heard them, Hu Fei inattentively slumped into his seat and remained silent for a long while. Xiao Lu was alarmed. It did not hit 1%. Da Fei inhaled. Our program is going to be axed? Or it needs to change a person? However, who knew the Hu Fei, who was sullen-looking, suddenly lost that heaviness as he erupted into laughter. The initial estimate of the rating is 7.8%. Our program is hot, and it is extremely hot. The arts channel's leaders, the television station's leaders, and other segment teams were dumbfounded when they saw the results. None of them could believe it. Ha ha ha. Chapter 135. Extreme Validation from Peking University's Professor. 7.8%. Holy sh*t. It broke 7. This is too amazing. Brother Hu, are you bluffing us? That's right, I thought we were done for when you came in with your face sullen. Everyone in the office was in jubilation. Xiao Lu threw all the documents in her hands into the air. She was unable to contain her joy and kept screaming. Zhang Ye was also scared by Hu Fei's earlier behavior. When he knew the real rating, he gave a sigh of relief. He knew it. This was the well-known lecture room, and he had presented an exact reproduction of Yi Zhongtian's version of the show. How would it then receive a rating of less than 1%? It was all because of Hu Fei's antics that scared them. Who would have expected Brother Hu to have such a side to him? But with some thought, Hu Fei was also too excited, so he decided to play a trick on them. Da Fei said, Teacher Zhang, congratulations. Xiao Lu had come back to her senses now. Right. Teacher Zhang, in the future we have to add another title to your introduction. Famous program host. 7-point-something%. That is at least second place in our arts channel's more than 20 years of program listings. Even if we were to include all of the programs that were ever shown from this television station, this would definitely be in the top 15 to 20 places. This is really too awesome, Hogu said with amazement. Zhang Ye quickly replied, It's all because of Brother Hu's good leadership. It's everyone's credit and also our team's contributions. I am not capable of all that by myself. Hu Fei laughed and pointed at him. Don't act all humble. Xiao Lu giggled. Leader, are we getting a treat tonight? Treat? Of course there will be a treat. Hu Fei announced. During tonight's celebration feast, everyone has to be present. Oh, that's great. Xiao Lu cheered. I want to have big prawns. Little Qinshan also raised her head and said, I want to eat hairy crabs. Zhang Ye smacked her head. You want a part in everything. Her. Qinshan threw her tantrum and said, Zhang Ye, you did not wash your hands. Don't touch my head. Everyone was amused by the little one. After that, Hu Fei cautioned, Teacher Zhang, Sunday's program recording is scheduled after this at 5 p.m. Please get ready your script. Oh, right. I forgot that you don't need those. Her. Then maybe you can do some conceptualization for the second episode, the real Chow Chow. The others can go and freshen up, but don't let it drag back your work. After the celebrations, get back to work in the afternoon. Make the most of the weekend. Let's go towards a rating of 8%. We will bring Lecture Room to the top of the arts channel with the highest ratings. We will show those who doubt us what we can do. Is everyone confident? We are confident. That's for sure. Haha. With Teacher Zhang Ye, who can scare us? Everyone was giving their opinions and thoughts. They were full of fighting spirit. When they first arrived at the station, not many people expected things from the motley crew of those who dabbled in TV drama and journalism. Even for the program itself, many of those from other programs were not optimistic about it. Historical segment? Scientific segment. They felt that there was no market for this. Those who had talked behind Hu Fei's back were now proven wrong by their team's vision and working ability. A rating of 7.8%. Who would now dare to gossip about them anymore? Those who did were probably now still in a state of shock. Afternoon. Zhang Yi signaled from his seat. Qinshan, come over. Qinshan came over from Da Fei's side with a cell phone. She was playing with it and then looked up and asked, What? Don't make trouble at Uncle Da Fei's side. Come over here. Don't be further than 2 meters from me. Zhang Yi insisted that she come over. This child was different from other children. She wasn't so straightforward to handle. Zhang Yi thought that it would be better if she was in his sight. Otherwise, if something were to happen, he couldn't possibly answer to Rao I mean. I will give you half my seat. You can play here. If you want to do something else, tell me. If you need the toilet, ask Sister Xiao Lu to bring you. Qinshan rolled her eyes. I'm not unable to take care of myself. Zhang Yi gave half his seat and sat her down. He went online to check on the comments. This was part of his job. He would take in suggestions from everyone. Upon looking, he saw the attention that he had gathered. Zhang Yi went to the TV station. D*MN, why did this guy become a lecturer? Yeah, does he have the qualifications? Isn't he just a university graduate? And he's a broadcast major graduate, too, right? This doesn't match up. He's not a learner of history. One look and I know that you all have not watched Lecture Room. You watched it? How was it? It must have been a mess, right? A mess, my guess. You don't even know how good it was to watch it. Yes. My dad dragged me to watch it. It was so intriguing to watch. This Zhang Yi spoke too well. It seems like you guys are saying he is very famous? I have really never heard of him. I need to check the internet. Otherwise, I will be behind the times. This talk about the 3 kingdoms is really too godly. Is that so? Why do I feel that it is just normal? Everyone had all kinds of opinions, but the number of those who praised it was in the majority. Of course, the doubtful voices were also catching up. This Zhang Yi, what does he know about the 3 kingdoms? Zhuge Liang was not a military genius? What the heck? He dares to insult my idol. The empty fort strategy does not exist? Ha. What a joke. Borrowing the east wind was a historical event, right? How could it not exist? To find someone who doesn't know a *T about the 3 kingdoms to speak about it? What is wrong with the television station? That's right. With this kind of standard, he can appear on TV? With those kind of looks, he can appear on TV? I am laughing. All right, I will admit that. Zhang Yi can write poetry well. In Beijing, the number of writers and authors who dare say that they can write better poetry than him can be easily counted. That lyrics to Remembering Your Charm, Remembrance of the Tale of the Crimson Cliff, and Shuidiaogao can be considered as incomparable. Zhang has such capabilities, and no one can question that. But to speak about history, he is far from it. But just as these people were scolding, suddenly, a Weibo verified account belonging to a Peking University history professor commented. He presented today's analysis of the three kingdoms, examples cited by Zhang Ye in its original form, and said, "It's true that there are too many people in our country these days who do not know enough about the three kingdoms' history, but they write books and appear on TV to speak about it. This is getting too common, and it is also our history world sadness. But I must tell everyone that the kind of person that you guys are discussing about is not Zhang Ye. With just the first episode's lyrics to Remembering Your Charm, Remembrance of the Tale of the Crimson Cliff, I also have to address Zhang Ye as Teacher Zhang. History professor? That is a professor of Peking University. Let's not talk first. We should listen to what the professor has to say." Finally, someone from the field with authority has spoken. The netizens on Weibo had also quietened down. The history professor said, "I can tell everyone that, as a history professor, what Teacher Zhang Ye has said can be fully backed by facts, records, and has good historical logic. Of course, some of that is Teacher Zhang Ye's personal opinions. I will not comment on those. But since this is a discussion, everyone has their own thoughts. They can add their opinions and analysis into it. A little deviation is normal. But even so, the deviation cannot be too much. Like the empty fort strategy and borrowing the east wind, these are not recorded in history. In fact, many history experts and I share the same analysis as Teacher Zhang Ye. These two events did not exist. Even if they did, they couldn't be so exaggerated, nor could they have happened because of Zhuge Liang. This is totally cooking up facts or embellishment, but it is not the true history. Zhuge Liang is also not a military genius. At most, you can say that he was a military practitioner. Zhuge Liang can also be called a political genius, but his true achievements were not with the military. Below, a lot of people immediately liked the comment and followed it. Within them, there were a number of history scholars, including the Peking University professor's colleagues, his students, and postdocs. Even other universities' professors began to start commenting to argue for Zhang Ye, to let this historical truth dawn upon the mass audiences. What? There was really no empty fort strategy? K. Zhang Ye was the one who spoke the truth? Those other lecturers were the ones who were bullshit **ing. I've been enlightened. I nearly scolded the wrong person. That's not right. I recall that there was a professor on the scene during the program's recording. He was even given a shot. I know him. That person went on Central TV before. He had doubted Zhang Ye. The Peking University's professor clearly knew Ma Hongyuan. You are talking about Ma Hongyuan, right? I also saw him. However, you have to know that Professor Ma is an elite in the realm of literature. But if you want to talk about his research and contribution to the realm of history, sorry, but he doesn't exist in our history circles. He was probably long aware of Ma Hongyuan's spread of misinformation about the three kingdoms, so he was not pleased with him. Hence, his tone was not very polite. So that's the case. **T. That means this Zhang Ye is so good? No way. I must watch the next episode. Are there tickets to the live recording? My dad loves this new segment so much. I want to get a ticket for my dad to let him watch it live and also see with his own eyes Teacher Zhang Ye's awesomeness. Public opinion quickly changed. Not many people doubted Zhang Ye anymore. With so many history professors and scholars affirming it, who could say a thing? Finally, that Peking University professor and a few history professors recommended lecture room. I had not thought of the subject for my upcoming lesson for graduate students, but now I have thought of it. I will get them to do a thorough analysis of Zhang Ye's analysis of the three kingdoms. This is a good program. This is a program with real history mixed in with Zhang Ye's personal views that agree with historical reasoning. If I have a chance, I really want to have an exchange with Teacher Zhang Ye, face to face. I will watch every episode in the future. Upon seeing this, Zhang Ye quickly replied, "Professor, you are too kind. There's no exchange to speak of. I should be the one learning from you." The Peking University history professor said, "You are being humble, Teacher Zhang. Just with your historical standard and lecturing ability, even in Tsinghua or Peking University, you will at the minimum obtain a title of associate professor." Associate professor? Man, I can even be an associate professor? But why was that impossible? Zhang Ye recalled that there were several famous hosts in his world who went to universities to become associate professors to lecture after quitting their jobs. Some of them even took hosting as a sideline, while they had an internal position in the university. This direction into academia was not bad. Zhang Ye was slightly tempted, but he knew that the professor was just making a remark. He did not have the credentials yet. He had to prove himself. Teacher Zhang is impressive. Teacher Zhang Ye, I love you. I have 3 televisions at home. Every lecture room episode in the future, I'll turn on all 3 televisions. Well, but it seems that the television station ratings are calculated through sampling statistics. 3 televisions would probably be of no use. I don't really like the 3 Kingdoms, nor did I read the novel. But as long as it's Teacher Zhang's work or segment, I will unconditionally support it. Because of that line, the river and mountains today's landscapes paint, where once there were many courageous and heroic men. I have become Teacher Zhang's hardcore fan. Well said. Every one of Teacher Zhang Ye's poems are so classic. It was too fast when shown on TV, so I didn't see it clearly. I'm hoping that Teacher Zhang Ye will post the original text. With the doubts ending, what was left were the cheers from Zhang Ye's fans. Zhang Ye responded to his fans' request. He posted, lyrics to Remembering Your Charm, remembrance of the tale of the Crimson Cliff. Immediately, everyone began to forward it and like it. Furthermore, all of the comments were full of praise, drowning out everything else. Initially, people were unsure or did not understand Zhang Ye's analysis of the 3 Kingdoms, so there were many criticisms and doubts. But with this poem, not a single person issued a statement criticizing it. This poem was too good. The romance, warring, and the appearance of heroes in the era of the 3 Kingdoms was vividly embodied in this piece. Many people even believe that amongst all the poems on the 3 Kingdoms, this poem was the best, and that there was nothing that could compare. Chapter 136. The difficulty of getting one live ticket. 4 o'clock. 2 hours after the program was broadcasted, the reactions and reviews online became more and more heated. The discussions and praises kept coming in. Some areas outside of Beijing, like Hebei province or the northeastern provinces, were not able to receive the broadcast of BTV, Arts channel, but they got curious and, with the trending news of it, went ahead to search for online videos and watched Lecture Room's first episode on streaming websites. The program was going viral. It was really viral. Shortly after, a few people suddenly loitered around outside Hu Fei's team's office. A 30-something-year-old woman and 2 youths looked in and said, "Excuse me, is this the office of Lecture Room?" Xiao Lu, who was the closest to them, replied, "Yes." "Who are you looking for?" The woman said, "It's like this. We are from BTV, Sports Channel, and are your fellow colleagues. I would like to ask if there are any tickets to today's recording for Lecture Room." Xiao Lu looked at Hu Fei, "Leader? There are. Besides the ones we distributed, we still have about 50 tickets left." Hu Fei opened the drawer and generously passed the tickets to Xiao Lu. "I had nearly forgotten about them. Please distribute them as you like." Her. Xiao Lu gave them 3 tickets. The woman said, "Thank you so much. If there's any competition, as long as it's sports-related, we will definitely have some tickets. Just look for us." Xiao Lu smiled. "It's fine. We are all colleagues." Ring, ring, ring. Suddenly, Ho Ji's phone rang. Ho Go answered, "Hello. Old son. I'm busy right now. It's almost recording time. I will call you back tonight." The caller seemed to be someone from the television station. "Don't hang up. First, help me get a few tickets for Lecture Room. I have a few friends who like the show very much. Since they know I work here, they are insisting that I help get tickets for them. My goddess is one of them. Old bro, you need to help me out here. My happiness depends on you. I will come upstairs to look for you later." That's set, so leave me 3 tickets at least. Hogo was speechless and hung up. Outside, there was someone again. "Is Dafei around?" Dafei looked up. "Yo? Isn't that Science Channel's Brother Wu?" That Brother Wu smiled. "Dafei, my dad and mom would like to attend the live recording of Lecture Room. I heard you started around 5 to 6 p.m.? Let me have 2 tickets then." Dafei generously agreed. "Sure. If Uncle and Annie wants to watch, it won't be problem." Wave after wave, people came to ask for tickets. Some were for themselves, and some were for friends. There were even people asking for their parents and relatives. In the blink of an eye, their 50 tickets became less than 40 tickets. It was decreasing rapidly, but the number of people who came to ask for tickets kept increasing. "Oh good, give me a ticket." "Brother Fei, are there still any tickets?" "Just one will do." "Sister Xiao Lu, please just give me one. My friend really wants to come." If I don't get one for him, how can I show my face? Xiaolu did not know whether to laugh or to cry. But I don't have any. Help me to find one, please. Thank you. Oh, all right then. Teacher Zhang, can you give me 2 of your tickets? Xiaolu could only turn to Zhang Ye for help. The 50 tickets from before were already handed out to the team earlier. Zhang Ye had received 10 tickets himself. Since he did not know many people in the station, he handed them to Xiaolu. Take them. This afternoon, Hu Fei's program team had become highly sought after. It was difficult to get a hold of a ticket from them. Later on, the people from the advertising section who knew Zhang Ye from before also wanted some tickets. But Zhang Ye had none left. He was practically empty. Xiaolu wiped off her sweat. So our program, is this popular? Hogu also said tiredly. Whoever comes next, I won't be able to give any more tickets to. I'm out of tickets, too. Hodi seemed to enjoy the attention. He said, when we are going around next time, we can puff our chests out and be proud. Let's see who dares say our program cannot make it. Zhang Ye laughed. Suddenly, he looked around. Where's Chun-Chun? Xiaolu also helped to look around. I don't see her around. Where did she go? She couldn't have gotten lost, right? Hogu happily said. Can you even lose that little one? Anyone can be lost, but she will never be lost. She's got the street smarts. I've never seen a kid as smart as her. As he was saying that, Chun-Chun came back holding a can of cold Coke, walking and happily slurping her drink. She even gave a delightful burp. Zhang Ye stared at her. Where did you go to? I told you not to wander around. Chun-Chun put out her hand and said commandingly, Zhang Ye, give me a live ticket. Zhang Ye was stunned. I will bring you in later. You don't need a ticket. Why would you need one? Chun-Chun pointed outside towards the door. That auntie bought me Coke. I promised her a ticket. Zhang Ye smacked his forehead. He had been utterly defeated by the little imp. She even knew how to take bribes now. He had to give Chun-Chun the last ticket in his hand. Chun-Chun took it to the auntie. She said before leaving, Thank you, lovely baby. Teacher Zhang, thank you too. Hogu was very excited. Look, you guys, even the kid has been activated. This shows how popular our program is. They are crazy for it. Hu Fei laughed. All right, we should get to the studio earlier. Hogu said excitedly. Right, we should work hard on today's recording, too. Usually the first episode's ratings are higher. After all, it was a new program. It's more refreshing, and audiences watch it with hopes that it will be different. But from the second episode onwards, the quality really matters. If it's not a good program or does not hold up to expectations, the ratings would drop by a lot. We have to do better in this episode than the last one. Dafei gave to Zhang Ye a bottle of mineral water. Teacher Zhang, it's all yours. Leave it to me. Zhang Ye took a sip before leading Chun-Chun by her hand to the recording studio. The recording was starting soon. The audience had gradually entered the set. Zhang Ye was testing the microphone on stage when he noticed a few people walking in. They were the arts channel's several leaders, including the director, Wang Shuixin. He had actually come to observe the recording. Hu Fei went forward to welcome him. Director. Wang Shuixin sat down with the others and said, Carry on, old Hu. We are here today as audience members. We just want to have a look. You don't need to be bothered by us. Hu Fei was not bothered. Okay, then we will do our work. Today, there were many colleagues from the television station. They took up a fifth of the seats in the studio. Some of them really liked the program, while the others were instructed by the leaders to observe and learn. After all, the preliminary rating for Lecture Room was too surprising. The first episode hit 7.8%. With such success, there was definitely something worth learning here. There were many people. So many pairs of eyes. These included the colleagues of the television station and their leaders. Zhang Ye could feel a little pressure, but it wasn't much. It did not affect him too much, because he had the mental strength and he was never afraid of being on stage. It was almost time. Zhang Ye went to the camera and pulled Chun-Chun, who was curiously listening to what the cameraman was saying, to the audience seats. He carried her up, placed her on a chair, and instructed her, sit still. When Uncle is recording, don't move or run around. Understood. Chun-Chun impatiently nodded. Understood. This child. Sometimes, she made people worried. But most times, she was the most reassuring child, because little Chun-Chun was different from children her age. She was more mature and knew how to behave, even if you didn't tell her. Zhang Ye went onto the stage, assured. Hu Fei said, Teacher Zhang, are you ready? Zhang Ye habitually signaled a number 1 with his finger. This was a habit from the days of being a radio host at the radio station. It was a way of communication to say it was time for a recording or live broadcast in the radio station. All right, everyone on cue. 3, 2, 1, start. Zhang Ye was very professional. After all, he was a graduate from the broadcast major. He had no expression at first, but once the cameras started rolling, his face wore a big smile. Hello, everyone. Welcome to today's lecture room. I am Zhang Ye. Last episode, I read a melody poem for everyone. It was very well received, especially the part, with humor, he helped see to that the masts and skulls of Wei's navy go up in smoke and ashes turn into, that had received many positive remarks. It highlighted Zhou Yu's coolness. Yes, actually many of the quotes from any literary person are unreliable. A few people smiled. Zhang Ye was self-deprecating about his words and said, with humor he helped see to that the masts and skulls of Wei's navy go up in smoke and ashes turn into. This was a little exaggerated. He wasn't that cool. It's only my artistic polishing that made him so. Likewise, Cao Cao had also been artistically polished into a more complex character. Today, we will be speaking about him. When we mention Cao Cao, there are at least 3 perceptions of him. First, as a hero. Second, as an arch-careerist. Third, as a traitor. So, which one was the most accurate depiction of him? Which was the most accurate? Cao Cao was definitely a traitor or an arch-careerist. Were there still any doubts? Zhang Ye's question had piqued the curiosity of everyone. They were wondering what Zhang Ye would say now. Zhang Ye continued on. People say that Cao Cao was wicked. A lot of people do not like him. During the times of Northern Song, Cao Cao was already an unpopular person. So why was he unpopular? Everyone knew that Cao Cao had famously said this before. I'd rather do wrong to others than have others do wrong on me. Well, what did this mean? This was simply saying that he would rather be the one doing wrong to everyone than to have anyone do any wrong to him. To have it said this person must have been really wicked. That was why people hated Cao Cao. Now, let us clear this up as to whether this was the truth. The audience stirred. What? How can that not be the truth? F***K. Yesterday you had just vindicated Zhou Yu, then took off Zhuge Liang's halo. Today you want to vindicate Cao Cao too? But Cao Cao's case has already been judged. How can there still be disputes? Those words were said by him. If he could have said it, how could he have been a good person? Wang Shuixin frowned. He hated Cao Cao very much too. A lot of colleagues from the television station also looked at each other, waiting for Zhang Ye to continue on. Zhang Ye said, on this matter, there are some contradictions in the records of history books. It was likely due to Dong Zhuo's persecution that led to Cao Cao fleeing from the capital. While fleeing, he came across an old friend's house. This old friend was called Liu Bosch, and he was involved in the tragedy when Cao Cao killed him and his family. There are 3 versions of this incident. The first one was, after saying that, Zhang Ye analyzed. Actually, Cao Cao did not mean to kill them or had killed them wrongly. When they died, Cao Cao was very sad, too. Sigh, what's done is done, saying he'd rather do wrong to others than have others do wrong on him. So let us look at the situational analysis of this. Cao Cao likely said this as a form of self-comfort, to put the blame on himself for the mistake he had made. But when it was presented in Romance of the 3 Kingdoms, he said that with a sense of self-righteousness. In fact, Cao Cao's original words were not as everyone had known it. Oh, what were his actual words? It's not this. Really not. Zhang Ye slowly explained. Cao Cao's original words were, I'd rather have done wrong than have others be wronged. But this was changed in Romance of the 3 Kingdoms, where he was implied to be self-centered. This would have made the difference. Cao Cao said those words for that particular situation. Since they were dead, nothing could be done to make up for it. He could only admit that he was in the wrong, rather than let them die under the guise that he was right to kill them. This showed a certain kindness in him. Therefore, from this matter, it could be said that most people's impressions of him are questionable. Moving on to the tolerance of Cao Cao. Cao Cao's will was written as such. So I believe that the evaluation of Cao Cao's should be summed up in these 3 words. A lovable arch-careerist. Why a lovable arch-careerist, though? Please stay tuned to the next episode, The Mystery of the Arch-Careerist. Zhang Ye finished with a bow. At this moment, everyone erupted into applause. It was the same reaction as the first episode. This time, all the audience had also stood up. BBA, 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 BBA. The applause was all for Zhang Ye. What a cute, lovable arch-careerist. So Cao Cao was actually not as they had known him to be. This condemned traitor had such a side to him. Everyone were hooked on, listening to the lecture. A few of the audience members rushed up to Zhang Ye for autographs when the recording was done. They liked his program very much and were very impressed by Zhang Ye's knowledge. Chapter 137, Meeting Thieves in Crime. At night, Hu Fei brought everyone out for the celebration feast. There was a newsstand on the way. Xiao Lu said, "I'm going to buy some newspapers." "Buy a few more." Hu Fei laughed. "The relevant papers should have it." "Okay, but leader, you will need to let me do a claim for those." Xiao Lu giggled and joked around. Hu Fei laughingly said, "It's only $1 each. You are so stingy." "Fine, I will submit a claim." After the papers were brought over, Zhang Ye also took some of them and brought Chunxun to the restaurant, which Hu Fei had booked. Sitting in the hall, he started flipping through them. Sure enough, the reports were out. A mind-changing analysis of the three kingdoms. Lecture room ignites the studies of national history. BTV, new arts program. Record-breaking rating creates a new miracle in historical programs. Lecture room. Why did it become so popular? Watch the series and be brought into Zhang Ye's world of the three kingdoms. Zhang Ye, a miracle man at every stage, from being a radio host to a supernatural author to a fairy tale writer to an advertising creative to a television lecturer. See Zhang Ye's route of success. Many of the Beijing newspapers mentioned his new program. One of them had even chronologically listed out his achievements. What a great success! Hogo praised. Dafei smiled. Teacher Zhang, this time you are famous in Beijing again. Zhang Yi dismissed it. That's not true. With my image, no one would remember me. Just as he said that, a middle-aged couple, who were having lunch in the same hall, suddenly pointed at Zhang Yi. They stood up and walked over. "Are you Teacher Zhang?" Zhang Yi acknowledged. "That's me." The woman said happily. "Oh, it's really you. I told you he looked like him," her husband said. "Teacher Little Zhang, we watched your program. It is really good. Everything on TV these days are variety programs. They are either pranking or singing. I'm so bored of them. There's no depth to them at all. I still prefer lecture room. You are too humorous and made us laugh. The suspense is good, too. It especially hooks us in. Moreover, the program is really good for knowledge. I've learned a lot and have a deeper understanding of history now. This is what I call a good program. Even though those variety programs have good ratings, but what's the use of them? They don't even compare to lecture rooms." Zhang Yi quickly replied, "Thank you. It's all thanks to your support. It's because of everyone that my program could achieve such a result." The woman suggested, "Could we have a picture together?" Zhang Yi smiled. "Of course. No problem," and stood up. Xiao Lu volunteered. "Let me help you take the photo." She took the digital camera from the woman. She snapped 2 photos for them. The couple walked away satisfied. Ho Di said, "Look at the popularity of our teacher Zhang." Zhang Yi had not expected this. This was the first time that he had been recognized outside. At Qinshin's school, he did have some fans who wanted his autograph, but that was after Zhang Yi mentioned who he was. They did not recognize him first. It could be said that TV was the best form of promotional media. It was where you could become famous most easily. Look, he had been with the radio station for so long, had written so many poems and fairy tales, and yet he remained an unknown. But now, just after one episode of Lecture Room, people could recognize him. There would still be more episodes broadcasted in the near future. His popularity would definitely keep rising. Yes, even if the broadcast area was kept within Beijing, and even if his popularity would be confined to the city's audiences, but that would be considered quite a success. The dishes were served. The steaming hot crabs were being served at the table. "Chunxun, this was ordered by you. Eat up." Xiao Lu took some to put on her dish. But Chunxun was looking for something. She finally found a pen and a notebook and looked at Zhang Yi with her big eyes. "Zhang Yi, sign this for me." Zhang Yi was a little surprised. Did the sun rise up from the west today? Chunxun urged him, "Help me to sign a few more. I will give it to my teachers when I go back to school. This way, even if I don't do my homework, they won't scold me." Zhang Yi nearly fainted. "Was this your motive all along? Then I won't sign it." Chunxun used her small hands to push him. "Sign it, sign it." Everyone was tickled funny by Chun-Chin. Your Uncle Zhang does not have so much charm to do that. Chun-Chin pursed her lips and said, he has. One of my female teachers is his hardcore fan. My form teacher is, too. Female teacher? Ho-Gu said jealously. Sigh? Sigh. When will I have treatment like this? After dinner, everyone headed home after having a good time. Zhang Ye drove home with Chun-Chin to Jiaomen. When they arrived, Chun-Chin had already fallen asleep. Zhang Ye parked the car and tried to wake her up, but she stayed sound asleep. It had been a long day for the child. She had been following him all around the television station, all day long. Zhang Ye undid the seatbelt and carried her in his arms. She was quite heavy. He turned around and went into the lift to go upstairs. Dong, 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 dong. Landlady auntie? Zhang Ye shouted from outside the door. It was almost 9 p.m. There was no sound in the house. Was Rao still not home? The shout had woken little Chun-Chin. She rubbed her eyes cutely. Zhang Ye, I want to sleep. I know, but I think your aunt is not home. Zhang Ye continued knocking. Suddenly, there was a sound of a small movement coming from inside the house. Squeak. Then came another sound. Ding dang. The noise was not loud, but both Zhang Ye and Chun-Chin heard it. There's someone inside. Zhang Ye was stunned. Chun-Chin said, there's a burglar. A burglar. Zhang Ye's expression changed. Maybe landlady Annie might be at home? Did she get tied up by the burglar? Upon hearing, Chun-Chin said, that's not possible. My aunt is very skilled at kung fu. In this whole world, less than 20 people can beat her. Zhang Ye said, are you exaggerating? Chun-Chin glanced at him. It's up to you to believe it or not. Zhang Ye knocked on the door again, but there was no answer. Chun-Chin nervously pulled him. Zhang Ye, quickly get inside. Quickly. How can I get inside? I don't have the key. Zhang Ye was also getting worried. He didn't believe Chun-Chin's words. Even though the landlady Annie knew some kung fu, she was probably an amateur. Besides, she was a woman. What if the burglar had a knife? No way. I need to get in. Zhang Ye looked left and right. Along the hallway was a house with some construction materials outside the door. Inside, there were some PVC boards, the kinds that were used as a roof for the kitchen and bathroom. Zhang Ye quickly walked over and bent down to pick up a piece and broke off one end of it. Then he walked back to the landlady's door and took out an earpick that was chained to his keys. He inserted the earpick in and adjusted the PVC board. With a twist and a push, the lock moved along with the earpick. Chun-Chin asked curiously, what are you doing? Opening the door, Zhang Ye said. Gotcha. The door was unlocked the next moment. Chun-Chin wore an expression of shock. She was dumbfounded. This was the skills book he had gained from the last draw at the lottery. For items, he still had 2 saves and a lucky bread. As for the skills category, he had eaten 10 Taekwondo experience books, while he had eaten 7 calligraphy experience books. Finally, he had eaten the least with lock-picking experience books, with the number at 2. However, in a small and simple district, even 2 skill experience books were enough for Zhang Ye. He did not need to think much, as the scenes of how to pick the lock appeared in his brain. There were at least 5 to 6 methods that could easily allow him to open Rao Min's door. Zhang Ye threw the keys to his own house to her. Go to my house. It's dangerous here. Chun-Chin didn't want to do it. I'm not going. I also know kung fu. My mom and aunt taught me the 8 trigrams palm since I was 2. Zhang Ye suspiciously said, 8 trigrams palm? Then I know Taiji. Chun-Chin argued. I really know it. My aunt is the 8 trigrams palms number. Zhang Ye called 110 and threw the phone to her. Quickly report to the police. I know that you are smart and know how to tell them. Quickly go. He had become serious with her because he was worried that something had happened to Rao in the house. He had to get inside immediately, but he couldn't possibly bring the child in with him. Chun-Chin could only hold the phone and move further away. Hello? Policeman uncle? There's a burglar at my house. With the little one gone, Zhang Ye didn't have any second thoughts. He suppressed his emotions and walked into the house. He looked around and took the broom from the shoe cabinet beside the door. With the broom in hand, he slowly and carefully walked further into the house. After just 2 steps, 2 shadows appeared. It was already dark and the house was unlit. He could only see that there were 2 men. They were not too old. They were in their 20s. Shua? There was a beam that flashed. It was a knife. Each of them had a knife. The moonlight was reflected by the blade onto Zhang Ye's face. He saw it clearly, and his face went pale. Holy sh*t. There really were thieves. I'm finished. This bro is done for today. However, Zhang Ye did not take a step back and instead moved forward and bolstered his courage. How dare you rob a private residence under broad daylight? Are you looking for death? A thief immediately decided. Kill him. All right, said the other thief. Zhang Ye flustered. I'm telling you, don't come over. I know kung fu. Stay away from me. If you come closer, my internal energies will injure you with vibrations. The two thieves. Zhang Ye carried on. What happened to the big sis in the house? What did you do to her? A thief said, what big sis? Zhang Ye was relieved when he heard that. They did not know? The landlady, Andy, wasn't home? Then that was great. Cut the crap with him. Attack. Let's quickly leave after killing him. One of the thieves was clearly the leader. Zhang Ye swung the broom in his hand in a flustered manner. Don't come over. I'm telling you not to come over. I can really injure you. You haven't seen my prowess. I don't usually fight, but when I do, people will die. This rascal was a broadcasting professional. All his skills used his mouth. Chapter 138. Zhang Ye shows his prowess. Even talking about killing now? And even internal energies? You even know kung fu? The two thieves looked at Zhang Ye and his physique and immediately realized that this was a guy who wouldn't have passed physical education in primary school. Looking at his weapon, a broom, made them even less worried. How could they be afraid of him? The two of them went up against him at that point. Zhang Ye readied the broom once more, ready to start the fight with the thieves. The taller thief attacked first with a few slashes of the knife. Zhang Ye was scared *less, but at least he was somewhat capable. While brandishing the broom, he could ward them off at a distance of 1 meter. They could not approach. However, the thieves were not dumb. How much offensive power could a broom have? A thief decided to move forward and ignored the 2 hits of Zhang Ye's broom. It was not especially painful. He wanted to get into close combat, with Zhang Ye as the shiny sword stabbed over. Zhang Ye threw the broom down. As he was out of options, the 2 thieves sneered and began to approach. It was unknown when Chun-Chin suddenly appeared behind him. Zhang Ye. Zhang Ye was worried. The damn kid. What are you doing here? Quickly go. Hurry. He could tell that the 2 were really capable of killing. As Zhang Ye had seen their faces, now with Chun-Chin here, Zhang Ye could no longer run. As long as he retreated, Chun-Chin would definitely be caught. No one leaves. Kill the both of them. The 2 thieves turned aggressive. Chun-Chin was, after all, just a child. She did not even run and just stood rooted to the spot. Zhang Ye was truly angered at this moment. In his opinion, it was all right to slash at him, but for them to do it to a child? They even wanted to slash at a child? F***k your grandpa. In that instant, Zhang Ye was no longer flustered. His heart was filled with angry emotions. Let's risk it. Who gives a**k who your mother is? Without the broom, Zhang Ye's hands were empty, but he still charged forward at the 2 thieves. The shorter thief lifted the knife above his head and slashed at Zhang Ye's head. At this second, a movement suddenly appeared in Zhang Ye's mind. It was as if he had long learned this movement and had honed it 1,000 times. Without any thought, he lifted his leg and very accurately kicked the knife in the short thief's hand. And like a conditional reflex, Zhang Ye moved his body to the side and lifted his right leg and used a very precise taekwondo side kick, hitting the thief's stomach. Smash! The thief fell backwards in shock. The other tall thief was surprised as he quickly stabbed his knife at Zhang Ye. Zhang Ye's body slanted and evaded it as much as he could, but his arm was still grazed by the knife, causing blood to flow out. The tall thief kept his momentum as he stabbed at Zhang Ye a few more times. He was also new to this, so his stabbing was not very accurate. Zhang Ye dodged 3 times consecutively, and his anger flared once again. Phew! As he sent a straight kick, he kicked the knife out of the second thief's hand. Instead of retreating, Zhang Ye charged forward. He kicked the tall thief's crotch fiercely and heard a terrible cry from him. However, Zhang Ye did not seem to stop. With a turn of his head, he moved his thigh and did a complete roundhouse kick from Taekwondo, hitting straight at the person's chest. Smash! The second thief was sent flying backwards. At this point, not only were the 2 thieves stunned, even Zhang Ye himself was dumbfounded. Holy **t. I am really an expert. Who knew that this bro was so powerful? Who knew that the 10 Taekwondo experience books were so useful? Zhang Ye immediately felt inflated and felt awesome. As he cursed, he began stamping the two thieves on the ground. He did not give them have a chance to recover. What did I say? What did I say? I told you that I knew Kung Fu. And you guys didn't believe? Your dog eyes are blind. Now do you know? I already said I did not dare attack because I feared for your lives. And you still force me. Smash. Pung. One stomp after another. Zhang Ye felt a high from it. Hero, spare us. Io. We failed to recognize a great person like yourself. Please stop beating us. Please stop beating us. The two thieves began pleading. At this moment, many neighbors were startled. The sirens of police cars were heard downstairs. 5 to 6 policemen had arrived. Where are the thieves? Where are they? 2 policemen even came with guns. Zhang Ye also stopped his beating. Comrade policeman, here they are. I have subdued the criminals. The policemen also saw the 2 knives in the house and were surprised. They were using knives, and you managed to subdue the 2 of them alone. A young policeman was suddenly stunned. You are that one on the television. Zhang Ye. You are teacher Zhang Ye. Zhang Ye smiled. That's me. Chen shouted. Zhang Ye. Blood. Zhang Ye waved his hand. It's no matter. I'm all right. But when he looked down at the wound left behind by the criminals, he wobbled and immediately collapsed and leaned on the door frame, crying out, I can't take it anymore. I can't take it. The policemen were speechless. It's fine. It's just a small wound. A neighbor also said, there's not that much blood. The policeman, who recognized Zhang Ye, said, should we call an ambulance? Zhang Ye screamed like he was a pig being slaughtered. Hurry and call the ambulance. Hurry. Suddenly, Rao Aimin's figure appeared along the corridor. What happened? Chen rushed at her aunt and grabbed her waist upon seeing her aunt back. Aunt. Thieves came to our house. Zhang Ye was injured. Rao Aimin's face sunk. What about you? Were you injured? Chen said, I'm fine. Zhang Ye was protecting me all this while. A female neighbor said, I saw it when I came out. Little Zhang sure was good. In the beginning, he was unable to defeat the criminals, but once he saw that they were slashing at Chen, little Zhang was angered and charged at them without any regard. Finally, he used a few kicks to defeat the 2 thieves. Little Rao, your tenant sure is good. The auntie gave a thumbs up. If it were anyone else, they would have long fled. When the policemen and neighbors heard this, they felt respect for Zhang Ye. The only regret was that Zhang Ye did not look anything like a big hero at this moment. The entire corridor was filled with his screams as he covered his arm. Is the ambulance here? Is the ambulance here? Everyone. A policeman asked Rao Aimin, are you the landlady? Rao Aimin ignored him and walked straight towards Zhang Ye. Let me take a look. Grabbing his arm, she pressed an acupuncture point on Zhang Ye's back. Following that, she pressed forcefully on an acupuncture point on his arm. After massaging it for about 10 seconds, she released her hands. There's no need for an ambulance. It's fine. I'll wrap it up for you in a while. A miraculous scene happened. The wound on Zhang Ye's arm had ceased bleeding. A tenant exclaimed, Landlady auntie, you are a traditional Chinese medicine doctor? Zhang Ye said eagerly, I think it's safer to send me to the hospital. What if there's poison on their knives? Everyone was at a loss once again. Do you think this is a wuxia novel? Poison? The thieves were handcuffed by the police, but suddenly the tall thief had a burst of strength as he jumped up. He was trying to escape. Rao Aimin glanced at him. She was about 2 meters away from the thief. But when she suddenly made a move, it seemed like she was moving in the style of the 8 trigrams. She did not even run, but with a twist of her body and 2 steps, she had appeared in the blink of an eye behind the thief. With her palm raised slightly, she pressed forward. It did not seem to use any strength, but when her palm hit the running thief's thigh, the thief suddenly flew up and slammed to the ground with a thud. There was no scream, and the thief did not even move. The thief laid on the floor, motionless. He had fainted. Seeing the thief's thigh, everyone gasped. His thigh had deformed. There was no need to ask to know. His bones must have been broken, just with that one palm. That light palm. And it looked like a fluttering move. How could it break bones? Rao Aimin's attack frightened the people present, as they turned dumbfounded. Zhang Ye was also dumbfounded. Your sister. Can you not be so fierce? He knew that Rao Aimin was truly angered, but he had never expected her to be so powerful. Thinking of the words Rao Chunchen said before, Zhang Ye suddenly believed in it. Rao Aimin had really trained in Chinese martial arts? This was the 8 trigram palms. However, Zhang Ye had seen the 8 trigram palms before. Many old grandpas and grannies did the taiji or 8 trigram palms in the parks. But who had seen such powerful 8 trigram palms? An old policeman exclaimed, "Is this hidden force?" "What? This world really has hidden force?" A younger policeman gaped. "That can't be. She's just a woman. How could she have reached the point of having hidden force?" Another policeman said softly in disbelief. "Isn't that something that only Chinese martial arts grandmasters could obtain?" And all of this was just from what they heard. They had never even seen it before. Could the thief have broken his bones himself when he fell to the ground? The policeman could not figure it out. Since none of them had even seen a Chinese martial arts expert, none of them could tell, so they could only blindly guess. The surrounding neighbors did not understand. What's hidden force? What does it mean? An old policeman looked at Rao Aimin with respect. "May I know who?" Rao Aimin leered at him. "I just deal with renting apartments." The old policeman cleared his throat. "Is that the case?" Rao Aimin said, "The matters here have been settled, right? I have someone injured here, and the child has received some shock. Can the testimony be left until tomorrow?" All right. Please take a rest. We will come again tomorrow." The old policeman led the group, as well as the 2 thieves, away. The other neighbors were not too concerned with Rao Aimin's prowess, as everyone knew how Rao Aimin had previously beaten 2 hooligans in the tiny district barehandedly. They all knew that she was powerful and knew some kung fu. Everyone's focus was on Zhang Ye. He had stepped forward bravely to protect little Qinshan. "Zhang Ye, you are too fantastic. Little Zhang, I saw you on television. I never knew that you became a celebrity." Little Zhang went on television. "Isn't that the case? None of you have watched Lecture Room, right? Little Zhang did a very good job. To think that little Zhang, who could not pay his rent when he first came, is now working at a television station in the blink of an eye. Then we must call him Teacher Zhang in the future. Just the quality of being able to risk his life to save another. The results Teacher Little Zhang has obtained is in no way strange. That's right. Little Rao, you must thank Zhang Ye well in the future. Right, if not for little Zhang, your house would definitely be robbed clean. Qinshan would also be in danger." Chapter 139. Teacher Zhang shamelessly refuses to leave. Deep into the night, even the moon was setting. Rao Aimin's house, a small maisonette. After the matters were settled, Zhang Ye lay on the landlady's large, fragrant-smelling bed and began to brag. "Landlady auntie, you may not know, for you came late and didn't see me. Did you know how formidable I was? In the beginning, I was haphazardly swinging a broom so as to appear weak to the enemy. Do you understand about appearing weak? It wasn't that I couldn't beat them. How can just the 2 of them be a threat to me? What a joke. That would be ridiculing me. Firstly, I was letting them lower their guard, and secondly, I was fooling around with them. I have kung fu myself, taekwondo." Rao Aimin was rummaging through for medicine in a first aid kit. Qinshan leered at Zhang Ye. Her. Zhang Ye smirked. "Little rascal, what's with that reaction of yours? The pathetic me you saw just now was me just acting. It was really just an act. I was fooling around with them. Did you see Uncle's 2 key kicks that kicked away the knives? Was it interesting? Was it powerful? Haha, that was like a kick from a god. Also, my most beautiful roundhouse kick. That was practically a model example found in textbooks. Was I cool?" Rao Aimin found a bandage and ointment and smacked him. "Stop bragging. Lie still." Zhang Ye looked at her worriedly. "Landlady auntie, can you do it lighter? Will this ointment hurt? If it's painful, I sure cannot withstand it." "You must." Rao Aimin had already poured the ointment. With that, Zhang Ye screamed out loud. Painful, painful, painful." Rao Aimin used a cotton bud to dab at his wound. "Endure it, even if it's painful. It's really painful. I can't take it. I'm dying. Zhang Ye wanted to push her, to prevent her from using the ointment. Rao Aimin roared, "Kid, stop moving. No can do, I don't want it." Zhang Ye became shameless. Qinshan looked at him. "Zhang Ye, you are so shameless." Zhang Ye cried out, "What do you mean, shameless? If you have the ability, come try it." Rao Imean gave a glance and sat down and restricted his body to prevent him from squirming before dabbing his wound with ointment. To call yourself a cultural artist or host, or someone on television. Look at what you are. Zhang Ye also immediately stopped moving. Cultural artists are also people. After Rao Imean finished dabbing his wound with ointment and bandaged him up, who asked a kid like you to not wait for me to return home? If you think there are thieves at home, just give me a call and wait for me to return. Zhang Ye grumbled. Didn't I think that you were at home and was afraid that you had been tied up by the thieves and was in some danger? Or else, do you think I would choose to fight it out with thieves? Rao Imean was still sitting beside him. Even if there were 20 of them, they would not be even able to come close to me, let alone 2 thieves. To think that a kid like you wants to act powerful. Zhang Ye grunted. Who knew you were so powerful? Qinshan smirked. I already said that the number of people who can defeat my aunt does not exceed. Rao Imean interrupted her speech. Aren't you speaking too much? Return to the house and do your homework. Zhang Ye was also curious and asked, Landlady Andy, are you really so powerful? What kung fu do you train in? 8 trigram palms. When did you learn it? Rao Imean tied a knot in the bandage. Ask less about my matters. Aunt, I'll be going to do my homework, Qinshan said reluctantly. Rao Imean turned her head. Wait a moment. Have you thanked Uncle Zhang? Qinshan acknowledged tersely and looked towards Zhang Ye. Thank you, Uncle. Zhang Ye waved his hands. You're welcome. It was convenient. It's nothing. After the child left, Zhang Ye no longer cared about his face. My other arm is also in pain. Was it twisted? The corner of Rao Imean's mouth showed her frustration. Zhang Ye lied down with his face down and presented his arm behind him. Yes, treat it for me. Rao Imean took his arm and began pressing on it. Zhang Ye felt extremely comfortable. Suddenly, she began massaging his hand, and naturally, the landlady's hand was placed in Zhang Ye's hand. Her hands were not very slender and was a bit hard, yet it presented a different feeling. Zhang Ye was enjoying himself greatly. It's done. Rao Imean got up. Your injury is fine. You will recover in a few days. Don't touch water and don't eat stimulating foods, such as mutton, fish and shrimp, or spicy foods. Once food was mentioned, Zhang Ye felt hungry and rolled on the bed before looking at Rao Imean. I'm hungry. I want to eat jajang noodles. Rao Imean squinted her eyes. A kid like you became a lord? Zhang Ye cried out. I'm severely injured. I can't even move. Look at a man like you behaving this way. Qinshan is even stronger than you. Rao Imean's mouth was vicious, but she was soft-hearted. She turned and left. Wait a while. A while later, the fragrance of jajang could be smelled from downstairs. Zhang Ye took in a few delightful breaths of the fragrance. After that, Rao Imean brought a bowl of noodles upstairs. She threw it on the table in a bad mood. Eat it. Zhang Ye looked up with watery eyes. My arm is injured. The other arm has also been pulled. I can't move. Feed me. Upon seeing the landlady's face go black, Zhang Ye immediately sat up from the bed. Hi. I was just joking. I'll eat by myself. It's hot. I know. Who? It's so fragrant. Your cooking skills are awesome. Just eat. There's no need to say so much when eating. Why do you have so much crap to say? On the other side, little Qinshan, who was done with her homework, smelled the fragrance and came over. Aunt, I also want to eat jajang noodles. She then stared at Zhang Ye. Zhang Ye protected. His food. I'll fight with anyone who wants to steal my food. Qinshan said. Zhang Ye, give me half. Give me half of yours. After the meal, the young and old one were done eating and were lying on the bed, rubbing their stomachs. Rao Imean gestured with her chin towards the door and said to Zhang Ye, All right, it's almost 11 p.m. kid, get lost. These 2 girls need to sleep. Zhang Ye shamelessly refused to leave. No. What if I fall sick at night? What if there was poison on the knife and it shows its effects at night? There's no one to take care of me at home. When I shout for someone, it would be useless. Also, what if the thieves' accomplices seek me for revenge? Although my kung fu is quite formidable, but that's when I'm not seriously injured. I can't go. I have to stay here. Rao Imean stared at him. Why is a rotten kid like you so squeamish? Zhang Ye was lying down comfortably and said in life-cherishing way, Anyway, I will be staying here. If there's anything, I'll call out to you at night. You know traditional Chinese medicine and can save me in time. Qinshan did not have any reactions. She lay beside Zhang Ye and fell asleep. Even her shoes were not taken off. Rao Aimin was unforgiving with her mouth, but she had great maternal instincts. She gently took off Qinshan's tiny shoes before adjusting Qinshan and covering her with a blanket. She then glared at Zhang Ye and covered his legs with a blanket. Just this night. Get lost. Tomorrow, Zhang Ye acknowledged. Then I'm sleeping. After switching off the lights, Rao Aimin did not seem tired. She carried a book downstairs into the living room. Zhang Ye had gone through quite a lot today. He had never fought before, ever since he was young. Today, he had even injured himself after battling with the criminals, so he could not last any longer. He fell asleep the moment his head hit the bed. Chapter 140. Taking advantage again. Late at night, Rao Aimin and Qinshan were both asleep. After Zhang Ye slept for an hour, he was suddenly bright and alert. Besides, he was laying beside the landlady. Her bathrobe sleeves was on Zhang Ye's shoulder, so she was very near to him. The bed was filled with the fragrance of a mature woman, which came from the landlady. Her body's warmth was even constantly emitted, so it would be a wonder if Zhang Ye could carry on sleeping. His heart began to turn itchy like a cat's claw. He once again thought of taking advantage of Rao Aimin like the last time. Try touching another time? However, it was not easy to take advantage of the landlady. Although Rao Aimin did not pursue the matter the last time, she had still thrown Zhang Ye over her shoulder from the bed onto the ground. Just thinking of it made Zhang Ye feel jittery. He did not have the guts, despite feeling the temptation. However, after a lot of thinking, he came to a conclusion. That's not right. He was now a patient, so the landlady wouldn't be too harsh on him, right? It was worth it, even if she turned rough. Being thrown over the shoulder was also worth it. Zhang Ye was emboldened and was planning to risk his life. Despite the lesson from the burglar who broke his leg, this fellow was risking his life to be a hooligan. Turning his body sideways, he went from facing the ceiling to facing the landlady. Rao Aimin was sleeping with her back facing him. Her long hair was coiled up, revealing her white neck. Zhang Ye took a deep breath. He moved his hand under the blanket and slowly lifted it up to move it over. As his hand moved across the warm bed, he touched the landlady's bathrobe at her hips. After some hesitation, he grabbed her hip, despite the bathrobe separating them. 1 second, 2 seconds. The landlady did not respond. Zhang Ye became even more bold as he gently squeezed the cloth on her hips. But at this moment, Rao Aimin suddenly moved. Zhang Ye felt her body move and the bed shake. She used one hand and pinched Zhang Ye's hand, and then threw his hand off from her ass. Zhang Ye felt himself perspire and did not dare move. However, Rao Aimin did not seem to say a word after she made that move. It was like she had returned to sleep. Aunt. Qinshan woke up groggily. Rao Aimin turned around. What? Qinshan yawned. I want to pee. Rao Aimin acknowledged. Got it. She threw away the blanket and stepped down from the bed, barefooted. Qinshan could go to the toilet herself, as she was not too young anymore. She could do anything adults could do. But as she was too short, she could not reach the bathroom's light switch. Hence, every time that she needed to go to the bathroom at night, she would need to get Rao Aimin to switch the lights on for her. It didn't matter in the day. The lights switched on. Qinshan dragged her tiny slippers as she rubbed her eyes. Zhang Ye was afraid that the landlady would settle the score with him. He pretended to sleep and even pretended to make a few sleepy grunts. Voila! The toilet's flush was heard. Little Qinshan walked back and fell back to sleep the moment she crawled back into bed. Rao Aimin switched off the bathroom's lights and returned to bed. Pulling the blanket open, she placed her beautiful legs inside and lay down. She then covered herself and went back to sleep. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, Zhang Ye looked towards Rao Aimin from the side again. Her back was still facing him. Zhang Ye's heart turned crooked again. After some struggles with his thoughts, he moved his hand over, bit by bit. This time, he touched Rao Aimin's outer thigh under the blanket. As the landlady's hips were perky, and a woman's hip bone was naturally wider than a man's, her thigh was naturally in a higher position with her laying sideways. Zhang Ye had to go through quite a lot to reach there. His arm was beginning to ache. After all, he had sprained it while fighting with the burglars. He wanted to move his hand lower. If he let his arm rest on her thigh, then it would be a lot more comfortable. With that, if he moved his hand downwards, then he could move his body over. His fingers could then grab onto the opening of the landlady's bathrobe, and then move upwards. It was unknown if Rao Aimin was sleeping or not, as she did not move. Zhang Ye uncovered a bit of the bathrobe on her legs. After uncovering it, he flipped it backwards. Rao Aimin's right leg was naturally exposed. However, Zhang Ye could not see it due to the blanket, but he could still touch it. Smooth, tight, soft and delicate. However, just after touching a few times, and before he could recollect the pleasant feel of it, Rao Aimin's hand suddenly shot out and grabbed Zhang Ye's wrist, throwing his hand once again. Zhang Ye coughed. Seeing Rao Aimin not throw him over her shoulder, he was no longer afraid. He became bolder. After his hand was thrown, Zhang Ye moved his hand over again with his face straight. He touched the behind of her ankle and thigh, and swept across it a time or two. Maybe it was because it was a bit hot under the blanket. Rao Aimin's leg was also becoming sweaty. It was moist, but her sweat was fragrant. It came with her body's delicate fragrance. He touched fabric. When Zhang Ye's hand moved backwards, his thumb touched the fabric at the corner of Rao Aimin's hip. It was 100% cotton. Zhang Ye understood that this was definitely the landlady's panties. She took off her bra when sleeping, as it was uncomfortable. However, she did not take off her panties. Zhang Ye used his finger to feel the fabric. The boundary was thin cotton without lace. Moving further upwards, his fingers touched all sorts of patterns. They were definitely flowery patterns. Zhang Ye rubbed his hand a few times and felt the overall fabric. He discovered that it was likely peony flowers or roses. She wore very traditional undergarments. Zhang Ye swallowed his saliva as he felt his heart heated up. At this moment, Rao Aimin turned around. From being on her side, she lay flat. Zhang Ye quickly pulled his hand away with fright. After a second and seeing Rao Aimin sleeping, he moved his hand over again. This time, he touched the landlady's waist. After feeling the perimeter, Zhang Ye hesitantly moved further in. He released the bathrobe's belt, which was very easy to release. Then he carefully separated the frontal bathrobe of the landlady. He squeezed his hand into the bathrobe and touched her stomach. Oh, there was a scar? Previously, Zhang Ye had seen it, but he did not pay much attention to it. With this touch, he realized that Rao Aimin was covered in scars. Some of them were protruding and clearly left over from injuries. It was inevitable for martial arts practitioners. However, Zhang Ye felt his heart ache for her. Rao Aimin suddenly spoke. Can you sleep already? Cough. Yes, Zhang Ye said embarrassingly. Rao Aimin threw his hand out from her clothes. Sleep. I'm sleepy. Since she had already spoken, Zhang Ye did not dare to be impetuous again. Clearing his throat, he lay down properly and did not touch the landlady again. Hi. It was best to stop before she got angry. If he really angered Rao Aimin, probably 10 of Zhang Ye himself would end up being beaten up by the landlady. However, he had taken a lot of advantages. Zhang Ye secretly moved his hand to his nose and smelled it. It was filled with the fragrance of the landlady's sweat. Of course, it wasn't really especially fragrant, but it was a smell that made his heart be at ease. Chapter 141. Introduce a girl to Zhang Ye? Sunday. Zhang Ye woke up in the morning. He was awoken by the pain. Even before he could open his eyes, he was already groaning in pain. When he opened his eyes, he saw Rao Aimin dressing his wound. Don't move, Rao Aimin said. Zhang Ye shouted, let go. Painful, painful, painful. Rao Aimin thundered, keep still. It's almost done. Chen Chen also woke up, and she was her Ji at him in bed. Even a child looked down on him. Zhang Ye didn't care. He cherished life and was afraid of pain. He could only focus on himself now. Lightly, lightly. The pain's killing me. Allah, I'm gonna die. Finally, Rao Aimin gave him a pat. All right, it's done. Zhang Ye fell back onto the bed, sweating. I can't move anymore. I'm gonna die. Rao Aimin patted hard on his thigh. Don't play dumb with me. The wound has already started to close up. As long as you don't move heavy stuff, it will be fine. Hurry up and get up. Zhang Ye grumbled. Can I have breakfast? If I get breakfast, I will get up. Rao Aimin pulled Chen Chen up. Let's go. The two of us will go have breakfast. He can stay there if he wants. What? It has already been prepared? I'll be right there. Zhang Ye tumbled out of bed to brush his teeth. His actions were very quick. He tore open a new package holding a toothbrush which was placed there and used a pink face towel to dry his face without knowing who it belonged to. From the smell, it should be the landlady's. Last night, Zhang Ye had enjoyed her scent close up. Even his hands held the scent from her body. He was naturally familiar with it. Downstairs, the two of them had already started on breakfast. Hey, why didn't you two wait for me? Zhang Ye sat down and took an egg with his chopsticks and stuffed it into his mouth. Delicious. Ring, ring, ring. Zhang Ye's phone, which he had left upstairs, was ringing. Landlady Auntie, Zhang Ye said when he heard the phone ring. My leg still hurts. It would be hard to go up and down the stairs. Can you help me get the phone? Qinshan pouted and said, fragile. Zhang Ye stared at the little one. Your uncle, I, was hurt badly. Understand. Rao Aimin slammed her chopsticks on the table, staring at Zhang Ye. I am not going to take it up with you because you protected Qinshan. Are you addicted with commanding me? Even though she said so, Rao Aimin still went upstairs and threw the phone to him. The phone stopped ringing. Zhang Ye took a look at the number and called back. Hello, brother Hu. Little Zhang. Hu Fei asked, are you stuck in a jam? Didn't you say that you were coming earlier today? Zhang Ye sighed. Let's not talk about it. I might not be able to make it today. Hu Fei knew that Zhang Ye was very professional, as he would usually arrive 1 to 2 hours early in order to work or clean up the office. No one was as professional as he was in the office. He was a guy who would work to death. Most of the time, he would be forced to go on leave by the leader instead of taking leave himself. Therefore, Hu Fei understood that something must have happened. Why? What happened? Zhang Ye sighed again. Yesterday, a neighbor's house was burgled. There were 2 of them, and both had knives. I had to do something, so I fought them and my arm was wounded. Hu Fei said surprised. Is the injury serious? Zhang Ye replied. It's not so serious. I just need some rest. Hu Fei said, you are really great. A literary man like you went up against some criminals. They even had knives. Don't you want to live anymore? Next time, don't force it. What if something happens? Luckily, you are fine. All right, I will give you a few days off to rest. You can come back when you are better. I will bring the team to go visit you tonight. Zhang Ye quickly said, Don't. The team is busy, and my injuries are not that serious. Don't bother everyone. I will return to work on Monday. Hu Fei said, All right, take good care of yourself then. Zhang Ye said, Okay, thank you for your concern, leader. He hung up. Rao Aimin then said to Qinshan, when you grow up, remember not to learn from a certain person. A small injury, and he's crying like he's going to die. Qinshan had a sip of her porridge. Hearing what the landlady said, Zhang Ye was not angry. He stole a glance at Rao Aimin's outfit that she was wearing today. She was wearing an all-white pair of yoga pants, and it was skin-tight. However, there was a fabric belt wrapped around her legs. Her top was black, without many frills. The landlady usually wore clothes that did not look trendy and looked old. However, she wore it beautifully, especially those yoga pants. They clinged to her thighs and beautiful hips tightly, showcasing her curves. Her figure was fantastic. After breakfast, Rao Aimin didn't keep him around. Okay, get lost now. Zhang Ye asked. Then, am I going to get any lunch? I'm going to bring Qinshan to the police station to have her statement recorded. You are injured, so I will bring back the statement form for you to sign. I have no time to make lunch, so don't expect too much. Rao Aimin then chased him off. Afternoon. Zhang Ye couldn't bear with the hunger any longer. He went to the landlady Annie's house, but no one was around. He received a call from his mom at this moment, so Zhang Ye decided to head home. Kaishiku, the area around his home. Zhang Ye pulled down his sleeves before heading upstairs. He did not want his dad and mom to see his injury, so as not to worry them. When the door opened, there were lots of voices inside. Zhang Ye got a fright when he entered. He saw 3 to 4 people the moment he entered, and there were more inside. His mother pulled him in and said caringly, Come inside. Did you eat yet? Mom cooked something for you. Once inside, Zhang Ye noticed there were 8 to 9 people. He knew all of them. They were all the elder neighbors. Auntie Zhang, Auntie Chun, Uncle Sun, Brother Li, Grandpa Lu. It was 1 p.m. now, and the TV was tuned in to BTV Arts channel. They were watching Lecture Room, and Zhang Ye was talking about Chow Chow's life on TV. Little Yi is back. You are a big star now. Right. You've done your family proud. Brother Zhang, I envy you so much. Your son is so great. I carried Zhang Ye around when he was still young. Who would have thought that he has become a big star in the blink of an eye? When he was young, I had already known that he would grow up to do big things. Brother Zhang, really, you and your wife. How can you tell us only today? I did now know that Zhang Ye has already become so famous in Beijing. Why did you hide it from your old neighbors? Everyone was busy discussing. His mother said with pride, "That's not true. This kid has only just began. It wasn't worth mentioning. Her. Actually, our son didn't want us to mention it to anyone. Don't you know my son? He has always maintained a low profile. Besides, I don't like talking about such things. It's not a big matter, so I didn't tell you all beforehand." Actually, this was not the reason. The reason was because Zhang Ye had only informed them yesterday that he had started work at the Beijing television station. The program was also going to air very soon. They didn't like to talk about it. My ass. He maintained a low profile, my ass. Otherwise, by that mouth of his mother's, how could she hold it in? Whenever Zhang Ye had some results, she would want to let the whole neighborhood know. Uncle Sun nodded vigorously. Yes. Little Ye has always maintained such a low profile. Grandpa Lu laughed heartily. That's the making of a great person. Good. Really good. Auntie Chen excitedly held up Zhang Ye's mother's hands and sat down. Little Ye's mom. I heard that Little Ye doesn't have a girlfriend yet? I have a niece who is quite pretty and has a good job at the bank. Why don't we arrange a time for them to meet up? They can get to know each other. His mom played hard to get on his behalf. Our Little Ye is not that old yet. I have not considered him dating so early on. Auntie Chen said. He's not that young. He's already 23 years old and will be 24 in no time. It's the right time to start a family. Brotherly said. You can't say it like that. Actually, look at all the big stars. They marry late, and there are a lot of them who are not even married at 40. Marriage will affect their careers, so there's really no rush. The program ended. The neighbors went back to their own homes. Only then did Zhang Ye begin to have the lunch prepared by his mother. He had been chatting with the neighbors earlier. Who? I'm starving. Dad, Mom, why did the neighbors all come over? His dad said with a straight face, it's all because of your mom. She's been telling it to everyone, and now the whole neighborhood knows that you are famous. Zhang Ye, his mother dismissively said, my son is on TV. Can't I be happy about it? Cannot. His father said, being happy about it is one thing, but don't exaggerate like saying Little Ye has even appeared on satellite TV, that Central TV has already targeted to headhunt him to their station. You are saying all that without any basis. Zhang Ye said while eating. Dad, Mom is just being happy. Let her be. I've not brought much pride to our family in all these years. Now that I have achieved some results, Mom can finally be proud. Like our Auntie Chen, when I was young, she still spoke behind me saying that with my looks, I would never be able to find a wife. Yet she wants to introduce someone to me now, and it's even her niece. Just let Mom get back all the pride we've lost in the past. His mother, hearing that, immediately stood up and hugged him. She said to her husband, Look, our son is the one who truly cares about me. A mother still prides herself by her son, don't you know? Those neighbors have been talking behind our backs all these years. Now I can finally prove them wrong. His father did not bother anymore and continued reading the papers. His mother sat down. But speaking of earlier, I've seen old Chen's niece before. Her looks are quite good and she has a good stature, and she's about 1.66 meters tall. If you really think it's a good idea, do go and meet her. If not, then tell Mom who has caught your eye. Mom will settle it for you. You are a big star now, and your status is now different. In the past, others would be the one to choose you. But now it's you who can do the choosing. There's no rush. Really, you don't have anyone in mind. No one. You don't need to worry about this. Zhang Ye ate silently. There were some things that he would never tell his mother. Of course, he had someone in mind. The landlady auntie, the heavenly queen. He had them in his mind. But would they have him in their minds? Impossible. And with their ages, his father and mother would never agree to it. Therefore, there were some things that Zhang Ye only had passing thoughts about. Chapter 142, Growing Success of Lecture Room. Monday morning, Zhang Ye went to the police station to record his statement. It didn't take too long. After taking care of the issue, he finally arrived at work. Teacher Zhang, why did you come to work? Didn't brother who give you time off? How's your injury? Where is it? Is it serious? When he arrived, Ho Gu, Da Fei, and the others surrounded him and asked him many questions out of concern. Zhang Ye folded up his sleeves to show them. Thank you for your concern, everyone. I'm fine. It has almost recovered and shouldn't affect work too much. Xiao Lu was shocked. Such a big wound. Hu Fei also came over. It's a knife injury? That's dangerous. Zhang Ye answered. It's already healing up. A few more days, and it should be totally fine. Hu Fei pointed at him and said in earnest, It's not that I want to criticize you. Even if you were being a good Samaritan, there should be a limit. Do you understand? You have a good heart and intentions, but this is out of your abilities. You are in the literature field and were a radio host. Your kung fu hangs off your mouth and is written with a pen. Yet you dare to pick a fight with criminals? And even two of them? With knives? You really don't value your life. Zhang Yi smiled. It was Qinshan House. I was worried that her aunt was tied up. She's very good to me, so I had to help. Besides, they were going to attack Qinshan. I was right there, so I couldn't have not done anything. Even if I had to fight for my life, I couldn't let a child get hurt. So that's how it was. Hu Fei understood. He squeezed Zhang Ye's shoulders. Well done. Xiao Lu had a face full of admiration. Teacher Zhang is really an ethical man. He's a role model for the people. Our role model. Da Fei took the initiative to get some water from the water cooler. Teacher Zhang, don't exert yourself. Today, leave everything to us. If there's anything you need, I will get it for you. Zhang Yi quickly said, I appreciate your kindness, but it's okay. I can move around. It's just a little injury. When I was slashed that day and bleeding, I didn't even raise an eyebrow. In the end, I fought with all I had and captured the two thieves. When the police arrived, they wanted to call an ambulance for me, but I rejected it. A small injury like that needs an ambulance? What a joke. Wouldn't that be an insult to me? It's a small injury, so don't worry. Xiao Lu was stunned. You are that fierce. Zhang Yi boasted. I'm not bad at all. I'm pretty all right. After chatting, Ho Gus suddenly asked, Teacher Zhang, did you watch yesterday's lecture room? Zhang Yi replied, I had some things to handle yesterday, but I did catch a bit of it. It was okay. It didn't have many problems. Hu Fei laughed and said, Yesterday, I had everyone come to work earlier to discuss the second episode's editing and the issues for the third episode. We would like your opinion on how to edit it, such as which parts to cut away and which parts to keep. After hearing about your injury, I did not ask you further. I discussed with everyone else, and we decided to do it similar to the first episode, keeping it fully. However you said it, we will keep it as it is. When we saw the comments on the internet later on and asked some professionals for their opinions, everyone said this episode was as good as the first one. It was not draggy. Every part had a hook that kept the viewers interested. It's basically a textbook for history classes. Da Fei said, Yeah, an ex-colleague, who is also an old friend of mine, called me. He said that my editing and treatment of the show were very good, and even the netizens said so. But they don't know that I didn't even have to do any changes. Not a frame was cut. Your lecture was too good, and the rhythm was too well controlled, so there was nothing irrelevant to remove. Teacher Zhang, you are really making my job obsolete. In all my years of editing, even the best ones had to be edited a little. But I have never seen an episode where after a program has been recorded, no additional editing was required. Xiao Lu happily said, If not, Teacher Little Zhang would not be called Teacher Little Zhang. Zhang Yi thought to himself. Of course, there was no useless footage. He did not know how Zhangsha gave the lecture, but the lecture room he watched was the edited product. It was the essence, so of course there wasn't anything that could be cut. Right? How was the rating for the second episode? Zhang Yi asked. Did it maintain or go up? We still don't know. In a while, we will. Wait a while. Hu Fei looked at his watch. It will be soon. Everyone went back to their seats, but no one did any work. They were all anxious to know the ratings. The beginning few episodes were the most important to them. From the ratings, it would show the potential and momentum of the program. Many in the station were also focused on it. The ratings were the decisive factor in many decisions. 5 minutes. 10 minutes. A person suddenly came. It was Editor Wei. Zhang Yi had seen him once before. It had been the day when he arrived early and saw him, a pretty old man, cleaning the office for them. He had even asked for an autograph from Zhang Yi. Later, he found out that Editor Wei had offended Wang Shuixin and was given menial tasks to do. Hu Fei apparently knew him, too. Brother Wei, why are you here? Editor Wei smiled. The director wants you and Teacher Little Zhang to go to the meeting room. Maybe something is up. They could have just gotten someone else to notify us. There are many other younger staff in your department. Also, a phone call would have sufficed. You are poor in health, so don't keep running around. Hu Fei said. Editor Wei laughed. Don't take me for an old man. I'm fine. My health is good. Hu Fei said. I will speak to the leader afterwards to transfer you over to our program team. You have to bear with so much working at your department. There's no need for that. I can't bear to watch it go on like this. Thanks, but it's okay. Editor Wei said. After chatting for a while, Hu Fei brought Zhang Ye along with him. Behind, Editor Wei followed them out. He ran into several of his team's colleagues. Everyone was very polite and greeted him. Uncle Wei, a girl said. Another youth said, I went home a few days ago and bought some tea back with me. I'll bring some for you later. Behind, a woman said, Oh yes. Our department has saved a lot of bottles. When they wanted to throw them away, I didn't allow them to. I will put them under your desk later. Editor Wei said, Thank you. I will go get them from you instead. No need, no need. Let me bring them to you. The woman said. In front, Zhang Ye witnessed the scene and asked curiously, Editor Wei is so well-liked? Hu Fei sighed, That's only natural. Every time the station holds a donation drive, Brother Wei always donates the most. Which colleague here has never received kindness from him? As long as anyone asks, he would help. No questions asked. He even takes the initiative to help everyone clean up, change the water dispenser, and fix the air conditioners. Zhang Ye asked, Then what's the matter about the bottles? Hu Fei explained, Brother Wei usually sells old bottles. Sometimes after work, he would go rummage through the trash outside. You must think that he does not have enough money, right? Of course he doesn't. The money he gets from those are either donated out or to sponsor some children who can't afford to go to school. Previously, one of the children he sponsored graduated from a university. That child came to the television station immediately after the ceremony with his family to kowtow and thank him. The child even calls him Father Wei. When I saw it myself, I was so touched. I heard that Brother Wei supported more than 10 children through school with his salary and money that he gets from selling bottles. He's such a great man. How can anyone not respect him? Zhang Ye frowned. Then why is Uncle Wei not appreciated? Hu Fei sighed. Don't mention it, or I will get angry. I will only tell you briefly, but don't tell this to anyone else. It's Wang Shuixin's son. He came to the television station some years ago and flirted around. He was being very touchy with a few women when Brother Wei saw it and used a chair to chase him away. In the end, Director Wang removed him from his position and used him like an assistant. He has him send documents, move stuff around, and does not leave him any dignity. Zhang Ye's expression changed. There's such a thing? I just know about it. Don't spread this around. Hu Fei said. After hearing this, Zhang Ye's impression of Wang Shuixin became worse. This old bast ***d. In the small meeting room, there were quite a few people who attended. The Arts Channel section and different program teams in charge all attended. Wang Shuixin, who was seated in the center, pressed his hands together and smiled. Old Hu, you're here? Take a seat. Let's officially begin the meeting. Let me first announce the ratings for this weekend's Lecture Room. Lecture Room's first episode garnered 7.72%, slightly lower than the estimated 7.8%. As for the second episode's ratings, it's 8.06%. The meeting room was in a state of shock. It broke 8%. Breaking 8% on the second episode? How did the rating get so high? The other program team's personnel looked at each other. Zhang Ye snapped his fingers secretly under the table. In his previous world, Lecture Room had a highest rating of only 0.5%. That was at its peak, but of course that was the national rating. If we were to use total viewers, the 8% that the BTV Arts channel had would surely not even be near to the 0.5% viewership. But it should not be compared that way. To be fair, one had to use Beijing area's viewership as a comparison. In that way, Zhang Ye's version of Lecture Room far exceeded Yi Zhongtian's analysis of the Three Kingdoms ratings in the Beijing area. This was without a doubt. Why was it higher than the original version? What reasons caused this? Zhang Ye analyzed the causes to be due to the numerous modifications to the culture of this world. This world had less knowledge of the Three Kingdoms compared to his previous world. It could even be said that they were far lacking in their understanding. Everyone did not have a clear understanding of this historical period. Their understanding of it was all from romance of the Three Kingdoms, so when analysis of the Three Kingdoms was released, the shock and uproar it created was bigger and that caused it to be more well-received. I called for everyone today regarding a matter. Wang Shuixin looked at them and said, I would like to single out praise for the team behind Lecture Room. Through their hard work, our Arts channel's overall rating for the weekend was also pulled up. We are already firmly in third place overall in the whole of Beijing television station. We were even in second place on Sunday. But for the weekdays, our results are always in limbo. What's the problem? We have done some research. Yes, we are lacking a signature program. We were unable to capture the attention of the audience, to make them think of watching the Arts channel when they turn on their televisions. We want to change that through an outstanding signature program, to pull in more viewers and bring up our ratings. Wang Meng, the person in charge of the music charts program, asked, What is your direction? The entertainment news director asked, You want to add a new program? But there are no good ideas. No, Wang Shuixin said. What I want is to extend the broadcast of Lecture Room from Monday to Friday as well, for a total of 7 days a week. Jiang Fun was shocked, but Wang Meng didn't quite agree too. But there's no program slot available. Wang Shuixin explained. If there are no slots, then we make one. He took a chart out to give a look. I noticed that at 3 to 4 p.m. on weekdays, there's a skit and crosstalk segment. Its ratings have always been low, as it's an old program with old material. Those skits and crosstalk have been repeated again and again, and there's nothing new to it. The audience is also tired of watching those. To obtain the rights, we have to pay for the copyright, making us lose more than we gain. I don't think that there's any need to keep such a program running. With this slot opened up, and pushing the segment at the weekday 1 o'clock by an hour, we can let Lecture Room carry on broadcasting from 1 o'clock to 2. What does everyone think? No one said anything. Since the leader had decided on it, they had no grounds to rebut. Old Hu, can your side make it? Wang Shuixin asked. Increasing the program's time, and especially with an increase with 5 days, Hu Fei naturally agreed with both hands. I have no problem. I'm not sure about teacher Little Zhang. Zhang Ye immediately said, I have no problems, too. The program is in my head, so I can do it at any moment. Increasing the program's time also meant accelerating Zhang Ye's accumulation in his reputation, so he naturally did not object to it. It was more tiring, but all that mattered was he become famous. An Arts channel's leader asked, How many episodes of analysis of the Three Kingdoms are left remaining? Zhang Ye gave some thought. Many things in the original analysis of the Three Kingdoms could not be used. As the world's culture had changed, for example, there was no point talking about famous people, like Lu Sun or Chen Xuesen. There was definitely need for some reduction, but it could not be that much. No matter what, there should be 10 plus episodes. That leader nodded. All right, 10 plus episodes is the best. If you have more to say, then please do so. You are the highlight of our channel. Wang Shuixin looked at Hu Fei. Old Hu, when analysis of the Three Kingdoms is done, quickly find a lecturer to take over as soon as possible. We must let this segment be long-lasting, and it must be well done. Hu Fei said, I got it. All right, then it's decided. You are dismissed. Wang Shuixin got up and left. The other segment team said after the meeting was dismissed, Old Hu, Teacher Zhang, congratulations. Hi. With such ratings, you really make us die of envy. If our segment can break 8, no, breaking 5 would do. I would be so happy that I'll wake up in the middle of sleep, a supervisor said. Wang Meng laughed out heartily. Then pull Teacher Zhang over to your side. Hu Fei stared at them. I'm telling all of you, no one is to dare touch little Zhang. I will really have a falling out, so don't even think about it. Chapter 143. Establishing Zhang Ye's official fan club. After reaching home, the clock was pointing at 8:30 p.m. Starting tomorrow, Zhang Ye and the program team would have to busy themselves with recording Lecture Room. Preparing to take over the time slot of the canceled crosstalk program, they had to create the work plan and program, so they worked until it was quite late. Luckily, Hu Fei got someone to buy them dinner takeouts, so that they didn't go home hungry. Hugh tired. Oh right, let's take a look at the reputation. The program had been broadcasted over the past 2 days, and Zhang Ye had been holding back from looking at his reputation points. When he was lying in bed, he brought up the game interface. Total reputation, 980,271. 980,000. It was almost 1 million. Thinking back, when he had first started the broadcast for Ghost Blows Out the Light, he would gain an additional 20 to 30,000 reputation. But this time, in just 2 days, he had gained so much. This meant that on average, he had gained about 500,000 of reputation each day. It was about 20 times more than what he would have gotten at the radio station. Although Zhang Ye had a few incidents that had led to his reputation jumping by a few 100,000, they were one-offs. Those times, he had captured the attention of people, which led to the jump in reputation points. Those kind of incidents happened only once in a blue moon. It was different now. With Lecture Room scheduled to be broadcast 7 days a week, the large number of reputation points earned each day would become the new normal. What sort of concept was this? Even if a lot of people went to work from Monday to Friday and couldn't watch the program in the afternoon, they could choose to watch it on the internet at night. The rating would not be as high as on Saturdays, but a few 100,000 reputation points a day would not be a problem. A few 100,000 reputation points a day. This would mean a rhythm of playing the lottery more than once per day. Zhang Ye did not play the lottery today. He wanted to accumulate his reputation points. So he bought 3 memory search capsules and ate one to start searching through his memory of Yi Zhongtian's analysis of the 3 kingdoms. After finishing the first capsule, he ate another 2. In the end, he had a bit left to search through, and so annoyingly had to buy another memory search capsule, for a total of 4 now, to finish up the series of analysis of the 3 kingdoms memory search. When he first used it to search through Ghost Blows Out the Light, 1 capsule would have been enough to memorize a lot of words. But this time, he had to expend quite a number of them. Firstly, maybe because a novel was presented as text, it was more simplified and easier to memorize. A video would include subtitles, audio and video, etc., which was a lot more complex. Secondly, Ghost Blows Out the Light was memorized continuously when he had nothing to do other than reading, so the memory data was more whole. Analysis of the 3 kingdoms was watched by Zhang Ye at different times, sometimes on television, sometimes online. The timings were irregular and the continuity was pretty much broken. Therefore, there were some difficulties in searching the memory and more. Capsules were used. For capsules, 400,000 reputation points. Zhang Ye felt the pain of spending for the extra capsule, and so to change his mood, he switched on the computer to check on the celebrity rankings website. He searched his name. He was still ranked as an E-list celebrity. But what made Zhang Ye happy was that in the past, he had just entered the E-list rankings and was at the bottom of it. He had floated around the last few places while he was out of work. Without exposure, he had even dropped a few places and had nearly fallen off the E-list. But now, his ranking had skyrocketed. It was as if he took a rocket ship up from the bottom to somewhere above the middle. If the trend continued, after he finished with analysis of the 3 kingdoms, he might even fly up into the D-list rankings. Come on. He was getting closer to his dreams. Is Teacher Zhang around? Paging for Teacher Zhang Ye. At Zhang Ye. God, please respond. Suddenly, a lot of people were at ing him on Weibo. His Weibo client was always on. When he saw it, he immediately opened up Weibo to see what was happening and why they were all looking for him. Zhang Ye #1 fan had at him. When Zhang Ye saw it, he replied to him, "I'm here. Haha, the god is here. He's been called out. We have something serious to discuss. Brother #1, you discuss it with Teacher Zhang." There were many of Zhang Ye's fans standing by on Weibo today, and Zhang Ye did not know what was going on. Zhang Ye #1 fan mentioned, "Teacher Zhang, we all had a discussion today. In the past, we called ourselves your troll army. In fact, we really were a troll army. We were always trolling around or getting into arguments with others. But now, most of those who joined in the commotions for fun have become fans of your works. Some of us like your novels, some of us like your modern poetry, some like your melody poems, and some like your new program, Lecture Room. Then, there are some like me, who like all of your works. After our discussion, we realized that we can't call ourselves your troll army. That's too meaningless. Besides, we were trolls in the past, but have now become your fans." Zhang Ye blinked, before typing, "What you mean is?" Zhang Ye #1 fan replied, "We would like to set up your fan club. Although your fame is still far off from those established celebrities, and you're only an E-lister, many E-listers don't have an official fan club because they don't have many fans. But that's them. You definitely have many fans. Just our army alone has a few hundred of us. Don't see us as a pile of loose sand. When you need our help, we will always respond. We are your hardcore fans. Right. I will join too. Count me in. My large saber is again, unable to endure the thirst. Haha. Big Saber Bro is here again. Why do you always only have that to say? Teacher Zhang, please decide soon. As long as you agree, we can set up the fan club. In the future, we will go wherever you command us to go. Everyone lent their support. Seeing the fans like this, Zhang Ye was a little touched. Okay. Of course, I don't have a problem, but I have been very busy lately. I definitely don't have the time to manage it. Can you all elect a moderator? Is there a need for election? Just let number one do it. Right? Number one is the most suitable. I fully support it. Every time Teacher Zhang has a problem, number one is always the first to rush in to help. We can't do any better than that. Big Saber Bro is not bad, too. He is also a fierce general. Then number one will be the moderator, and Big Saber Bro will the deputy moderator? No one had any qualms about that. Zhang Ye then said, all right, then it's decided. I'll have to trouble number one and Big Saber Bro in the future. Zhang Ye number one fans said, it's no trouble at all. Since everyone trusts in me, then I won't reject it or it will appear corny. Also, Teacher Zhang, please do not worry. I will definitely manage your fan club properly. Zhang Ye private messaged him, 148-264-2921. This is my cell phone number. Let's keep in contact. He also sent it to Big Saber Bro. Ring, ring, ring. A phone call quickly came in. Zhang Ye picked it up. Hello? How are you? The person on the other side of the phone had, to his surprise, a female's voice. Hello, Teacher Zhang. I'm Zhang Ye number one fan. Her. It's such a pleasure to hear my idol's voice. Zhang Ye said in surprise. You are female, she said. I never said I was male. Oh, the bios was made up. Saying that, she said very properly. Let me introduce myself. You can call me number one or Yang Lian. I'm about 20 years old and have been working at a private company after graduation. I'm just a small employee at the moment, but I studied management, so I have some experience in management, so I can definitely do well managing your fan club. Teacher Zhang, where do you think our HQ should be set up? We must set up a fan platform so that it is easy for everyone to interact and increase our club's cohesion. Zhang Ye was not very familiar with this. What's your suggestion? Yang Lian said, typically, those A-list celebrities have their own personal websites, which are also the gathering ground for their fans. However, we do not have the ability to do so, nor is there a need. Also, a specialized website is too limiting and more closed off. I think it's best if our fan club's HQ is on Tieba. It's fast and easy to communicate. Its capacity is big, so if it is done well, it can last a lifetime. Zhang Ye found it reasonable. All right, I'll follow what you said. Sorry for troubling you. You're welcome. Then I'll register on Tieba now. Phew, I'm a bit tired today. I don't know why I'm so tired these few days. I'll quickly do it up and go to bed. I'll rally the masses tomorrow. Yang Lian said. Zhang Ye said, all right, then rest early and don't overwork yourself. This world also had Tieba, but it was not Baidu's Tieba, but it was another search engine's Tieba format. In general, there was not much difference, and it only had a few different functionalities. What Yang Lian said was reasonable. Tieba was the best HQ for a fan club. People could interact freely over there, airing their own views. They could also post notices and broadcasting information. It was quite an open platform. What about Weibo? That definitely wouldn't work. Other than Weibo, in this world, there were other instant messaging programs like QQ, which all had several limitations. It was easy to see why these communication tools did not work. It was all right for a small group of people to communicate, but once the fan club's numbers increased, there was no way they could support it. Weibo was the same. It was pretty good as a platform for promotion and posting messages. There were many people there, and the spread of news was faster. The only thing was that the community capabilities were not perfect. There was not enough personal space. It was all right for Zhang Ye to use it for himself, but it was not convenient for his fans to interact with each other, so it naturally would not do. Also, the member situation on Weibo was complicated. He already had about 100,000 fans on Weibo, but in fact, less than 20% of them were real fans. It was likely that only 10% of them were really fans. A large number of people were not really fans who supported him, so the number on Weibo was less reliable. DD. Zhang Ye number one fan's short message came. The Tieba account has been established. It's called Zhang Ye's nest. I'll be sleeping. Hee hee. Teacher Zhang, good night. Chapter 144. A fan is diagnosed with a terminal illness. The next day, Beijing television station, recording studio. Last week, I brought up a point of view that Cao Cao was a lovable arch-careerist. So was that right? Let us talk about it part by part. Let's talk about an arch-careerist first. What is an arch-careerist exactly? Cao Cao's family background was very bad. So we can come to the conclusion that Cao Cao was a lovable arch-careerist. His treachery and heroism were one aspect of him. But in fact, Cao Cao had wanted to be an able minister. But what stopped him from becoming one? Please watch the next episode, An Able Minister's Path. Thank you, everyone. The third episode had finished recording. The audience instantly stood up and applauded. A few other people at the side clapped and cheered. Zhang Ye had to catch his breath. His forehead was sweating. An hour of non-stop talking and standing was physical work, too. Xiao Lu hurriedly ran over to pass him a towel to wipe off his sweat. Dafei brought over a bottle of mineral water for him. Teacher Zhang, have a drink. Thank you. Zhang Yi drank with big mouthfuls and felt better. Hu Fei walked over. Why don't we have a break? You are still injured, so don't force it. Zhang Yi waved. I'm fine, leader. Our program will be broadcast within the next 2 days. Today is the deadline, so we have to record a few more episodes. Otherwise, if something unexpected happens in the next few days, what would happen if we were to stop broadcasting after just a few episodes? I intend to record 3 to 4 episodes by today. Hu Fei said, so many? Are you able to take it? No problem. Zhang Yi saw that some of the audience members had returned from the washroom, so he said, let's begin. Fourth episode, An Able Minister's Path. Fifth episode, Where to Go From Here. Sixth episode, 2 Wrongs Don't Make a Right. Seventh episode, Foresight. Although he said that he would record 3 to 4 episodes, Zhang Yi couldn't stop once he started. The more he spoke, the more spirited he became. He did not want to stop. After dinner, the audience was rotated and Zhang Yi continued recording. In the end, he had finished the recording for the 8th, 9th, and 10th episodes. 8 episodes were recorded in a single day. They had even recorded next week's broadcast. After the recording studio was emptied, Xiao Lu, Hogu, and Dafei were all exhausted. Xiao Lu stared blankly. Teacher Zhang, your battle strength is really too strong. I've never heard of anyone recording from the morning until the end of the day. And it's only you speaking. You don't even have a helper. It's not only battle strength. Hu Fei laughed. Teacher Little Zhang's eloquence and memory are also godlike. He doesn't even have a prompter and can speak off script the entire way. Back when I heard people from the Beijing radio station say that Teacher Little Zhang recorded Ghost Blows Out the Light for 8 hours non-stop without a script, I did not believe it. I thought they were bullsh*ting. But now, I really believe it. Hoga laughed. Today's 2 batches of audience members must have got a kick listening to it. We enjoyed it, too. It was done so interestingly. The details were full of ups and downs. Hu Fei said, everyone, thank you for the hard work. Let's go. It's time to get off work. At night, before he slept, Zhang Yi switched on his computer and first checked for news regarding him on the internet. Most of it contained the raving reviews for Zhang Ye's analysis of the 3 kingdoms. After scanning them, he clicked into his fan club's HQ in anticipation. The Tieba's name was Zhang Ye's nest. The 2 moderators had been approved, Zhang Ye #1 fan and Big Saber Bro. Zhang Ye did not apply to be a moderator, for he did not have time to manage the affairs of the Tieba account. However, he was its spiritual leader and the core figure. After all, this was a fan club established for him. There were nearly 1,000 posts in the forum. A stickied post was an announcement, and rules of the fan club made by Zhang Ye #1 fan was included in it. For example, they had to support Teacher Zhang unconditionally. There should not be any internal squabbles, and everyone was to be united, etc. She really did seem like a talent good at management. These things were done very well. Big Saber Bro also posted, why am I a moderator? I'm just in charge of battles. I don't care about anything else. This Big Saber Bro was also quite an interesting fellow. Zhang Ye had left his cell phone number with him yesterday, hoping to contact him and have an exchange of words. However, who knew that Big Saber Bro would not give him a phone call? It was like Big Saber Bro only had battling and curse words in his dictionary. He did not care about anything else. Zhang Ye tapped his keyboard and was thinking of posting something, but he stopped after some consideration. He used his voice to record a message and posted on it. He imitated a Hunan province's accent. Comrades, I announce, Zhang Ye's fan club is established today. Huh. Teacher Zhang has appeared. Idol. I've seen my idol. Why is it this accent? Teacher Zhang, you are being mischievous again. Huh. Others might not understand why he did so. As for why a Beijing person like Zhang Ye had to use a Hunan way of speech to say it, only Zhang Ye himself was amused. There was quite a bit of mischief in it. These words were known by everyone in his world. They were the original words said by the chairman at Tiananmen when the country was established. The accent was the same, but it was just changed slightly by Zhang Ye. Using a mighty figure's words as an opening speech was also a showcase of how much Zhang Ye treasured his fan club. It also showed his hope for an auspicious and smooth beginning. The only problem was that the number of fans was lacking. The number of people who joined Zhang Ye's Tieba page was less than 3,000 people. This result was even after Zhang Ye promoted it on Weibo, and Zhang Ye #1 fan promoted it along with others' fans. No matter what, while Zhang Ye's fame was at best passable in Beijing, he was still nothing in the other provinces. He had just debuted and did not have any foundation or influential works. Naturally, his fan numbers were lacking. However, it was all right. Zhang Ye was confident that his fan numbers would increase with time. This was just the beginning. Everything needed a gradual process. There was no reaching the sky in a single step. Inside Tieba, Zhang Ye interacted with everyone and began chatting about anything under the sun. Suddenly, someone said, why isn't #1 here today? Teacher Zhang has already appeared. Shouldn't #1 always be the first to reply? Maybe he's sleeping? Recently, #1's online time isn't very stable. Could it be due to work? She isn't feeling well. She went to the hospital today. She. #1 is a female. The brother on post #5, you know #1? Yes, I'm her middle school classmate. Recently, she has been lacking in energy. She even called me a while ago, saying that she would go to the hospital. I have no idea what the results are. Maybe she's suffering from fatigue with work. Zhang Ye felt bad seeing this. He thought Yang Lian had fallen sick because of busying herself for him. Yesterday, she had said that she was tired all the time, as she felt unwell. Hence, Zhang Ye gave Yang Lian a phone call. Ring, ring, ring. No one picked up, despite it ringing more than 10 times. Zhang Ye also had nothing else to say. He went to bed. The next day, once again, he was caught up with work. And the results for lecture room was building its foundation by the day. Wednesday. It was the first day Zhang Ye's analysis of the Three Kingdoms was broadcast on a weekday. Although there was an inevitable drop in its rating, its reception was still very good. Wednesday's rating, 5.08%. Thursday's rating, 4.99%. Friday's rating, 5.11%. When it was the 6th and 7th episode, which were broadcast over the weekend, the ratings once again jumped up while everyone was resting. It respectively hit 8.09% and 8.12%. With the ratings stabilized and with a tiny growth in numbers, everything was a given. There was nothing stopping the ratings legend that was Lecture Room. Amongst all the similar historical and educational programs in the same period, Lecture Room crushed its competitors. And even when counting the number of people tuning in, the Jinsher satellite television station's historical segment paled in comparison to Lecture Room's numbers. The program was hot. There were all sorts of discussions regarding Lecture Room on the internet. The number of clicks on the online video broke 1 million views for every episode. Many people either wanted more or felt that they had missed something after watching the television broadcast, so they would watch it on the internet another time or two. Few people watched Lecture Room as a form of entertainment, but rather, they watched it as a form of culture. Most watched it with the hopes of learning. Naturally, Zhang Ye's name as the main lecturer was mentioned again and again. He was becoming more and more recognized by the day. His career was developing very well. However, on this day, Zhang Ye had finished recording a few episodes yesterday, so the leader gave him a day off. He switched on the computer after eating breakfast and checked his Tieba. Immediately, there was grievous news. Where's #1? Right? Where's the moderator? This is our fan club's leader. Why isn't she here? It's already been 5 to 6 days, right? Why haven't we seen her? Then, a post was made. The poster was the self-proclaimed middle school classmate of Zhang Ye #1 fan. #1 has fallen really ill. These few days, I could not get in touch with her over the phone. In the beginning, she did not pick it up, but later, her phone was just switched off. It was only last night when I contacted Yang Lian's mother. Her mother said that she was hospitalized in Beijing. The hospital has already diagnosed that she suffers from myelodysplasia. I heard that it is in the initial stages of contracting leukemia and needs a bone marrow transplant urgently. However, the medical fees would be more than 1,000,000 yuan. And that's just the minimum. Their family situation has always been average. Her parents are just workers. What are they to do? I'm dying of worry. What? Is that true? Leukemia? How's that possible? The classmate of Yang Lian said anxiously. Which of you are in Beijing? Who can help me visit Yang Lian? I do not know the situation at all. I'm worried that something will happen to her. Yang Lian was very competitive in school. To get such a terminal illness, I really do not know what she. I beg of you, please visit her for me. Who's in Beijing? Is there anyone? Everyone help out. Right. Let's see what her situation is like. If it's bad, we can begin a round of donations. Zhang Ye's expression changed, and he immediately replied, Give me the address to the hospital. Chapter 145. Zhang Ye #1 fan is jumping off a building. Ate something. Zhang Ye went out. Despite the bright morning sun, he clenched tightly a piece of paper, which had the hospital's address that he had obtained from Yang Lian's middle school classmate. He then drove his BMW straight towards the hospital. On the way, he kept calling Yang Lian. Pick it up. You have to pick it up. Once, twice, thrice. She did not pick up. Zhang Ye could not help but curse. She did not pick up her phone and had pretended to disappear. She did not inform others of such a big matter. Was she trying to shoulder it all by herself? But can she shoulder it? Zhang Ye was burning with anxiety. He was a person whose heartstrings were easily tugged. Yang Lian, you sure are good. Whenever I, Zhang Ye, got into trouble, every time people questioned and scolded me online, you were the first to step in front of me. You were always the one leading everyone to fight for me and protect my honor. Now that you are in trouble, now when you need help, you don't even tell me? You must be looking down on me, Zhang Ye. His BMW flew. He drove faster and faster. Beijing People's Hospital. This was one of the best hospitals that treated leukemia in Beijing. There were no more parking spots in the hospital. Zhang Ye left his car in a parking spot by the road and strode towards the main building of the hospital. Scanning the address, he knew that Yang Lian lived in one of the wings. However, he did not know which level and room she was in. He had to ask when he went in. It was all right. As long as he knew her name, he could find her from the hospital's records. The most important thing was that Yang Lian had to be able to hold on. There was a middle-aged woman in front of him. Big sis, please hold. Zhang Ye called out to her. The woman looked back at him. Oh? What's the matter? Zhang Ye held out the address and said, May I know which building is this wing? Oh, it's that one. The woman pointed and then said to him, You must be a reporter, right? Quickly go. It's just behind the wing. She's almost jumping off. Zhang Ye was stunned. What does that mean? The woman said in surprise, You aren't a reporter? Hi, then it's my fault. About half an hour ago at that wing, a girl sat on the top floor, as if she was jumping off at any moment. Quite a number of policemen have come. No matter how they persuaded her, she wouldn't get off. Hi, young people these days are seriously. They think too lightly of their lives and want to commit suicide so easily. It wasn't easy for their parents to rear them. Go take a look. I'm leaving. Zhang Ye suddenly felt an ominous premonition. He no longer walked, but ran as he charged towards the back of the wing. When he arrived, it was filled with people. Right inside, there were about 7 to 8 policemen. They had cordoned off an area with police tape. Behind them were doctors and nurses from the hospital. There were many families and patients gathered in the outer perimeter. Everyone was looking up and pointing. Little Lian, come down quickly, an old father's voice cried out. An old mother was wailing too. Little Lian, don't frighten mom. We have money. We have lots of money. We can definitely treat you. Child, come down quickly. Quickly come down. The old father shouted out with his head raised up. We only have you as a daughter. Even if we smash our iron pots and pans into pieces and sell them as scrap metal, we will definitely make sure you recover. Little Lian? Was it really Yang Lian? Looking up, there was a girl with average looks. She looked to be in her 20s and was dressed in patient overalls. She was sitting on the roof of an 8th-floor building. Her legs were dangling in midair. Zhang Ye's face went pale. However, he pulled a nurse beside him and asked to confirm. "What's the girl's name upstairs?" "It's Yang Lian." The nurse was in no mood to care about him. After she said so, she immediately went to pull Yang Lian's parents back. "Auntie, uncle, don't say that. The more you say that, the more your daughter won't think straight. Do you think that she wants to commit suicide because she can't handle the stress and the illness? It's not because of that. I'm this block's nurse. I even took care of her the day before. She knew that she needed $1 million in medical fees, and that there was no guarantee of success. That's why she chose to commit suicide." Saying this, the nurse's eyes turned red. "She's afraid of being a burden." At this moment, a female doctor in her 50s came to one of the policemen and said agitatedly, "Mr. Policeman, you must save that child. She's a good child. She's too filial." She knew her family could not bear the burden of the medical fees. There was a lump in her throat. You do not know how she has been passing the past few days. She knew that she had nearly expended all of her family's money over the past few days. She kept saying that she did not feel good, so she did not eat. She did not take a single bite, and even gave the hospital food to her parents. She only knew how to save money for her parents and ate only 1 meal a day. She also prevented us doctors and nurses from telling her parents. She told us to tell her parents that she had already eaten if they asked. Later on, a few of us doctors and nurses could not stand watching this any further. We then took turns bringing food for her and managed to finally make her eat. A male doctor also said emotionally, "Quickly save her." When the old mother heard this, she cried even louder, "Little Lian, why are you so silly? If you aren't around, what are we to do? What do you want us to do?" When the policemen heard this, they were clearly disturbed. "We must save her. Our men have already gone up to persuade her. But, that's right, we don't dare to approach her. She is already sitting up there. If some mishap happens while saving her, she might." Over there, a middle-aged man in a white doctor's coat stood forward. He seemed to be the leader of the hospital. He shouted, "Young comrade, come down first and talk. The medical fees aren't a problem. You should be treated first before we talk about the medical fees. Besides, there are a lot of good-willed people in society these days. I don't believe that no one would help you. I don't believe everyone's conscience has been eaten by dogs. I'll lead. I'll donate 30,000. I'll donate 5,000. I'll donate 2,000. Everyone expressed their intentions to donate. Although this amount of money was useless and just a drop in the bucket for the medical fees, they wished to summon back this filial girl. But no matter how long they persuaded, Yang Lian remained unmoved. She did not even look down, nor did anyone know if she heard what they said. She only looked quietly at the sun in the sky. The policemen looked at each other and had ugly expressions. From their experience, they knew that this young lady had made her decision. There was no way to change her mind. Typically, those who insisted on seeing various people and said a lot in a fierce manner before committing suicide were not really wishing to die. However, Yang Lian's behavior was too calm. Clearly, she had made her decision. Suddenly, the reporters arrived. A few Beijing television stations' reporters came. Some drove an interview truck. The moment they got off, they pointed their cameras to the top of the building. "Come down. Everyone will help you. Yang Lian, come down first. If you die, who is to take care of your parents?" Everyone used all sorts of words, but the girl up there remained unmoved. Suddenly, something happened. Yang Lian lifted herself with both her arms and stood up on the top of the building. "Thank you. Goodbye." "Ah, she's jumping. Oh no. Little Lian. No, no." The leading policeman tried his best to shout into the walkie-talkie, "Move. There's no time anymore. It's too far." The other side of the walkie-talkie replied in a hurry. At this moment, many people covered their eyes. At this moment, everyone was feeling extremely grieved. A child, a young girl in her 20s, actually chose to end her life, so as not to burden her parents or trouble her family. This sounded simple, but how many people in the entire world would do that? She was extremely filial. No one wanted her to die. At this moment, everyone was out of options. A few reporters and cameramen also revealed doleful looks. Many doctors and nurses who had interacted with Yang Lian in the hospital over the past few days even teared up. They were crying. At that split moment, Zhang Ye had already arrived behind a few policemen. With a grab, he took a loudspeaker from a policeman and spoke out to Yang Lian, who was about to jump down the next second. Zhang Ye was not long-winded, nor did he preach. He only said a poem and did not say it slowly or quickly. His tone was very calm. When cobwebs sealed my stove without mercy, when the smoldering embers lamented poverty, I didn't yield, but smoothed out the ashes of despair, and with the lovely snow I wrote, "In the future we trust." Yang Lian stopped in her motions and looked downstairs with a surprise. She looked at the person reciting the poem downstairs. The police were angry. "What are you doing? Who let you say anything? You grabbed my loudspeaker." Another policeman charged forward. But immediately following that, an old police leader blocked him. "Don't move. Let him speak." Zhang Ye looked upstairs and exchanged gazes with Yang Lian. When my purple grapes turned into the late fall dew, when in somebody else's bosom I found my flowers lay, I didn't yield, but with a vine withered and frosty, I wrote on this dismal land, "In the future we trust." Saying that, Zhang Ye slowly walked a few steps towards her. His hands were raised into the sky, as if he was grabbing the sun. With my finger, I'll point to the waves rolling to the horizon. With my hands, I'll hold the vast sea that props up the sun, and wielding a pen so nice and warm in the morning glow, in a childish handwriting, I'll write, "In the future we trust." Everyone was stunned. A young man with such a mighty poem had made the entire area silent. Zhang Ye smiled. "The reason why I have absolute trust in the future is because I trust the eyes of the future beings, who have eyelashes that bat off the dust of history and pupils that pierce through writings of years past. No matter how people think of our rotten flesh, the gloom of being led astray, and the anguish of defeat, be they moved to tears in profound sympathy, or shooting a sneer, or even a sharp ridicule, I have no doubt that people will judge our backbone, our countless quests, bungles, failures, and successes, with enthusiasm, in all fairness and objectivity. Yes, anxiously I'm awaiting their judgment. Trust firmly in the future, my friends. Trust in our unyielding effort. Trust in the victory of youthfulness over death. Trust in the future and cherish life." Chapter 146. Zhang Ye takes care of the surgery fees. And with the lovely snow, I wrote, "In the future we trust." I wrote on this dismal land, "In the future we trust." In a childish handwriting, I'll write, "In the future we trust." Zhang Ye had recited, "In the future we trust," and had forcefully stopped Yang Lian, who was at the top of the building, in her steps. Everyone in the hospital's yard was smitten by it. When they looked up to look at the girl about to commit suicide, they were shocked. Yang Lian cried. She covered her face and squatted on the roof, crying her heart out. "Who is this person? I don't know him. Where did he come from?" Her parents said so much to no avail, and the police and everyone else persuaded for so long without any use. But that person used a poem and managed to change her mind. "This person looks familiar?" Right. I find him familiar, too, like I've seen him on television." The crowd immediately looked at the youth holding the loudspeaker. In the end, it was a Beijing television station's news channel staff member and reporter who recognized him. A female reporter exclaimed, "Io, isn't that teacher Zhang Ye?" "Zhang Ye. Lecture room Zhang Ye? Yes, that's him." I was wondering why he was so familiar. So it's him. No wonder he could freely compose such a great modern poem. This poem contained too much energy. It was a positive, energy-filled poem, filled with ponderment and an endeavor to improve. When everyone heard it, they were still wondering how a person could produce such an amazing piece of work on the spot. But when they heard that the person was the famous poem composer, Zhang Ye, they were enlightened. Probably only this person, who became famous from writing poems, and also this Zhang Ye, who had numerous classic poems, had such skill. And many people had previously heard that it was written in the Beijing Times that when Zhang Ye was still in the radio station, he had used 2 poems to save a female university student who was on the brink of committing suicide. Zhang Ye had such a prior achievement in this area. This time it was jumping off a building. That time it was cutting the wrist. That incident had previously been a very discussed topic. A lot of the people here today had been doubtful then, thinking, how could a few poems, which were just some literary works, have such a charm? How could it save a life which was already imminently lost? But today, at this place, when they heard Zhang Ye reciting his poem, they were no longer doubtful. All they felt was a sense of shock in their souls. In the future we trust, this was a great poem. In Zhang Ye's previous world, those that were qualified to be labeled as great poems did not number many. Flying Bird and Fish was not one. See Me or Not was not one either. But A Generation was one of them. In the Future We Trust was also one. This poem was written by the poet Zhang Ye in 1968. This poem used its profound thoughts and beautiful imagery and a catchy text to let people know how to live well and encourage oneself in the worst of situations. It taught people to promise oneself to have an unshakable resolve for tomorrow. This poem was previously spread in society in handwritten form and quickly became a common thing spoken in a generation of youths. As it was quite an old poem, even quite a number of youths from Zhang Ye's world had not heard it before. However, if another work was mentioned, almost everyone would know. That was Wang Feng's song. That song was adapted from In the Future We Trust and was created as a song to show respect to idols. The sound of crying could be heard upstairs. Zhang Ye looked up and said loudly, "You said that you like my poems, so I will dedicate this In the Future We Trust to you. So get down now." Upstairs, the police rushed over and grabbed hold of Yang Lian. Yang Lian did not resist and disappeared back over the ledge onto the rooftop. Seeing this, everyone present heaved a sigh of relief. Great, she's finally safe. Such a good child has finally been persuaded. Beijing's several television stations and newspaper reporters all rushed over to capture this scene. "Did you record that?" a female reporter asked. "Everything was captured. Don't worry," the cameraman assured. "That's good. This news footage is going to be great," the female reporter said excitedly. If it was just any typical suicide by jumping case, it might not have gone on the news. After all, this sort of things happened frequently every day, and there were too many to be reported. However, with a filial daughter who wanted to commit suicide so as not to be a burden on her parents, and with Zhang Ye, a person notorious both in the literature and broadcasting circle, whose every work went viral in Beijing, this was definitely topical. There was no need to even mention the birth of In the Future We Trust. At another side, Yang Lian's parents were crying and walking towards Zhang Ye thankfully. "Teacher Zhang, why did you come? My daughter has always been a fan of yours. Even while she was in hospital these past few days, she has always been watching your works and poetry. She really likes you a lot," Zhang Ye answered. "Yang Lian's middle school classmate posted on the internet and I saw it. So I asked for the hospital address and came." Yang Lian's mother cried, "We are so grateful to you. Thank you." Yang Lian's parents grabbed Zhang Ye's hands. "If not for your poem, little Lian might have." Zhang Ye said anxiously, "It was nothing. You don't have to be so serious. Let's go upstairs and look at Yang Lian." At this moment, everyone was enlightened. So this young girl, who had contracted a terminal illness, was teacher Zhang Ye's hardcore fan. And Zhang Ye, who was a public figure, had actually rushed here, despite work or rest for a fan. This made everyone feel nothing but respect for Zhang Ye and his professionalism. It was considered common for fans to do things for their idols, but for a celebrity to do something for a small fan was impressive. In the wing, 5th floor ward, Yang Lian had been brought back to her room and was settled down by the police and nurses. She laid on the bed. Typically, the police would escort the person back for education and a statement in such societal cases of suicide which garnered interest. If it was serious, they would be remanded, but due to Yang Lian's condition, the police did not do that. They closed one eye. Besides, this girl's matter had really touched many of them. Hence, once she lay down, the police exhorted the few nurses to watch her and prevent her from doing anything silly before leaving. Yang Lian's parents rushed into the room. "Daughter, little Lian, you silly girl. Dad, Mom, sorry." Yang Lian cried as she hugged her parents and cried together. Zhang Ye also followed in. This was the first time he had seen Yang Lian close up. She was a very ordinary girl. She gave off a very gentle and quiet vibe. Yang Lian looked up and hurriedly said, "Teacher Zhang, why are you here?" Yang Lian's parents said, "Teacher Zhang heard from your middle school classmate and came to see you." Yang Lian wiped her tears. "I didn't want to tell others. I have even troubled you to come all the way here. I'm glad I was troubled. Zhang Ye felt a lingering fear. If I didn't come, who knows what would have happened? You sure are good. You need a poem from me to stop you. Back then, the situation was extremely dangerous. When Zhang Ye saw how Yang Lian's parents, the medical staff, and police were unable to persuade her, he knew it himself as well. If he started coming up with all sorts of reasonings, it would have the same result. Even if she was his fan, she had already decided on committing suicide, so why would he listen to him? Hence, Zhang Ye had no choice but to use this method as an attempt. Yang Lian did not speak. She did not know why she felt an emotional upheaval when she heard, "In the future we trust." As a result, she had abandoned the thoughts of giving up on life, and really had hoped to believe in trusting the future. The door opened. A few doctors and nurses hurriedly examined her. "Are you fine? Little Lian, how do you feel? Do you have strength? Come, let's put her on a drip first." Yang Lian was still a bit resistive and reached out her hands. "There's no need," Yang Lian's mother angrily said. "Quickly cooperate with the doctors for your treatment. Don't worry about the money." Yang Lian's father sighed. At home, he had already borrowed from his relatives. Together with his daughters' savings and his savings with his wife, they had only managed to accumulate about 70 to 80,000. And most of it had been spent over the past few days. Although they had told their daughter not to worry about the money, they actually did not know what to do. At this moment, Zhang Ye spoke. He said to the female doctor, who was in her 50s, "Doctor, do the bone marrow transplant for Yang Lian. If there is compatible match, do it as soon as possible. Please do not delay her treatment." The female doctor sighed. "Actually, we have already found a compatible match. However, the medical fees will be about 1,000,000 yuan. Our hospital began collecting donations today. The hospital's director has already said he will donate a bit, but it is still far lacking towards the required figures." "We too." Zhang Ye asked, "How much more is lacking?" The female doctor said, "The most conservative estimate is 1.1 million. This includes the surgery fee and the post-surgery fees, as well as the hospitalization fees and miscellaneous fees." Hearing that, Zhang Ye did not even give it a thought and said, "All right, then please immediately prepare the surgery. 1.1 million, right? I'll pay for it." The female doctor exclaimed, "You are paying?" Zhang Ye said, "I'll bring the money over tonight." The female doctor and the few nurses were overjoyed. "That's great. Yang Lian will be saved." Yang Lian immediately turned anxious. "No way. Absolutely no way. How can I take your money?" Yang Lian's mother began to speak and then hesitated. "Teacher Zhang, we really can't return it. There's no need to return it." Saying that, Zhang Ye looked at Yang Lian. "When I was in trouble, you would lead people to fight for the injustice I suffered online. Sometimes, you will busy yourself until 2 to 3 a.m. Now that you are in trouble, it's my turn to help you." Yang Lian's tears welled. But, upon hearing this, Yang Lian's parents walked over and knelt down before Zhang Ye. Zhang Ye was nimble and quickly held them up. "Don't do that. I really can't accept it, nor do I deserve accepting it. Please get up," Yang Lian's mother said with her tears streaming down. "Thank you. Thank you." Chapter 146. Zhang Ye takes care of the surgery fees. "And with the lovely snow, I wrote, 'In the future we trust.' I wrote on this dismal land, 'In the future we trust.' In a childish handwriting, I'll write, 'In the future we trust.'" Zhang Ye had recited, "In the future we trust," and had forcefully stopped Yang Lian, who was at the top of the building, in her steps. Everyone in the hospital's yard was smitten by it. When they looked up to look at the girl about to commit suicide, they were shocked. Yang Lian cried. She covered her face and squatted on the roof, crying her heart out. "Who is this person? I don't know him. Where did he come from?" Her parents said so much to no avail, and the police and everyone else persuaded for so long without any use. But that person used a poem and managed to change her mind. "This person looks familiar? Right. I find him familiar, too, like I've seen him on television." The crowd immediately looked at the youth holding the loudspeaker. In the end, it was a Beijing television station's news channel staff member and reporter who recognized him. A female reporter exclaimed, "Io, isn't that teacher Zhang Ye?" "Zhang Ye. Lecture room's Zhang Ye? Yes, that's him. I was wondering why he was so familiar. So it's him. No wonder he could freely compose such a great modern poem. This poem contained too much energy. It was a positive, energy-filled poem, filled with ponderment and an endeavor to improve. When everyone heard it, they were still wondering how a person could produce such an amazing piece of work on the spot. But when they heard that the person was the famous poem composer, Zhang Ye, they were enlightened. Probably only this person, who became famous from writing poems, and also this Zhang Ye, who had numerous classic poems, had such skill. And many people had previously heard that it was written in the Beijing Times that when Zhang Ye was still in the radio station, he had used 2 poems to save a female university student who was on the brink of committing suicide. Zhang Ye had such a prior achievement in this area. This time it was jumping off a building. That time it was cutting the wrist. That incident had previously been a very discussed topic. A lot of the people here today had been doubtful then, thinking, how could a few poems, which were just some literary works, have such a charm? How could it save a life which was already imminently lost? But today, at this place, when they heard Zhang Ye reciting his poem, they were no longer doubtful. All they felt was a sense of shock in their souls. In the future we trust, this was a great poem. In Zhang Ye's previous world, those that were qualified to be labeled as great poems did not number many. Flying Bird and Fish was not one. See Me or Not was not one either. But A Generation was one of them. In the Future We Trust was also one. This poem was written by the poet Zhang Ye in 1968. This poem used its profound thoughts and beautiful imagery and a catchy text to let people know how to live well and encourage oneself in the worst of situations. It taught people to promise oneself to have an unshakable resolve for tomorrow. This poem was previously spread in society in handwritten form and quickly became a common thing spoken in a generation of youths. As it was quite an old poem, even quite a number of youths from Zhang Ye's world had not heard it before. However, if another work was mentioned, almost everyone would know. That was Wang Feng's song. That song was adapted from In the Future We Trust and was created as a song to show respect to idols. The sound of crying could be heard upstairs. Zhang Ye looked up and said loudly, "You said that you like my poems, so I will dedicate this In the Future We Trust to you. So get down now." Upstairs, the police rushed over and grabbed hold of Yang Lian. Yang Lian did not resist and disappeared back over the ledge onto the rooftop. Seeing this, everyone present heaved a sigh of relief. Great, she's finally safe. Such a good child has finally been persuaded. Beijing's several television stations and newspaper reporters all rushed over to capture this scene. "Did you record that?" a female reporter asked. "Everything was captured. Don't worry," the cameraman assured. "That's good. This news footage is going to be great," the female reporter said excitedly. If it was just any typical suicide by jumping case, it might not have gone on the news. After all, this sort of things happened frequently every day, and there were too many to be reported. However, with a filial daughter who wanted to commit suicide so as not to be a burden on her parents, and with Zhang Ye, a person notorious both in the literature and broadcasting circle, whose every work went viral in Beijing, this was definitely topical. There was no need to even mention the birth of In the Future We Trust. At another side, Yang Lian's parents were crying and walking towards Zhang Ye thankfully. "Teacher Zhang, why did you come? My daughter has always been a fan of yours. Even while she was in hospital these past few days, she has always been watching your works and poetry. She really likes you a lot," Zhang Ye answered. "Yang Lian's middle school classmate posted on the internet and I saw it. So I asked for the hospital address and came." Yang Lian's mother cried, "We are so grateful to you. Thank you." Yang Lian's parents grabbed Zhang Ye's hands. "If not for your poem, little Lian might have." Zhang Ye said anxiously, "It was nothing. You don't have to be so serious. Let's go upstairs and look at Yang Lian." At this moment, everyone was enlightened. So this young girl, who had contracted a terminal illness, was teacher Zhang Ye's hardcore fan. And Zhang Ye, who was a public figure, had actually rushed here, despite work or rest for a fan. This made everyone feel nothing but respect for Zhang Ye and his professionalism. It was considered common for fans to do things for their idols, but for a celebrity to do something for a small fan was impressive. In the wing, 5th floor ward, Yang Lian had been brought back to her room and was settled down by the police and nurses. She laid on the bed. Typically, The police would escort the person back for education and a statement in such societal cases of suicide which garnered interest. If it was serious, they would be remanded, but due to Yang Lian's condition, the police did not do that. They closed one eye. Besides, this girl's matter had really touched many of them. Hence, once she lay down, the police exhorted the few nurses to watch her and prevent her from doing anything silly before leaving. Yang Lian's parents rushed into the room. Daughter, little Lian, you silly girl. Dad, Mom, sorry. Yang Lian cried as she hugged her parents and cried together. Zhang Ye also followed in. This was the first time he had seen Yang Lian close up. She was a very ordinary girl. She gave off a very gentle and quiet vibe. Yang Lian looked up and hurriedly said, Teacher Zhang, why are you here? Yang Lian's parents said, Teacher Zhang heard from your middle school classmate and came to see you. Yang Lian wiped her tears. I didn't want to tell others. I have even troubled you to come all the way here. I'm glad I was troubled. Zhang Ye felt a lingering fear. If I didn't come, who knows what would have happened? You sure are good. You need a poem from me to stop you. Back then, the situation was extremely dangerous. When Zhang Ye saw how Yang Lian's parents, the medical staff, and police were unable to persuade her, he knew it himself as well. If he started coming up with all sorts of reasonings, it would have the same result. Even if she was his fan, she had already decided on committing suicide, so why would he listen to him? Hence, Zhang Ye had no choice but to use this method as an attempt. Yang Lian did not speak. She did not know why she felt an emotional upheaval when she heard, "In the future we trust." As a result, she had abandoned the thoughts of giving up on life and really had hoped to believe in trusting the future. The door opened. A few doctors and nurses hurriedly examined her. Are you fine? Little Lian, how do you feel? Do you have strength? Come, let's put her on a drip first. Yang Lian was still a bit resistive and reached out her hands. There's no need. Yang Lian's mother angrily said. Quickly cooperate with the doctors for your treatment. Don't worry about the money. Yang Lian's father sighed. At home, he had already borrowed from his relatives. Together, with his daughter's savings and his savings with his wife, they had only managed to accumulate about 70 to 80,000. And most of it had been spent over the past few days. Although they had told their daughter not to worry about the money, they actually did not know what to do. At this moment, Zhang Ye spoke. He said to the female doctor, who was in her 50s, Doctor, do the bone marrow transplant for Yang Lian. If there is compatible match, do it as soon as possible. Please do not delay her treatment. The female doctor sighed. Actually, we have already found a compatible match. However, the medical fees will be about 1,000,000 yuan. Our hospital began collecting donations today. The hospital's director has already said he will donate a bit, but it is still far lacking towards the required figures. We too. Zhang Ye asked, how much more is lacking? The female doctor said, the most conservative estimate is 1.1 million. This includes the surgery fee and the post-surgery fees, as well as the hospitalization fees and miscellaneous fees. Hearing that, Zhang Ye did not even give it a thought and said, all right, then please immediately prepare the surgery. 1.1 million, right? I'll pay for it. The female doctor exclaimed, you are paying? Zhang Ye said, I'll bring the money over tonight. The female doctor and the few nurses were overjoyed. That's great. Yang Lian will be saved. Yang Lian immediately turned anxious. No way. Absolutely no way. How can I take your money? Yang Lian's mother began to speak and then hesitated. Teacher Zhang, we really can't return it. There's no need to return it. Saying that, Zhang Ye looked at Yang Lian. When I was in trouble, you would lead people to fight for the injustice I suffered online. Sometimes, you will busy yourself until 2 to 3 a.m. Now that you are in trouble, it's my turn to help you. Yang Lian's tears welled. But, upon hearing this, Yang Lian's parents walked over and knelt down before Zhang Ye. Zhang Ye was nimble and quickly held them up. Don't do that. I really can't accept it, nor do I deserve accepting it. Please get up. Yang Lian's mother said with her tears streaming down. Thank you. Thank you. Chapter 147. Gathering the surgery fees. Afternoon. Beijing television station's news channel broadcasted the news. Next, we will have a piece of breaking news. Here is a shocking scene recorded by our reporters this afternoon at People's Hospital. Back then, a girl, who was diagnosed with a terminal disease, was standing at the roof of the hospital thinking of committing suicide. The persuasion of her close loved ones and the police were ineffective. Just as she was about to jump down, my colleague, teacher Zhang Ye, of the Beijing television station stepped forward and used a poem to save her life. Zhang Ye's figure appeared in the video footage. There were people all around him, those who were present at the hospital. When cobwebs sealed my stove without mercy, when the smoldering embers lamented poverty, I didn't yield, but smoothed out the ashes of despair, and with the lovely snow I wrote, "In the future we trust." Finally, the scene changed to that of a girl squatting on the roof wailing before she was rescued by the police who rushed there in time. Returning back to the studio, the news anchor said, "Our station's reporters learned from the hospital that Yang Lian is teacher Zhang Ye's fan. Her parents said that she has always liked Zhang Ye's works. She could memorize every poem easily, and now, Yang Lian's surgery fees have been settled. Zhang Ye has undertaken all of the fees. With that, my heart can't help but think of a sentence: this world still has many good people." Once this news was broadcast, everyone heatedly discussed on Weibo, on Beijing area's forums, and on Tieba. So awesome. Teacher Zhang Ye has another new work? He saved someone yet again. It's too awesome. Someone could actually come up with such a mighty modern-day poem in such an intense atmosphere and seen in an impromptu fashion. "In the future we trust" is written too well. Why are Zhang Ye's poems so good? Is he on steroids? He will bear all of the fans' medical expenses? Such morals, such virtues. I am speechless. I've heard a few people from the industry saying Zhang Ye's reputation is bad. But a person who would go so far for his fan, how bad of a person can he be? A Weibo-verified vice president of a certain profession posted, "It's not that Zhang Ye's reputation is bad, but it's because his morals are too good. He dares to speak up, resulting in him offending many." Honestly, the first feeling I had from seeing this piece of news was disbelief. Secondly, I was touched. I have never encouraged people who chase after stars, for I think it's meaningless and dumb. After chasing them all day, would the celebrity know who you are? But today, I can't be sure anymore. Maybe being one of teacher Zhang Ye's fans is a blissful matter. At this moment, a verified Weibo account made a post. It was a famous person from Beijing's economic circle. You could even say he was an elite. I had randomly listened to Beijing radio station's mid-autumn poetry meet in the past. I remembered Zhang Ye giving a speech after winning the meet. It said something like, "In comparison to science, literature indeed has no practical use. Yet the greatest function of literature is perhaps its lack of function." I always found it very difficult to understand this line for some reason, and it has been revolving in my brain all this while. Today, I think I have understood a bit of Zhang Ye's words. Well said. I've decided. From today forward, I will be a fan of teacher Zhang. Me too. Where do Zhang Ye's fans gather at? I want to join. Count me in. Teacher Zhang Ye has done it beautifully today. Tieba, Zhang Ye's nest. The discussion in the fan club's main turf was even more explosive than the discussion elsewhere on the internet. Number 1 nearly committed suicide? How can that be? She did not have enough money, so number 1 did not want to burden her parents. If she didn't have enough, she could tell us. All of us could donate. She's so silly. She's competitive and did not want to trouble others. Thankfully, it's so thankful that teacher Zhang Ye rushed there in time, or the consequences would be unthinkable. Teacher Zhang is too fierce. This lady loves him to death. That's right. Teacher Zhang is like a divine army descending from heaven today. It was so timely. Number 1's medical fees are all going to be paid for by teacher Zhang Ye. Teacher Zhang has so much money. He just started working, so he can't be rich, right? Do you think teacher Zhang is like everyone else? The publication of Ghost Blows Out the Light already has so much sales. Teacher Zhang is richer than the average person. That's right. Teacher Zhang is rich. Then I'm relieved. Hi. We really did not become fans of the wrong person, that's for sure. Teacher Zhang is completely different from the others in the entertainment industry. If anyone dares to speak badly of teacher Zhang Ye, I'll be the first to fight with them. Right? For a celebrity to do something for small fans like us, how many in this world will do that? If anyone goes against Zhang Ye, it means they are going against me. That's right. I'll support Zhang Ye for life. Support for life plus 1,666. At the same time, at the Beijing television station, Zhang Ye stopped his car in the unit's public car park. His younger cousin, Chao Mingming, called. The moment the call connected, the young lass immediately chatted. Bro, I saw the news. You are too awesome. You are too cool. You are so cool that the heavens are overturned. Zhang Ye said, what's so cool about it? Chao Mingming said, that poem made my blood rush. Zhang Ye could not help but laugh. Enough. At that moment, I was covered in cold sweat. All right, enough of this talk. I'm busy over here. I'm hanging up. Entering the television station. Quite a number of people were looking at him. Some even greeted him. Clearly, they knew of the news. Teacher Zhang. Teacher Zhang is back. I was touched by you today. Awesome. Previously, Zhang Ye was like a jinx in the television station. Many people would avoid him. Even if they did not purposely avoid him, they would seldom speak to him unless necessary. This was because everyone knew of Zhang Ye's past notorious records. He was a person who would dare scold anyone if he was enraged. But with today's matter, Zhang Ye immediately won the respect of many people. Some people, who never greeted him before, greeted him with a smile today. Of course, one of the main reasons was that lecture room was having better and better results. Zhang Ye greeted them back before returning to his own office. Hu Fei and company were all there. Hey, little Zhang, we heard of the matter on the news. We were just about to give you a call. Xiao Lu chuckled. Teacher Zhang is Teacher Zhang. Even when he is resting at home, he can still appear on the news. You are getting famous again this time. Da Fei asked. Right? Why did you come to the unit? Haven't a lot of episodes been recorded already? There's no need to record any today. Zhang Ye hesitated. I'm here to raise money. Which one of you has $1 million? Can I borrow it? I need it by tonight. I'll sell my car and return it. Ho Gu exclaimed, $1 million. Ho Di said, is it for that girl's medical fees? Yes, Zhang Ye said. I only have tens of thousands here. It's not enough. I also can't sell my car on such short notice, so I'm thinking of borrowing first, so that Yang Lian's surgery will not be delayed. Hu Fei said, your car definitely can't be sold. Yours is a bulletproof car. Typical people would not need it, and it's not very practical. Few would buy it. Even if those who want to buy it, and have the ability to buy it aren't lacking in cash, they will likely not buy a second-hand car. It would be difficult to sell it, even if you have just driven it for a few days. For me, I have a bit over 100,000. If you need it greatly, you can take it. But it's still not enough. Xiao Lu counted her purse. I can provide 10,000. Ho Gu was dumbfounded. Teacher Zhang, could it be that you don't have spare cash? Then why did you agree to undertake all the medical fees? You are too generous. Da Fei also did not agree. That's right. We don't have the means. About helping others, Zhang Ye waved his hand. When I was in trouble, she helped me. Now it's my turn. Even if I have to smash my iron pots and pans into pieces and sell them as scrap iron, I'll make sure she's cured. This way, Hu Fei suddenly thought of an idea. Yesterday, the director chatted with me. It's regarding the rights to Zhang Ye's analysis of the Three Kingdoms. As some other provincial television stations want to broadcast it, too, the station wants to strike while the iron is hot and create a few DVDs before the program finishes airing. Compared to letting the video websites profit for nothing, why don't we sell it? The rights belong to you, so it seems that the station wants to buy it from you. I actually wanted to have a good chat with you about it next week. Since you are in need of money, there's only this method. Zhang Ye did not even give it thought. All right, I'll sell it. Hu Fei said. All right, then let us go to the director. Wang Shuixin's office. Hu Fei explained the matter to him. Wang Shuixin nodded. Fine. Let's talk about the price. Zhang Ye also did not offer a high price. He knew the value of the DVDs to analysis of the Three Kingdoms. Even if its sales would not be too good, it couldn't be too terrible. Hence, he offered, 1.1 million will do. It was exactly the amount for Yang Lian's medical fees. However, Wang Shuixin frowned. Little Zhang, you are biting off more than you can chew. You are our station's employee. To have your current results and ratings, it's all due to the station pushing for you. Without our arts channel's promotion, can your analysis of the Three Kingdoms reach this popularity and obtain such accomplishments? The moment we talk about rights, you offer more than 1 million. Aren't you being too particular? Even if it's half the price, I already find it too much. Zhang Ye said unhappily. Director Wang, I didn't ask for too much, right? If I negotiated with cooperating merchants, people will buy it even for 1.5 million. Wang Shuixin stared at him. You even want to sell your rights by jumping over the station? Hu Fei tugged at Zhang Ye and immediately tried to harmonize the situation. Director, you must have seen the news just now, right? Little Zhang is doing this for a patient who is in urgent need for surgery. The surgery fees happen to be 1.1 million. He is lacking in money, so he wants to quickly raise the funds to pay for the medical fees for the young lady. Wang Shuixin waved his hand. This has nothing to do with the unit. I can't damage the interests of the unit because little Zhang has agreed to donate to someone and do some charity. It is against principles. After some thought, 600,000. It will be 600,000 at most. Hu Fei's face turned dark. Director, this is too little. Wang Shuixin probably knew that Zhang Ye was in desperate need for money, so he took advantage of the situation. Our unit is not a charity organization. That is the most it can give. Well, unless little Zhang transfers the permanent broadcasting rights to our station. It happens that several provincial television stations are negotiating with us. If so, we can give a bit more. 1 million would do. 1.1 million is definitely impossible. Hu Fei argued. It's just short of a 100,000. You. Wang Shuixin shook his head. Not one bit more. It's a matter of principle. Zhang Ye gritted his teeth. Fine, 1 million then. I'll sell it all. However, I have a request. I need the money today. They are still waiting for the surgery now. Wang Shuixin put on airs. I can't guarantee that. You will need to negotiate with finance. Let's settle the contract first and talk later. Zhang Ye had originally wanted to obtain 1.1 million from selling the DVD rights, but who knew it would end up being for the permanent broadcasting rights as well. Furthermore, it was only 1 million. There was still 100,000 lacking. And even though Zhang Ye had said so, with his eyebrows knitted, saying it was for saving a life, he was still not guaranteed that he would receive the money today. Seeing Wang Shuixin taking advantage of the situation, Hu Fei felt coldness. Let alone Zhang Ye, Hu Fei had never expected Wang Shuixin to deal with this matter in this way, as he had not believed he was a person with such a character. Back at the office, Xiao Lu rushed over anxiously. How was it? Zhang Ye did some calculations and said, I have tens of thousands, so with that 1 million, I'm lacking about 40 to 50,000. Everyone, can you lend me a bit? I'll return it to you once the salary is paid. If this month isn't enough, I'll pay in installments. He did not have a credit card, so that was the only way he could do so. There was no other way. Da Fei said in surprise, 1 million? Impossible. I heard the estimate given by other cooperating merchants that other than the cut from the television station, as the original creator, you should get at least 1.3 to 1.4 million in copyright royalties. Hu Fei said, that was for 2 of the rights. Even the right to broadcast has been sold. It's all been sold, and all of that for 1 million? Teacher Zhang, are you dumb? Hoge could not take it any further. This is not some pittance. How can you sell it so cheaply? Zhang Ye said calmly. Is a human life more important, or is money more important? Saving a life is more urgent. I can't care about anything else. Xiao Lu could not help but curse. That Wang Shuixin. He's too wicked. Da Fei was also angered. He even wants to scam the surgery fees for saving a life? Does he even have a heart? Isn't he afraid of going to hell after he dies? Hu Fei immediately opened his online banking. Little Zhang, give me your account. Don't say anything else. I'll pay the remaining 50,000. You don't have to pay it back. Treat it as a donation from me. Zhang Ye resolutely said. Then I wouldn't want it. She is my fan, and this is also my business. I can't take your money. I'll treat it as a loan and will slowly repay it. In the afternoon, Zhang Ye signed the contract. Wang Shuixin did not guarantee when the money would reach Zhang Ye, so Zhang Ye went to finance and urged them 5 to 6 times. The finance department was quite reasonable and knew Zhang Ye needed the money urgently to save a life, so they made an exception. Finally, Zhang Ye managed to raise 1.1 million before getting off work. Without hesitation, he rushed to the hospital and settled Yang Lian's surgical fees. Chapter 148. A celebrity goes broke to save a fan. The second morning, the sun moved away from the horizon, but was covered by dark clouds. Zhang Ye had applied for absence from work. Yesterday, he had rushed to the hospital in the morning to save a life. Then he raised money and sent the money. He was both mentally and physically exhausted, so he wanted to rest. After he woke up, there was nothing to do. He switched on the TV and watched some news before logging on to Tieba. His Tieba suddenly increased a lot in fan numbers. Teacher Zhang, I'm also your fan. My father is sick. I wonder if you could lend me 500,000. When I have the money, I will repay you. Teacher Zhang, I am sick. Please help me. My family can't afford my medical bills, so I could only come to you. I am a fan of your books. You are so good to your fans. Can you lend me 30,000 for me to see a doctor? The doctor says I need 100,000 to cure me of my illness. 100,000 is enough. You don't lack that bit of money, so why don't you help me? Many threads seeking for help began appearing. Some directly asked for money without any reason, while some others didn't go into details except to say that they were fans of Zhang Ye and were sick. Some even posted their bank account numbers directly for Zhang Ye to transfer the money to them. Zhang Ye's original fan club members weren't too happy about this. But for threads asking for help for their illnesses, the moderators didn't dare to delete them. Where did all these people come from? Who are they, and why are they all sick? It's definitely fake. Aren't these people just taking advantage of the situation? Not necessarily. Some might be real. Can Teacher Zhang help? Are you crazy? There's so many people here. How can he help all of them? Teacher Zhang does not own a bank. Even if Teacher Zhang has the money, he can't possibly help like this. If anyone just posts their bank account, does that mean Zhang Ye has to transfer money to them? Based on what? There's no such logic. How should we handle this? I don't know. Let's wait for Teacher Zhang to respond. Teacher Zhang is online. He should have seen it. Zhang Ye did see it, but he did not respond. One of the posters who posted several threads urging for Anwares saw that Zhang Ye was online but did not respond, so he posted another thread. What is this yapping on and on about Teacher Zhang? They were all exaggerating about him on TV. I think he's just a pretentious fella. Oh, is it just because the fan is female? Because she's a female, that's why you help? Such a big amount just like that? Are we male fans not people, too? You don't even bother about us. Aren't you being too biased like that? What good person? You're definitely a hypocrite. Another person who had earlier asked for help said, that's right. I bet he helped because she is a female. He didn't have any good intentions in the first place. Such a person can go on TV? Pooey. A lot of Zhang Ye's fans could no longer bear with it. How can you say that? Watch what you say. Number 1 had been fighting alongside Teacher Zhang since the very beginning. She's our fan club's leader. Of course Teacher Zhang will help. Who the hell are you all? Immediately asking for money after signing up. We didn't pick on you, yet you dare to scold. What sort of people are you? The help seeker said. We are also fans, so why does he help others, but not us? Zhang Ye could no longer not reply. He posted in the thread, I'm sorry. I'm currently unable to help. The help seeker mocked. Come on. Your analysis of the Three Kingdoms is so popular. And with all those poems, novels, and fairy tales, how could you be short of money? A bit over 100,000 shouldn't even be money to you. If you don't help us, that means you are not willing to help us. Don't say that you are unable to help. You're so d*mn fake. Those who wanted money all began scolding. Zhang Ye was not bothered by this, but he did not know what to say either. He had thought that this would pass without any issues, but it became more and more problematic. People who claimed to be his fans kept appearing on his Tieba, using all sorts of excuses to ask money from him. In the end, this matter even became a topic of discussion online. When a fan is in trouble, should they be helped? A poll with that title appeared on Weibo for discussion. Sigh. This society nowadays. It doesn't allow people to do good things anymore. Why are there so many people suddenly? Teacher Zhang Ye is very unlucky. Yes, he helped one person, but other people want in, too. Oh, you are helping her, but not us? Why? Why should you help her? We are all your fans, but why are you biased? It has brought about a wrong effect. If Zhang Ye wants to help, but is unable to help everyone, then the other fans will have opinions again. There's no point in doing good. Why is it always like that these days? That bunch of people, are they really Zhang Ye's fans? I doubt so. In the end, this issue was even reported on the 5th page of the Beijing daily newspaper. Afternoon. An angry Hu Fei, who was at work, slammed the newspaper onto his desk. This bunch of people, they are too disgusting. What do they know? Xiao Lu asked. What's the matter, brother Hu? Take a look for yourselves. Hu Fei passed the papers to them. Hogu had only read half of it before he also angrily hit the table. Do they take Teacher Zhang for an ATM? So many of them are asking for money. They even act like they are entitled to it. Suddenly, a woman's voice came from outside the door. Producer Who, can I disturb you for a moment? It was a familiar face. They all knew her from the first recording of Lecture Room as one of the guests, reporter CI. At that time, when Zhang Ye and the program team had disagreements with the guests, reporter CI had helped to smooth things over. They had a good relationship with her, and she was even one of the more well-known reporters in her field. Hu Fei said surprisingly, Reporter CI, you are here? Please come in. Is there anything we can help you with? Reporter CI smiled. I am now in charge of the newspaper's literature section, but the news team asked for my help, so I came over to understand the situation. A lot of teacher Zhang's fans are still asking him for donations now. Do you know about this? Da Fei indignantly said, We just found out a while ago. Xiao Lu said, These people are really wicked. Don't spout nonsense. Hu Fei was speaking to a reporter. He had to be careful. Even though they weren't just mere acquaintances, one couldn't be too careful. Reporter CI blinked. Teacher Zhang had posted on Tieba this morning. He said he was unable to help and rejected donations to those fans. Xiao Lu spoke without thinking. Of course he couldn't help, Sister CI. Let me tell you. Do you know how teacher Zhang Ye paid for Yang Lian's operation fees this time? He didn't have much saved. This money was raised by selling Zhang Ye's analysis of the Three Kingdoms. 2 copyrights were exchanged for 1 million. If teacher Zhang wasn't in a rush to raise the amount, with more negotiations and time, these 2 copyrights would have fetched a minimum of 1.6 or 1.7 million. But because teacher Zhang wanted to save a life, he didn't bargain for a better price. In fact, the amount was not enough to cover the fees. Teacher Zhang had to break the bank to make the difference. He even wanted to sell his car, but as it wasn't easy to sell it off quickly, he had to borrow money from us. Upon hearing that, reporter CI was slightly shocked. What? There's such a thing. Da Fei grumbled, yeah. Even our money was not enough. In the end, brother who had to lend him 50,000. With teacher Zhang's salary, he would need to pay it off over at least 3 to 4 months. Of course, teacher Zhang was unable to help. He has less than 1,000 on him. Who can he even help if he doesn't have enough to eat? Reporter CI was somewhat agitated. What you said, is that the truth? Of course, it's the truth. Hoga said, Why would we lie to you? Reporter CI said with a trembling voice. I still thought that Zhang Ye could afford the operation fees easily because he had enough. Who knew? All right, don't worry about it. Let our newspaper clear Zhang Ye's name this time. That afternoon, a freshly published newspaper went on sale quietly. Celebrity gone bankrupt, saving fans' life. Content. Yesterday afternoon, Beijing television station reported some news that had captured everyone's attention. A celebrity saved his fan's life and pledged to pay for her medical bills. Most people know this as the story, but on our newspaper reporters' further investigations, the story is not so straightforward. Although teacher Zhang Ye had agreed to cover the medical bills for his fan, this has caused him to go broke. He had agreed to sell off his work's copyright for a low sum and even had to borrow money from his colleagues to raise 1.1 million. Teacher Zhang Ye has hardly a cent left for himself, preferring to put this debt on himself to help raise the amount for the fan's operation. However, many self-proclaimed fans of Zhang Ye are now asking for money from him. We did some simple research and found that one of the claims is from a Mr. Liu from Jiangnan. He was admitted to Jiangnan's second hospital and wanted to borrow money from Zhang Ye for an operation due to a terminal illness. But upon our reporters' investigations, his posting IP was not from Jiangnan. It was not even from the south, but from the northeast. There were also many others who used illness as an excuse to ask for donations from Zhang Ye. I only want to say a few words. Why don't you all touch your heart and ask yourselves, are your consciences really clear? With the report made public, the internet went into a frenzy. What? Zhang Ye had to borrow money for the operation fees. Is this news reliable? If it is, then this person must definitely not be criticized. Yes, I thought that Zhang Ye was very rich. After all, he is pretty popular in Beijing. Who knew that he had to sell his copyrights and borrow money too? Numb. My eyes are all red. Me too. I've not been this touched in many years. Who are the ones trying to take advantage of teacher Zhang? F***K their ancestors. This bunch of heartless things. Zhang Ye went broke to save a person. Yet you people are fishing in troubled waters? And even tried to discredit teacher Zhang? Aren't you all wicked? On Tieba, Zhang Ye's fan club HQ. A person had posted the newspaper report. Upon seeing this, all of Zhang Ye's fans went silent. They didn't know what to say. They only felt that their hearts were full. Those who had earlier been scolding or asking Zhang Ye to lend them money no longer made a sound. Only one person who had asked Zhang Ye for a donation posted a thread, "I'm sorry." Chapter 149. If you do not leave me, I will always be at your side until the end of life. A few days later, Zhang Ye's nest, the number of fans were rapidly increasing. It was increasing rapidly in a straight line. When the Tieba page was first created, the fans numbered in the thousands. But just overnight, it had increased to 58,000 plus. It seemed like people from all corners of the country had surged in to register to be part of Zhang Ye's fan club. As such, a presentable-looking, small-scale fan club was established. One had to know that Zhang Ye was just an E-list celebrity, and he was just a small rookie celebrity who appeared in Beijing. With close to 60,000 fans, they were not as unreliable as Weibo fan numbers. There were no zombie fans, for all of them were genuine fans. It was almost impossible for an E-rank celebrity like Zhang Ye to have this number. Usually, similar celebrities would not have such cohesive fans, but Zhang Ye had managed it. The news of him dissipating all of his fortune to save Yang Lian had touched a countless number of fans. Many people who had no plans for chasing after stars or joining fan clubs came to become one of the members of Zhang Ye's fan club. It was very lively on Tieba these few days. Zhang Ye, we love you. Teacher Zhang, we will always support you. Your sincerity is something that we all can see. The fans will be sincere to you too. We heard that number 1 will be having the operation soon. We wish her well. We also wish Teacher Zhang a peaceful life. Teacher Zhang, number 1 is in recuperation, while Big Saber Bro only cares about battling and not management. Now the matters of the fan club are under the responsibility of a few of us as junior moderators. It's pretty much settled. The front page has changed to a picture from your lecture room. It's just that we haven't written our fan club's slogan or introduction. We don't know how, nor do we have the literary talent. Can you give us something? Or maybe something you want to say to us? Anything is fine. As long as you have decided on one, we will add it to the Tieba page's most eye-catching spot, so that everyone can see it. Right. Let's not fret over it. Let Teacher Zhang think of a phrase. Haha. Teacher Zhang's literary talent is not something that even if 10,000 of us were combined together could match. Watching this, seated here and waiting for Teacher Zhang's words of wisdom. Teacher Zhang, give us one. In just a short time, the thread already had over 4,000 replies. Zhang Ye, who had just woken up, was also filled with adrenaline from the passion of the fans. There were so many fans, so many people, who supported him. Did Zhang Ye ever think this would happen to him? Besides excitement, he also felt touched. Actually, in Zhang Ye's dictionary, he did not demarcate clearly what a celebrity and fan was. He did not feel like he was much higher in status than fans, nor did he feel that whatever the fans did was something necessary. If fans looked up to Zhang Ye and supported him, that was giving him face. So naturally, he had to give his fans face, too. He needed to also support and help his fans. For example, Yang Lian's matter was an example. It was a mutual thing. Zhang Ye got up to wash up before returning to his computer to think carefully. Then he posted, "I'm also not sure what phrase to use. If it's absolutely needed, I just want to thank everyone. Thank you for everyone's support and trust. If you do not leave me, I will always be at your side until the end of life." This was a very popular phrase in his world. It could be said to be a melodic poem, so Zhang Ye decided to use it. When the fans saw this, their eyes lit up. Awesome. Everything Teacher Zhang spits out is literary genius. If you do not leave me, I will always be at your side until the end of life. We'll use it. Teacher Zhang, this phrase should be what we, as fans, say to you. If you do not leave us, we will always be at your side until the end of life. We will forever support you. Very quickly, this poetic phrase was placed on the front page of Zhang Ye's nest. Zhang Ye's post was also instantaneously stickied and countless numbers of people discussed and followed the thread. With the matters of the fan club more or less settled, with people taking care of the back end, Zhang Ye no longer need to worry. Switching off the computer, Zhang Ye pitifully went to the open kitchen to prepare a bowl of guamian. He had also successfully leveled up from instant noodles hero to Guamian hero. There was no other choice. What else could he eat? He was out of money, so he could only make do with noodles. This time, he had added an egg with the Guamian, which was also a change of taste. Typically, an open kitchen made it difficult for the oil and smoke to be easily released. As such, Zhang Ye opened the windows and door to ventilate the room, so as to release the Guamian smell. The moment the door opened, a neighboring tenant brought a Tupperware box over. Little Zhang. I was about to knock the door. Here, have some. Zhang Ye subconsciously accepted it. Uncle Lu, what is this? The neighboring uncle laughed. My wife just braised some beef. We saw the news and knew you spent all your money to help your fan in her illness, and you are in quite a bit of debt now. Guessing that you aren't eating well, and since we braised too much meat, we decided to bring you some. There's no need. Please don't. Although Zhang Ye said those words, his hands were grasping the Tupperware box tightly. His eyes were bulging, and he looked like he was starving. The neighboring uncle said, Enough, quickly take it. Next time when my wife makes something delicious, I'll bring it over for you. Eat it. I'm leaving. Zhang Ye hurriedly said, Thank you, uncle. The neighboring uncle waved his hand. Don't stand on ceremony. Her. The moment that Zhang Ye returned into his room, he opened the lid. Good lad, the meat was still hot. He had not even had a bite of meat these last few days, so the moment he saw the box of beef, it was like a weasel seeing chickens. His eyes flashed, and, without using chopsticks, he grabbed a piece of meat with his hands and stuffed it into his mouth. Gulu. Fragrant. Too fragrant. Crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. Melted the moment it entered the mouth. Mouth full of. All right, that's not used to describe beef. Anyways, it was very delicious. Zhang Ye ate another 7 to 8 pieces before he was pleased. Kindness indeed begets kindness. His neighbors still remembered him, so Zhang Ye felt very heartwarmed. After eating his fill, there was still some time before he had to go to work. As such, Zhang Ye opened the Game Ring's interface to check his overall reputation. 4,300,000. A portion of the points came from the respect people had after watching the Beijing television station broadcast of him saving his fan, while a larger portion of it came from lecture room. Every day, it would add to his reputation points. More than 10 episodes of lecture room had already been broadcast. Other than the first 2 episodes being something everyone saw for the first time, with the extremely great shock value, resulting in a very high reputation contribution, the remaining episodes gave less reputation, especially the episodes from Monday to Friday. As they were aired while people were working, one could tell from the ratings that they were inferior to the weekend episodes. Even if everyone watched videos of it later, the reputation gained back would still not be as much as the first episode. Of course, although it was little, it wasn't that little. It still provided about 100,000 points every day. More than 4 million. Zhang Ye felt that he had become a nouveau riche. Time for the lottery. He had to draw once at the lottery. He could no longer bear it. Zhang Ye had already endured for 10 days and could no longer bear it any further. Although he had felt that his career was going smoothly and the ratings for lecture room were increasing by the day and had stabilized, he had still wanted to accumulate reputation points and only use them when required. But like a woman who had finished shopping at an online shopping portal, Taobao from his world, would say, if I were to shop on Taobao again this month, I'll cut off my hands. However, reality proved that this sentence was one of the top 10 lies in his world. It was not to be believed. Zhang Ye was in the same situation. Droll. He left 300,000 points for emergencies, so there was 4 million left to use. Zhang Ye tapped on the lottery and bought a draw. He wanted to first try to gauge his luck for the first time, so he did not place any additional stakes. It didn't matter if it was good or bad. After all, he was not lacking 100,000 reputation points. He was a nouveau riche now. 1 round, 2 rounds, 3 rounds. The needle slowly stopped. It stopped into the biggest region, the consumption category. Treasure chest, small, appeared. Zhang Ye took the treasure chest and opened it. He discovered a small bottle in it. There was a red liquid in it, and the bottle looked crystal clear. Health potion, 1 effective upon consumption. Recovers player's injuries. Zhang Ye put the health potion into his inventory and treated it as an emergency item. It was not known when he would need to use it, so Zhang Ye would never feel like he had too many of such a good item. Again, This time he was going to go all in. Zhang Ye gambled again. The moment he began the lottery, he was planning on buying additional stakes, but after some hesitation, he decided to have a feel for where the needle would land before deciding. After all, this was using 3.8 million reputation points at one go. If he was unlucky and got tens of garbage, then he would really feel the pain. Time for the lottery. The needle began to move. Zhang Ye stared unblinkingly at the wheel and watched the needle slow down after each revolution. Finally, the needle approached the stats category and skills category. If nothing unexpected happened, it would likely fall into one of those two regions. Only then did Zhang Ye feel relieved. This was because no matter how bad the items from the stats category and skills category were, they still produced an improvement of himself. That lock-picking skill from before did not seem useful, but it had also helped Zhang Ye catch the two burglars, right? As such, Zhang Ye immediately bought the additional stakes, leaving 300,000 reputation points behind. All the remaining 3.8 million reputation points were all added. A large bet. This was what a real large bet was. The lottery carried on, and the needle slowly moved. Finally, under Zhang Ye's constant attention, the needle stopped in the stats category region. The lottery ended, and immediately, 39 treasure chests, small, icons appeared in his inventory. Seeing the densely packed, small, golden-colored treasure chests, Zhang Ye was extremely excited. Opening the treasure chest, Zhang Ye checked. Fruit of Charm, voice, effective upon consumption. Permanently increases the player's voice's charm. The voice's charm? There was charm to voice, too? Zhang Ye did not understand. Hence, he began taking out one treasure chest after another. He then took out the reddish-green fruit within the chests. There were 39 fruits of charm. Having the experience of eating fruit of charm, in the past, Zhang Ye appeared very serious. He picked one up and tried eating it. His throat warmed up and his body began to heat up. After enduring for a few seconds, the feeling slowly dissipated. Zhang Ye then picked up the remaining fruits of charm, voice, and placed them into his mouth, taking big bites of them. He finally finished eating them. Zhang Ye was already covered in sweat. He immediately went to the bathroom to shower. As he showered, he blinked and then said casually, "Burn, my little universe." His voice seemed to have a magnetic charm to it. But other than that, it did not seem to have any other feeling. Slightly less than 40 fruits of charm were eaten, but that was all their effect? Could there be some effect that he could not feel? Chapter 150. The Amazing Fruit of Charm. Leaving home for work. On the way, Zhang Ye was pondering over the effect of the fruit of charm, voice. Previously, when he drew the fruit of charm, although there were only 4 of them, the results were obvious. People walking on the street would take another glance at him. It was no longer like in the past where no one paid him any concern. All right, although the attention wasn't that great, but at least there was some effect. This time, he had eaten nearly 10 times the number of fruits of charm, but why wasn't there a great change in his voice? He still had his original voice, but he could not feel the charm. There was a small sundry shop in front of him. Zhang Ye walked over after getting off the subway. "Big sis, give me a bottle of mineral water." The female boss looked at him, and then, in a disinterested manner, took a bottle of mineral water with the brand of this World, Boat Mountain, and passed it to him, 1.50. Zhang Ye subconsciously tried to bargain. Can it be cheaper? He was out of money, so he had to scrimp. What he did not expect was that when the female boss heard him, she looked at him and said, "If you want, then 1.10. That's our cost price. It can't go any lower." Zhang Ye immediately got the money out. "Thank you." The female boss said, "You're welcome. I just found what you said soothing to the ear." What I said was soothing to the ear. Zhang Ye was surprised. He still had his original voice after all. After Zhang Ye left, the female boss began to play with her cell phone out of boredom. Suddenly, she was stunned as she muttered to herself, why did I really sell it to him at cost price? It's just a bottle of mineral water. If he didn't want it, then he shouldn't have bought it. To think he bargained." After saying that, she smacked herself in the head. "What's wrong with me today? Just that kid's words made me confused." Only then did she react. The young lad's voice seemed to have an indescribable charm to it. After hearing it, she could not help but follow his instructions. She did not understand the situation herself. Outside the shop, Zhang Ye finally understood. The fruit of charm for voice was the same as the fruit of charm for eyes. It did not change the player's physique in any way. For example, making the eyes bigger or making the voice sound clearer. There were no such effects. Zhang Ye still had that slightly horse-like voice. What the fruit of charm changed was something that was more like the essence and something more mysterious. Hence, the other person sold him the bottle of mineral water to him at cost price. Anyway, Zhang Ye had never heard of anyone bargaining while buying mineral water, and it could be seen that she did not recognize him, nor was she a fan of his. Then, there was no doubt that the 38 fruits of charm had directly increased the charm of Zhang Ye's voice or his manner of speech. Man, why does it feel like it has the feeling of bewitchment? If he really ate 10,000 of such fruits of charm for voice, would a simple word, poem, or song from him cause everyone in the world to crazily worship him? Wouldn't this perfectly make up for his naturally poor voice? There was really such a possibility. When that happened, would this bro need to work so hard? He just needed to speak daily, and the fans would come rushing over. Wouldn't that be easy? The unit. Everyone had arrived. Teacher Zhang, you are here? Morning, Teacher Little Zhang. Ho Gu, Xiao Lu and company greeted him. Morning, everybody. Zhang Yi smiled and returned the greeting. Xiao Lu was stunned. Teacher Zhang, why does your voice sound different today? No, that's not right. Your voice hasn't changed, but why do I feel? I can't tell. Hoga pondered for a while. There's something different. Hu Fei came in, carrying his bag. Are you all here? Then, let us get to work. It's time to work. With little Zhang taking time off for the past few days, the recorded programs have finished broadcasting. Today, we will need to produce a few more episodes. Time is tight on our side. Let's go. As for the exact details, let's talk about it in the recording studio. He rallied the people to work. The audience came. The cameras were turned on. Zhang Yi stood behind the podium and adjusted the microphone. He then began speaking. During the last episode, we talked about how Cao Cao was good at using people. He was good at using people because he knew how to read people. And it was because he knew how to make a penetrating analysis of people that he seldom thought highly of others. He only thought differently of Liu Bei. Cao Cao once said. One episode was done. The audience stood up to clap and cheer. All right, so interesting. I think today's episode is better than any other episode. Indeed, I also have that feeling. But it seems the previous few episodes were all about the same, right? However, why do I find that this episode is especially soothing to the ears? Me too. Listening to Teacher Zhang's lecture is like a form of enjoyment. It was not common for people to give a standing ovation after one episode was finished recording. It was all spontaneous from the audience. No one requested it. Even if it was requested, it was not something obtainable. What was common? Commonly, when recording a television station program, a recording was made of the audience's applause and cheers before the show began, as the audience would still be patient and still in high spirits. Later on, during editing, they would intersperse that into the program. That was common. Back then, Lecture Room did the same, too. However, from the recording of the second episode onwards, the program team no longer used such a method, for there was no need to. Zhang Ye's analysis of the three kingdoms was too interesting. If you prevented them from cheering and clapping, they might not even be able to endure it. Was there a need to record applause as backup? It was unnecessary. In a day, Zhang Ye recorded 8 episodes. If this carried on, he could probably finish recording all of analysis of the three kingdoms this week. Time to knock off work. After working hard all day, Zhang Ye's forehead was covered in sweat. His throat was a bit hoarse. Xiao Lu rushed over to wipe his sweat and handed him some water. As Zhang Ye gulped it down, he saw Hu Fei looking down at a sheet of paper. His looked skeptical and curious. Seeing that everyone was done with their work, he then said to the filming team and the lighting crew he had borrowed from the station, "Everyone, thank you for the hard work. Thank you. You may go now." After everyone left, only the segment team was left behind. Hu Fei looked at them and said, "Today's first recording was broadcast in the afternoon. The ratings have been calculated ahead of time." "Well, there's something strange." Da Fei asked curiously. "Strange?" This also caught the attention of Zhang Yi and company. Hu Fei placed the sheet on the podium. "Take a look. Our ratings have always been very stable. Today isn't the weekend either. I also watched the program. It's still the same high quality as in the past. There's nothing wrong with it. nor is there anything more interesting than the past. But today's rating actually hit 5.62%. It was higher in ratings than the other similar episodes by 0.5 or even 0.6. This increase was indeed very strange. It increased so much for no reason. Xiaolu laughed. This is good. If it's the weekend, it will definitely be above 8.6, right? It may be good, but why did it increase? Is today some enforced holiday? No. Hu Fei could not figure it out no matter what. Only Zhang Ye had a vague idea of why this was so. This was most likely the effect of the fruits of charm. Now his voice and manner of speech was infused with the effects of the fruits of charm, voice. As long as he spoke, he could grab the attention of people to a certain extent. This was probably how the increase in rating came about. Fascinating. His path in the future would be easier from now on. Chapter 151. Not Giving the Leader Face. After work, Ho Gu asked, Teacher Zhang, how about we have dinner together? Count me out. Zhang Ye waved. You guys go ahead. Xiaolu also invited him along. Come on, let's go. Together. It won't be the same without you. Zhang Ye smiled bitterly as he patted his pockets. I need to save now. Any spare money needs to be saved. Otherwise, I won't be able to pay my Communist Party of China fees. You guys go ahead, don't bother about me. Hoga said, I will treat. Still, leave me out. Maybe next time. Zhang Ye said. Xiao Lu queried. Teacher Zhang, you are still a member? Yes, I joined in university. Zhang Ye answered. Zhang Ye had joined as a member in his third year of college. Of course, that happened in his world, but it was about the same in this one, also. When he sounded out his mother, he knew that he had applied to be a member around that time. He had also followed the crowd and handed in the application form. After 2 meetings, he became a probationary member. He was already a proper member now, but he never participated in any of the party's activities. He was only messing around in there. No, that's wrong. Zhang Ye was. He was receiving the edification and education from the party. Why did messing around become edification? Nonsense. There was no why. It has to be said that way. Hogu could only reluctantly say, all right then, let's go ahead. Teacher Zhang, you must join us next time. Xiao Lu waved. Wait a few minutes for me. I have to switch off the computers. The windows are also not closed. You guys go. I will do it. Zhang Ye insisted that they go for dinner. He switched off everything and packed up before locking up to leave. In the corridor, Editor Wei's stooped figure came towards him from far away. Teacher Little Zhang. Uncle Wei, you have not knocked off yet. Zhang Ye knew how Editor Wei was. He respected him very much, and ever since that time, he addressed him as Uncle Wei. Editor Wei smiled. I have to work overtime today. Why are you always working overtime? I've never seen you every time I leave the office. Zhang Ye's expression tightened. Editor Wei was a very optimistic person. It's all right. I have lots of work. The others have less. Even if I go home, I have nothing to do. Zhang Ye knew by now that it must be Wang Shuixin who made Editor Wei work overtime. Bearing the grudge from a few years ago when Editor Wei beat up his son, he had always been making it difficult for Editor Wei. Actually, not only Editor Wei was treated this way. Wang Shuixin did this to many others, too. Previously, Zhang Ye had not really noticed it, but after Wang Shuixin took advantage of him by buying Zhang Ye's copyrights at a cheap price, Zhang Ye completely saw through what sort of person he was. Wang Shuixin usually appeared dignified, was full of cultural bearing, and was even quite a famous poet. But from that matter, it could be seen that he was a guy who did not treat others as humans. Zhang Ye and Hu Fei had already said that it was the medical fees for a leukemia patient. But not only did Wang Shuixin did not have any human compassion, he even took advantage of Zhang Ye's desperate need for cash and obtained the maximum benefits for the station. It had also maximized his own personal interests. One could find a person with an ugly face annoying, but a person with an ugly heart like Wang Shuixin was to be hated. And it happened that Editor Wei mentioned the same name. Director Wang's secretary told me to tell you to go over. There might be something. Zhang Ye narrowed his eyes. His secretary is the one who's calling me over? Why doesn't he come here himself? That one guy was already ordering Editor Wei around. Now, even his secretary wants to order him around? Editor Wei had a good temper, and he even defended the secretary. He's also rather busy. Why don't you make a trip there? His secretary busy? I'm the one who's busy. Editor Wei might be good-natured, but Zhang Ye's was well known for being bad-tempered. He was already suppressing his anger towards Wang Shuixin. His anger was already simmering on the edge to begin with. If they had wanted him to meet them during office hours, that's fine. But it was already after work. It was already past the legal working hours. Look for me. Not free. I don't care who he was. If one put it nicely, a person like Zhang Ye was a more emotional person. If one didn't put it nicely, it would be a prickly person. When he was happy, when others were nice to him, he would go along with anyone and be courteous with them. But if someone made him unhappy, the rascal wouldn't give a d*m in who you were. Be it a leader or a leader's secretary, Zhang Ye would even dare point at one's nose and curse. And it was something he had indeed done before. Editor Wei smiled bitterly. A few coworkers who had just knocked off heard Zhang Ye's words. They saw him leaving after that without going to Wang Shuixin's office. They all could only look at each other with wry smiles. Zhang Ye is Zhang Ye, right? A lot of news and online discussions recently were commending him for his righteousness, as he'd rather become broke to help a fan. But they don't know that when he gets angry, he doesn't give a d*m about anyone. That dead water had shocked so many people during the Golden Microphone Awards. Oh, but then again, this could be the reason why so many people like him. Me too. I find teacher Zhang Ye to be a rather nice person. But why does he show that attitude? Director Wang has offended him. Hey, don't you know yet? The royalty fees to the rights for analysis of the Three Kingdoms was reduced to 1 million by Director Wang. And that was the DVD and broadcasting rights combined. To give such a low price for such a popular program, even if Zhang Ye is an employee of our television station, that's still too little. The crux of the matter isn't just about money. Did you see the newspapers? That money was the money needed by a patient to save her life. In the end, Director Wang didn't even give enough. Zhang Ye had to borrow from others to scrape it all together. It would be a wonder if Zhang Ye was happy with the station doing that. But the leader is calling for him, yet he won't go? Is this appropriate? If it's other people, of course it's inappropriate. But it's not a problem for teacher Zhang Ye, right? He is one of the most important hosts of our arts channel. Anyone has to give him some face. Fire him? That's completely impossible. For the programs of others, even including very popular variety shows, nothing much would happen when the host is changed. There would certainly be some effects, but it would not be too great. After all, people watch it for the program itself. But Zhang Ye is different. His role is not just as simple as a host. He is a lecturer, and analysis of the Three Kingdoms has just reached the halfway mark. To take Zhang Ye down? Then who will analyze the Three Kingdoms? Nobody can analyze it. His role is irreplaceable. Her. Everyone on the internet says that Zhang Ye only has ordinary looks, but what do they know? Those who are good-looking exist in large numbers, and they could all be easily replaced. But how many people in the country could replace a talent like Zhang Ye? Absolutely none. Even if the leader is offended, he has to bear with it. Otherwise, if Zhang Ye leaves, what will happen to the station's ratings? A big shop can bully its customers, but a big customer can bully a shop, too. When can I reach the level of teacher Zhang and able to not give a F***k about the leader whenever I want? Haha, just thinking about it makes me excited. It became a conversation before you knew it. Editor Wei shook his head helplessly. This teacher little Zhang, ah. A person said, Uncle Wei, you might as say that you did not see teacher Zhang Ye. Tell them he has knocked off. I guess that's the only way. Editor Wei did not want to create any more trouble for Zhang Ye, so he helped him to cover it up. Arts Channel, Director's office. The secretary knocked and entered. Director, Zhang Ye has gone home. They didn't find him. Wang Shuixin was standing by his window, watering his plants. He was shaking his head, as if he were reciting some flowery poetry. He looked back at the secretary and signaled for him to come over, then pointed outside the window. The secretary went over and looked, then immediately saw Zhang Ye's figure. He was walking towards the subway, obviously just leaving work. When he saw this, the secretary was angered. I got Old Wei to call for him, and he still said he was not around. Isn't he just leaving? I'm sure they met each other. Is Old Wei lying to me? Leader, leave this to me. I will go look for that Wei guy right now. Is he rebelling now? No need. Wang Shuixin said calmly. But this isn't conducive. The secretary had been following Wang Shuixin for many years, so he could speak freely with him. He didn't even come when you had summoned for him, and that Old Wei also covered up for him. If it happens, Once, it will happen twice. Your credibility. He knew that Wang Shuixin viewed his own reputation and credibility highly. For a poet and a literary figure, these are characteristics that won't be lacking in them. They all valued themselves highly. Wang Shuixin finishing watering the plants and turned around to sit down. He said, "Deduct all of Old Way's overtime pay for this month." I understand. This was a good reason, but even if there wasn't a reason, it's always been this way. It was a practice set by Wang Shuixin that anyone else would get overtime pay, but only Editor Wei, even if he were to work overtime every day, would not receive a single cent of overtime pay. There would always be a reason to deduct it off. As for the reason why, everyone had a tacit understanding. Wang Shuixin had wanted to serve justice for his son. He was his only son, so he spoiled him badly. Even Wang Shuixin could not bear to hit his son, but Editor Wei had used a chair to beat and chased him away some years ago. Wang Shuixin did not take it up with Editor Wei back then, but from then on he had been slowly getting back at him. For Zhang Ye, Wang Shuixin said slowly, "Deduct all his bonuses." The secretary nodded. "But what reason do we give?" Wang Shuixin said. "Didn't he take a few days off?" The secretary pondered. But he also worked overtime for a lot of days. He was even recording the program on a few public holidays. If he took time off accordingly, then who authorized his time off? Wang Shuixin asked. It was true that he took time off. If he took so many days of time off, then would there be a problem with deducting his bonuses? The secretary immediately said, "There's no problem. I'll process it tomorrow. I'm just afraid if Zhang Ye will flare up. After all, he is lacking in cash now. After donating the surgery fees and having borrowed money, if we deduct his bonus, he might. Besides, his program is currently very popular." "What if?" Wang Shuixin said. "Just do it according to my instructions." The secretary did not dare say more. Yes. Chapter 152, beating the sh*t out of Wang Shuixin's son. Early in the morning, the telephone had awakened him. "Little Zhang, what did you do yesterday?" It was Hu Fei on the line. Zhang Ye sat up. "Brother Hu, what do you mean?" Hu Fei said, "We are getting our salaries today, but you only received your basic salary and your bonuses for the month have all been deducted. Even your basic salary is not in full, as you have not even been here for a full month, so it was prorated. When I checked for you with finance, they said you took too many days off. I said that you were given time off in lieu, as you had worked overtime even more and had not rested for a whole week, but they said that they did not see the off in lieu timesheet." Pausing, he then said, "Let's talk when you get to the unit. I'll definitely help you get back the bonus. Don't worry." Zhang Ye's expression sunk. Yesterday, while knocking off, Wang Shuixin's secretary sent Editor Wei to look for me. I did not go. I did not care about that bunch of people, so I headed straight home. Hu Fei said, "You still have that temper of yours." Zhang Ye said without any guilt, "If people respect me, I respect them. If they don't respect me, why should I respect them? Forget it. I will bring you to see Director Wang when you reach the office." Hu Fei became unhappy, not towards Zhang Ye, but towards Wang Shuixin's attitude. Everyone in the whole station knew that Zhang Ye was broke and going through a difficult time. But Wang Shuixin, this leader of the channel, rather than helping Zhang Ye when he needed it the most, he instead pressured him on the copyright fees and was now rubbing salt into his wounds. While knowing that Zhang Ye was already broke, he still deducted his bonuses. Even if little Zhang was wrong in some way, he shouldn't have done this. After hanging up, Zhang Ye thought over it. He decided to give his mother a call. Ring, ring. The call was connected. "Hello, son." Zhang Ye was feeling embarrassed. "Mom, that thing. Lend me some money." His mother asked cautiously, "How much do you need?" "If it's more than 500, don't bother asking." Zhang Ye nearly fainted. "How is 500 even enough? I'm a little hard up recently. Didn't I tell you already? My fan had to have an emergency operation. You saw it on the news, too. You are a good person, aren't you? $1 million given. Away just like that. Are you not silly? There's a lot of good-hearted people around. Why did you offer to help then? You aren't a tycoon." His mother got angry at the thought of this. But there was some murmuring on the other side of the call. "What are you doing? Give me the phone." Finally, his father answered. "Little Yi, what you did was right. You didn't embarrass our Zhang family. Don't listen to your mother's nonsense. If you meet someone less fortunate than you, then you must help them within your means. You are a Communist Party of China party member. So you must be conscious of this. You did really well. How much do you need? The money you gave to your mother, she has spent some of it on a few gold necklaces. The rest is still unspent. Is 50,000 enough? Zhang Ye said. Enough? 50,000 is good enough. I will return the money I owe first. His father said. Good. I will transfer it to your account now. Zhang Ye added. Tell mom that when I earn more money, I will make it up to her. Zhang Ye did not want to bother his family initially. He had wanted to return Hu Fei's money slowly with every paycheck. But it seemed that he couldn't do that now. His bonuses were a lost cause. How long would it take to pay off what he owed with just his basic salary? So he had no choice but to turn to his dad and mom. Sigh, he will make it up to them in the future. He was in a bad mood early in the morning. After showering, he went to the office angrily. At the television station building, having just arrived at work, there was already a person waiting to be hit by Zhang Ye's cannon. Just as Zhang Ye stepped out of the lift, he heard a commotion not too far away. He walked over to take a look, but there were many bystanders around. What's happening? Zhang Ye moved towards the front. Ho Gu and some others were not here yet, but Xiao Lu was amongst the crowd. When she saw Zhang Ye, she pointed in there angrily. Teacher Zhang, come quickly. It's Wang Tsin. He's harassing our female colleagues again. Who's Wang Tsin? Zhang Ye asked. Director Wang's son. Xiao Lu answered. In there, he saw Editor Wei confronting Wang Tsin. You bast ***D. You still dare to be arrogant in the television station. Editor Wei was always a very good-natured person, but right now his face was totally cold. Wang Tsin stared at him. What am I arrogant about? Can I chat with them? Is that your business? Editor Wei scolded. Chatting? Do you need to put your hands around the young lady if you were just chatting? Wang Tsin became angry. What age and era is this now? This is how we chat. What has it got to do with you? Didn't you see the young lady trying to push you away? And to think you even made greater advances? Are you a hooligan? Do you believe I will not beat you up and chase you away? Editor Wei pulled the young lady over and stood in front of her. The young lady said thankfully, Thank you, Uncle Wei. Editor Wei protectively said, Don't be afraid. I'm here. Wang Tsin smiled angrily. Beat me and chase me out? Do you think that this is a few years ago? I don't believe it, but you can give it a try. The surrounding crowd was watching, but no one dared to help. After all, that was the director's son. No one felt like it was their place to say anything. Back then, when Editor Wei beat up this person, what happened to him? He had directly been given the cold shoulder by Wang Shuixin. Difficulties were created for Editor Wei, and he was being schemed against. No one wanted to end up in such a situation. Editor Wei did not say anything else. He saw a chair by the side and lifted it up. Are you getting lost or not? Wang Tsin sneered, but remained motionless. Seeing this, Editor Wei moved forward with the chair. As Wang Tsin's eyelid twitched, with a move of his feet, he displayed a certain series of steps. Others could not tell what was happening, but Zhang Ye knew. This was the basic series of steps in Taekwondo, and from the posture, it looked like the lead-in to a roundhouse kick. After being beaten up by Editor Wei a few years ago, he had been learning Taekwondo the past few years. He was planning on taking revenge one day. Editor Wei was in danger. Without any hesitation, Zhang Ye squeezed through the crowd. At this moment, Editor Wei was already in front of Wang Tsin. And as expected, Wang Tsin spun his body as he lifted his leg and was about to hit Editor Wei with a roundhouse kick. Uncle Wei, be careful. Zhang Ye was furious. You came to our unit to take liberties with young ladies, and yet you still want to beat people? Do you think you are reasonable? Are you being this lawless just because your father is Wang Shuixin? Get the F***K away. Wang Shuixin's son. When Zhang Ye heard this, it was an even greater fresh animosity added to an old grudge. He charged forward and blocked before Uncle Wei. As he also knew Taekwondo and had eaten many skill books, he naturally knew the weakness of a roundhouse kick. Its preparation time was too long, and the amount of movement was too much. Hence, Zhang Ye aimed for the appropriate moment and moved up to give a kick, as he quickly kicked Wang Tsin's side hip. Smash! Wang Tsin was still in the midst of his attack, but this kick, together with his flawed kick's momentum, caused him to scream out as he slammed into the ground. Smash! He fell to the ground. Aya! Teacher Zhang! Xiao Lu shouted. No one had expected Zhang Ye to attack. A few years ago, Editor Wei had beaten up Wang Tsin. A few years later, it was Zhang Ye's turn. Uncle Wei, step back a bit. Everyone, step back, too. I don't want to hurt you. Zhang Ye said loudly. This bro will serve justice today. Do you think everyone will give you face as the son of Wang Shuixin? Bullsh T. The matter with the copyright, the matter with the bonus, the matter with editor Wei. Zhang Ye had already put up with Wang Shuixin for too long. Your son was the one asking for it. If I don't King beat him, who do I beat? Wang Xin also never expected someone to dare to step forward and even beat him. He was quick to react. With a flip, he bounced up. It could be seen that he did not slack in his taekwondo. He was not some dabbler, but had really put in the effort. Grandson, you dare touch me. Zhang Ye said, the one I'm touching is you. With a huff, Wang Xin charged up and began fighting with Zhang Ye. Cross kick. Side kick. In a few seconds, the two crossed 4 to 5 moves. Zhang Ye was frowning deep down. In terms of technique, they were about at the same level. However, it was clear that Wang Xin had mastered it bit by bit, so his strength and speed were slightly greater than Zhang Ye. As for Zhang Ye, he had directly learned taekwondo from eating skill books. His strength and reaction speed was not up to snuff. 2 kicks from him on Wang Xin were met with 4 kicks back. The difference was becoming more apparent. Little Zhang. Teacher Zhang. The crowd was dazzled, but they could see that Zhang Ye was losing. Zhang Ye was hit quite a few times and was almost unable to take it anymore. However, Wang Xin was not any better, but he was clearly stronger than Zhang Ye by a bit. He could still fight. Just as Zhang Ye was about to be defeated, he narrowed his eyes and recalled the bottle of health potion that he had obtained from the lottery. Turning his body to the side, he immediately retrieved the little red bottle from the game ring, opened the cap, and drank it down. Immediately, Zhang Ye felt the pain in his body diminish greatly. He could stand straight now. Wang Xin was just about to give Zhang Ye the fatal blow. However, Zhang Ye suddenly flared up as he took it on with a kick that was as swift as a sudden clap of thunder, which left no time for one to cover one's ears. Wang Xin was alarmed. The surrounding crowd was also alarmed. They clearly knew Zhang Ye was about to be defeated, but he suddenly became energetic. Smash! A dull thud. Zhang Ye's kick had hit Wang Xin in the chin. Wang Xin's head flew up a few centimeters before crashing flat onto the ground. It was still not the end, as Zhang Ye rushed forward and began stomping. Trying to be a hooligan? King still want to be a hooligan? I'm telling you, don't you dare come here to act wildly again. Every time I see you, I'll beat you up. More than 10 stomps were made consecutively. Wang Xin covered his head and cried out in pain. He no longer had the strength to fight back. Editor Wei rushed up to pull Zhang Ye back. Stop beating him, little Zhang. It's enough. Just teaching him a lesson is enough. Xiao Lu, together with Ho Gu and Da Fei, who had just come to work, rushed forward to stop the fight. One pulled at Zhang Ye's arm, while another pulled at his waist. Teacher Zhang, someone will die if you carry on this beating. Zhang Ye was pulled back a bit, but he was not mollified. He kicked at Wang Xin without any warning once again, as he cursed. King Bast D. From the angle of genes, this curse included Wang Shuixin. Teacher Zhang. He already can't get up. Only then did Zhang Ye reluctantly give up. Everyone stared with their eyes wide open. This teacher Zhang was not only good at talking, he was actually quite brutal when he beat someone up. Chapter 153. Zhang Ye has been arrested. In the corridor, the crowd was in chaos. What do we do? No idea. Let's call an ambulance first. Right. Let's call 120 before anything else. Teacher Zhang is too formidable. I heard that Wang Xin had trained in Taekwondo for 2 whole years and is already a green belt. Teacher Zhang, who is just a literary person and makes a living with his mouth, can actually beat him up that badly? Could Teacher Zhang also have practiced before? Both of their techniques seemed about the same. Such a good vent. Shoo, say it quietly. Don't let others hear it. But Zhang Ye has really gotten into trouble this time. There's no way of turning the situation around anymore. That's right. Back then, Editor Wei only hit Wang Xin once and then chased him out the door. He wasn't even injured, but in the end. Now, for Teacher Zhang to beat Wang Xin into such a state, his father will definitely not let it go. Could he report it to the police? How could he? It was that Wang Xin who first took liberties against a woman. And he even wanted to beat someone. Right? Teacher Zhang did it to protect editor Wei. It was in self-defense. Besides, Wang Xin isn't that injured, right? None of his bones have broken. It's just a superficial wound. Everyone began to discuss amongst themselves. On the whole, everyone was supportive of Zhang Ye. Wang Xin had, after all, brought this upon himself. No others were to be blamed. If they had teacher Zhang Ye's courage and skills, they might have beaten Wang Xin up earlier already. If you were a staff member of our television station, it might have still been discussable, but you haven't even graduated from university. How dare you come to our television station to mess around? This was too outrageous. It even led everyone to question Wang Shuixin's ability to rein his child in. The last time, it was editor Wei who taught your son a lesson. Rather than being impartial, you condoned his actions. That Wang Xin was beaten up like this today. The fault lies with you, Wang Shuixin. It was because you condoned his behavior. Hu Fei had just arrived at the unit at this moment. When he saw the commotion, he knew something must have happened. He pulled a friend over to ask, and then his face immediately changed. The ambulance arrived. Wang Xin was put on a stretcher, but before he left, he pointed at Zhang Ye. You grandson, wait and see. You still dare to be arrogant towards me? I don't need to wait. If you have a problem, you can say it now. What's there to wait? Zhang Ye stared at him as he rushed towards him. Wang Xin immediately backed up further. Xiao Lu pull him back. Teacher Zhang. Ho Ge and Ho Di were also afraid that Zhang Ye would beat him up further, so they held him back together with Xiao Lu. The two of them did not know whether to laugh or to cry. Teacher Little Zhang's image now. Which part of it seemed like a literary man? Which part of him looked like a historical lecturer? A street-side hooligan would have looked decent beside him. Wang Xin was pulled away, but was still scolding. It could be seen that his injuries were not serious. Hu Fei came forward in anger and shouted, Little Zhang, come with me. Now, Zhang Ye was seeing Hu Fei so angry for the first time. He blinked and didn't say anything, going back to his office together with Hu Fei, Xiao Lu, Ho Ge, and the others. Once inside, Hu Fei slammed the table. What were you doing? Xiao Lu tried to explain for Zhang Ye. Teacher Zhang was acting bravely for a just cause. All of us saw it, right? We can be witnesses. That grandson was being a hooligan, and even wanted to beat editor Wei and teacher Zhang, which was why teacher Zhang beat him up. It's not teacher Little Zhang's fault, Ho Ge added. Hu Fei said, fumingly, do you need to beat someone up so badly while being a good Samaritan? If he gets a medical opinion and reports this to the police, what would you do? Zhang Ye was not one who would regret his action. That was his personality. Like a scoundrel, he sat on a seat. Anyway, I've already beaten him up. This person deserved it. Brother Hu, I know what you were talking about, but so what? If that Wang guy dares to come again to play the hooligan, I'll still beat him up every time I see him. Xiao Lu secretly gave Zhang Ye a big thumbs up. Hu Fei stared at Xiao Lu. Are you all revolting? Xiao Lu muttered. It's supposed to be a matter that satisfies the masses. Enough with the bantering. Time to work. Begin recording. Hu Fei gathered everyone to the recording studio, also taking the opportunity to dodge Wang Shuixin. However, there were certain things that were impossible to dodge. The people who should be in the know knew, and the people who should come eventually came. Arts Channel. Director's Office. Wang Shuixin's secretary was the last person to receive the news, which showed how terrible his interpersonal relations was in the unit. Only when Wang Xin was sent away by an ambulance did he receive the news. He was immediately struck dumb as he entered the director's office without knocking. Director. Wang Xin got beaten up. Wang Shuixin was on the phone. His face was extremely sullen. Clearly, he already knew of it. The secretary fumed. That Zhang Ye. Does he even look up to the leader? What is he doing? Wang Shuixin put down the phone and with a cold face said, report it to the police. And with a pause, you don't have to care about it. Go. Out. Yes. The secretary left upon hearing this. Wang Shuixin flipped open his telephone book and called a number. Hello, Superintendent Song. I'm old Wang. My son got beaten up. Please send the police. Recording studio. Zhang Ye had finished recording 2 episodes. The audience was paying full attention. Sometimes they bent over laughing, while sometimes they applauded. At this moment, the door to the recording studio was pushed open. A few policemen came in. What are you doing? We are recording a program. Unauthorized people are prohibited from entering. Ho Ge and Da Fei said in an unfriendly manner. The leader, Superintendent Song, flashed a warrant. Police. Is Zhang Ye here? Come with us to the station. There's a matter that requires investigation. Xiao Lu shouted. That can be done later. It cannot be done later. It has to be now. Superintendent Song turned fierce. Who knew that Zhang Ye did not even mind them? He was even too lazy to even give them a glance. He continued lecturing about the three kingdoms. He looked unperturbed and did not even stammer once. He still did what he needed to. The noise from the live audience was quite loud, and there were a few cameras, but Zhang Ye's microphone was the only one that mattered. As long as the scene was not too chaotic, it would not affect the audio recording. The audience turned back and were shocked. They did not know what was going on. Police? They were here to catch teacher Zhang Ye. What had happened? Hu Fei suppressed his flames of anger. He never expected Wang Shuixin to allow the police to enter the recording studio and even do it in front of the audience. The reason why Hu Fei took Zhang Ye away for recording was to dodge the trouble and to allow everyone to calm down and digest it. Who knew that Wang Shuixin was such an hole that he would let the police into the recording studio? From the fact that they were here, didn't it mean that Wang Shuixin disregarded anything else because of his son? He did not ask why, nor did he care if his son was in the wrong, and all he wanted was revenge. He didn't even care how much trouble and negativity it would bring to the television station and their Arts Channel's program. Wang Shuixin's reaction made Hu Fei feel cold. He knew that when a person abandoned all objectivity and principles for his own son, that was a very scary and dangerous signal. Are you not stopping? A policeman said angrily. Where is your leader? Superintendent Song said impatiently. Hu Fei stood forward. I'm the leader. If you have anything to say it to me, but not here. This is a recording studio. It does not welcome anyone. Superintendent Song looked at him. All right, I'll wait till you finish recording this episode. Outside, Da Fei simmered with anger as he said, Based on what are you arresting teacher Zhang? Do you even know about the situation? Superintendent Song, we understand the situation already. Wang Xin is injured and is currently hospitalized. This is intentionally causing bodily harm. We need to bring Zhang Ye back for the investigation. Xiao Lu said, I can testify. Teacher Zhang was doing it in self-defense. I can testify too. Everyone can testify for teacher Zhang. Hoga said. Superintendent Song was unyielding. We have already heard many of such testimonies. I'm telling you, we already understand the situation very well. Regardless of the reason, battery is battery. No one can escape the arms of the law. Is your program done? Quickly bring him over. Xiao Lu gritted her teeth. Wang Xin was taking liberties with a woman, and he was arrogant enough to beat people. And teacher Zhang was wrong to return blows? What sort of logic is that? Superintendent Song said, You do not need to care how we handle the case. Not long later, the episode was done recording. Zhang Ye signaled to the few cameras and packed his stuff and walked out of the recording studio. Dear policeman, are you looking for me? Superintendent Song said coldly. Take a trip down to the station with us. Zhang Ye was already mentally prepared. He was without any fear. Anyway, he had beaten Wang Shuixin's son to a pulp. All right, let's go. Teacher Zhang, Xiao Lu said anxiously. Zhang Ye waved his hand. It's all right. I'll be right back. A lot of the audience also followed outside. They stretched their necks to see what the commotion was about as they muttered. Hu Fei came close to Zhang Ye and said softly into his ear, Wang Shuixin should be acquainted with this Superintendent Song. You just insist it was done because of self-defense. Don't talk nonsense. The station will definitely not be too harsh on you, as this program still needs you to record. Without you, who is to lecture about the three kingdoms? So don't worry. You will be fine. Hu Fei comforted Zhang Ye. Actually, he was also not so sure. There was reason to it. The matter was as such. However, Wang Shuixin currently had his eyes closed. He could do just about anything for his son. It was not impossible for him to use some underhanded methods to remand Zhang Ye for an extended period of time and charge him with criminal penalties. From the way Wang Shuixin handled things today, there were signs that he was crazy. His condoning of his son had far exceeded Hu Fei's expectations and imaginations. He, too, did not know what Wang Shuixin would do. However, Zhang Ye, as the person involved, was calm. He followed the police and was very gentlemanly, and the bearing he had was impeccable. Why? This was because Zhang Ye had a clear conscience. Chapter 154. Causing an uproar. Courtyard of the police station. The police car entered the back gate and stopped the car in the courtyard. It was very messy and noisy. There were robbers who had just been arrested and were being prepared to transfer to another station, and people who were arrested for drunken rioting the previous night being released. Superintendent Song? An old policeman looked over. Superintendent Song said, "Old Zhao, is there any empty spare room?" Old Zhao nodded. "There is." You arrested someone personally?" Superintendent Song looked at Zhang Ye beside him. "This person is a bit special. He's a public figure, so I personally led the team." "All right, then hand it to me. I'll bring him there." "Is there a need for handcuffs? What crime did he commit?" Old Zhao looked quizzically at Zhang Ye. Typically, when a public figure was brought to their station, they had to be a bit more careful. After all, a public figure had a lot more fans and the public attention on it was greater. Sometimes there were even reporters, so it was not a simple thing to handle. With some thought, Superintendent Song said, "He is suspected of intentionally causing bodily harm. Also, the matter is a bit serious, so handcuff him, just in case." "All right." Old Zhao accepted the order. Zhang Ye looked at them. "Have you investigated properly?" "Handcuffing me. How we investigate is our matter," a policeman said from behind. "Let's go." Zhang Ye did not resist. "All right. I sure want to see how you do your investigations. You sure have lots of nonsense to say. Are you going?" The policemen were a bit unhappy from seeing him so unyielding despite being in the police station. In a small dark room, a remanding cell used to temporarily imprison people in the police station. Zhang Ye walked in. Taking a few looks around, there was a table in the room. Bottles of finished mineral water were scattered on the ground. Other than that, there was nothing else. The room wasn't too big, and the environment was not that clean. There was a faint moist smell to it that was slightly pungent. Superintendent Song said to Old Zhao, "I'm handing him over to you. I'll go to the hospital to check on the victim's injuries. The hospital's assessment report should be out soon." "All right, be rest assured," Old Zhao said. Only then did Superintendent Song leave with an old policeman. A junior policeman left behind asked, "Brother Zhao, where should we secure him to?" After some pondering, Old Zhao pointed to a heating pipe. "Old place." "All right." The junior policeman lowered his head to cuff Zhang Ye's ankle and then, with a clank, cuffed it to the heating pipe. Zhang Ye moved his foot around, and he was still sneering. Old Zhao said to the junior policeman, "Go check his record." Then he said to Zhang Ye, "Comrade, we are just doing business accordingly. Before we finish our investigations, it might be tough on you." As Zhang Ye was a public figure and seemed somewhat famous, they did not dare to be violent. The junior policeman went to check, and not long later, he came back with a surprised look. He was even holding a copy of a document. "Brother Zhao, take a look. This. What's the matter?" Old Zhao looked it over. The junior policeman was very surprised. This person has no prior record. However, the Guimin police station has a record of his. 2 burglars had entered his neighbor's house and were wielding knives. Back then, to protect a young girl from the neighbor's house, he even fought with the criminals himself and even subdued them. The records even said he was slashed by the criminals and was injured. Oh, there was such a thing. Old Zhao was a bit surprised. He looked at Zhang Ye and gave him a thumbs up. 2 knife-wielding criminals. "I can't even handle that," Zhang Ye said nonchalantly. "You can't hide from what you meet." The attitude the junior police gave to Zhang Ye also changed. He said softly, "Old Zhao, seeing this record, the matter this time is likely because he was acting bravely for a just cause. When I was checking the case, I heard people from records say that this Zhang Ye is quite famous in Beijing. Do you remember the news on television talking about a celebrity dissipating all his wealth to save a fan? That celebrity seems to be him. He used all his cash and even borrowed money just to pay the surgery fee for his fan. From these 2 matters, this person's character and personality is impeccable." Old Zhao was also in a dilemma. Superintendent Song has already gone to investigate. We can't be sure before the investigations are done. However, looking at Zhang Ye, wrap a cloth in Teacher Zhang's handcuffs so that we don't scuff his ankle. "All right, I'll do it." The junior policeman found a piece of cloth and squatted by Zhang Ye's foot and wrapped it around the handcuffs. He even brought a bottle of mineral water to Zhang Ye. For a person who had fought 2 knife-wielding criminals to save a young girl and a person who was willing to dissipate his wealth to save a fan, They only felt respect. So their attitude was a lot kinder. Zhang Ye did not stand on ceremony as he drank a mouthful of water. After capping the bottle, he asked, "When can I go?" Old Zhao said, "We still need to investigate and receive the injury report. The fastest would be within 24 hours. If it's slower, we might need to transfer you to a branch for police custody." Zhang Ye narrowed his eyes. "Police custody?" Old Zhao shrugged. "It's not up to us." At this moment, a policewoman came in. "Where's Teacher Zhang?" "Aya, it's really Teacher Zhang? I heard that they brought you here. I never expected it to be true." She took out a book and a pen. "I'm one of your biggest fans. I love your poems to death, especially the modern poems. It's completely. Can you give me an autograph?" However, thinking of Zhang Ye's present situation, she turned awkward. "Sorry, I was also too excited. This setting is really too." Heh. When she saw the handcuff by Zhang Ye's foot, she raged. "Who cuffed Teacher Zhang?" Old Zhao said helplessly. "It was instructed by Superintendent Song." The policewoman's expression changed. "How can this be? It's not my intention. Go talk to Superintendent Song about it." Old Zhao raised his right hand. However, Zhang Ye said, "It's okay. Give me the book. I'll give you an autograph." The policewoman quickly handed it over. "Thank you. Thank you." Zhang Ye signed his name and handed the book back to her. "I should thank you for liking my works." The policewoman asked Old Zhao, "Brother Zhao, what happened to Teacher Zhang? Are you sure you didn't arrest the wrong person?" Old Zhao said, "I also don't know the details. I heard he beat someone up, and it was not light either." The policewoman immediately knew it was trouble, but she could not help in any way. "Teacher Zhang, it's almost noon. I'll bring you your meal in a while." The junior policeman blinked. It seems unnecessary. Usually the people in the small dark room just receive some bread. The policewoman leered at him. "Can't I use my own money to buy something from a restaurant? Can't I bring the food box to Teacher Zhang myself?" The junior policeman said with a wry smile, "Fine, as Sisley wishes. You don't have to do it. I'll buy in a while." "All right, Sisley." The policewoman said, "That's more like it." Zhang Ye immediately said, "There's no need to be so troublesome. Thank you. I'll be fine eating what others eat." The policewoman waved her hand. "That won't do. My parents watch your lecture room every day. They also know about you paying the surgery fees for your fan. They're all full of praise for you every day. If my parents know I did not treat you well, they will tear me apart." At the same time, a rumor spread on the internet. "Something big has happened. None of you know yet, right? What's the matter?" My wife and I, who received 2 live tickets of lecture room from a friend, went to the television station to watch the live recording. In the end, we saw a few policemen from the police station come to make an arrest. The moment that Teacher Zhang Ye finished recording, he was brought away by the police. I even watched them board the police car with my own eyes. Thread starter, please take notice. Do not create rumors. That's right. Teacher Zhang is such a nice person. Why would he be arrested? The thread starter didn't create rumors. I was present there, too. Zhang Ye was really arrested. I even happened to hear that Zhang Ye had intentionally caused bodily harm. What? Is that true? Teacher Zhang got into big trouble. It can't be. Then will lecture room still carry on broadcasting? It can't be halted, right? Back then, there were too many people in the recording studio, so there was no way of keeping this news under wraps. In the blink of an eye, the news proliferated. As for the actual reason for why Zhang Ye was arrested, most were still unsure. Hence there was some erroneous information as people speculated. Some said Zhang Ye murdered someone, while some said Zhang Ye had put on airs and beat up a colleague. There was all sorts of talk on Weibo. Not long later, the news appeared on several internet portals. Although Zhang Ye was not that famous, and it was just a small piece of text in the entertainment news section, the title was very eye-catching. Famous lecture room lecturer Zhang Ye, taken in for questioning by police. Finally, someone in the know revealed what was going on. It could be seen that this insider was an employee of the Beijing television station. Something very infuriating happened today. This is because I witnessed a very disgusting matter. The television station's leader's son came to the unit to take liberties with a woman. When he was prevented from doing so, that person did not heed the warning and even wanted to beat someone up. And that someone was a 50-plus-year-old comrade. When Teacher Zhang Ye saw this, he sprung forward and protected the old comrade and the woman who was taken liberty of. He was kicked more than 10 times before he barely managed to subdue the villain. But in the end, it was Zhang Ye who was arrested. As for who the leader is, it's not my place to say, but this matter really makes one feel coldness. Isn't this confusing right from wrong? I want to ask what is wrong with this society. All the witnesses in the station can testify for teacher Zhang Ye. All of them said teacher Zhang was acting as a good Samaritan, and it was also in self-defense. After all, the other party was too brutal in his attacks, so teacher Zhang had no choice but to fight back. However, the police did not even listen to anyone's words. They disregarded what anyone said and just arrested him. I dare to guarantee that someone is working the police behind the scenes and might even have used personal relationships. Anyone who has a little conscience and sense of justice, please push this thread to the top. Let even more people see it. Rescue teacher Zhang. Propping. Holy shit. So insidious. Supporting teacher Zhang. Let that bunch of people die. The number of hits for the thread quickly soared. Many people replied to the thread in anger as they demanded for Zhang Ye's release. However, in less than half an hour, this thread was deleted by the administrator of the forum. The reason for deleting the thread was spreading unhealthy information. This move ignited the fumes of anger in even more people. The thread was deleted? What does it mean? Unhealthy information. This is infuriating. I'm really angry. There must be someone behind the scenes. Someone is trying to push teacher Zhang Ye to his death. Could it be done by the television station's departmental leader the thread starter mentioned? To have such a high position, he must have some interpersonal connections in the media circles. It's nothing to get them to delete the thread. His son was being a hooligan and even tried to beat someone up, and to think he thinks he is being reasonable? I never liked Zhang Ye before. I felt like he does not know how to restrain himself, and that he dares to even curse his leader. There are some problems with that. But today, I support Zhang Ye. Well beaten. This sort of person should be beaten to death. Very quickly, the negative comments were also deleted. Not a single one was left. Threads that reprimanded Zhang Ye for beating someone or that he deserved being arrested remained undeleted. When everyone saw this, they were furious. This was wiping out any negative opinions on the person behind the scenes. Only negative comments about Zhang Ye were left behind. Using this censoring method to enforce a narrative about Zhang Ye's battery matter, no one was allowed to comment or question. F***K. You are crazy. Chapter 155. Zhang Ye's My Confession. Afternoon. Police station. The sun was overhead, and the sunlight was blazing. However, it was not hot, as it was autumn. In the small, dark room, Zhang Ye was quite fine. He did not know how big a stir he had caused online. He was sitting there, eating. There was kung pao chicken, sea cucumber with scallions, bean curd mixed with chopped green onion, and there was also hot and sour soup. It was really 3 dishes and a soup. This was all bought by someone, according to the policewoman's instructions. How does it taste, teacher Zhang? The policewoman asked. It's good. Thank you. Zhang Ye thanked her. You are welcome. Try the soup. The policewoman gave him some soup. Suddenly, Superintendent Song came back from the hospital with the old policeman. When he saw Zhang Ye sitting there like a lord, eating a hearty meal, and it was even 3 dishes and a soup, Superintendent Song was speechless for a long time. Even the old policeman nearly fainted. What the heck? What sort of treatment was this? The superintendent and I were outside, busy all day, and we did not even have our meals, and yet a suspect like you is eating? And even eating so well? Little Lei, what are you doing? The old policeman was unpleased. Zhang Ye was also done eating, and he put down his chopsticks and wiped the corners of his mouth with a napkin. All right. Superintendent Song did not pursue the matter and pointed to Zhang Ye. Release his handcuffs and bring him to the interrogation room. The old policeman uncuffed Zhang Ye, but he did not remove the entire handcuff. He had only released the side on the heating pipe. The other side was still cuffed on Zhang Ye's foot. The interrogation room was also in a small yard. The moment that they entered, Superintendent Song and the old policeman sat behind a desk. Zhang Ye also did not wait for them to say anything. Without standing on ceremony, he sat down. Be honest with the truth. The old policeman said with a gloomy expression. Why did you beat him up so brutally? I'm telling you the truth. The injury assessment is out. Wang Tsin's injuries are very serious. Zhang Ye asked, did his bone fracture? The old policeman said, no, but Zhang Ye narrowed his eyes. He didn't even have a bone fracture, and you call that seriously? Injured? Can I understand why are you scaring and threatening me? Using vague words to lead me on. Are you trying to get a statement that you want from me? He had attacked through measured means. He knew how heavy he had hit. The old policeman slammed the desk. You dare to even answer me with questions? Superintendent Song looked at him. Teacher Zhang, it would be best if you were serious. This matter is no trifling matter. I'm advising you to tell the truth so that we can all save our time. Zhang Ye laughed. It's not saving all of our time. It's just saying your time and the time of the Wang Shuixin father-son duo. It's not me. I have already talked about my problem. My problem is that I do not have a problem. But if you insist that being a good Samaritan is a mistake, then I have nothing to say. If so, then you should say it early. You must publish an official statement telling everyone that being a good Samaritan is wrong. Everyone should not do that, or they will be arrested. If I had known it would be this way, then I wouldn't have been so nosy. The old policeman was a bit angry, but he was helpless. This person indeed made a living with his mouth. His words were formidable, and ordinary people could not engage in a battle of words with him. Superintendent Song said. Wang Tsin said that he did not take liberties with that female. Back then, he was only having a chat with her. But when you saw it, you came attacking. Zhang Ye could not help but laugh. Then what is the result of your investigations? There were so many people there to testify for me. I don't believe that not a single person has told you the sequence of events. You can ask in the television station. There were at least 50 people there who can testify for me. But did you listen? You were completely indifferent to it. A simple sentence from that villain, Wang Tsin, and you believed it? You were taking his testimony as fact? Is this how you deal with cases? The old policeman said angrily. Who said that we have settled this case? We are still doing our investigations. We are telling you each other's testimony. Zhang Ye, do you like that female colleague? Is that why, when Wang Tsin interacted with her normally, you turned jealous and beat him up? Zhang Ye stared at the old policeman for a long while. I see it now. So all of you are in on this together? You are so protective of Wang Tsin, willing to perjure for him. I don't even know that female's name. I don't even have an impression of seeing her before. I like her? Turning jealous because of love? You sure are funny. Are you trying to write a story in front of a novel author like me? Just by opening my mouth, I can come up with 200 stories like that in a day. Superintendent Song said. Then why did you beat him? Why did you not ask Wang Tsin why he was taking liberties with that woman? Zhang Ye asked. The old policeman snorted. Fine. If you are not going to cooperate, then we have nothing more to talk about. Then go wait in that small, dark room. When you are willing to cooperate, we will talk again. It's useless, even if you refuse to speak. It has already been established that you have caused substantial injuries to him. There is no way for you to escape from that. Superintendent, take him away. Superintendent Song knew that he would not get anything from him. This person's mouth was more formidable than theirs. They also had a headache facing such a person. They brought Zhang Ye out of the interrogation room. However, inside the small yard, there were suddenly a lot of people. Hey, what are you doing? We are reporters. Get out, all of you. What the heck? We want to interview you. How is Teacher Zhang Ye now? I want you out of here. Who allowed you to rush in from the back door? We are not accepting any form of interview. We will give an official word after the case's investigations are completed. A few reporters from Beijing's various newspapers had gotten in while people were not paying attention. Hey, look there. It's Zhang Ye. Quickly go over. Quickly go over. The reporters did not heed any instructions and pushed past a few policemen, rushing forward. There were not many policemen, so they could not stop that many people. They could only watch helplessly as the reporters surrounded Zhang Ye, Superintendent Song, and the old policeman. A Beijing Times female reporter raised her microphone and said hurriedly, Teacher Zhang, someone familiar with the matter said that you had beaten up your leader's son because you were doing it for a just cause, resulting in you being framed and sent to the police station. May we know if this matter is true? If it is true, do you have anything to say? Before Zhang Ye opened his mouth, the old policeman pushed the reporter away. Get out of here. This is state territory. Another young reporter from a Beijing tabloid blinked. Sir Policeman, why are you bringing Zhang Ye away? Superintendent Song said in an official manner. He is suspected of intentionally causing bodily harm. It is still under investigation. It is still not convenient to release any other information. The tabloid reporter asked again, Many people are saying that Zhang Ye is prone to violence, as he has a bad temper, which was the reason why he brutally beat up a person. Is this true? This time, the old policeman did not stop him. We are still investigating. Another reporter came forward. Teacher Zhang Ye, may I know, when did you have bouts of violence? When you were young, or after you became famous? A fourth reporter asked, I heard you often put on airs, and this is not the first time you beat someone up. Can you explain this? A fifth reporter followed up. I am a reporter from the Daily News. Is this beating up of someone true? Was it done on purpose? Please give an explanation to everyone and the fans who like you. Upon seeing this, Zhang Ye nearly laughed out. What sort of questions were these reporters asking? Other than the Beijing Times reporter being neutral, what sort of questions were the other reporters asking? They were clearly giving him the death sentence. He was prone to violence? He often beat others? He often put on airs and beat others? These were all matters without any basis. In the end, when these reporters asked, it was as if they were speaking matters of fact and had given Zhang Ye the title of a devil. Was this due to Wang Shuixin's personal connections? Was this one of Wang Shuixin's tricks? Huh, fine. You activated so many people to malign me? You sure are unscrupulous. Even the police station's leader's attitude made Zhang Ye lose the last bit of patience he had. The reporter who asked properly was chased away by you, preventing her from speaking. But towards a bunch of reporters who were maligning me, you did not even stop them, and even answered them in a warm manner, making others think that I was really guilty of the crime, just that the investigations were not done, so it was inconvenient to announce it? Good. Then don't you blame me. The reason why Zhang Ye was not worried when he had followed them to the police station was firstly, because his conscience was clear, for he had done nothing wrong, and secondly, because he had his own methods to retaliate and killer moves. To others, Zhang Ye looked like a little lamb in a cage that was to be slaughtered. Whatever others said would be made fact. But they seemed to forget that Zhang Ye's greatest weapon was his mouth. The policewoman could no longer take it anymore. What are you saying? Old Zhao pulled at the policewoman, preventing her from going forward. He could tell from Superintendent Song's attitude that it would be useless, even if they wanted to help Zhang Ye. However, Zhang Ye spoke. You want me to answer? The Daily News reporter said. Please explain the reason behind hitting someone. Zhang Ye roared with laughter and asked again. You want me to explain? Another tabloid reporter said. Don't you need to explain after beating someone? Zhang Ye laughed to the heavens in a very exaggerated manner. Then he took a step forward. As the handcuff on his ankle scratched the ground, it echoed a dull metallic sound. Zhang Ye looked at them and everyone in the courtyard of the police station. He then said in a proud and loud manner, no matter how heavy the iron shackles clang at my feet, no matter how high you raise the whip, I have no confession, even if a bloodied bayonet is pointed at my breast. Humans cannot lower their noble heads. Only cowards will plead for freedom. Poem. The crowd was dumbfounded from shock. Zhang Ye's tone suppressed his anger. What do torture and beatings amount to? Even death has no means to open my mouth. In the face of death, I laugh out loud. My laughter rocks this palace of demons. Then, his gaze swept the crowd from front to back, left to right. Then he punctuated his words in a ruthless tone. This is a communist member's, confession. Zhang Ye was sure wicked. Since he felt that they were inhumane towards him, then there was no reason to blame him for being unjust. This fellow even used a poem said by a revolutionary martyr back then. My confession. Chapter 156. Fans seek justice for Zhang Ye. This poem had a long history. Just about everyone from his previous world knew of this poem, or had even recited it before. This was quite a famous poem in the language textbooks. It was during the Revolution of April 1949. As the underground political mouthpiece, Advancement Report was raided by the Kuomintang. The Advancement Report Special Branch's secretary, Chun Ran, was arrested. In prison, Chun Ran was subjected to all kinds of torture, but only confessed that he had handled all of the editing, printing, and publishing of the paper. He was determined to sacrifice himself in order to protect his team and comrades. His captors used threats and coercion to force his confession. So Chun Ran picked up his pen and wrote an earth-shattering poem, My Confession. This was a great revolutionary poem. This was the freedom of a communist member, an uprightness that symbolizes the heroism of martyrdom. If it wasn't in extreme circumstances, Zhang Ye would not bring out this poem, since it was really extreme. But now, Zhang Ye no longer had any hesitations. You want to torment me? You want to insult me? Sure. Then I will King torment and insult all of you too. He was done reciting the poem. There was silence in the police station's yard due to the shock. The policewoman, old Zhao, as well as the others in the police station, and even the reporters, drew a gasp because of Zhang Ye's poem. Or perhaps it was the fruit of charms effect. No, it had to be the fruit of charms, voice, effect. Those 38 fruits had greatly increased the charm in Zhang Ye's manner of speech and voice. They caused his poem to enter deep into their hearts and showcase the soul of the poem to its fullest extent. There might even be some of the effects from the few fruits of charm, eyes, which made the present Zhang Ye awe-inspiring. The aura emitted from his gaze, and the dauntless words he shouted out, had influenced a majority of the people present, turning them emotional and making them dumbfounded. Even those who were not heavily influenced by Zhang Ye could not help be slightly moved. The policewoman's eyes even turned red from hearing it. The female reporter from the Beijing Times also shed a tear. She quickly wiped her eyes as she felt a surge of warm blood. In the face of death, I laugh out loud. The devil's palace trembles from the laughter. Many of the people now had their eyes focused on Zhang Ye. What kind of a great spirit of a man would it take to write a sentence like this? The female reporter came back to her senses. She hurriedly noted down the poem from memory. Many of those reporters reacted by noting it down, too. This was news. It was big news. Before they came here, someone had talked to them. It was either their leader's instructions or friend's request. But faced with the current situation, their reporter's instinct had also taken over. Who cares about the story of Zhang Ye beating someone up? This poem was the highlight. Why? Because the message it conveyed was huge. The reporters began to take a flurry of pictures. Instantly, Zhang Ye was flooded by bright lights, and especially the handcuffs on his leg, and the few bruises on Zhang Ye's body, which were a result of the fight with Wang Xin, were specially focused on by the reporters. They kept taking photos with all they got. No photographing. What are you doing? No photography is allowed here. Superintendent Song panicked and tried to prevent it. But with so many reporters, how could they control them in time? The reporters behaved like they were on stimulants, acting all excited. But what made some happy made others sad. With Zhang Ye's poem, Superintendent Song and the old policeman had somehow been mesmerized by Zhang Ye's inexplicable charming voice for a split moment, before they quickly regained their composure. Their faces were already pale. Zhang Ye, your grandpa. A kid like you is such a grandson. Superintendent Song and the old policeman wished that they could swear openly. Despite all their planning, they had never expected Zhang Ye to recite a poem, and it was such a poem. The heavy iron shackles clang at my feet. Iron shackles, your sister. It's just a handcuff. And it was loose. All the people locked in the small, dark room basically received such a treatment. No matter how high you raise the whip. Whip, your sister. Where did we have a whip? We didn't even lay a finger on you. And that line about even if there is a bloodied bayonet by my chest? Bloodied, your grandma. Bayonet, your grandpa. Are you trying to malign our police station? What do torture and beatings amount to? Who tortured you? Even death has no means to open your mouth. Big bro. My dear bro. At most, you had deliberately caused harm. According to this situation, you would at most be detained for 15 days. Death. Death, your sister. You didn't intentionally murder anyone. What sort of adjectives are you using? What adjectives are they? After a long time, the reporters were finally chased away. Superintendent Song and company wiped their sweat and quickly brought Zhang Ye back to the small, dark room. Afternoon. The Beijing Times began selling. Zhang Ye's My Confession. This afternoon at the police station, our reporter witnessed the police taking Zhang Ye away. Under the flurry of verbal attacks by other reporters, Teacher Zhang said righteously in his own words a poem. No matter how heavy the iron shackles clang at my feet, no matter how high you raise the whip, I have no confession. The above was the poem's original text. From this, we can tell that unless there was a great grievance and fury, how would a person be able to write such a poem? Together with the bruises on Zhang Ye's body and the handcuff on his leg, We do not know what sort of unjust treatment Zhang Ye had endured in the police station. This matter will be followed up by our newspaper's reporters. The other city tabloids also published an evening edition. There are hidden facts behind Zhang Ye's assault. The police station tortured teacher Zhang Ye. Of course, some of these tabloids were still discrediting Zhang Ye, writing him as being a heinous guy. They wrote that he hit others because of personal desires, or that he had taken a fancy to the female colleague. Jiamen East. And Zhang Ye was arrested. Rao Qinshan said, waving a newspaper. This kid's getting into trouble again. Rao frowned. She grabbed the papers to take a look and laughed. This kid was already brought to the station, but still did not forget to write poems. Qinshan said anxiously. What to do? What to do? Rao threw down the newspaper. That rascal is smart. Don't worry about him. Qinshan pulled at Rao clothes and said, Aunt, go and save him. Break him out of prison. You wench, you are so protective of your Uncle Zhang. Rao was speechless. Break into the prison? This is a lawful and orderly society. It does not matter if you have the skills. Besides, your Uncle Zhang was just brought in to assist in the investigations. He hasn't been judged yet. Kaishiku, Zhang Ye's house. An old neighbor knocked on the door and came in. Old Zhang, things are bad. Your son was arrested. What? Little Yi was arrested? Dad shook his head. Impossible. My son is a party member. He's law-abiding. A neighboring auntie threw them a Beijing Times newspaper. Look at it yourself. It's already in the newspapers. Zhang Ye's mom, who was cooking in the kitchen, rushed over. Seeing this, she was alarmed. Who dares to accuse my son? That bunch of bastards. And he even dared to beat my son. Dad was also furious as he got up. Let's go to the police station. On the web, Zhang Ye's My Confession had been spread. If it were anyone else's poem, it might not have attracted that much attention. But this was a poem by the author Zhang Ye, who had composed Dead Water, A Generation, and others like them. Whether it was classical poetry or modern poetry, it would be anticipated highly. His least popular work even surpassed 1 million hits. You could imagine his popularity. Furthermore, My Confession was in a similar style as Dead Water. Everyone was even more interested. Great. This poem's absolutely great. Zhang Ye is truly talented. I'm convinced. The devil's palace trembles from the laughter. What a strong spirit. I am already beginning to like him. This person is so king charismatic. Especially that last line. This is my communist members' confession. It's so empowering. I feel that even though many people in the literary world do not acknowledge Zhang Ye, no one can deny that no one can match the literary value and the ability to speak to one's heart in his works. Personally, I think amongst all of Zhang Ye's poems, this is the best. Right? Especially this confession. I stood up just from reading it. I never felt my body's blood surge from reading a poem. Teacher Zhang Ye must have definitely been framed. Look at the mass deletion of threads on several forums. Isn't it clear? Someone is trying to entrap Zhang Ye. It was the last straw when teacher Zhang Ye issued his angry roaring sound, feeling the senselessness in this. That bunch of people are too much. Let's go? Let's post. That's right. Count me in. I've prepared my clone accounts. If they delete the threads or ban us, let's just carry on. Right? They delete 1. We post 10. Let's see if they are faster or if we are faster. I don't believe this world has no justice. Teacher Zhang is a person who can go to such means for a fan. Would he do something illegal? Only a ghost would believe so. This must be insidiously done by someone. They are guiding the public opinion. Inside Zhang Ye's nest Yeba, the other netizens were only angry. But when Zhang Ye's fans saw My Confession, they were furious to the extreme. Bastard. That bunch of bastards. Teacher Zhang is in trouble. Everyone quickly. Come. A junior moderator posted. Comrades, brothers. Everyone should already know what's going on, so I won't say anything else. I don't even want to know the cause and course of the matter. All I see is that teacher Zhang is in trouble. I ask all of you, when we fans were in trouble, who reached out a helping hand? Who was the one who dissipated all his wealth to pay the medical bills for a small fan? It's teacher Zhang. It's teacher Zhang Ye. The junior moderator said angrily. Right. It's teacher Zhang Ye. When a fan was in trouble, teacher Zhang reached out his helping hand without any hesitation. Now that teacher Zhang is in trouble, it is time for us to help him. Big Saber Bro posted, "My large saber is again, unable to endure the thirst." The junior moderator said, "Big Saber Bro is here too? Good. All the brothers have gathered. Big Saber Bro, this moderator who doesn't bother about the board or bothers thinking. Please lead everyone to the various Tieba forums, Weibo, and other public media sites and post teacher Zhang Ye's poem. Let's seek justice for teacher Zhang. I'm going. Count me in. There's me too. I'm going all out." They deleted a thread. Aleph *** King post 100. That's right. Let's see if they have more people or if we have more people. I refuse to believe we have less manpower. Chapter 157, Another Prisoner's Song. There were discussions so intense that they could overturn the heavens outside. Yet the small, dark room in the police station was quiet. It was almost time for dinner, but Zhang Ye had eaten quite a lot for lunch. He had nearly finished everything from the 3 dishes and the soup. He was still even burping now. There were 2 others in the room. One was the old policeman, and the other was Superintendent Song. The old policeman's face was a bit black. "Zhang Ye, who allowed you to say such a poem?" Zhang Ye was amused. "I was suddenly inspired, and said it however I wanted to say it. Do I need someone's permission to write a poem?" Superintendent Song angrily slammed the table 3 consecutive times. "But the poem you composed does not match the actual situation. It's completely fabricated and meant to incriminate." Her. "All of you should know what it means to incriminate, right?" Zhang Ye said with a dumb face. "No, I didn't. How would I dare to incriminate a state vessel? I was just inspired to compose a poem, and it had no other meaning. Do you know what art is? Do you know what literature is? This is all drawn from life, and on a realm higher than life. It requires proper artistic embellishment." The old policeman angrily said, "But you made us appear to be in the wrong." Zhang Ye looked at him. "It is you who first made me appear to be in the wrong, all right? Ask your conscience. Were you objective in your investigations from before? Are your asses still upright? From the beginning, you have already decided on my guilt, and you did not care if I was acting bravely for a just cause, so I had nothing I could do. I just casually recited a poem to express my emotions. The powerful can do whatever they want, but the weak are not allowed to do anything. You." The old policeman was so angry that he stood up. Superintendent Song was also angered by Zhang Ye's attitude. Before he entered the small, dark room, Superintendent Song had received a few calls from the main branch's leader, inquiring about the matter's origins and the situation. He was even given a scolding, which made Superintendent Song feel very restrained. Also, he had looked at the internet. It was fine if he did not know, but just looking at him scared him out of his wits. The internet in Beijing's area were completely plastered with Zhang Ye's matter. He did not know where so many people came from who were helping seek justice for Zhang Ye. They were even shouting for the police station to immediately let him go. Zhang Ye was, after all, a public figure, and the news of him saving a fan's life was still fresh in people's minds, so they were still focused on him. Now, with this matter suddenly jumping out of nowhere, the attention people paid to Zhang Ye was once again extended. Hence, their police station had immediately been thrust to the forefront of a wave. All of Beijing's citizens' eyes were instantly on them. The people were seeing how they would handle the matter. A prickly person? Trying to be a scoundrel? I sure wasn't afraid of that. Superintendent Song was enraged by Zhang Ye and did not turn generous toward Zhang Ye. He even wanted to teach Zhang Ye a lesson. Regardless of what you say, we will still do our investigations. We will do it in an official manner. Do not think that we will do things in a lax manner, just because you are a public figure. It is precisely because you are a celebrity which is why we are extremely strict with you. This is because your every action is something of the people's concern. You are responsible to set an exemplary model. Zhang Ye laughed. Then my exemplary model is to admit that I am innocent. You are innocent? Superintendent Song stared. Then let me ask you, who beat up Wang Xin? Zhang Ye answered back sarcastically in an unrelenting manner. Then let me ask you, why did I beat Wang Xin? Superintendent Song said, he was beaten by you and has been hospitalized. You have broken a law, so whatever you say is useless. Let me tell you, Zhang Ye, I've seen all sorts of hooligans. You are not an exception. If you confess the truth fully right now, we can still negotiate and reduce your punishment. Your parents are already here. If you don't want to think for yourself, you should at least think for your parents. Are you letting them stay outside, feeling worried and fear for you? Be honest and speak the truth, or you will suffer the consequences. Zhang Ye smiled. Then I really want to see how. You will make me suffer the consequences. Superintendent Song said coldly. Don't think that you will be saved just because you have a few fans. The law is watching you. Zhang Ye also looked at him. Don't think that because you are in a police uniform that it means you can knowingly violate the law. The citizens are watching you. You fuck. Superintendent Song nearly swore, but quickly stopped himself. He took a deep breath to calm himself. It was too infuriating. This Zhang was too infuriating. Fine. You are a broadcasting host, so people like us cannot cross words with you. But don't think of leaving. Have some self-reflection in this tiny, dark room. When you decide to admit your mistake, come look for me. I'll be waiting for you in my office. Zhang Ye laughed without a word. The old policeman said, Superintendent, should we? Let's go. Superintendent Song did not say anything else as he led him away. With a bang, the door was slammed shut from outside and locked tightly. Zhang Ye was left alone in the room. He sat on the floor and touched his pocket. His phone had also been confiscated, so there was nothing that he could do. He could only close his eyes to take a nap. Slowly, the sky turned dark. Many people had already gotten off work, and the police station was deserted. Zhang Ye could not fall asleep, so he opened his eyes again. At this moment, the door was opened. That old policeman walked in and threw a loaf of bread and a bottle of mineral water to him. Have you decided on explaining? If you say it, you will be given a lighter sentence. Zhang Ye picked up the bread. I've decided how to eat my meal. Still being stubborn? Fine. The old policeman closed the door and left. He did not believe that Zhang Ye could hold out and wanted to see how long a pampered celebrity could last. Outside, the policewoman had come, too. Little Lei, it's almost time to get off work. Why are you here? You are not on duty today. The old policeman frowned. The policewoman ignored him and squeezed through. I'm bringing food for Zhang Ye. What? I'm here, and you still want to break the rules. The old policeman reprimanded. As a member of the police force, how can you deliver food to the criminal? Who's the criminal? The investigations aren't clear yet, the policewoman said unyieldingly. The old policeman said, I already gave him his meal. You don't have to care. The policewoman stared with her eyes wide open. You call that crappy bread a meal? Everyone who goes there eats that, right? The old policeman said unhappily. Zhang Ye very naturally broke the bread and said to the policewoman outside, Comrade Little Lei, it's all right. The bread smells pretty fragrant. Let me try it. He tore open the wrapping and pinched it. It was a bit hard. Hey, is this his French bread? Lowering his head to bite at it, Zhang Ye then said with a pleased expression, Who knew our police station's food was so good? The bread is so delicious. Where do you buy it from? Next time when I go out, I'll buy a box of it. The taste is really good. Yes, so fragrant. The old policeman was shocked. Even this was delicious? He felt that Zhang Ye was being stubborn, disregarding a celebrity like him. Even a typical thief or burglar could not put up with their food. But in reality, Zhang Ye did find it delicious because he grew up poor. The old policeman thought he was pampered? That was actually bullsh*t. Zhang Ye didn't even get to drink milk when he was in elementary school, or else why would he be this short? After earning money, Zhang Ye was still not very particular about food. He was already used to a tough and simple life, ignoring everything else and talking about instant noodles. If it was someone else who could eat instant noodles for a whole week and swallow it down, Zhang Ye could. He was not picky with food. Besides, this fellow was recently short of money, and since this place settled his meals, he was of course happy to have something to eat. The old policeman refused to have his beliefs shaken as he stared through the window for a long time. However, Zhang Ye really happily finished the entire bread, and finally, he even poured all of the breadcrumbs in the bag into his mouth. The policewoman was impressed. As expected of teacher Zhang Ye, the old policeman did not say a word about that. Let's go. It's time to go home. 8 p.m. Zhang Ye knew he had to spend the night. Here. They were not letting him go, right? They were trying to force a confession from me? Fine. It looks like my confession was still not powerful enough. Your police station's resistance sure is strong. With that, Zhang Ye stood up, having eaten and drunk his fill. Looking around, he found an extremely tiny stone on the ground. He picked it up and checked it. It was passable. Suddenly, a large commotion came from outside the door. "Policeman, please accept our interview. May we know where Zhang Ye is locked up at the moment? Let us in. We want to interview Teacher Zhang. Our newspaper has already submitted an application for an interview." The reporters had arrived once again. From the sounds, there were probably more than 2 to 3 times the number of people than in the afternoon. Also, there were even video cameras. Even people from the television stations had come. Zhang Ye understood that it was definitely a result of my confession from the afternoon. It had garnered public interest. They were here just in time. The few policemen on duty tried to block the reporters. "Why are all of you here again?" And to forcefully barge in. "Do you believe that we won't arrest all of you? The interview request has not been approved by the leader. All of you get out." The 3 policemen clearly could not stop more than 20 reporters, as the reporters charged in. "Where's Zhang Ye? Where is Zhang Ye locked up at?" "Ah, over there. Over there. He seems to be writing something. Quickly video it." There was a lamp in the small, dark room. Despite it being not bright, it was enough for people to see. Zhang Ye knew that the reporters were standing outside the door. He could not help but use the small stone, and he faced the wall while having his eyes closed to gather his mood. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and wrote 2 words on the wall with the stone: "Prisoner's Song." "You want me to explain? You will judge me once I explain? I can leave once I lower my head." Zhang Ye sneered, and then wrote forcefully on the wall: "Shut are the doors for humans. Open is the entrance of a dog's cage. A high-pitched sound is heard. Crawl out and freedom will be granted. I've been longing for liberty. However, I am acutely aware that a human body should never ever crawl out from a dog's cage. I have a dream that one day, the fierce fire from the underground will consume the contain me, and I shall live with fire and warm blood ever after." Every word seemed to be filled with extreme anger. It was the same with my confession. It also contained a dauntless spiritual essence that was not afraid in the face of death. Zhang Ye had eaten calligraphy skill books, so even though he was writing with a stone, the words were very well written. Every word was written in wide strokes. It looked like a letter written in blood, causing people to feel shock. The reporters seethed with excitement once again. "Hurry, hurry, snap. Where's the light? It's too dark. Turn on the lights." The people holding the lights have been intercepted by the police. "Let's use our cell phones to illuminate it. Hurry, we must film it, right? Our cell phones have flashlights." At this moment, the reporters worked together in unison. The reason was that a famous poem had appeared once again: "Prisoner's Song." Chapter 158. That Zhang Ye is writing a poem again? In the endless night sky. It was 9 p.m. Superintendent Song, who had tired himself all day, finally reached home. The moment that he entered his house, he said, "Hurry and make me a bowl of noodles. I can't take it anymore. I'm starving." His wife came out to give him a pair of slippers. "You haven't eaten?" "I didn't have the time." Superintendent Song sighed. "A troublesome figure came in today. I was busying myself on this small case the entire day. I ran around to do all that. All for what? That Wang Shuixin. I'm definitely not helping him in the future. It's a thankless, arduous task. If I don't do it well, I'll get into big trouble. Thankfully, I can still handle some of that stress, and it's also giving old Wang some face." Superintendent Song laughed and bragged to his wife. "After all, I have been working on the police force for more than a decade. I still can handle the pressure from Zhang Ye." His wife disagreed. "I saw the news too. I think that Zhang Ye is quite a nice person. Don't make an uproar with him. You mustn't take things too far." Superintendent Song was at a loss of whether to laugh or to cry. "I make an uproar with him? I just need to say a sentence, and he would be dying to retort with 10 sentences. And every single sentence pricks a person's heart, preventing anyone from answering. I'm telling you, just that Zhang Ye's mouth makes me not feel like talking about it. But I believe that even a corpse could be revived using his mouth. Now, as long as I see him move that mouth of his, I get a headache. You may not know about him coming up with my confession in front of so many reporters at the yard of our police station. The branch leader even gave me a scolding on the phone after seeing the news. He blamed me for not doing things well. Tell me, who did I offend? In the future, I'll never speak to people who are in the broadcasting or literature business. Their mouths are too vicious. Being a policeman for so many years, I have never seen a person who debates so well. His wife went to the kitchen to prepare noodles for him. Since he's troublesome, why did you arrest him? It's not a big deal either. If it were me, I would have let him go, and that would be it. But he did beat someone, and had done so quite badly. Superintendent Song consoled. Don't worry, I'm just helping old Wang. I have a sense of propriety. If old Wang really wants me to help his son right a wrong, I wouldn't even agree. How can I not settle this problem properly? Yeah, only you are the one. Who's awesome? His wife laughed with a curled mouth. Indeed. Superintendent Song sat at the dining table, waiting for his meal. Who do you think I, old Song, am? Do you think a single Zhang Ye like him can? Ring, ring, ring. The phone rang. Superintendent Song smacked his mouth and picked up the phone. Little son, I just came home and haven't even gotten to eating a warm meal. Why did you call again? What happened again? The other side was a junior policeman's voice. Superintendent. Not good. The reporters came again. This time, there are tens of them. We can't even stop them. There are too few people on duty. Superintendent Song said, just throw all of them out. Is there a need to tell you that? But, the junior policeman was on the verge of tears. That Zhang Ye. He wrote another poem again. What? Repeat that again. Superintendent Song nearly fell off from his chair when he heard it. He wrote a poem again. This time, he wrote it on the small, dark room's wall with a stone. The junior policeman hurriedly said, It's called Prisoner's Song. Superintendent Song said angrily, How was it written? Quickly repeat it to me. The junior policeman said, I can't remember it all. The deepest impression I had was of the first two sentences. Shut are the doors for humans. Open is the entrance of a dog's cage. Now, the reporters have taken pictures of the poem on the wall. Some of them have even returned to their offices. It seems that they are going to report it. Superintendent Song may be a bore, but these days, few in the civil service were illiterate. He had gone through the education system and knew a bit of literature. Hence, when Superintendent Song heard the first two lines, he cursed in his heart. He only wished that he could curse all of Zhang Ye's 18 generations of ancestors. He immediately said, Hold the ground. I'll be there immediately. Then he shouted into the kitchen, There's no need to cook the noodles. I'm leaving. His wife came out, surprised. I've already boiled the water. Leave after you eat. What is there to eat? Superintendent Song wished that he could die. I encountered a darn hooligan. I got 8 generations of bad luck. In the past, people said that 8 out of 10 scholars were hooligans. I didn't believe it. But now, I instead feel that 10 out of 10 scholars are king hooligans. His wife asked, Is it that Zhang Ye's matter again? Superintendent Song said, Of course. He wrote a poem again. His wife said, Didn't I already say it? You should not have arrested him. He's such a good person. On the web, Zhang Ye's Prisoner's Song was first published on a tabloid's official website. They could not wait for it to be published the next day, as it would definitely be published by someone first. Sure enough, following that, several of Beijing's newspapers began to publish Prisoner's Song and even included pictures. Every newspaper's pictures were different. Some were taken from the side, some were diagonally taken, some were bright, and some were dark. In the end, it was still Beijing Times, which had the biggest distribution in Beijing, that had the highest quality with their employees. The photography skills were excellent, and the picture they published was very clear and had a great feeling to it. The picture gave off a tragic atmosphere. Zhang Ye's foot was cuffed, and he had reached out, using a small stone to write the last period for Prisoner's Song on the wall. In front of him, none of the text of Prisoner's Song was blocked. It was presented clearly, and with the dim lighting and that empty, small, dark room, the entire atmosphere matched that poem perfectly. They still haven't released him? This is too infuriating. This is too infuriating. What a good Prisoner's Song. What a good shall live with fire and warm blood ever after. Open is the entrance of a dog's cage. They want to make Teacher Zhang lower his head and beg for mercy? Dream on. After seeing that Prisoner's Song, I was enraged. Teacher Zhang, you should not live in the fire for eternity, but you should let those people suffer in the fires for all eternity. For this matter, many celebrities and public figures were conservative with their words. Some of them even didn't make any comment or express a stand, as no one knew what had really happened. If they did not say something right, they might be pulled into this matter. Was there a lack of such matters in the entertainment industry? However, after My Confession and Prisoner's Song was released, a very prestigious person in the literary circle spoke out. It was Elder Qian. The Elder Qian who had made an acquaintance with Zhang Ye at the Beijing couplet competition and had strongly recommended his entry into the National Writers Association. Elder Qian posted on Weibo, "What sort of environment can force a person to write a poem of such despair? And what sort of land could raise such a fearless person? I am not very familiar with little Zhang, but I know him as a person. I also dare to be sure of his character. If the police station is rejecting little Zhang on this matter, then it must be a ridiculous joke. A person who can take out all his savings and even borrow money just to raise funds to pay for his fan's surgery will beat up someone because of his personal desires or for no good reason. Whose intelligence is the police station insulting? Ever since little Zhang's message, it has already been 10 hours. Have you not obtained a result from your investigations? You still haven't announced the actual reason." Teacher Qian has stood forward. Right. Well said. Supporting Teacher Zhang. Strongly appealing to the police station to release him. You should arrest that culprit who had molested a woman and still wanted to beat someone. And not Teacher Zhang. No one is answering. The police station is pretending not to see it. Fine. Brothers, let's carry on posting. This time, we will add Prisoner's Song to it. It will be posted once on every Tieba and discussion forum. No, 100 times. I don't believe that the relevant authorities will not see it. I don't believe that this world is one with no justice. Anyone who has a little conscience, please push the 2 poems to the top. Propping. Count me in. I am the moderator of City Forum, Beijing edition, and have stickied it at the most prominent spot. At this moment, Zhang Ye's hardcore fan, Big Saber Bro, posted a picture on Weibo and added a message. I have already posted it on all of the comment pages and complaint pages of Beijing's official websites, such as the Public Safety Department, branch departments, and station departments. Who has the link to the official website of the Commission for Discipline Inspection? I'm too lazy to check. Give it to me in private chat. I'll carry on smearing the boards with Teacher Zhang's poems. My large saber is again, unable to endure the thirst. Holy sh*t, so fierce. Big Saber Bro has combat power. Once the Big Saber appears, who can challenge it? Haha, that's so coquettish. Big Saber Bro is still the same as ever. As expected of the Big Saber comrade who has the strongest combat power in Zhang Ye's fan club. Right. Only Big Saber Bro has a broad mind. We should not be restricted to forums and Tieba. We should smear the boards of governmental websites. We must make the matter big. Let those leaders all know of the unjust treatment Teacher Zhang Ye has received. I don't believe that no one will care about this matter to the end. Teacher Zhang Ye is nice to us fans, so how can we flinch when he is in trouble? This is the best chance for us to repay Teacher Zhang Ye. So what about governmental websites? Kill, right? Attack. Who's afraid of who? I'm going all out too. Big Saber Bro, I have private messaged you the Commission for Discipline Inspection website. Please check. Give it to me too. Do you still remember the words Teacher Zhang Ye gave to our fan club? If you do not leave me, I will always be at your side until the end of life. This was a promise Teacher Zhang Ye gave to us. It is also a promise we made to Teacher Zhang Ye. Never leaving. Everyone, let's fight shoulder to shoulder. All right, that was done too well. Never leaving. Always be at your side until the end of life. We will return the debt owed by number 1 for her. Brothers, what are we waiting for? Teacher Zhang Ye has already used Prisoner's Song to express how he doesn't fear death. It is time for us to use our strengths. Suddenly, there were voices from others. A person called Floating Rain said, "Friends, I'm not a member of Zhang Ye's fan club. Can I join?" Another person called CHAIDJD44 said, "That's right. I also didn't previously join the fan club. Seeing that your cohesion is so high, is it too late to join now? Count me in for smearing the boards." A junior moderator of Zhang Ye's fan club said, "All men are brothers." What do you mean, late? What do you mean, can you join? This is like a stranger's words. We are thankful if everyone supports Teacher Zhang Ye, and we can't be more thankful than that. Everyone is a brother. Let's fight together. All right, count me, old Chun, in. Me too. Let me feel my blood boil today. I also want to join your fan club. I'll listen to your commands. Many onlookers joined in the fray. There was nothing else, but they were moved seeing all this. The words exchanged by Zhang Ye's fan club made their blood surge. They had never seen such a united fan club. There weren't that many people, but they were like strands forming cohesively into a rope. None of them flinched. Not a single one felt fear. They were all thinking of ways to help teacher Zhang Ye in a single-minded fashion, as well as contributing their tiny bit of strength. They did not hide and watch the show. To these people, this was probably Zhang Ye's personal charm. This was the charm from Zhang Ye's works. It was even more so the charm of his personality. Zhang Ye gave his heart to his fans, to the point of dissipating all of his wealth. Now, the fans would naturally repay him wholeheartedly. This scene touched many people. Hence, about 3,500 people started to follow the Zhang Ye's nest on Tieba, which also meant them joining Zhang Ye's fan club, becoming one of its members. Chapter 159. The Heavenly Queen gives Zhang Ye a like on Weibo. What was United We Stand? This was United We Stand. On every discussion forum, Tieba, and every government website, there were traces of Zhang Ye's fans. His Tieba subscribers only numbered in the tens of thousands, so on this night, those who were online and could help only numbered in the thousands. At its highest peak, it numbered around 10,000 at most. But it was these supporters who were stationed on several of the larger discussion forums which were deleting and censoring their threads, fighting back by posting more threads until the top pages were flooded by their posts. This fighting spirit and cohesiveness were too great. Some of the larger Tieba, which numbered in the hundreds of thousands, did not even have this ability. Those Tieba subscribers were great when things were going well, but if something were to happen and the group needed their support, a majority of them would disappear. Only a few would be left to fight the battles. But this wasn't the case for Zhang Ye's fans, as almost every one of those online were fighters. This fan club is too passionate. That's right, it's as passionate as Zhang Ye's poetry. Seeing this, I can't sit around anymore. I've got to help. Yes, they don't have too many people after all. If this goes on, there won't be much effect. Many of Zhang Ye's ex-colleagues from the Beijing radio station also appeared on their verified Weibo accounts. Wang Xiaomei posted on Weibo. Zhao Guozhou responded to Zhang Ye's poem, while Big Sis Zhou and Annie Sun stepped up, too. Tian Bin, who was now at Central Radio Station, also posted an emotional and angry statement through his Weibo. His colleagues and friends all supported Zhang Ye, each in their own way. A few minutes later, a moderator from the SS Tieba also posted a thread. This SS Tieba was the hottest FPS game forum these days, and its subscribers numbered over 300,000, many more than Zhang Ye's fan club. As it was, gamers from an FPS game were naturally more hot-blooded and angry. That moderator was one of them. He wrote, "Brothers of the SS Tieba, after a discussion with the moderators and administrators, we are angry over an incident that happened today. It's the case of teacher Zhang Ye's arrest. I am a fan of Zhang Ye, and I like his poems very much. Perhaps those not from Beijing have never heard of Zhang Ye's name. So even though I am a moderator, I do not wish to make the decision for everyone. We would like everyone's view instead. I will post the key point of this incident and have a vote about whether we will help in this matter or not." A few links were posted. A few pictures were also posted. After viewing, many of them were angered. Holy sh**t. Is it this messy over at Beijing? How did this kind of thing happen? Such a good person was arrested, and not even let out yet. That person was harassing a woman. Why did they arrest Zhang Ye instead? Are the police crazy? The discussion forums are even deleting threads? In my opinion, there's someone behind the scenes manipulating the matter. So what if he's the son of television station's leader? Can he misbehave just because of that? And he can't take a beating because of that? What the heck? Zhang Ye served justice. These two poems were written too awesomely. So this is who Zhang Ye is? I have not watched his programs before, and I don't live in Beijing either. But I have read his poems on the web. They are really quite good. The moderator asked, "Does everyone think we should help or not?" Help. F***K. We definitely must help. Zhang Ye's fan club's guys are really brave. I saw them flooding those forums. Even though they were deleted, they continued to repost. I can feel their anger. Even I can't let this pass. Help them. They don't have enough people. Their strength is not enough. We must definitely help, right? Support them. Let's agree to support Zhang Ye's nest Tieba. There's no two ways about it. We definitely must help on such a matter. I've just finished a round and have nothing better to do. Let me help out too. We can't let them battle alone. SS Tieba's members all leaned towards helping Zhang Ye's fan club. Their sense of justice was high as they all prepared to lend some support to his fan club. The Tieba moderator acknowledged and immediately sent out a post announcing, in response to teacher Zhang Ye's arrest, and with everyone's approval, SS Tieba has decided to immediately give support to Zhang Ye's fan club and help them with manpower and resources to seek justice for teacher Zhang Ye. A screenshot of the post was then quickly posted onto Weibo. Zhang Ye's fan club members who saw the post were touched. Men of SS Tieba, thank you. Words can't express our gratitude. If you all need any help in the future, just say it. We will always remember this kindness. We will repay it 100-fold in future. A friend is best found in adversity. From now, any problem of SS Tieba will be the business of our Zhang Ye's fan club. The SS Tieba moderator replied, don't mention it. Let's delegate the duties. Your group has less people, so you all should concentrate on the forums. We are more experienced with Tieba since we've been around here for so many years. Our SS Tieba has got contacts in many places, so let us handle the Tieba front. Let's bombard Beijing television stations Tieba. As for the other Tieba pages, let's split up and go break the news to them. We need to let more people know of this incident. A moderator from Zhang Ye's fan club said, okay, let's split up and get to work. With the sudden surge of supporters from SS Tieba, the news of Zhang Ye's arrest captured the internet within a few minutes. Many of the discussion forums did not manage to delete the threads in time. The posts were sprouting like weeds in the spring wind, and this helped to further attract attention on the incident. Soon after, while Zhang Ye's fans and SS Tieba's members were busy with their spreading of the news of Zhang Ye's arrest, an unexpected person made an unexpected move. This came totally out of the blue. This was one of the few S-list heavenly queens. This was the superstar with no less than 10 million fans, both domestic and overseas. It was not a studio, nor a company's Weibo, but her own personal Weibo. This account had actually liked the Prisoner's song posted by the Beijing Times newspaper. After a minute, she still used her personal Weibo account to like another of Zhang Ye's poems, My Confession. The first time could have been a coincidence, for she might have liked it accidentally. But with 2 likes, and was purposely on one person, this couldn't be a coincidence. Zhang Ye's fans were all stunned, and SS Tieba's bros were all dumbfounded. All those who were observing were tongue-tied. Everyone only had a thought. They felt it was impossible. Is what I'm seeing right? It's really happening. It's really the Heavenly Queen's Weibo account. Holy shit. Even the Heavenly Queen has appeared. This is turning into something big. Zhang Ye's news was even noticed by the Heavenly Queen. Everyone knew that Zhang Yuanqi was a very friendly celebrity. She had no airs about her. Even those D-list or E-list celebrities weren't as friendly as her. But she usually interacted more in person and did not often use social media like Weibo. Her popularity was already at the peak, so she did not need Weibo for her promotions. So whenever there were any posts that appeared on her Weibo, they were usually symbolic promotional materials. For example, the dates of her concerts or the date her latest movie would screen. It was basically requested by her company, and it was very rare that Heavenly Queen Zhang would interact with her fans on this platform. But to like 2 posts in a row, Zhang Yuanqi's fans swore that they had never seen that happen before. Sister Zhang's Weibo could actually like posts? Sister Zhang actually reads news on Weibo? Everyone was not used to this, so they were a little stunned. After getting over it, they exploded with thoughts. All those who had supported Zhang Ye in this incident were now inspired. The Heavenly Queen has pressed like. Does this mean that she also supports the idea that the police should not have arrested him? How can that be? Was it someone else who used the Heavenly Queen's account, such as her manager or her assistant? The Heavenly Queen couldn't have pressed like. She's a Heavenly Queen. She wouldn't have time for this. But she did press like. It's definitely the Heavenly Queen who liked it. Her personal account can't be accessed by others. If it were her manager who wanted to publish any official information, they couldn't possibly use her account to press like. She would have used her own account, right? Good point. It's really the Heavenly Queen? This is my closest experience with the Heavenly Queen. After the unexpected moment, many of Zhang Yuanqi's fans had now joined in the fun. What poem is it that's so charming? Even the Heavenly Queen likes it? Let me take a look. These two poems, who are they written by? So kick-ass, Zhang Ye. Who is this Zhang Ye? I don't know him either, but his name sounds familiar. He might be a small-time celebrity, and is probably not very famous. Looks like this Zhang Ye has some grievances. Otherwise, how could he compose two such earth-shattering poems? It really evokes thoughts when reading it. What shall we do? That should be needless to say. Let's bump it up. Sister Zhang has already liked it. How can we not like it? Yes, let's go along with Sister Zhang. We will go wherever Sister Zhang points us to. Haha. For something to be able to get the Heavenly Queen's attention, we have to support it. It was just 2 simple likes without even mentioning anything, yet it had attracted millions of people to take notice. These people numbered many times more than those who had gathered from SS Tieba. This was the charm and popularity of Zhang Yuanqi. In this world, amongst the Heavenly Queens, Zhang Yuanqi was in the top 2. Let's go. Let's support Zhang Ye together, too. Although I don't know who he is, for him to be able to attract Sister Zhang's attention, I believe he is not an ordinary person. I don't care so much. Wherever Sister Zhang goes, I will go. At this time, there were countless likes and countless shares. Zhang Ye's 2 poem-related searches were now in the top 9 and 10 spots on the front page of Weibo. From this, it could be seen how strong Zhang Yuanqi's fan club were. Chapter 160. We aren't issued with bayonets. The web was teeming with discussions. The pressure was increasing. Superintendent Song's house was quite far from the station. His drive back to the station was also delayed quite a bit. This time, it was a phone call. He thought that it was a call from police station again. Just as he was about to give them a scolding, he saw from the side of his eyes the caller ID and kept his mouth shut. Chief Shun. Superintendent Song said politely. Old Song. What mess did you create? Chief Shin said in a low voice. Superintendent Song hurriedly explained, I will take care of it. I guarantee it will be settled without a hitch. Chief Shin rebutted angrily. You will solve this? My ass. It has already exploded all over the web now. Everyone's questioning your station. The branch's website has been getting so much traffic. It almost crashed. This case has already captured the attention of the city's people. You still can settle it? How are you going to settle it? Wasn't this just an ordinary case of fighting? Why couldn't your station even deal with this kind of a case? Look at what it has blown up into. Do you even know how much trouble this has caused? All of you have even caused the branch here to be activated. Even the superiors from the city's Commission for Discipline Inspection have called us to question us. They sound like they want to take over the investigations. The Commission for Discipline Inspection. Superintendent Song was dumbfounded. That won't be necessary, right? We were just following procedures. This case hasn't been investigated thoroughly yet. That Zhang Ye really did beat someone up quite badly, and the 24-hour custody period has not expired. This is all within the norm. Chief Shin said, don't explain it to me. Leave it for when the Commission for Discipline Inspection Board questions you. Don't be like this, Chief Shun. Superintendent Song was anxious. Let's not bother the Commission for Discipline Inspection Department. I still have the same words. Don't explain it to me. Chief Shin said. It's spreading now on the web that your station had forced a confession, tortured him, and even used a bayonet. Superintendent Song nearly fainted. That's not true. Chief Shin, I swear to God that's not true. That poem of Zhang Ye's is full of sh*t. No such thing happened at all. Chief Shin said. But the people take it to be the truth. Everyone is spreading it as such. Superintendent Song was almost crying. We have really been framed. That Zhang Ye. He's too wicked. The branches. Other leaders also know about this case. Old Song. If you insist on doing it your way, even I won't be able to stand up for you. Do as you see fit. Chief Shin obviously knew about this case. I can't be bothered anymore. A hooligan who tried to attack others. Even if he was beaten up, so be it. It's not like there were serious injuries, right? Why are you arresting the Good Samaritan instead? The station's procedures for handling cases need to consider the law and following the will of the law. But where did the laws come from? The law can be viewed as a form of service for the people. Therefore, it has to take into consideration the people's feelings, too. That's it. I'm not talking to you anymore. I've said all that I could. If you don't have the abilities to handle this case, then all right, scram. I will ask someone more capable to handle it. Do. The phone was cut off. Don't. Chief Shun. Chief Shun. Superintendent Song was sweating by now. He knew that he had gotten into big trouble now. No, it wasn't him who caused it. It was Zhang Ye who caused all these troubles. At this moment, Superintendent Song only wanted to curse at Wang Shuixin 10,000 times. Just as Superintendent Song had told his wife, he was only helping a friend within the laws. Zhang Ye's behavior and actions, as long as they was tolerable, they could close an eye regarding the matter. But if they had to be strict, according to the law, they could still hold him in custody for a few days. Therefore, Superintendent Song did not have any pressure. Even if there was any pressure, he could still handle it. But now, Superintendent Song obviously could not handle it. The Commission for Discipline Inspection wanted to take over. The whole city was paying attention to the case. The branch leaders were also keeping an eye on them. Superintendent Song could only feel cold sweat on his back, and his uniform was all wet. This wouldn't do. He had to quickly handle this. Otherwise, he might really be sacked. He sped up quickly towards the station. 10 p.m. It was already late at night. However, the station was brightly lit. A few of the spotlights were also switched on. The on-duty policemen also increased from 3 to 4 to over 10 of them. They knew that something had happened here, so those who were off-duty had returned to help with controlling the reporters. They were now kept out with barriers in the courtyard at the back gate. A car arrived. The door opened. Superintendent Song. Superintendent, you're finally here. What do we do now? I've seen the situation on the internet. There are too many reporters outside. A wave of them just left, but another wave has arrived. They are blocking the gate. The back gate and the front gates are full of reporters. Superintendent, our station's famous now. When I was taking the public bus here, I was on the phone regarding a previous case, and when I said that I was from this police station, a few people overheard me. They were all looking at me with contempt. That feeling was so burdensome, and I didn't dare raise my head until I got off. Who do you think we offended? When Superintendent Song arrived, everyone was complaining. Where's Zhang Ye? Superintendent Song asked directly. Old Zhao pointed over to the other side. Still in the dark room. Superintendent Song did not answer their questions. Instead, he walked straight toward that room. He pulled open the door and saw Zhang Ye sitting down, holding the cuffs on his legs. He was idly humming a song like nothing had happened. Superintendent Song? Zhang Ye looked up. A few policemen also followed over. They wanted to see how Superintendent Song would handle this. It was Zhang Ye's 2 poems that had caused all the trouble. With Superintendent Song's hot temper, he would be crazy if he didn't get mad. Sure enough, Superintendent Song shouted out. But what they did not expect was that the shout was directed at them, not Zhang Ye. Who cuffed up teacher Zhang Ye? Who was it? Superintendent Song's face was full of anger. He pointed at the policeman. Who was it? Stand forward now. Everyone was confused. A policeman nearly vomited blood. Superintendent Song. Wasn't it you who asked us to cuff him up? Superintendent Song angrily slammed his fist on the table in the dark room. Are you all rebelling? Do you all even care that I am your superintendent? Then, he pointed towards Zhang Ye who was seated on the floor. Do you know who this is? Do you? This is one of the famous writers in Beijing. A writer. And a historian. Such a prestigious teacher. How could you all beat him? And even put cuffs on him? How do you all handle things around here? Are you not trying to drive me to the grave? Old Zhao. The policewoman. The policemen were all unsure of what was going on. Superintendent Song shouted. What are you all looking at me for? Quickly take the cuffs off teacher Zhang Ye. What are you waiting for? A junior policeman quickly came forward. Let me do it. Let me do it. When the cuffs were off, Superintendent Song continued. I've only been away for a short while, and you guys have already caused such a big mess. How many times have I told you all? To a venerable person like teacher Zhang Ye, you have to be respectful and courteous. But see what you all did? Did you just ignore my words? Instead of treating teacher Zhang Ye properly, all of you cuffed him up instead. Superintendent Song said disappointedly, knocking his clenched fist on the table. I am bitterly disappointed. I'm really disappointed in all of you. Zhang Ye was venerable? You want us to treat him with respect and courteously? K. When did you tell us that? Seeing Superintendent Song like totally a different man now, with that air of righteousness, made Zhang Ye, who was still seated there, speechless. The small table looked like it was about to collapse from his knocking. The table's four legs looked like they were now embedded in the crumbling cement floor. Go away, all of you. You guys are a sore sight. Superintendent Song chased away the group of policemen. When they left, Superintendent Song quickly helped Zhang Ye up. Teacher Zhang, sorry to have let you suffered. I did not teach my men well. Please quickly get up. Zhang Ye got up and patted off the dust on his butt. Superintendent Song looked at him. But Teacher Zhang, I feel that you are not particular. You were really not particular. What whip? What bayonet? Speak with your conscience. Have we laid a finger on you ever since you came? We didn't. But your poem was written with those descriptions, like torture? I really feel that you are a little not particular. Zhang Ye casually said, those are artistic embellishments. Actually, I didn't mean to be sarcastic. It was just a stroke of inspiration, and it had nothing to do with you all. Superintendent Song was at a loss to cry or laugh, but the public believes it. Everyone's saying that we used torture on you. Don't you feel that we have been maligned? Right. Zhang Ye threw up his arms. But I am a literary person. I don't care how others look at it. Look at you. We can talk this out. Actually, we weren't intending to press any criminal charges against you. Such a good Samaritan's acts are good. This act should be strongly encouraged and publicized. Superintendent Song said sternly. We would keep you in custody? That's impossible. We were just going by the book by bringing you back for the investigations to show everyone. Look, you must have been mistaken about us. Zhang Ye said, oh, really? Yes, really. Superintendent Song looked up at the writing on the wall, which was Prisoner's Song, and this poem, Io, who would dare not let you out? We would open the door for you to come and go anytime. Whoever dares to stop you is asking for it from me. Old song. What I shall live with fire and warm blood ever after. That's not necessary. Your words are too strong, too strong. Teacher Zhang, you can go back now. Let me send you home. Zhang Ye knew that his poem had caused a commotion, so he was not in a rush. It's okay, Superintendent Song. I'm happy to be here. I understand your job. As a citizen, I have the duty to cooperate. I will wait until the investigations are done. Superintendent Song hurriedly said, don't. How can we do that? The environment here is so bad. It's not suitable for a man of your stature. I will get someone to send you back. Zhang Ye dismissively waved it off. It's pretty good here. You're overthinking it, Superintendent Song. I can write some stuff here and compose some more poetry. It's not that boring at all. Having said that, Zhang Ye looked down as if he was looking for something. He saw the broken cement and mud pieces at the foot of the table and went over to pick it up. When Superintendent Song saw this, he nearly felt his spirit escape from his body. He rushed forward. No, Teacher Zhang, if you have something to say, let's talk. Let's have a good talk. Please, don't you write a poem. 2 poems had already caused chaos to their police station. And you still want to write? Do you really still want to write? Someone, come here quickly. Superintendent Song shouted. The old policeman pushed the door and entered. Superintendent, what's the matter? As Superintendent Song pulled on Zhang Ye, he pointed to the floor. Quickly clean the gravel on the ground. Sweep them all away. Don't leave any behind. The old policeman wiped his sweat. All right. Zhang Ye was speechless. What are you doing? I'm just writing a poem, and just writing a few words to relieve my boredom. Teacher Zhang, you are wanting our lives. Don't write. Please don't write. Superintendent Song noticed that the old policeman was being slow, so he ended up doing it himself. He dug out all the gravel and cement blocks and quickly passed it to the old policeman for him to throw them away. Zhang Ye was at a loss. Are you a graduate of the Lanxiang Vocational School? Why are you so good at digging? Superintendent Song had his unspeakable reasons. He didn't dare let Zhang Ye write anything again. Other people had to use guns to kill or had to use fists to fight, but a person like Zhang Ye could not be described in a normal way. If he wanted to pick on anyone, he only needed to write. Superintendent Song and the station had apparently tasted Zhang Ye's medicine and were suffering. And so, once bitten, twice shy? Teacher Zhang, why don't we take a seat and talk this out? Give me, old Song, some face. Superintendent Song said, we are gentlemen and we talk with our mouths, not our fists. Zhang Ye said, but I didn't use my fists. Superintendent Song complained, your words are like your fists. Our attitude from before was inappropriate. I would like to apologize right here. Teacher Zhang, won't you go back home? Don't make it difficult for us anymore. We are just a small police station. We can't take your bashings. Please, have mercy, have mercy. Zhang Ye was not an unreasonable person, but his Superintendent Song's attitude from before had annoyed him by pushing things too far. What about the case? It has not been fully investigated yet. Superintendent Song hesitated for a moment, then clenched his teeth and said, It's already been fully investigated. You were just doing a good deed, and you did nothing wrong. That hooligan, Wang Tsin, attempted to hit someone. So when he is out of the hospital, we will bring him in for investigations, detention, and also press civil charges against him. That's better. Zhang Ye thought for a while. All right then, since it has been investigated already, I will leave. Superintendent Song let out a heave of relief and eagerly told the old policeman, Quick, send Teacher Zhang back home. Drive safely and don't make Teacher Zhang uncomfortable. The old policeman could only helplessly say, Yes. Seeing Zhang Ye leaving, Superintendent Song said loudly, Teacher Zhang, when you are home, could you please post on Weibo to clear our names? Our station really didn't use any bayonets. The city's armory does not even issue any bayonets to us at all. Zhang Ye just looked straight and waved back at him. It wasn't clear if he would do as they asked. Superintendent Song wiped the sweat off his forehead. He finally had sent away this jinx. He did not even want to see Zhang Ye anymore as long as he was alive. He had seen wicked people before, but he had never seen anyone so wicked as this. Chapter 161. The Heavenly Queen asks Zhang Ye for help. After releasing him, Superintendent Song went to a corner of the yard at the police station. He took out his mobile phone and made a call to Wang Shuixin. Hello, old Song. Wang Shuixin was still awake. Superintendent Song said harshly, Old Wang, Zhang Ye has already been released. I am just calling to inform you. Wang Shuixin was stunned. What? Released? Why was he released? He beat up my son so badly, yet your station still doesn't. Superintendent Song said angrily. You still dare to mention that? Because of helping you, I nearly lost my job. The branch leaders already reprimanded me several times, and even the Commission for Discipline Inspection nearly wanted to investigate us. The orders from above are already out. If I don't release him, what can I do? Tell me, what should I do? Besides, this problem was caused by your son, so don't make excuses for him. You should be prepared. When your son is discharged, we will summon him for sure. He might be detained and might be fined. Old Wang, I have already done all that I can. Whether you will listen to me or not, these are my words. The pressure from Zhang Ye's 2 poems are too great, and no one else would have been able to protect your son. It had to be done. Wang Shuixin said, Old Song, we have known each other for so long. You, Superintendent Song said, It's precisely because we've known each other so long that I'm telling you this. Oh, and if there's anything related to Zhang Ye in the future, don't look for me. This man, I'm really afraid of him. Kaishiku, Zhang Ye's parents' home district. Every family was preparing to sleep, and the district was quiet. Zhang Ye was sent back here by the old policeman. After getting off, he went straight up the stairs. Dong, dong, dong. Zhang Ye called from outside the door. Dad, Mom. The door opened swiftly, and his mother came out anxious and worried. Io, our son is back. Yes, I'm back. You aren't asleep yet. Zhang Ye came inside and changed his shoes. How could we sleep? Your dad and I went to the station earlier to look for you, but those policemen did not let us in. I gave them a good scolding at the door, his mother huffed. His father walked out from the hall. Are you injured? No, they were. Quite kind to me, Zhang Ye said. His mother stared at him. Then what about the poem you wrote? Bayonet, beatings, you nearly scared your dad and me to death. They really did not hit you. Zhang Ye laughed. Then they would have to dare to do it. Her. It wasn't that serious. I was just inspired to write a poem. That's all. Oh yes. Mom, I'm hungry. Wait a while. Let me heat up the food for you. His mother went into the kitchen. His father stopped her. Let me do it. Give the relatives a call and inform them about the news. His mother suddenly remembered. Oh yes. I nearly forgot. They are still worried. So she went to the telephone by the sofa and made some calls. Hello? Little Dan? I want to tell you that your brother's home already. He's all right. Yes, tell your dad and mom not to worry. Okay. Seeing that, Zhang Ye also made a few calls. His friends and colleagues were definitely worried about him. They probably tried to help, too. so he should inform them of his release. Click. Hello. It was a child's deep-sounding voice. Chen. Zhang Ye blinked. Why are you the one answering? Where's your aunt? Chen answered with the tone of a grown-up. Oh, it's Zhang Ye. My aunt went out for a run. Running at this late time? But knowing that was a martial arts practitioner, he was not worried. I'm fine already. I'm at my parents' place now. Please tell your aunt not to worry. Chen replied. My aunt was always very assured with matters regarding you. She said that good people die young, while the scourges would live 1,000 years, so you would definitely be fine. Zhang Ye. And ###. This landlord. This bro had already been arrested and brought to the police station. Yet, your mouth continued to be this venomous. Following that, Zhang Ye called a few other colleagues. Hello, Xiaolu. It's me. Hello, brother Hu. I'm out. Ho Gu, is your brother with you? I am already home. Thank you for the concern. The rice was heated up. They were dishes probably left over from his parents' lunch or dinner. The frugal Zhang Ye was not a picky eater. He just gobbled everything up. We will be sleeping first, his father said. Eat by yourself. But there's no need to wash the dishes. I will wash them tomorrow. His mother also went into the room. The two of them had been worrying all day, making calls and going down to the station. They were probably very tired from all of this and still had to work in the morning, so they went to bed quickly. After Zhang Ye finished his meal, he still washed the dishes before returning to his own room. He switched on his old PC and went online to chat with his fans. He knew that the reason that he could be released with so little trouble was all due to the fans' help. It was them who gave pressure to the authorities. It was them who helped to make it a big issue to put attention to the case, so Zhang Ye naturally had a responsibility to let them know. I am Zhang Ye. I'm currently back at home. Thank you for everyone's concern and support. Sorry for troubling you. I'm very good. The police station has already investigated the matter properly. I have reason to believe and choose to believe that our law enforcement system would not malign a good person, nor would it let a bad person off. This line was known by all in Zhang Ye's world, but this line had apparently not appeared in this world. Zhang Ye did not think much about it, and used it. The main reason was to tone things down on the police station's side. Since he was already fine, if the fans carried on having a field day with them, it might create a counter effect, causing discord in society. This was something that Zhang Ye did not wish to see happen. Haha, it's Zhang Ye. Teacher Zhang Ye has been released. That's great. They have finally released him. Now I'm feeling at ease. I can finally sleep well. Good night, Teacher Zhang. We won. Cheers, brothers. This is our victory of the Zhang Ye fan club. It's the result of everyone's hard work. Thank you to our brothers from SS Tieba. Thank you to Heavenly Queen Zhang's Universal Army. If not for you, Teacher Zhang would definitely not have been released today. The water-drop-like bit of gratitude will be repaid in the form of a fountain. Zhang Ye's fans began celebrating. However, when Zhang Ye saw this, he was surprised. SS Tieba? What was that? Heavenly Queen Zhang's fans? Why did her fans join in on the matter? The dark room did not have any internet, so all he could do was spread the matter out. He had only written 2 poems, but he had no idea about the actual situation. Hence, Zhang Ye quickly minimized the Weibo page and went to his fan club headquarters to ask about the details. Someone answered. It was all thanks to SS Tieba's members. They felt that injustice was done, and seeing that our numbers were lacking in strength, they took the initiative to help us. Their people nearly flooded the entire Tieba with your prisoner's song and my confession. They had such a strong sense of justice. There was also Heavenly Queen Zhang. She seldom uses Weibo, but at night, she liked 2 of your poems. Later on, some of Heavenly Queen Zhang's fan club army came, too. After their explanations, Zhang Ye immediately understood. He was immediately touched and felt his heart feel warmth. Without saying anything else, he immediately went to SS Tieba and posted a message. Thanks. Many are the years to come. He did not say much. The words were simple. However, the meaning behind it was intense. This was Zhang Ye's promise. He would definitely pay them back in the future. You're welcome. We naturally needed to do something after seeing injustice happen. The good will be rewarded. Teacher Zhang, you don't have to thank us. SS Tieba's members replied. After that, Zhang Ye's fan club's junior moderator and SS Tieba's moderator had some exchange. Both Tieba pages exchanged links, becoming friendship Tieba pages. After all this, Zhang Ye left the matter with Zhang Yuanqi aside first. He then checked on the internet to see what had happened after he had entered the darkroom. Then he saw Elder Qian's message, as well as support from Wang Xiaomei, Zhang Yuanqi, Big Sis Zhou, Tian Bin, and his other old colleagues. He was extremely touched. He did not have Elder Qian's number, so he left a private message on Weibo. As for Zhao Guozhou, Tian Bin, and company, Zhang Ye gave them each and every one a call to tell them that he was fine and thanked them. After all this, Zhang Ye's fan club Tieba numbers had increased greatly once again. There were a few thousand more members. And when he checked the score on the celebrity rankings that considered the popularity of celebrities, he realized that he had entered the first few names amongst the E-list celebrities. He was getting closer to being a D-list celebrity. In just a night's time, Zhang Ye's popularity had increased by so much. If one pursued the root of the matter, it was because the two poems, My Confession and Prisoner's Song, had been written too ruthlessly. They had been written too well. The unyielding and tenacious attitude and lack of fear towards life and death had touched too many people. Zhang Ye even saw that many literary authors had left messages on the two poems. Everyone's evaluations of them were positive, although this work was a bit exaggerated. In his artistic embellishments based on the environment, there were no doubts regarding the literary value and spirit inside the works. The moment these two poems were released, everyone had another deeper understanding of Zhang Ye's artistic standard. After dealing with this, he had dealt with the things that he needed to do. Only then did Zhang Ye switch off his computer to wash up. Then, he laid on the bed thinking. It was best not to give the Heavenly Queen a call. After all, she was a big shot, and she might be asleep at this time. With that, Zhang Ye sent a short message to Zhang Yuanqi's cell phone. First, he informed her that he was fine, and then thanked her. Thank you. Your fans have given me a great deal of help this time. If there's any matter in the future, just say it. No reply. Nothing happened, despite waiting a long while. Zhang Ye helplessly shrugged his shoulders and put the cell phone down before crawling into bed. About 30 minutes later, when it was nearly 11:30 p.m., Zhang Ye's phone suddenly sounded. Heavenly Queen Zhang had replied with a short message. It wrote, I really have something I need you for. Tomorrow, come over and give me a hand. In a while, I'll let my manager contact you. That's all. Zhang Ye replied. All right, but what is it? At least tell me first. The Heavenly Queen no longer responded. It made Zhang Ye at a loss of whether to laugh or to cry. Can your personality be any worse? Will replying kill you? Chapter 162. Does your house need to install broadband? In the morning, today's weather was especially good. A simple phrase, the sun shined brightly. However, compared to the weather, in a patient ward in a particular hospital, Wang Xin was in a bad mood. It could even be said that he was extremely furious. The door to the ward opened. A nurse came in. Time to eat your medicine. Wang Xin acknowledged tersely as he ate his medicine with a black face. You are fine. It's time to be discharged, the female nurse said. Wang Xin's expression changed slightly. I actually think I can have some more emergency treatment. The nurse rolled her eyes at him. It's just some superficial wounds. Why is there a need for emergency treatment? You have already been bandaged, and wherever that needs medicine has been applied. I'm telling you not to refuse leaving. The police station has already informed our head. They will be taking you away in a while. Wang Xin pretended to cover his waist. My waist is in pain. I can't get up. Look at it yourself. The nurse ignored him and left muttering. Due to the police station's investigations, everyone in the hospital knew that Wang Xin had been beaten up because he had taken liberties with a woman. The doctors, nurses, and even patients did not treat him nicely. They despised such a person. Wang Xin had been getting a whole day of disdainful looks since yesterday. He was panicking. After getting beaten up by Zhang Ye, he had wanted to get revenge on him, thinking that Zhang Ye will get it from him. But after just one day, everything seemed to have not proceeded as he expected. Zhang Ye was arrested. But after reciting and writing a poem while in custody, the tables had turned. In the end, he was released, and instead Wang Xin received news that upon his discharge, he would be brought to the police station for questioning. Wang Xin was full of hate. He looked at his watch, fully expecting the police to come at any time now. Then, he took out his mobile phone and made a call to his taekwondo coach. Hello, coach, Wang Xin said bitterly. His coach was a Korean man, but well-versed in speaking Mandarin. Oh, it's Wang Xin. What's wrong with your voice? Wang Xin continued bitterly. I was beaten up by someone who knows Taekwondo too. I'm in the hospital now. When the Korean coach heard this, he was also furious. Who beat you? Which Taekwondo dojo is he from? Wang Xin said. I also don't know where he learned it from. Anyway, his standard is about the same as mine, but I don't know how I lost to him. Coach, you must seek revenge for me. The coach was in a dilemma. About this, you guys often spar, so it's not uncommon to be injured. It's not nice for me to do it. Wang Xin gritted his teeth. If you get my senior brothers and sisters to seek revenge for me, I will donate 200,000 so that our Taekwondo dojo can be renovated. The coach's eyes lit up. See what you were saying? You are my disciple. If you get bullied, how can I, your teacher, not do anything about it? Who is he? Where is he now? Wang Xin said, I know he lives in Jiamen. All right, I'll send you his address. As the television station's leaders, Wang Shuixin's son, Wang Xin naturally had the means to obtain Zhang Ye's residential address. Hence, he sent a short message to his coach. As for why Wang Xin had sparred with his opponent and some other minor details, even the fact that Zhang Ye was a public personality was not told to his coach. He was afraid that his coach would not help if he knew, so he avoided the subject. All he wanted to do now was to teach Zhang Ye a lesson to appease his anger. Jiamen East. Zhang Ye had returned to his rented home early in the morning. He was just turning the keys when he heard of something. Not far away, a tiny head appeared at the landlady's house. Zhang Ye, you are back? Zhang Ye looked at her. Call me uncle. Qinshan nodded. Okay, Zhang Ye. Zhang Ye, where's your aunt? Who's looking for me? At this moment, Rao Aimin also appeared, wearing her slippers. Zhang Ye couldn't hold back his complaining. Landlady auntie, you are so terrible. What do you mean? Scourges would live 1,000 years. Why are you always blindly telling the child things like that? Look at Qinshan. She's being taught the wrong things by you. Why am I the scourge? My actions are upright. Even if I pick up a penny on the road, I will hand it over to the policeman. That's unforgivable. My heart's utterly broken by you. Just because of that, you should take care of my breakfast. Qinshan let out her trademark smile. Her. Rao Aimin glanced at him. If you want to scrounge for food, just say so. Why are you muttering all day for? Zhang Ye reached out for a yard after taking an inch as he rubbed his arm, and my arm and legs. I was injured when I fought for a just cause. You must give me some ointment and rub it. Qinshan leered at him. Zhang Ye, you sure are squeamish. Zhang Ye snorted. What do you mean, squeamish? It is a roar from seeing injustice. None of you saw my heroic stance back then. There was no need to even mention it. I punched here, and a kick there. I fought with that person for 300 rounds in a massive battle. Finally, with my awe-inspiring righteousness, my opponent was subdued by my spirit and stance, and lowered his head to kowtow. Forget it, I'll stop bragging. Zhang Ye turned weak and held his stomach. Landlady auntie, I'm really hungry. His parents had gone to work and had not left him breakfast. Besides, Zhang Ye had to help the Heavenly Queen later today, and since all his clothes were here, he had to come back to change. Rao Aimin could no longer stand him. Fine. If your body's kung fu is 1% of your mouth's kung fu, you would not have been injured. I'll cook at your place. It just happens that Qinshan and I haven't eaten. Saying that, she did not forget to educate the child as she said to Qinshan. In the future, don't learn from Uncle Zhang. All he knows is bragging. Qinshan acknowledged seriously. I got it, aunt. At this house, Rao Aimin first cooked porridge. As it stewed under a small fire, she made Zhang Ye lie on the bed. After seeing his body with his shirt off, I thought how injured you were from your big ho-ha, but it's not even a fart. It's just 2 bruises. It will subside in a few days. Zhang Ye said as if his life was on the line. Then at least rub some medicine on it. Why are your attitudes so cold towards a good Samaritan hero's return? Rao Aimin curled her lips. If you are considered a hero, then anyone can save the world. Zhang Ye snorted. To think you say to save the world. Have you watched too many animations? Childish. The next moment, Rao Aimin sneered coldly and gripped Zhang Ye's wrist and twisted it. Zhang Ye cried out in pain. Aya. Hey, what are you doing? If you have something to say, just say it nicely. Don't be rough. Rao Aimin twisted his arm and said, Did you grow some abilities recently, kid? You stay at my apartment, eat my food, and now you are arguing back to me. Chen giggled at the sight. Zhang Ye exclaimed, "No, no, I wouldn't dare talk back to you. Also, although the apartment is yours, but I paid the rental to stay here." Rao I said, "The rental has already increased twice. Did you see anyone else who stays here having a lower rent than yours?" After tormenting Zhang Ye a little longer, she let go of him. But Zhang Ye laid down, playing dead. "I can't take it anymore. My arm's broken. It's broken." At the same time, two people appeared at the corridor. "Coach, it's here," said a thin-faced youth. The Korean coach looked at his phone. "Yes, it's here, right up there." The youth suddenly turned arrogant. "Bully my disciple brother? I will take care of them. Coach, later on, don't make any moves. I can take care of him myself." The coach nodded. Wang Tsun said that Zhang Ye's taekwondo is about the same standard as his. "You are a black belt, so you should be able to handle him easily." He had not wanted to come along initially, but he was worried, so he followed along to take a look. It was also for insurance. Besides, it was also related to the 200,000 donation. Their taekwondo dojo was at Nanching. It was neither too big nor too small, but it had been in need of repair for many years. He had long wanted to do some refurbishing to it, since he had a share of the dojo. The youth was aggressive. His face was thin, but his build was burly. He looked very tough and had tanned skin. One look and you would know the explosiveness of his muscles. "Where is he? Which house is it? I want to see if that kid really has 3 heads and 6 arms. To think that he even dares to beat up a brother from our dojo. Let's see if I'll kill him." The coach was very pleased with the enthusiasm of the youth. "Very good. We martial artists, practitioners should have such an indomitable spirit. Oh, we're here. You go ahead. I will be your backup." "Yes, coach. Leave it to me." The youth sneered. Every thud on the floor caused by his shoe sounded ferocious and tough. Because the kitchen was also in the house, adjoining the living room, any cooking fumes did not escape easily. Because of this, Zhang Ye's house door was kept open. They could hear voices coming from inside. "My arm is broken. I haven't even used any strength. I can't handle it anymore. I can't move anymore. Kid, are you trying to pretend to be a piece of broken porcelain? You want to scam me? My hand doesn't work anymore. I won't be able to cook anymore. You will have to settle my meals for the rest of my life." Rao was amused by him. With a side glance, she saw a pair of iron scissors next to the coffee table. She picked it up and said, "Twisting that little bit, and you play dead? All right then, let me show you a little of my strength of what twisting is." Just as she finished saying that, Rao formed her right hand into a palm and sliced down towards the scissors. There was silence. There was not any movement at all. The metallic scissors was bent by a hand of flesh. It looked like when Rao had flicked her wrist, the scissors bent. At the same time, the Korean coach and his black belt disciple were standing at the door. "Is this Zhang Ye's residence?" "Eh," the youth said with a fierce look. But the next second, he and the coach witnessed Rao splitting the scissors apart with her bare hands. The two of them were stunned, then instinctively looked at each other. Zhang Ye already knew that the landlady had some abilities, so he was not that shocked. He looked out at the door. "Yes, this is my house." Rao threw down the bent scissors. "What do you all want?" The youth puffed up his chest, then suddenly relaxed and smiled. "Do you want to install broadband in your house? We are currently doing a promotion. 998 for 2 years. Just 998. Don't be shy, give it a try. Big sis, why don't you apply too?" Rao looked at them suspiciously, especially the guy at the back. "Promoting broadband packages? That can't be. Why haven't I seen you all around here before? Which broadband company are you with?" That Korean coach swallowed his saliva and quickly replied, "We are with a new company that has just been established. We were just expanding into this area. There's even a small gift with every sign-up." Chen blinked. "There's even a small gift?" Rao looked over. "That's quite cheap. Are you installing?" "I've already installed it." Zhang Ye immediately regretted. "If only I knew that your company was so cheap. Hi, why did I install it so early? I wasted money for nothing." Rao also felt regret. "What a pity. I've installed it already, too." The youth hurriedly said, "Is that the case? Then that's such a pity. Then we won't be disturbing you anymore." Rao walked them out. "All right, then take care. I suggest that you set up a table in our small district and write how much it is. I'm sure many people will come to you. It's really cheap." The coach quickly said, What a good idea. It's really good. Thank you for your suggestion. We will definitely heed it. Sorry to disturb you. Take care. Take care. All right, I'm still cooking porridge. Then bye. Chapter 163, The Fleeing Duo. Along the corridor, the elevator doors opened. The coach and his disciple were just about to leave when a tenant of Rao shouted out. It was a female undergrad. Hey, landlady auntie, I heard something about broadband installation. I was just thinking of installing one. My contract for the old one has already expired, and it was too slow anyway. I want to try another provider. Where are they? Rao called out to the two of them. Hey, you have business here. In the end, the two of them pretended that they didn't hear a thing and hurriedly got into the elevator. Ding! The door closed. Rao said, wondering. Those silly people. They don't want business, even when it was right there. They don't want to earn commissions? Stupid. The female undergrad was disappointed. If they are gone, then forget it. Rao said. You should go check with the managing agent. They should have an internet access point here. It's rather cheap, just $998 for 2 years. Really? Yo, I'll go check it out then. It's so cheap. The female undergrad hurriedly chased after them. Shortly after, she returned and passed by Zhang Ye's door. She said, Landlady Annie, the managing agent said there's no such cheap broadband. They did not have any tie-ups like that. Zhang Ye had already gotten up to eat. Then what was that just now? The female undergrad shrugged. Who knows? It might have been a scam. It can't be. I noticed that the two of them were dressed rather smartly. Rao was also puzzled. Shinshan let out a cold laugh. I can see that those two were jiaosi, losers. In this world, there was already a phrase like jiaosi. Outside the district, the two who were labeled as losers by Chunchen, the coach and his disciple, had already ran outside the area, but they were still slightly worried. Only after they were a few hundred meters away from the district did they stop to take a breather. The youth patted his chest in fear, breathing heavily. Luckily, I was able to come up with an excuse, saying we were broadband resellers. The coach also wiped his sweat off his forehead. Your reaction was quick. Well done. That line of yours was the key. The youth said, Coach, you played along well. I didn't even think of the small gift. I thought you were really a professional there. That was too convincing. No loopholes. You were great. That because, in the past, I was, hey, what are you complimenting me for? The coach had realized that they were forced to flee. What was there to praise about such a shameless incident? But when he remembered how the woman had used her palms to split the scissors, the coach wanted to curse at mothers. The youth started cursing first. What the H*LL does that big sister do? Wasn't that just too awesome? Is she even human? The scissors could be split and bent like that? Is she a magician? To split things, Taekwondo practitioners were very familiar with it. Rather, when they practiced Taekwondo, they usually liked to split things here and there, such as splitting wooden planks with their hands and feet. These were all normal activities and training. Like the black belt exam. Sometimes they were required to split things, too. But those were only wooden planks. Even if there was a stack of a few levels, they were still essentially wooden planks, no matter how thick they were. But what did the woman split? It was a god *mn mother king pair of scissors. A pair of iron scissors. This was on a whole other level. It did not belong to this world. The coach kept silent for a long time before saying, Do you think that it will be shameful if we just left like this? The youth immediately tried to ease their embarrassment. It's not shameful at all. That woman isn't a human at all. She's a female beast. Coach, let's not even talk about the two of us. Even for an Olympic Taekwondo champion, no one has heard of someone splitting metal like that. And to do it in one-hand chop, without any external leverage? This is already not something normal. For something abnormal like that to happen to us, why is it shameful? The coach also tried to ease his embarrassment. Yes, indeed. You're right. The youth sighed. Thankfully, we did not enter to beat him up. If not, we probably wouldn't be able to come out of there. Even if we can come out, we will come out in pieces. That woman can even split and bend metal, so there's no need to even talk about humans. Just a slap from her will break our legs. The bones might even be completely shattered. We won't even be left with our corpses intact. Thinking of this, the youth cringed. Just thinking about how their fierce expressions of wanting to seek revenge suddenly changed into a wretched expression that was trying to sell broadband services only made him feel lucky. If he was not quick to respond, the two of them would really be goners there and then. The coach sighed. However strong you are, there is always someone stronger. The youth pursed his lips and angrily said, "That Wang Xin is too much. Isn't he trying to scam our coach? What sorts of thoughts does he have? That Zhang Ye has a master expert living in his house, and he wants us to seek revenge for him? He is up to no good. He wants to kill us." Hearing this, the coach also hated on Wang Xin. That Wang Xin, he's too much. I was wondering why he was willing to donate 200,000 to the dojo. He even dares to scam his teacher. The youth said, with a black face, "Our lives were really spared today. There's no way that I'm letting that kid off. And he wanted us to seek revenge for him? He should get lost. Don't let me see him next time." The two cursed as they left. Coincidentally, Wang Xin suddenly called. When the youth saw this, he showed the cell phone to the coach and then picked it up. "Hello?" Wang Xin asked, "Senior brother, has that Zhang Ye been settled? How is it? Was he beaten up miserably?" Noticing there was no response, Wang Xin began to be presumptuous. "Haha, with senior brother and coach, it would definitely be an easy task. There's no point in me asking." The youth was infuriated. "You still want to know if he was beaten up and miserable?" "Miserable, my **s. If not for coach and I escaping fast enough, it would be us who would be miserable." He angrily said, "Wang Xin, you are **king too wicked. I'm telling you, you better be careful in the future. Don't let me see you again. If I see you again, I'll beat you up until you need to look for your teeth on the ground. You still want to seek revenge? Do it yourself in the future. In the future, don't you look for me or coach. If you want to court death, do it yourself. You even wanted to pull us down with you? Have you lived long enough? Coach and I haven't. You dare to mess with anyone." Wang Xin was dumbfounded. What's going on? Senior brother, why are you scolding me? I don't even know what's going on. Tell me about it. I'll give you a fart. If I were you, I will never mess with a person like that in my entire life." The youth did not want to spout any more nonsense with him. "Make sure you take care of yourself by yourself. Senior brother, Wang Xin shouted. The youth grunted and hung up. On the other side, the door to the ward just happened to be pushed open. Superintendent Song came in with his men. "You are Wang Xin, right? Take a trip down to the station with us." Uncle Song, Wang Xin clearly knew him. He was, after all, his father's old friend. However, Superintendent Song did not seem to know him. He said in an official manner, "Let's go. The police car is waiting downstairs. We will settle your problem back at the station." Wang Xin's mind was still preoccupied with what had happened on the phone. Even when he reached the police car with Superintendent Song and company, he still did not know what his coach and senior brother had encountered. Never mess with a person like that in one's entire life? How can that be? That Zhang Ye's taekwondo level was about the same as his. He was even slightly weaker in terms of strength and speed. What was this reaction and attitude from his coach and senior brother? Did Zhang Ye really have 3 heads and 6 arms? However, he was likely unable to figure this out for the rest of his entire life. He was facing lawful detention. This mark would never disappear for life. Only then did Wang Xin really regret. He regretted molesting the television station's female employee. He regretted fighting with Zhang Ye. And he regretted getting his father to fix Zhang Ye. If he had taken a step back at any part of the sequence of events, he would not have gotten into such a situation. Over at Jiaomen, Zhang Ye's rented apartment, Zhang Ye curiously examined the bent scissors that the landlady had bent with amazement. No matter how he looked at it, he was amazed. "Landlady auntie, you sure are strong. You can even do this? Hee, if I ever have kung fu like yours, then I can do as I wish every day." Chen glanced at him. Her. Zhang Ye grunted. "Why? You may still not believe it, but when your uncle Zhang reaches such a level, your uncle will bring you to thrash martial houses every day." Rao shook her head. "You? In your next life, maybe." Zhang Ye was unconvinced. "Then teach me how you managed to cut the metal." "Technicalities. Even if I tell you, you wouldn't understand. Even if you understood, you wouldn't be able to learn it." Rao said, "But I really want to learn it. Please teach me." Zhang Ye was very interested in this technique. After sparring with Wang Xin, he realized that his combat skills were not enough. If he hadn't used the health potion, the one who would have gotten a beating would surely have been him. So, of course, he wanted to be stronger now. Rao gave him a glance over and said mockingly, I believe you don't even understand what martial arts are, so how would you be able to learn? You are a half-past-6 practitioner of Taekwondo. How can I even talk about Chinese martial arts with you? What you are practicing now is probably just made up of some fancy moves, coupled with some basic technique, agility, and strength. It's just a mixture of that, but there's nothing solid within. The basis of Chinese martial arts is self-cultivation from the inside out. I can start self-cultivating now. If you can, I can too, Zhang Ye said. But you are already past the age for learning martial arts. Rao did not have much hope for him. Do you know at what age I started platform stepping training? What were you doing at that age? Zhang Ye realized suddenly. No wonder you maintained yourself so well and are so beautiful with such a good body. So it's because you have been practicing martial arts since you were young. Chen pouted. Bootlicker, shameful. Zhang Ye turned red-faced. Landlady Auntie, then why not teach me a skill or two? I like what you said, Rao said. But it's useless, even if you flatter me. If you can't learn it, you can't learn it. You should just settle for your fancy moves. Zhang Ye interrupted. If you don't want to teach, then don't. What's the big deal? I will just learn it myself. Wait and see. When this bro has finished training, let's have a sparring match. Rao only uttered, her. Zhang Ye may have said some big words, but he wasn't a hopeless case at all. If one fine day he managed to draw a special category skill in the lottery, a Chinese martial arts experience book like 8 Trigrams Palm or Wing Chun, when he had enough reputation points to buy a few hundred books, he might even be a match for Rao Chapter 164. The music copyright to When Will the Moon Be Clear and Bright? Morning. Zhang Ye napped a little while at his apartment. At around 10 a.m., an unknown number called in. Hello. Zhang Ye yawned as he answered the call. Hello, is this teacher Zhang Ye? It was a woman's voice on the other side. It was a matured, crisp voice. My name is Fang Weihong. You might not know me, but I believe you know Zhang Yuanqi's name. I am her manager, and I received your contact information from the television station. I'm sorry if I'm disturbing you. Let me say this directly. We would like your help. Got my contact information from the television station? Zhang Yuanqi did not give you my cell phone number? Only then did Zhang Ye understand that the Heavenly Queen had not told anyone that they knew each other already. True, having met twice and with an ambiguous relationship, to the point of even spending the night alone by themselves together, this wasn't exactly something you'd say to people. What help? Do you have time now? Fang Weihong asked. Yes, today is my rest day. Zhang Ye was, in fact, already waiting for her. Fang Weihong said, It's not convenient to speak over the phone. Let's meet up and have a detailed chat. Where do you live? Send me your address, and I will arrange for you to be picked up. I've been reading news online. It seems that you have a lot things going on recently, so I called to make sure that you were free. Zhang Ye did not say too much. Okay, I will send you my address. Okay, thank you. We will see you then. Fang Weihong hung up. About 20 minutes later, the driver called Zhang Ye to inform him of his arrival. Zhang Ye looked outside and saw a car brand that belonged to this world. He did not know the label well, but it looked like a high-end car. It looked like they really wanted his help, but they really should have disclosed a little information. What help did they want? What if this bro can't help at all? Then wouldn't all these be for nothing? In a shopping district, at a high-end commercial building, the car stopped and the driver opened the door for Zhang Ye. At the building, the driver spoke to the woman at the front desk, and she made a call. In a short while, Fang Weihong appeared in the lobby. She was a 30-odd-year-old woman. She was not very pretty, but she looked very capable. In fact, it should be said that she was someone who tied up things up neatly. Otherwise, Zhang Yuanqi would not have trusted her to be her manager. Fang Weihong looked around and said, Teacher Zhang. Zhang Yi looked at her, then shook her hands. You must be Sister Fang. I heard of your great name. Actually, he had never heard of her before, but this was just conversation chatter, so he had to say things like that. Come, let's proceed upstairs and talk along the way. Fang Weihong, who was wearing flats, ushered him towards the elevator. She said, Actually, I was supposed to be the one fetching you here, but I had something to attend to at the last minute. Please don't mind. It wasn't convenient to speak over the phone regarding our request, as it's a commercial secret. It's better if we speak face to face. You will know once we are upstairs. Ding! The elevator reached their floor. The two of them entered a very large music recording studio. There were about 8 or 9 people in there, and Zhang Ye immediately noticed Zhang Yuanqi. Sister Zhang. Fang Weihong also addressed her as sister. It was not known if this was an age thing or just a respectful way of addressing her. Zhang Yuanqi looked over, smiling. Weihong is back? This is... She acted like she was clueless. Fang Weihong wasn't aware of it and introduced, let me do the introductions. This is Teacher Zhang Ye. While looking at Zhang Ye, Teacher Zhang, I guess I don't really need to introduce Sister Zhang? Zhang Yuanqi reached out her hand and said gently, smiling, how are you doing, Teacher Zhang? It's my pleasure to meet you. Hello, Sister Zhang. Zhang Ye also played along and shook her hand. This was his first time seeing Zhang Yuanqi smiling so kindly. He was really not used to it. After a while, the people in the room all looked at Zhang Ye with concerned looks. Zhang Ye was a little uncomfortable. Sister Zhang, Sister Fang, what is it that you need me here for today? Didn't Weihong tell you? Zhang Yuanqi smiled. Actually, we would like to purchase a copyright from you. Zhang Ye blinked a few times. By my copyright? I don't have any copyrights right now. Analysis of the 3 kingdoms had already been sold, and Ghost Blows Out the Light was already considered as sold off, too. Wait, the movie rights to Ghost Blows Out the Light were still available. But even if Zhang Yuanqi wanted to shoot the movie, it wouldn't be her who would be buying the rights. That would have been handled by the production company. The 3 of them sat down. Fang Weihong explained. It's like this, Teacher Zhang. We would like to buy the rights to Shuidiao Gedu. Actually, it isn't really buying the copyright, but we would like your approval as the original composer. Because the lyrics have a lot of potential in our view, we would like to make it into a song to be sung by Sister Zhang. We would like to use the lyrics and compose the music for it. This would be a win-win situation. Your lyrics would become more well-known too. Zhang Ye was stunned. The copyright to Shuidiao Gedu? What? Even in this world, there were people eyeing it? But Zhang Ye replied determinedly, I'm sorry, but I can't help you with this. If you wanted to use any other lyrics of mine, I can give the copyright to you all for free. Sister Zhang. I also admire her a lot, and her movies and songs, too. So money is not an issue. But this set of lyrics, I definitely cannot give up the copyrights. Why? Fang Weihong frowned. Zhang Ye waved it off. Anyway, I cannot help with this matter. I'm sorry. The few staff members who heard this became unhappy. Zhang Yuanqi was, after all, an S-list heavenly queen and wanted to use your poem to make a song. This was such a great opportunity. If it happened to anyone else, they would be more than happy to sell it. But you, why do you have such an attitude? Not selling? Why would you want to keep the lyrics for? Besides, even if you wanted to publish it, the copyrights were separate issues. There was no conflict at all. A few musicians by the side also did not look too happy. Who is this person? He is the author of Shuidiao Gedu. He's putting on such airs? Is he very famous? Compared with Sister Zhang, definitely not. I don't know what he's thinking either. Zhang Yuanqi laughed. Why not let Teacher Zhang listen to the melody first? Fang Weihong had already expected things to not go so smoothly, so she had already made other plans. This was why she had not informed Zhang Ye of the details beforehand and made him come down to this place. She was worried that if Zhang Ye did not agree, at least they could try to persuade him in person by letting him hear the composed melody for the song. If it was an ancient poem, the copyright laws would not apply, as the original author had already passed away many years ago. But Zhang Ye's Shuidiao Gedu was recently composed, and the copyrights would naturally still belong to him and not to any companies. Therefore, if they wanted to use the lyrics, they needed Zhang Ye's approval. Otherwise, they could not use it. All right, Teacher Zhang, please listen to it first. You might even change your mind. We must confess to you first that without your agreement, we have instructed a few composers do up the melody for the song. Zhang Ye really did not want to sell. I feel there's no need for it. Why not consider my other lyrics? Like lyrics to Remembering Your Charm, Remembrance of the Tale of the Crimson Cliff. I can let you use it for free. Zhang Yuanqi did not feel too annoyed and laughed. The lyrics for those are too descriptive and not suitable to be used as song lyrics. The setting and mood also aren't too suitable for me, a woman, to sing. Fang Weihong just said, let's have a listen anyway. By the side, the musician nodded and signaled to a staff member. The staff member went over to the console and played a pre-recorded song. It wasn't Zhang Yuanqi's voice, but another woman's. Her singing was SOSO. It was just a song sample. When will the dear moon be clear and bright? With a cup of wine in my hand, I asked the dear clear sky. In the heavens, on this dear night, I wonder, what season? There were a few words added in between, and some of the words and phrases had been changed. Fang Weihong introduced. The song's mainstream popularity characteristics are quite strong. With small modifications to the original lyrics and adding some chorus words, it still keeps the original's feel to it. Zhang Yuanqi looked at Zhang Ye. What do you think? Zhang Ye shook his head. It's not nice. The pop song characteristics are too much. There's no ancient feel to the whole song, so it doesn't suit the lyric settings and feel. The musician couldn't bear it any longer and asked directly, but this is a pop song. If it's not pop-like and without a catchy melody, how would it be called a pop song? This song was probably composed by him. This is Wang Gu, the composer. He has written 4 or 5 songs for Sister Zhang before. Fang Weihong introduced. Wang Gu vowed, I guarantee that if you use my melody, the song will definitely be very popular. Zhang Yuanqi smiled and said, Little Wang, don't be too anxious. Take a seat and let Teacher Zhang listen to another one. Wang Gu had to give Sister Zhang face, so he kept quiet and sat down to listen. Fang Weihong signaled to the staff member, then said to Zhang Ye, the next melody was composed by another composer. Its ancient feel is stronger and the melody is a little special. The next song played. This time, a beautiful voice sang. The feel was quite suitable, but the melody did not sound good. After listening for a long while, Zhang Ye still did not have any interest. This tune is not nice. It's too obscure. He wasn't a professional, so he could only say it based on his feelings. Zhang Yuanqi laughed superficially. Then let's listen to the next one. It's the last one. Yes, our team composed 3 melodies. This is the last one. Fang Weihong said. The last composer said, let me sing and play it myself. I wasn't too satisfied with the recording Little Yang did because it was too rushed. So he went over and picked up a guitar and proceeded to sing. The moon rounds the red mansion, stoops to silk-padded doors, shines upon the sleepless. He had pushed the stanzas at the back forward as the first line and had done it following that of rock. Once it was over, Fang Weihong looked to Zhang Ye for his opinions. Teacher Zhang, what do you think? Zhang Ye waved dismissively. They are all not nice. I said it before, this song's rights. I really do not want to sell it. Let's forget it. It wasn't that he did not give face to Zhang Yuanqi, but Zhang Ye already had other plans for this lyrics. If he sold off this copyright to them, the lyrics would be ruined. The end product would definitely not do well, too. Chapter 165. Zhang Ye sings, Wishing We Last Forever. Why did he not want to sell? Why was Zhang Ye so strongly against it? The reason was because Shui Diao Getu, When Will the Moon Be Clear and Bright, was a very mature song in Zhang Ye's world. It was called Wishing We Last Forever. The original singer was Teresa Tung. It was one of the songs that shot her to fame, and it was extremely popular everywhere. The composer was Liang Hongji. Later on, the Heavenly Queen, Fei Wang, also covered it as well. If one had to determine who amongst Teresa Tung and Fei Wang sang it better, it was hard to decide. Amongst the older generation, Teresa Tung was more popular. But amongst the young generation, Fei Wang's Wishing We Last Forever was more famous. Fei Wang's voice was clearer and elegant, so it suited Su Shi's poem very well. This song had been ingrained in Zhang Ye's heart, and it was one of his most favorite songs. Hence, how could he let a bunch of composers blindly compose for it? Listen to these 3 songs. One was too pop-like, one was too obscure, and one was too rock-like. What sort of crappy tunes were these? The song had been ruined by them. Of course, maybe it was because Zhang Ye was a bit more extreme. He was not from this world, so he naturally had special feelings for his own world. It was the same feeling as for certain locations. Many people would think that things from their hometown were much better, and they were the things that made them proud. This was the reason why Zhang Ye looked down on the level of music of this world. If one took an objective stance, the 3 tunes were not bad, especially the first tune, which was composed by Wang Gu. It was even very catchy, and it could be considered a pretty good tune. However, Zhang Ye felt that it was not enough. In fact, it was far from enough. For copyrights, Zhang Ye thought very highly of them. He relied on them mostly for a living. It was also the essence that allowed him to take root in this world. Every work's copyright was meaningful to him, as they were too important. Zhang Ye sometimes also thought of not doing anything for a month, and just writing out all the lyrics from his world using the memory search capsule. With the novels and movie scripts, would he become more famous faster if he threw all of them at this world? The answer was yes, but it could also be no. Yes, because a portion of his works would definitely receive the attention of others, causing his fame to increase greatly. As for no, it was like killing the golden goose. Even if he became famous for a short period of time, people were not dumb. If he threw all these works out in one go, they would also be suspicious. Also, there could be a chance that they would feel fatigue from an aesthetic point of view. If Zhang Ye created anything else in the future, people would treat it as if it were to be expected, and they would not place much attention to them. From then on, he would only decline. And once all his original copyrights were used up, what was he to rely on, without any works he could write or produce? Hence, Zhang Ye treated every copyright very seriously. He wanted to do it slowly, so as to let every work from his world reach its fullest extent. It would also maximize his bid to become famous. So he could not bombard everything at one go because that was undesirable and unsustainable. He had to use every work wisely. Fang Weihong frowned. Teacher Zhang, please consider them again. I personally think Wang Ji's tune is good. Sister Zhang also thought so, too, when she heard it previously. Zhang Ye smiled bitterly. It's not that I'm not helping. It's because it's really not good. Feeling doubted, Wang Gu could not help but turn mad. What part of it is not good? The melody is not good. It doesn't match it well. Zhang Ye said whatever he felt. It was not the time and place for him to mince his words. Wang Gu looked at him with a blackened face. Teacher Zhang Ye, if we are talking about literary level, I'm inferior to you. Everyone in this room added up would be inferior to you. Everyone admits this, nor is there any reason to doubt you. You are an expert in literature. This we all agree on. But when talking about music, when we talk about music as an art, I believe anyone here knows it better than you and understands more than you. You can't deny that, right? When Zhang Ye heard this, he was amused. He did not mind saying that he didn't know music himself, but he could not accept it when others said it to him. Who are you? Do I know you? That might not necessarily be true. Wang Gu was stunned before laughing. Really? I really don't believe that. Zhang Yuanqi looked at him. Little Wang, why are you talking to teacher Zhang like that? Sister Zhang, I'm not convinced. I have been doing music for 7 to 8 years. People can doubt me in anything except my attainment and level in music. Wang Gu had spent a lot of time on the lyrics, and he had composed the tune for half a month before producing a satisfying piece of work. However, Zhang Ye's simple word of it being not nice and a simple word of not selling his copyright made all his efforts over the past few days be in vain. It would be a wonder if he was in agreement with that. Zhang Yuanqi was a friendly, heavenly queen in front of them. All right, little Wang. Restrain that attitude of yours by a bit. This is teacher Zhang's work, so he has the right to decide who the lyrics belongs to. Wang Gu was still unconvinced, as he said, but Fang Weihong turned angry. Just because Sister Zhang is being nice, you are still continuing on? If you have anything to say it to me. Wang Gu turned silent. They were not afraid of Sister Zhang, as they knew that the heavenly queen never stared angrily at people. She was especially nice to anyone, but the manager, Sister Fang, was not someone that was easy to speak to. Zhang Yuanqi patted Fang Weihong's arm. It's fine. You don't have to go to that point. After criticizing Wang Gu, Fang Weihong changed tunes and turned towards Zhang Ye. If you think it's unsatisfactory, you can get little Wang or the other 2 composers to change it. Wherever needs changes, you can just tell them. When you are satisfied, we can talk about the copyright transfer. So don't be in a hurry to say no. We really like your poem, or we would not have formed a team to work on this matter for the past half month. Zhang Ye smacked his lips. I have other uses for this poem, so. Seeing that the tunes were unable to persuade him, Fang Weihong appealed to his emotions. You said that you like Sister Zhang's music. Then you should know that those are things from a long time ago. In the past 2 years, Sister Zhang has not had any good musical productions. Even the sales barely make it. And anyone knows that it was forcefully pushed up because we were using her past fame. Only hardcore fans liked it, so it's hard to push this any further. If this carries on, without any good musical productions, even those hardcore fans will eventually leave, too. Sister Zhang would then have to give up on music and only develop herself in the film industry. Zhang Ye was a bit embarrassed as he said, "I know that. I'm also aware of this from the news, but the truth of the matter is, I think these songs are very average." Another musician said, "The price is negotiable. Nowadays, an excellent work of a famous composer would cost from 50,000 to 100,000. Even the top lyrics would not exceed 150,000. That's true," Fang Weihong said. "We can give you 150,000 for the licensing fee. As long as you license the rights of the song to us, we will plan on making it a single. The song will be recorded in a few days, and then it will be posted on the internet as a trial. It's quite an anxious matter, so would you?" Zhang Ye remained impenetrable. "It's not about money. It's the tune that's bad." Wang Gu spoke again. "The tune is bad? Then why don't you make a tune for us to open our eyes?" Fang Weihong narrowed her eyes and slammed her hand on the table heavily. "Wang Gu, do you really want me to lose all decorum with you? Sister Fang, I just can't stand him being like that. He keeps saying our tune is bad, but it's clearly an excuse. I'm guessing some other company must have gotten to him first." Wang Gu said. Fang Weihong looked at Zhang Ye. "Is that true, Teacher Zhang?" Zhang Yuanqi also glanced at Zhang Ye. Zhang Ye said, "When I was arrested, Sister Zhang gave a like to my poem, and quite a number of Sister Zhang's fans helped me. This resulted in me being able to be released so soon. Since Sister Zhang needs my help, I will definitely help if I can. However, this poem is different. No other company has contacted me for the rights. You are the first, but this poem is quite important to me. Hi, perhaps I'm not explaining clearly?" Saying that, he looked at Wang Gu. "You said that anyone in here knows music more than me? And you want me to produce a tune to open your eyes? Sure. Then I'll incur ridicule on myself today." Fang Weihong exclaimed. "You can compose?" A few of the staff members nearly fainted. "Aren't you just good at history or writing novels or poems? Composing? You can even compose?" Wanga found it both funny and annoying. "Sure. We are all ears. You want to goad me? You sure are childish. This bro loves to be goaded on." Zhang Ye was also slightly angry from the provocation. "I don't know music? Sure. I'll open your eyes today." Actually, he wanted to tell Zhang Yuanqi that he had a better choice for the song, and this song was left for him to sing it himself. He was not purposely refusing to sell the rights. He did not want Sister Zhang to be misunderstood. Zhang Yuanqi said to him, "Teacher Zhang, if any member of my team was inappropriate with his words, I will get him to apologize to you. Forget about the composing. Little Wang is also." Zhang Ye flatly said, "It's okay. Give me the guitar." A musician blinked and handed him a guitar. He was the person who had sung and played the song himself. Zhang Ye mimicked him as he sat over there. Lifting the guitar and then adjusting his state for a while, he suddenly coughed. He then returned the guitar to the person. The musician exclaimed, "Why?" Zhang Ye said awkwardly, "I don't know how to play the guitar." Upon hearing this, everyone in the room nearly fainted. "If you don't know how to play the guitar, why did you act as if you did?" Zhang Ye touched the microphone in front of him and tested the sound. "Now, I will sing a song, titled, 'Wishing We Last Forever.' Sorry for my shortcomings." Wang Gu was sneering. A few musicians were also inattentively waiting to hear him sing. Other than Zhang Yuanqi being expressionless, everyone else had doubt written on their faces. They only knew that Zhang Ye was trying to be obstinate. No one believed that he could compose a tune. Composing? It was a thing that only specialists in music could do. You don't even know how to play the guitar, and you probably don't even know the lines of a music sheet. As a person dealing with literature production, Three Kingdoms research, supernatural novels, or children's fairy tales, what sort of tune can you produce? Chapter 166. The Heavenly Queen Behaves Like a Scoundrel. 7 to 8 pairs of eyes were focused on him. Zhang Ye sat calmly on the stage, and he adjusted his mood while holding the microphone for a short moment. And then his voice came out of his throat. He chose to sing without any companion track or live band supporting him. He could only use this method to sing. But thankfully, this song was also very nice, even when sung in a cappella format. The mood was there, so singing it without background music had a flavor to it, too. When will the moon be clear and bright? With a cup of wine in my hand, I asked the clear sky. In the heavens on this night. I wonder what season it would be. He was singing Fei Wang's version. When the 4 lines came out, everyone was stunned. Zhang Ye's singing was not good. He had never received any systematic training, nor was he good at singing. But he was a broadcasting major, so his voice was still quite solid. Also, with the tens of fruits of charm, voice, helping him, it made his voice sound even more charming. This song, Zhang Yuanqi instantaneously looked at Zhang Ye. Fang Weihong was also a bit excited hearing this. How could this be? This, a musician by the side said with a pleasant surprise. To think that there can be such charm to it. The charm of this tune is too perfect. It's filled with ancient feelings. And not one bit of the lyrics have been changed. Not a single word has been added. The tune of the first few lines was so nice as well. It had all the factors of what made something popular, and there was no lack of charm. Even the mood was there. Only Wang Ji's expression was bad. He did not say a word. Zhang Ye's voice tended to be a little hoarse, and it wasn't suited to sing this song. It didn't have Fei Wang's ethereal feeling. But since it was just a demo, as long as he didn't go off tune, it would sound good. He continued singing. I'd like to ride the wind to return home. Yet, I fear the crystal and jade mansions are much too high and cold for me. Dancing with my moonlit shadow, it does not seem like the human world. The moon rounds the red mansion, stoops to silk-padded doors, shines upon the sleepless. Bearing no grudge. Why does the moon tend to be full when people are apart? People experience sorrow, joy, separation, and reunion. The moon may be dim or bright, round or crescent shaped. This imperfection has been going on since the beginning of time. May we all be blessed with longevity. Zhang Ye sang the last part lightly with some sadness. Though thousands of miles apart, we are still able to share the beauty of the moon together. He finished singing. He just needed to sing it once. After Zhang Ye put down the microphone, he looked at the people in front of him. They were all silent. If someone asked Zhang Ye at this moment what the best feeling was, Zhang Ye would definitely say that acting awesome was the best feeling. Look at everyone's reaction. Look at everyone's expression. These are expressions that made one delighted. A musician said in shock, "You really can compose?" See, you see. Someone asked such a good question. His reaction was perfect. He was a professional. Zhang Ye felt a bit proud. It was passable. I don't know. I was just blindly trying, and I definitely can't compare to professionals like you. That person said, when I first received this set of lyrics, I thought for a full day and felt that it was really difficult. The difficulty was in fitting the melody to the mood of the lyrics. In the end, I thought that it would not be possible to perfectly fuse them together, so I decided to modify the lyrics a little and settle for a different style. But your melody, it fits the mood too perfectly. Don't tell me that you don't know music. In front of you, I do not even dare to call myself a professional anymore. After listening to Zhang Ye's demo, he was convinced. This song was too good. Another musician commented, although the melodic contour doesn't swing too much, with very few high-pitch portions and pitch changes, the song's beginning to end still felt like one whole. It drifted through like we were really going to heaven. These lyrics were very well written. This melody was even better. When he thought about how he had composed his melody, he could only smile wryly to himself. Well, it looks like I shouldn't disgrace myself any further with my melody. Everyone else looked at each other. No wonder Zhang Ye was so stubborn in not selling the license. He already had composed a melody to it, and it was so beautiful. Fang Weihong stood up excitedly. Teacher Zhang, we want this melody of yours. This song is a total fit for Sister Zhang. I dare to assure, as long as this single is released, it will definitely be famous all over the country. Zhang Ye still maintained that attitude. I want to leave this for myself to sing. I'm sorry. Fang Weihong felt like she had a bucket of water poured on her. Teacher Zhang, the price is negotiable. Why don't you give us a price? As long as you say it, we will definitely pay it. This wasn't something she would say lightly, but when she did, it meant that she really liked this production. She was willing to give up anything to buy it. Fang Weihong had really been touched by this song of Zhang Ye's. And she also believed that if Zhang Yuanqi gets to sing this song, it would definitely solidify her comeback in the music industry. A few hundred trashy songs won't even compare to this song. Zhang Ye still said, it's not a matter of money. This fellow was ambitious. He wasn't going to be just satisfied with being on television and in the literary circle. He even wanted to go into music as a singer. The attention a singer got was much higher than a host. Teacher Zhang. Fang Weihong was becoming worried. Zhang Yuanqi suddenly said, "All of you, can you leave us? I want to speak to Teacher Zhang alone." Fang Weihong thought about it and signaled for everyone to go outside. She closed the door, leaving only Zhang Yuanqi and Zhang Ye inside. Once everyone else was gone, the Heavenly Queen's attitude changed. Zhang Yuanqi had crossed her legs and said, "Don't say any more. That song is mine. I will get the company to transfer the money to you." "Then that is settled." Zhang Ye said. "What do you mean? It's yours." Zhang Yuanqi coldly said, "If I say it's mine, it's mine. You are being a thug. I want to leave this song for myself." Zhang Ye argued. Zhang Yuanqi said, "This song doesn't suit you at all. Firstly, your singing is no good. I can't say it's too poor, but it's not good enough. You cannot bring across that ethereal feeling. Secondly, your melody definitely does not suit a man's voice. Whether it's the singing, the transition, or the mood, all of this should be sung by a woman. If you sing it, it will utterly destroy the song. Don't say any more. This song is mine. In the future, if you are really going to enter the music industry and there's a good song for a man, I will reserve it for you. We will definitely give you a good song." Zhang Ye seethed. "Do I even need to join your team? I can compose songs for myself." Zhang Yuanqi said without any explanation, "Then I will owe you one. If you have something you need help with, you can look for me." "That's settled then. Sign the contract." Zhang Ye rolled his eyes. "You mean it's settled just like that?" He also had to admit that this song wouldn't be sung well by him. It didn't even suit his style. The original was sung by a woman, but Zhang Ye was just instinctively guarding his food. He still felt that such a good song should be left for himself. Even if it couldn't be sung well, he still would sing it. Who cared if it was unsuitable? But the Heavenly Queen did not even seem like she was going to discuss it further with him. "Your sister. This is daylight robbery." But he could see that Zhang Yuanqi really liked this song. Otherwise, she wouldn't have spoken for so long with Zhang Ye today. Usually, whenever they met at Zhang Ye's apartment, the Heavenly Queen would hardly speak a word. She was not the type who liked talking too much. At this moment, Zhang Yuanqi took her cell phone out and made a call. Thereafter, the door opened and manager Fang Weihong and a few staff members walked in. "What's the matter, Sister Zhang?" Zhang Yuanqi's expression changed instantly. She was smiling. "Teacher Zhang has agreed. Please inform the legal department to draft up a contract. This song's lyrics and melody agreement is for 300,000. Please quickly transfer the amount to Teacher Zhang." "Oh yes. The copyright purchase is not a full buyout. A percentage of the song's royalty fees will also go to Teacher Zhang. This was the highest price in the industry, and only the Heavenly Queen and her team could and would pay it. But speaking truthfully, this song was definitely worth the price." Fang Weihong was very happy. "All right, I'll immediately get someone to do it." "Thank you, Teacher Zhang." "When did I agree?" Zhang Ye rolled his eyes. But since the matter was done, he did not say anything. Forget it. Old Zhang's music had indeed been quite bad for the past 2 years, so she was undergoing a lot of pressure. Anyway, this song did not suit him, and he still had many songs in his brain. Whatever. I'll give it to her then. Zhang Ye finally signed the contract with a look of reluctance. After everything was settled, Fang Weihong once again looked up at Zhang Ye. It could be said that, at the beginning, this was just business. It was a meeting to get Zhang Ye to sell the copyright to them. But now, Fang Weihong had already taken Zhang Ye as a musician that they would be working with together in the future. They were lacking a musician who could write good songs. But with Zhang Ye's "Wishing We Last Forever," she could see some hope at last. "All right, I'm leaving." Zhang Ye bade farewell. Fang Weihong shook his hands once more. "Teacher Zhang, thank you. In the future, if you have any good songs, please contact us first. I do not dare say it for sure, but in the industry, those who could afford such high prices like us do not number many. Sister Zhang also appreciates your talent a lot. If you have another good song, don't forget about us." Zhang Ye said listlessly. "Okay, I'll do my best." Fang Weihong smiled. "All right, then I'll get someone to send you back." "There's no need. I'll grab a taxi." Zhang Ye said. "That won't do. The car has already been arranged. It's waiting for you downstairs." Fang Weihong was still very polite as she said, "If you are free, come visit our company. There are no lack of musicians. You can come at any time and chat with them. You are always welcome, right? Have you stored my telephone number? It's the number I used to call you. I saved it." Zhang Ye may say yes, but he had no plans on coming. Well done, for when this bro sings another song, your heavenly queen will just play the scoundrel and take my song away. Then to whom shall I seek redress? The songs in my brain are all classics amongst classics. Using any one of them means the loss of another one. They can't be used so frivolously. After reaching home, around night time, a person claiming to be one of Zhang Yuanqi's team found him. He sent a copy of Wishing We Last Forever that Zhang Yuanqi had finished recording to Zhang Ye. Upon hearing it, Zhang Ye turned speechless. Even if he was unconvinced, he had to be convinced, for she was such a professional. Zhang Yuanqi's voice was very magnetic. There was a bit of hoarseness in it, but it did not have the feel of Teresa Tung or Fei Wang, and the way she sang it was completely different. But it was really very good. There was less of an ethereal elegance, but there was more of a sentimental feeling of the passage of time. It was absolute well sung. Chapter 167, Wishing We Last Forever, turns viral. A few days later, Zhang Ye made a call from his apartment. Hello, Mom. Didn't I borrow 50,000 from you and Dad last time? I have the money now, and I will transfer another 100,000 to you as well. Please use it as you wish. If you want to buy clothes, buy clothes. If you want jewelry, get jewelry. Don't try to save. If you don't have enough, let me know again. Don't worry. Mom doesn't know much, but spending money is my specialty. F***K. At least be more indirect about this. Why do I need to be indirect with my own son? If I finish spending it all, I will just look for you. Oh, right. How did you get the money? Sold some copyright again? Or did you release another novel? Sold a song to a popular heavenly queen. What? My son even knows how to write songs? And even sold it off to a heavenly queen. Yes, you know who I am. Let's not talk about this. I need to go to work now. I've rested for quite a few days already. Zhang Ye had only just taught Wang Shuixin's son a lesson a few days ago. To protect him, Hu Fei had given a few days off to let him stay home to wait until the matter had died down. But yesterday's lecture room had already been broadcast up to the last recorded episode, so he had to go to the office to record a few more episodes. Thinking about it, analysis of the Three Kingdoms was almost done recording. Zhang Ye sometimes thought to himself, when the run of analysis of the Three Kingdoms has ended, should he leave the television station as well? He might. After all, he had offended Wang Shuixin and his son greatly. Wang Shuixin would definitely not let the matter rest. But from another point of view, Zhang Ye may not get sacked because the television station's decisions did not lie entirely with Wang Shuixin alone. He was just a channel director, and his son had, on multiple occasions, harassed the ladies in the television station. The first time, he got beaten up by Editor Wei. The second time, by Zhang Ye. This did not look good on Wang Shuixin. He would likely be questioned and affected greatly, too. It was his son, after all. He would be lucky if the television station did not discipline him as well. If he dared to openly fire Zhang Ye, then it would be too obvious that he was getting revenge for his son. That would incite the masses' anger, so it wasn't likely that he would dare to do it. Zhang Ye's analysis of the Three Kingdoms was also the star segment of their local channel that broke 8% in ratings. Even if Wang Shuixin's relationship with the leader was good, the television station's leader would still have to consider it very carefully. Anything was possible. Zhang Ye did not think too much. He wasn't afraid of anyone. Wang Shuixin wanted to wear small-sized shoes. Then he will pick up those shoes and throw it at his face. This was Zhang Ye's style. At the most, he would quit. If this place could not keep a lord, there was definitely a place that could. But then, what would come after the springboard that is the television station? Zhang Ye still did not know. Morning. Beijing television station. When Zhang Ye arrived, there was a lot of commotion and discussion among the staff immediately. Hey, Zhang Ye is here. It's really him. I thought that he had quit already. He was standing up for someone. Why should he quit? But the person he offended was Director Wang. He will have a difficult time in the future. The management will deal with him, sooner or later. Sigh. Just look at Uncle Wei as an example. That's true. Uncle Wei was such a good man, but Wang Shuixin still did not let him off. But Teacher Zhang Ye's program is one of the station's top programs. I don't think anyone dares to touch him. That's not necessarily true. I think that we should observe the situation before saying anything. At this moment, no one greeted Zhang Ye. Everyone became friendly towards him because the news of him saving his fan's life. But now, After the latest incident, many people did not dare to go near him, afraid that they would get into trouble if they stayed too close to him. They knew that Wang Shuixin was the one calling the shots at the arts channel. And even at the station level, he had a lot of influence because he was close to the station's leader. Of course, staying away from Zhang Ye was just surface behavior. Everyone knew that Zhang Ye had beaten up Wang Shuixin's son, and they felt good about it. They were having better and better impressions of Zhang Ye in their hearts. Zhang Ye was not bothered. He was used to being snubbed by others in the past. The label of a jinx was not for nothing. This was the norm to him, so he just walked on as usual. On the way, there were some discussions that caught his attention. They did not see Zhang Ye, and they were just having a conversation. Did you listen to any music last night? I've not listened to any in the past month. There's no good music recently. You don't know about it? Zhang Yuanqi has released a new song. It's a single. Oh, I watch all of Sister Zhang's movies. They're classics. But her songs, I stopped listening to them 3 years ago. They were getting quite bad. Haha. Then you should go and listen to the new song that was released online yesterday. It's called Wishing We Last Forever. It's not just the normal kind of good we're talking about. Are you sure? Who heard Wishing We Last Forever? I listened to it too. It's great. Yeah, I randomly heard it last night. In the end, I liked it so much that I played it over and over for 2 hours. I fell asleep while listening to it. Me too. Sister Zhang is making a comeback this time in the music industry with this song. Her popularity in music had dropped in the past, but this time, she's definitely going to get all her popularity back. It's really that good? Let me listen to it on my phone. I'll search for it. Oh, these song lyrics. Why do they look so familiar? Like I've seen it somewhere. Let me see who wrote the song lyrics and melody. Oh, that's not right. The lyrics were written and the melody composed by Zhang Ye? Who is that? Is there such a person in the industry? Zhang Ye? Ah, I remember. Holy sh**t. Aren't these lyrics that our Zhang Ye wrote for Shuidiao Gedu? If you don't believe it, check it out. It's exactly the same. The Heavenly Queen's team bought the rights to his lyrics? That can't be right. Then what about the melody? Teacher Zhang Ye not only knows how to write lyrics, but he can compose melodies as well. How can he possibly know how to compose melodies? And even such a wonderful melody. Same names. The lyricist coincidentally has the same name as the melody composer? How can it be so coincidental? If it was a case of same names, they would surely indicate that, wouldn't they? But there's no indication here. Holy sh**t, it was really made by Zhang Ye. He knows how to write novels, write poetry, can talk about history, write fairy tales, create advertisements, and even compose songs. What a godly person. Yes, this kind of talent should really be called a godly person. At the office, Zhang Ye walked in smiling. Morning, everyone. Long time, no see. Xiao Lu jumped up as soon as she saw him. Teacher Zhang, you're finally here. We were having a discussion. Heavenly Queen Zhang's Wishing We Last Forever. Was that composed by you? Ho Gu anxiously asked. Is it, Teacher Zhang? The lyrics and melody are by you? Da Fei said unbelievingly. Zhang Ye walked to his office desk. It was composed by me. The song's not too bad, eh? It's really by you? Xiao Lu was shocked. It wasn't not bad. It was so great that it's explosive. I've already downloaded it to my phone to listen to it. I listened to it the whole of last night. This morning, I happened to see the lyricist and melody composer and realized it was credited to Zhang Ye. Only then did I remember that I saw that winning Shuidiao Gedu of yours at the Mid-Autumn Festival Poetry Meet. Then, I linked up 2 and 2. I can't believe this. How do you know how to compose? Zhang Ye brushed it off. I was feeling inspired, so I wrote it for them. It was my lyrics, after all. My understanding of them was naturally deeper than theirs. At this moment, Hu Fei entered the office. Xiao Lu immediately said, Brother Hu, did you know? Teacher Zhang wrote a song. It's super nice. Hu Fei did not keep up with the music industry. There's such a thing? Where is it? Let me have a listen. Let me get it for you. Xiao Lu took out her mobile phone, then clicked on the song to play it. Upon listening, Hu Fei was also extremely surprised. Little Zhang, you really are blooming in all directions now. Zhang Ye said, No, I just blindly composed it. They were asking me for help, and I didn't want to reject them. My main responsibilities are still towards TV hosting. Hu Fei laughed. Her. Don't try that with me. The more famous you become, the better it is for our program ratings. I can't be any happier. Looking at his watch, Hu Fei said, "All right, we still have a lot of work to do today. Everyone, go get ready. In an hour, we will begin recording. If Teacher Zhang has no problems, we might record for the entire day. Be prepared, everyone." "Okay. No problem, Brother Hu. Leave it to us." Everyone got busy. Since Zhang Ye did not require any preparation work, he looked through the work from the past few days that he wasn't here for. Then, he went online to read news about Wishing We Last Forever. Heavenly Queen Zhang's new single released. Top charts overnight. Only 10 hours since its release, Wishing We Last Forever has received 1.3 million hits. After an absence of 2 years, Zhang Yuanqi's new song, Wishing We Last Forever, has let everyone know that she has returned. The headlines were different, but the contents were all similar. Zhang Ye felt that a review by a blogger hit the sweet spot. No one had expected anything from Zhang Yuanqi for her new single. Industry insiders have all agreed that the Heavenly Queen has been stagnating for 2 to 3 years, her fans ever decreasing. But with the release of Wishing We Last Forever yesterday, everyone still gave it a try as usual. Why? Maybe there wasn't a reason. Even though no one expected much, even though the Heavenly Queen's works over the past 2 years have been disappointing, just because she is Zhang Yuanqi, just this name alone would have made everyone listen to her song. I'm one such person too. But when I was about to prepare to write my criticisms of it, the song had immediately attracted me with the first 2 phrases. What came next was needless to say. I continuously listened to it on repeat 10 times before I wrote this review. I don't know how I should express my feelings now, but I would like to shout out what I feel inside. The Heavenly Queen who ruled the charts for 8 months back then is finally back. Chapter 168. Everyone asks for a song from Zhang Ye. Online. Wishing We Last Forever was unanimously held to great acclaim. Zhang Ye couldn't help wonder how many clicks the song had garnered. On the publishing website, it had already broken 2 million plays. Zhang Ye was not very clear about this world's music environment and background. He could only base it on his understanding of his previous world. Back in that world, when a song was released on Weibo or QQ, hitting 2 million plays within 14 hours was already a sign of doing very well. She had good singing technique. She was popular. Furthermore, it was a good song. It wasn't at all strange that the song was performing so well now. Then, in the midst of all the praise for the song, Zhang Ye discovered a few articles about himself. Although there were only a few, he was satisfied nonetheless. Beijing City Entertainment News reported, as a media worker in Beijing, the name of Zhang Ye should be familiar to most. But when Zhang Ye's name appeared on the credit list of the Heavenly Queen Zhang's new song, everyone was surprised. We contacted Heavenly Queen Zhang's production team to inquire, and they confirmed this news. Yes, it's the same Zhang Ye who wrote those poems and the one from Lecture Room. The lyrics were originally teacher Zhang Ye's work from the Mid-Autumn Poetry Meet, Shuidiao Gedu, and it was adapted into this song. The song composer was also teacher Zhang Ye himself. According to insiders, the rights fee paid by Heavenly Queen Zhang's team was one rarely seen in the industry. It could be said that even though the song had not been market-tested, their team already had high hopes for it. To pay such a price for an outsider of the music industry, the Heavenly Queen and her team really had the foresight. Huabei Music Magazine. From history lecturer to musician, this is not a joke, nor a prank, but something that is happening right before our eyes. This morning, when I came to the office, 3 colleagues and another one that I bumped into at the elevator were all humming along to Wishing We Last Forever. At that point, I knew that the song would definitely be on fire. When I saw the number of plays, it was just as I had thought. At that moment, I saw the domination of Zhang Yuanqi in the music industry from some years ago. Compared to back then, Heavenly Queen Zhang's voice has become stronger and richer. It has become less translucent with time, with a sedimentation of sadness. It was too beautiful. The Heavenly Queen from back then is now back again. Firstly, there is Zhang Yuanqi's accumulation of strength over the years. Floating about in the music arena has made her more mature. Secondly, I feel that it was down to the song. With Zhang Ye helming as the composer and writer, even an average singer would make it popular, not to mention the Heavenly Queen. This song itself could really be described as perfect. There were numerous reviews. It's really so good to listen to. It's great. Sister Zhang has made a successful comeback. I've been waiting for this moment for a long time. Yesterday, I listened to Wishing We Last Forever without expectations. When I was halfway through it, I nearly teared. Nearly teared? I cried for over half an hour. Zhang Ye, I love you. Sister Zhang. You are the best. I knew it. I knew you wouldn't quit singing. Those reality shows in the music arena, what are those? Comparing who looks better, who has a better figure or body. Their vocals are too poor and the songs don't have depth. Sister Zhang is finally back. She'll show all of those youngsters. Show them what singing is all about. What music really is. Looking forward to Sister Zhang's next song. Yeah, quickly release the next album. I can't wait. I'm looking forward to it. Who is that Zhang Ye? Is he so great? I know him. I think the Heavenly Queen liked one or two of his poems on Weibo. These few years, so many musicians have made songs for the Heavenly Queen, but all of them failed to receive success. But an outsider like Zhang Ye, who does not work in the music industry, could actually help Heavenly Queen Zhang reclaim her throne in the arena? I don't know him, but I will pay attention to him in the future. After reading a little more, Zhang Ye went to his Tieba, Zhang Ye's nest. What he never expected was that his Tieba page had received an exploding flood. Alright, it was not the traditional idea of exploding flood, because the people who came to flood the Tieba page came without any ill intentions. On the contrary, these people were Zhang Yuanqi's fans, and they came in good faith. Zhang Ye, thank you. I've nothing to say, except, thank you. Teacher Zhang, I want to thank you on behalf of all the fans of Sister Zhang. We understand that music is not your main job, but if you have any good songs in future, could you please let our Heavenly Queen use them first? We are all Sister Zhang's hardcore fans. Sister Zhang is a good person, always smiling and never saying bad things. But we fans know that Sister Zhang has kept a low profile in the music industry. Seeing her fighting on all these years, we all couldn't do anything but watch on. Thank you for your Wishing We Last Forever. We are so elated. Let's see who still dares to gossip about Sister Zhang from now on. Beihai Province sends its thanks. Jiangnan Province sends its thanks. Zhang Ye's fans reacted more slowly. Because they had not paid attention to this matter, they were not fully in the know either. A few moderators suddenly realized that there was something abnormal with the recent posts. Seeing the invasion of other users, their first reaction was to @Big Saber Bro and get ready a battle plan. But when they realized the contents of the posts, they all could only look on in confusion. Thank Teacher Zhang? The Heavenly Queen's fans? What was the situation? Why are they thanking Teacher Zhang? They only grasped the situation after some reading and momentarily felt shocked. Holy sh*t. Teacher Zhang Ye wrote a song? It was even a song for the Heavenly Queen? The song even became famous overnight. Is this a joke, or what? Some of Zhang Ye's fans had already listened to Wishing We Last Forever last night. They also knew that this was Zhang Yuanqi's new single, but they did not pay attention to the lyricist and composer. Even if they did, they wouldn't have linked that Zhang Ye to their idol. Only the few who especially liked Shui Diao Ghetto knew that the song's lyrics were from that poem. The others were all in the dark. Teacher Zhang has a new work? F***K. He wrote a song this time? Haha. I died laughing. Teacher Zhang is the most raffish radio host I know of. Working at the radio station for 2 months after graduation. Look at his results now. From novels, to fairy tales, to poetry, to couplets. He even dabbled in advertising after entering the television station. I have not seen him do any hosting jobs. He instead became the lecturer on the Three Kingdoms. Now, he has even branched out into music? What? Teacher Zhang, can we be more professional about things? I've seen raffish people before, but I've never seen anyone as raffish as this. Godly evaluation by the poster upstairs. Ahaha. I have a cramp from laughing. When has Teacher Zhang ever done something the proper way? You guys think too much. But Teacher Zhang is still so awesome. This has not changed ever since the beginning. Whatever he does, he's good at it. That's my idol. Then, Zhang Ye's fans and Heavenly Queen Zhang's fans interacted with each other. A moderator for Zhang Ye's Tieba said, "Everyone, don't thank him first. Last time, when Teacher Zhang had some problems, it was all because of Heavenly Queen Zhang's like that brought all of you here to help. We should be thanking you instead. I believe that it was also because of this that Teacher Zhang Ye wrote the song for her. It's the same with our leader, Zhang Ye #1 fan. When Teacher Zhang had his troubles, She was always there for him. When she got hospitalized for her sickness, teacher Zhang donated all his money without another word. Our fan club members all know very well how to repay favors, so there's really no need for thanks. You can see the motto of our tieba. If you do not leave me, I will always be at your side until the end of life. This is the code of conduct for our fan club. A fan of Zhang Yuanqi replied, "That's very interesting. Actually, I'm only a fan of Zhang Yuanqi. However, I have seen Zhang Ye's lecture room, and I like it very much, so I'll join your fan club. Although I won't be a hardcore fan, I will definitely not run away when something happens. I'll join too. The song written by Zhang Ye is so good. Welcome, welcome. Our fan club welcomes people from all places." Zhang Ye smiled. After browsing for a while, it was almost time to work. He switched the computer off. Although this rascal was reluctant to give Zhang Yuanqi that song, the effects seemed good. Firstly, he had earned money and he had resolved his problems. Secondly, it had increased his popularity and reputation. Thirdly, the heavenly queen now owed him a favor. Hi, actually, it was not much. That time, with the heavenly queen helping him, if one wanted to be technical, he was just returning the favor. "Teacher Zhang, let's go." Xiaolu got up. Everyone went to the recording studio together. Zhang Yi took his cell phone out to switch it off. After all, there had to be total silence while recording. But at this moment, a call came in. It was an unknown number that he did not know. Zhang Yi picked it up. "Hello? Who's this?" "Teacher Zhang Yi, hello." It was a woman's voice as she said, "I am from Chenhui Entertainment Company. We want to reserve a song from you. The price is negotiable. As long as the quality is as good as Wishing We Last Forever, we will take as many as you can create. We guarantee you that we won't give anything less than what Sister Zhang's company gave." Zhang Yi tersely said, "Forget it. I don't have plans to enter the music industry. We are not in a hurry. You can contact us again when you have the inspiration to write one," the female voice said. "I temporarily do not have such plans. Sorry about that. I'm currently busy, so let's leave it at that." Zhang Yi hung up. However, another phone call came in almost immediately after. There was no need to ask. His number must have been leaked. Almost everyone called him at the same time. "Is this Teacher Zhang?" It was a middle-aged man. "That's me. Hello, I'm Sun Xia's agent. When Sister Xia heard your Wishing We Last Forever, she especially liked it, and especially told me to contact you to reserve a song of yours." Sun Xia? He did not know her. Without a doubt, she was probably someone quite famous in the music industry. Zhang Yi answered, "Sorry about that. I won't be writing songs in the near future. My main career isn't that after all. Please consider it again. Our prices will definitely not be bad." The middle-aged man refused to give up. Zhang Yi said, "It's not a matter of money. Thank you for appreciating my work. We can talk about it in the future. I still need to record a program now. I'm hanging up." The moment he hung up, the third phone call came. "Hello, is this the original composer of Wishing We Last Forever, Teacher Zhang? May I know if you have time? Can we meet to discuss? I want to reserve a song from you." He rejected one after another. Zhang Yi quickly switched off his phone, afraid that another call would come in. Xiao Lu and Dafei saw all of this, and they were extremely amused. "Teacher Zhang, you sure are in hot demand right now. Everyone is hoping to reserve a song from you. Don't mention it." Zhang Yi waved his hand. He really did not have any intention of selling songs. That would be killing the golden goose. All the works in his head were to be put to his own service and not given to others. Chapter 169. Finishing the recording of every episode of Analysis of the Three Kingdoms. Recording Studio. Our viewing friends, how are you? I am Zhang Ye. Let us carry on talking about the Three Kingdoms for today's lecture room. The morning's recording ended with the applause from the audience. Hu Fei led his team to the cafeteria for a meal. Today, Hu Fei was treating. When they made payment, his meal card was swiped. He bought a variety of dishes, not just a simple mixed rice meal. Xiao Lu raised her head in an exaggerated fashion. "We're doomed. This is the indicator for working overtime." Ho Gu agreed with a nod. "And from the looks of it, it's not as simple as an hour or two." Hu Fei was amused. "Are you the only ones that are smart?" "That's right. We need to work overtime today, so I want to reward all of you first. I'll be settling your dinner, too. Everyone, let's work hard. After busying ourselves today, we can rest for quite a number of days." Teacher Little Zhang said that there are another 11 episodes before we finish recording analysis of the Three Kingdoms. We finished recording 3 episodes in the morning, and by busying ourselves in the afternoon and doing a few hours of overtime, we should be able to finish it today. Although there's no rush to finish all of it today, the earlier we finish, the earlier we can start on other tasks. As Dafei ate, he said, I'm fine with it. I just do offstage work. The main problem is with Teacher Zhang. I asked Little Zhang already. He's fine with it. Hu Fei looked at Zhang Ye. Do you need me to give you an hour to take a nap in the afternoon? So, you can keep thinking straight. After all, recording a program is quite physically tiring. Zhang Ye smiled. There's no need to. Back at the radio station, my highest record was recording 15 hours of programs. I'm not tired. It's not a big deal. Xiao Lu gave a thumbs up. Iron Man Teacher Zhang. Most of his colleagues knew that Teacher Zhang Ye's off-script skills, which were to the point of recording 10 episodes without a single stutter or a mistake, were nothing that any of the hosts in the television station could compare with. Even those star hosts from satellite channels who were more famous than Zhang Ye were impressed by him. No one knew how Teacher Zhang Ye's brain worked. He did not mix up any information of history in his mind. Everything was said clearly without a missing word, and he never had a script. His colleagues all believed that he was probably a so-called genius or polymath. This was something that ordinary people like them could not fathom. As they ate, there was suddenly discussions in the cafeteria. Zhang Ye looked up and saw Wang Shuixin walk in. There were a few people with cameras behind him. From their clothing, they were most likely newspaper reporters. Director Wang, can we take photographs freely? A reporter asked. Wang Shuixin's expression looked helpless. Reporters, how big is this matter that you have to make a special focus of me? There's no need. There's really no need. The reporter said, yesterday, you helped a child who couldn't afford to go to school. By supporting his education, this is a quality many of us need to learn. You are a leader in the media circle, and by leading with example, we definitely need to write a special focus. Wang Shuixin sighed. It's too much of raising a big rumpus. Helping children is something expected of me, and it is something that I should do. What's there to talk about? A reporter said, don't say that. If you say that, you make us ashamed. Few of us have such enlightened thoughts like yours. Wang Shuixin sighed. All right then. Help yourselves. Take a shot. Capture a scene of director Wang eating. A reporter instructed a person behind him. Wang Shuixin went to order his food. He went to a mixed rice stall and asked for a bowl of rice and 2 dishes. He was very thrifty. When the few reporters saw this, their eyes lit up as they quickly recorded it down and lamented. Director Wang sure is hardworking, and he's Spartan as well. A head of a channel eats so simply every day, so that he can save extra money to support the education of children. Quick, take a few more pictures. The snapping sounds of the cameras rang. When Zhang Ye and the other people from the arts channel saw this, they had deadpan expressions. No one reacted. Thrifty? Others might not know. But how could they not? Wang Shuixin almost never ate at the cafeteria. He always drove out to eat. If it wasn't the restaurant across the road, it was an appointment with someone else. Even when he came to the cafeteria, he would eat something special and not some mixed rice. Anyway, it was something that they had never seen before. And 2 simple dishes? What the heck? Xiao Lu said hatefully, putting on a show. Dafei said surprisingly, Director Wang funds the education of children? The reporters must be invited by him. Ho Go analyzed, Xiao Lu is right. It's definitely a show. It's not nice using our own television station's reporters, as it might appear as blowing one's trumpet. So he found some people from newspapers around Beijing to make a special focus. Is there a need to fake it so much? His son is still in remand, right? He pretended as if nothing had happened, and he even put on a performance? He sure enjoys fame. What about Uncle Wei? Uncle Wei rummages through the garbage to sell bottles every day to sponsor so many children who couldn't afford school. Has Uncle Wei ever mentioned it at all? If not for the parents of a child who was sponsored by him, coming to the television station, no one would know. Look at him. He's just sponsoring one child, and he's yelling it to the world. And he invited so many reporters? He sure is afraid that others do not know of his deeds. The few of them did not like Wang Shuixin, so naturally they gossiped about him. Hu Fei was still someone who had propriety. All right, just eat your food. Zhang Ye could also tell that Wang Shuixin was a person who treated his reputation very highly. He was always thinking of how to immortalize his name with endless means. Over there, the reporters began to interview some of the television station's employees. "Hello, may I know what sort of person is Director Wang usually like?" a reporter asked. It was unknown if the person who was asked was targeted by the reporters or if he was a crony of Wang Shuixin. He answered, "Director Wang is usually especially nice to his subordinates. He's very friendly, and he never gets angry. He is also thrifty. We often read Director Wang's poetry works, and we feel deeply moved and encouraged. Every poem of Director Wang empowers us. In my heart, Director Wang is one of the literary giants of today." Literary giant? Even literary giant was used? Would you not blush with such an evaluation? Xiao Lu could not help but burst into laughter hearing this. What sort of bragging is this? Director Wang may be a member of the National Writers Association, and he is somewhat popular in the country with his modern poems, but that has nothing to do with being a literary giant. Saying that, she glanced at Zhang Ye, who was silently eating. She said, "Our teacher Zhang hasn't even said a word, and he dares to call himself a literary giant?" Ignoring anyone else, teacher Zhang can easily surpass Wang Shuixin by several levels. Have they forgotten about "this is also everything"? Teacher Zhang had completely negated Director Wang's everything, to the point of him losing the ability to speak. Dafei covered his forehead. "I also can't stand hearing this any longer. This seems like bullsh*t, isn't it too much?" Hu Fei reprimanded them. "Talk less and do more. Leaders will do what leaders do. You can grumble in your hearts, just don't say it out loud elsewhere." Xiao Lu exclaimed, "There are no outsiders here." Hu Fei said, "But the walls have ears. Be careful." Actually, Hu Fei could no longer stand what Wang Shuixin had been doing for the past few days. Glancing at the reporters and that Wang Shuixin, who was eating a pathetic meal, Hu Fei got up and left before finishing his meal. Xiao Lu pursed her lips. "Look, even Brother who has such a good temper, can't stand it." Dafei smacked his lips. "Director Wang is getting increasingly unpopular. If this carries on, who will look up to his leadership?" "So what if we don't look up?" Hodi whispered. "Wang Shuixin does a good job putting on a show, and his relationship with the leaders are good. That is enough. The noise within isn't important, and I believe Wang Shuixin doesn't even care. I heard that he recently wrote a poem again, and many people on the internet gave him praise. Also, with this matter of sponsoring a child's education, it will probably make him popular. How would normal people know what is going on?" Xiao Lu looked sideways. "Teacher Zhang, you have to be careful. Once Wang Shuixin gets past this and improves his reputation, he will definitely fix you once the matter regarding his son fades." "Away." Zhang Ye laughed. "Eat your food." Noticing that Zhang Ye did not say any more, everyone did not mention it again. "Fix me? Obstructing me? Huh, that should be something I say, right?" Everyone felt that Zhang Ye had to be careful, but Zhang Ye's thoughts were not on this. He still remembered Wang Shuixin's ugly face. After taking care of his son, Zhang Ye would not forget the grudge. He was still thinking of how to make trouble for Wang Shuixin. Deduct my bonus? Trying to buy my copyright when I needed it urgently? Zhang Ye would not take this lying down. Seek revenge on me? I'm the one looking for the opportunity to seek revenge. At night, the final episode of Analysis of the Three Kingdoms was finished recording. Each remaining episode just needed to be aired. When Zhang Ye said his final thanks on the podium, he felt relieved, but his heart was empty. The program had ended, and his mission was completed. He still felt somewhat reluctant. Many people in the audience rushed up to the stage. "Teacher Zhang, give me an autograph." "Teacher Zhang Ye, can we take a picture together?" Congratulations on successfully finishing the recording of Analysis of the Three Kingdoms. This program is too awesome. Zhang Ye noticed that it was late, and he gave Hu Fei a shout-out to allow the other members of the staff to get off work. He then stayed behind to give autographs and take pictures with the fans who liked him. After stirring up so many storms in Beijing and producing so many works, Zhang Ye's popularity was a force to be reckoned with. He was no longer the same Zhang Ye that would be ignored when thrown into a crowd. He had his own fans, and he had his own achievements and clout. Combined with his fearless personality, this allowed Zhang Ye to challenge Wang Shuixin. Chapter 170, Zhang Ye's Rage. It was pretty late. The time on his cell phone indicated that it was 20 minutes past 9 p.m. After giving his fans autographs in the recording studio, a few staff members led the rest of the audience away. Zhang Ye let Hu Fei, Xiao Lu, Ho Gu, and company go home. He stayed behind to supervise the work, collected the tapes, and cleared the stage. He then arranged the documents before preparing to leave work. Pressing the elevator button. Ding! The door opened. Hey, Uncle Wei. Zhang Ye saw the person in the elevator. Editor Wei was surprised. Teacher Little Zhang, why haven't you gotten off work at this time? Zhang Ye said, I worked overtime for recording. It has just finished. Why haven't you left yet? Editor Wei laughed. I accompanied a few reporters from the newspapers to dinner. The reporters he mentioned were clearly the ones who had come in the afternoon to make a special focus on Wang Shuixin. After sending them off, some urgent matters cropped up in the unit. A few kids lost their scripts, so the director punished us to work overtime. Seeing that the kids have something on, and it was getting late, I got them to go home first. They actually can't help much. It's not as fast as me doing it alone. Zhang Ye said, it's almost 9:30. I'm in no hurry. I'll leave once I'm done. Editor Wei smiled. Zhang Ye volunteered to help. You are already so old. You shouldn't work so hard for youngsters. Besides, that Wang gets you to work overtime every day. This is against the rules and against labor laws. You can go through legal proceedings. Wang Shuixin was being too excessive. Zhang Ye found it unbearable. Besides, can your body take it? Let's do this. Since I have nothing to do at home, why don't I help you? Editor Wei waved his hand. I don't need you. I can do it alone. In the future, it's a world belonging to you youngsters. This kind of trivial thing should be done by me. There's no need for all of you. Zhang Ye said with concern. Then go home early. All right, I know. Just as Editor Wei was about to leave, he suddenly stopped in his steps and turned back. Teacher Little Zhang, someday, perhaps I can request a piece of calligraphy from you? Any modern poem would do. Zhang Ye hurriedly said, don't use the word request. If you want one, I can give you one tomorrow. However, my writing is just average, and it cannot be described as calligraphy. Editor Wei was overjoyed. Then I'll thank you first. You are welcome. It's a small matter. Zhang Ye knew that Editor Wei especially liked his poems. Zhang Ye slept the moment he got home. The next morning, Zhang Ye never expected that he would wake up so early. Since he had finished recording the program yesterday, he was quite free for the next few days. He planned on resting a bit more before going to work in the afternoon. However, a phone call woke Zhang Ye up. It was Xiao Lu's number. Zhang Ye groggily picked it up. Hey, Xiao Lu, what's the matter? If there's nothing, we can talk in the afternoon. I'll sleep a bit more. Xiao Lu's voice was agitated, and it sounded like she was sobbing. Teacher Zhang, something has happened. Zhang Ye immediately felt awakened as he sat up in bed. What has happened? Don't be in a hurry. Speak slowly. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Ye's expression greatly changed. He did not even bother to brush his teeth. He put on his clothes and went downstairs to his car. Television station. The arts channel level. When Zhang Ye arrived, he heard sobbing in the corridor. It's all my fault. It's all my fault. If only I had stayed behind to work overtime. This would not have happened to Uncle Wei. Even if it was a heart attack, as long as any one of us were here working overtime, we could have helped him. But now, why did I leave? Why did I leave? A youth cried as he lifted his hand and slapped himself forcefully. With 2 slaps, the right side of his face swelled up. It was obvious how hard he had hit himself. Little June, don't be like that. Don't. A person next to him tugged at him. A girl also slumped to the ground, having lost her wits. She sobbed. Uncle Wei was afraid we worked too hard. He insisted that we leave. All the work was left to him. We really deserve to die? Why did we leave? Why did we lose the scripts? No one is blaming you. Don't blame yourselves. It's our fault. Even if you did not lose the scripts, Uncle Wei would definitely have to work overtime anyway. This was the crux of the issue. Yes, admittedly, even if these youths did not make a mistake yesterday, with Wang Shuixin's attitude towards Editor Wei, where he did not even treat him as a human, he would definitely not let Editor Wei sit idle. He would find a reason to make Editor Wei work overtime and intentionally torture him. So it did not have much to do with these youths. It could even be said that it was because of Wang Shuixin's pressuring of Editor Wei to work that resulted in today's outcome. Teacher Zhang. Xiao Lu rushed over with her eyes red. Clearly, she had cried. Zhang Ye's face was pale, too. What happened? Why is he suddenly gone? Why did this just happen without a word? We were even chatting yesterday. Uncle Wei even wanted a calligraphy piece from me. When Xiao Lu heard this, she cried even harder. Dafei was relatively calm as he said while suppressing his anger. Yesterday, Uncle Wei worked overtime again. Maybe he was too tired at night, and it might be due to having worked all night long frequently that he received a heart attack. At that time, no one from the Arts channel was working. There was only Editor Wei himself. In the end, when we got to work in the morning, we realized that the door to the office was not locked. Then, we saw Uncle Wei collapsed in the hallway. When we touched him, he was already cold. Zhang Ye said, "Where is he?" Ho Gu also came. "People from the hospital have taken him away. Didn't even get to see him for the last time." Zhang Ye's emotions were in a mess. He felt a lump in his chest. Everyone was standing in the hallway. They were standing where Editor Wei had collapsed. A good person had left this world. He was a person who was willing to pick up scraps to finance the education of children. He was a person who was willing to work a bit more and did overtime rather than letting youths or children suffer. He was gone. Everyone present was upset. Editor Wei had worked more than anyone else over the many years in the television station, but what he had earned was less than what anyone else had earned. Yet, he stayed at his post without a grudge or grumbling. Why? Why did good people always die young? At this moment, Wang Shuixin's secretary came over and waved his hands. "People, disperse. Disperse. Go back to work first. Don't delay your normal work." "Work? You want us to work at this very moment?" Uncle Wei had just left. He was a colleague and a senior to us. The first words you said were not any condolences or words of concern, but for the purpose of getting us to return to work. Many people looked angrily at Wang Shuixin's secretary. "Has your conscience been eaten by dogs?" However, no one dared to say a thing. They had to be afraid of the boss secretary. They did not dare to refute him. However, there was a person present who was an exception. Someone did not care about these things. That person was Zhang Ye. Zhang Ye was just having problems finding something to vent his anger on. He stared at Wang Shuixin's secretary. "Work, your King Grandpa. Get lost." Wang Shuixin's secretary was dumbfounded from being scolded at. He pointed towards Zhang Ye. "You are scolding me?" Zhang Ye took a step forward. "I'm King scolding you. I dare you to point at me again." Xiao Lu quickly pulled at Zhang Ye. "Teacher little Zhang." All right. Wang Shuixin's secretary was enraged, but he still put his hand down. He no longer pointed at Zhang Ye's nose. "Do you think that you can be this defiant just because your ratings are high? Do you even have any organizational discipline? Fine. Wait for the station's disciplinary actions." After saying that, he saw Zhang Ye take another step at him. Wang Shuixin's secretary was scared out of his wits as he quickly left. He did not dare to speak in front of Zhang Ye again. There was no other way about it. He was the boss secretary. He was unafraid of anyone in the channel except two people. One of them was Wang Shuixin. Needless to say, Wang Shuixin was the leader and his boss, so he naturally had to be afraid and in awe of him. However, the second person he was afraid of was Zhang Ye. He was a scoundrel who dared to even beat Wang Shuixin's son. That was a hooligan who dared to even scold his leaders and unit at the Silver Microphone Awards. At that Beijing couplet competition, Zhang Ye had even used a couplet to curse the people from the Writers' Association. Even amongst all the wicked curses used on the internet, 5 of the top 10 of them were created by Zhang Ye. This was a damn hooligan. There was no way to take the advantage when quarreling with him. Hence, Wang Shuixin's secretary quickly left. He was really afraid that Zhang Ye would fight him. If he was really beaten up, how was he to show his face? Humph. A wise man does not fight when the odds are against him. Wait and see. Hu Fei also came out of an office with a look of grief. He had also heard Zhang Ye's cursing. However, this time, he unexpectedly did not reprimand Zhang Ye. He did not say a single word. The other people from the Arts channel also felt discharged from their anger. While scolded, it was scolding in such a gratifying manner. Indeed, Teacher Zhang Ye was needed at the critical moment. A bastard like that had to be cursed in this way. A female colleague also said with resentment, "None of them are good." A youth gritted his teeth. "Uncle Wei is gone. He was pushed to his death by them. He had to work overtime 200 days out of 365 days. And no bonus was given. There were no salary increments. Is this something a human can do?" Uncle Wei was ordered about by them to his death. He died due to fatigue. I'm thinking of quitting. I can't stay in this crappy channel for another day. The leaders do not treat us as humans. They only think of how to make themselves famous so that they can appear reputable in the newspapers and on television. Uncle Wei was such a good man. Yet he was. I also don't feel like working here anymore. I can't stand it. Cut out your angry words. What is there for you to do with you quitting? You still need to endure. Huh? Endure? Put up with it? Uncle Wei had been enduring for a lifetime. He had been a willing slave. But in the end, what happened? What sort of outcome did he end up with? The leaders did not even show their faces. They even sent a secretary to get us to continue on with work. Can you endure that? I can't. But what can we do? He's not around anymore. Anything we say is too late. Amongst everyone, there were some grudges between some people. There was some scheming, and there were people with good and bad relationships. But with Editor Wei passing away, it caused many people to unite against a common enemy. Zhang Ye could no longer endure it any further. He had to expose Wang Shuixin's ugly face and let everyone take a look at it. He had to let everyone in the world see it. Chapter 171. Receiving the Attention of Society. Afternoon. Everyone was immersed in grief. Not only in the Arts Channel, everyone else from the other departments was feeling the same. Editor Wei's incident was known to all. Everyone in the station had been touched by Editor Wei's grace. A few old colleagues who were old comrades with Editor Wei specially asked for the day off to help his family with the arrangements for his funeral. They were afraid that Editor Wei's only daughter could not take the news, so they were naturally worried. Over here. Lecture room, S-Team office. A youth that Zhang Ye did not know entered the office. The moment that he entered, he looked at Zhang Ye, then said not too politely to Hu Fei, "Producer Hu, the station leader is looking for you." Hu Fei raised his head and then followed him. Xiao Lu was a little shocked. This person is not from our arts channel. Station leader? The television station's leader is looking for Brother Hu. Da Fei had an ominous feeling. Sure enough, after more than 10 minutes, Hu Fei returned alone. He said to Zhang Ye, "The station said that you insulted and threatened a colleague, so they gave you a demerit point, deducted 3 months of your bonuses, and suspended you for a week." Zhang Ye looked like he did not care about it. Hoga could not take it anymore. Based on what? Based on what are they meting out punishment to teacher Zhang for? It's even instructed by the station leader? Xiao Lu said angrily. Why did it even get elevated to the top management? Da Fei said, needless to say, it's definitely Wang Shuixin's side who reported it. Everyone knew what was going on. Zhang Ye had beaten up Wang Shuixin's son and even caused him to be brought to the detention center. It was Wang Shuixin's son who caused trouble first. And since the controversy had not blown over yet, Wang Shuixin could not deal with Zhang Ye at the moment. But today, Zhang Ye scolded his secretary. So Wang Shuixin definitely had a cause for action. However, since he did not want it to be a case of settling private scores after Editor Wei's passing, he had let the station leader's side handle the matter. It could be seen that their relationship was very good. Zhang Ye got up. Then I will go back first, Brother Hu. It's just a week. You will be back next week. It's okay. Hu Fei comforted him. Zhang Ye said a few words to his colleagues before packing his things up. He took a hard look at the area that Editor Wei had worked at before turning around to leave. In the car, Zhang Ye made a call to his ex-colleague at the radio station, Wang Xiaomei. Hello, Teacher Xiaomei. Are you busy? Is it convenient to talk a little? Wang Xiaomei replied blandly. I just finished recording a program. It's convenient. I have a favor to ask of you. Do you know anyone from the news channel? Zhang Ye asked. I'm not familiar with them, but I know a few. What's the matter? Wang Xiaomei replied. Zhang Ye said, I have some worthy news which I would like to make public. It's about an old editor in our television station. His name was Wei Jiangwo. Zhang Ye spent 5 minutes explaining the situation from beginning to end to Wang Xiaomei. See if this can make it as news for the radio station? Wang Xiaomei thought about it. If you are saying that the arts channel's leader abused his powers to get revenge and caused Editor Wei to work to death, then this definitely cannot be reported. After all, our radio station has merged with the Beijing television station already. The leaders would never agree to this. But if we just report about Editor Wei's incident, then that would work. Zhang Ye could only say, okay, then let's just get that reported. Okay, let me arrange it for you. Wang Xiaomei promised. Thank you. I will buy you lunch next time. Zhang Ye hung up. Wang Xiaomei was very reliable. She was one of the pillars of the Beijing radio station. Naturally, her influence was very deep, too. At around 4 p.m., the news came out on Live News Studio. The reporters there had definitely thoroughly investigated this incident. Wei Jiangwo, an ordinary name, an ordinary person. But if you heard of his story, I believe no one would find him to be ordinary. Over 20 years, with his meager income, by being frugal and picking up scraps in the streets on his rest days, this man had sponsored 159 children. Some were kids who had no education. Some were children who were sick. Some were abandoned orphans. A total of 159 of them. Of course, this was the situation we learned from Wei Jiangwo's family. As for the real figure, maybe only Uncle Wei himself would know. But we will never find out now. Last night, Uncle Wei had a heart attack due to fatigue and passed away. Now, let us listen to some interviews. The radio station had made this a topic of discussion. It wasn't just simply reporting the news anymore. Hello, I am the reporter for radio news. Are you one of the kids who Uncle Wei has helped before? What kind of a person was Uncle Wei? Sob, sob, sob. Little girl, don't be too sad. We are very sorry to hear about Uncle Wei too. Wei. Father Wei was such a good person. Sob, sob. He was a great man. He treated us. Sob, sob, sob. Like his very own children. When we first received help from Father Wei, we thought that Father Wei was a big boss. We thought he was very rich. But only later did we find out that Father Wei was just a normal salaried worker. His money came from his salary and picking up scraps. And he gave it all to us. Once, when I was sick, Father Wei somehow knew about it. And when he came to the hospital to visit me, the doctor said that I needed to have a minor operation. Sob, sob. Father Wei handed over the money without a thought. Sob, sob. Later on, I found out that the money used for my operation was supposed to be for his own daughter's university fees the next day. The news reporter at the studio also sounded moved as silence took over temporarily. The child was crying. Why? Why? The textbooks and teachers always tell us to be good people. Good people should live to a ripe old age. But why has Father Wei gone so soon? Reporter Auntie. Sob, sob, sob. They say that Father Wei had a heart attack because of fatigue. Did we cause Father Wei to die? Father Wei had done it all to help us. To pick up bottles, to work overtime. Did we really cause the death of Father Wei? The child's question had left a deep impression in many of the listeners' hearts. The reporter in charge of the interview did not know how to answer. Following that, the second person was interviewed, then the third and the fourth. Big sis, are you Father Wei's neighbor? What impression do you have of him? Old Wei was a really good person. He would always help if the neighbors needed anything. He was especially endearing to everyone. Why did such a good person leave so early? Did you know about him sponsoring all those children? We didn't. No one knew a thing. We only knew that Old Wei worked at the television station as an editor. We have never heard of him helping all those children. We only knew that his household's living conditions weren't too good. There was once when his daughter went to university, and he couldn't even pay her school fees. It was only later when we learned that Old Wei had to beg the school leaders before they finally allowed him some time to pay it off. Sigh. Old Wei was such a person. He did not like to say what he did. There was once when my son was alone at home running a high fever. He went to Old Wei's house in a daze, and Old Wei brought my son to the doctor. After that, he just told me it wasn't a big deal. Only later on did my son tell me that the route to our house was too far. With traffic jams, the ambulance could not make it here, and it was Old Wei who carried my son and ran for a kilometer to the hospital. But these were things that he never mentioned. When the news was reported, it immediately attracted the attention of the whole society. Actually, it wasn't only Beijing radio station who reported it. At the same time, a few other newspapers also reported it. Even the Beijing Times newspaper had printed Editor Wei's picture at a good place in its second edition. Needless to say, it must have been someone at the Beijing television station who leaked the news. It wasn't only Zhang Ye who knew people. Everyone was in the media industry and had their own networks of friends and classmates. As this matter could actually attract many people who were paying attention to the news, Editor Wei's story after his passing had been published throughout Beijing. A broadcast media and 7 or 8 newspapers were all reporting on the story. This incident had suddenly attracted so much attention that even people from other parts of the country were now concerned. This was especially so online, the place where open discussions flourished. This incident had become a subject of hot discussion in just a short while. A good person. How is there such a good person in this world? I'm touched. Compared with Father Wei, I am ashamed. Yes, those who are involved in charity, those who call themselves philanthropists, so many of them publicize their contributions after doing only one thing to show everyone what they did. They only want to gain praises about their noble acts. But are they really noble? In the past, I felt so. But now, I don't think so anymore. After knowing of Father Wei's story, I have a deeper understanding now. Kindness comes from deep within. It is a conscience of human nature. It doesn't need to be known, nor publicized. The previous poster said it well. There was also news yesterday of their television station. The person who was quite famous that wrote everything. The poet called Wang Shuixin. He's also the person in charge of a channel. Didn't he help some child to attend school? In the end, the papers were all writing about this, and everyone on the net praised him. I said this at that time, that a leader at the station doing such things should be acknowledged. But now that I think of it, compared to Father Wei, it was nothing. Rest in peace. Father Wei, we will always remember you. Hey, I heard that Father Wei had offended someone and was ill-treated until he died. What? How could that be? I heard of it too. I'm not sure if it's true, but I heard that he offended someone in the station and was made to work overtime almost every day. It wasn't that Father Wei volunteered to work overtime, because he did not get any overtime pay or bonuses. It was always deducted at the end for some reason. Is that a rumor? There's such a matter? How can this be? If it's true, I'll be damned. That is really too hateful. I can't be sure either. Just take it with a pinch of salt. However, the thread on this discussion forum was soon deleted by someone. Zhang Ye was just browsing this post and clicked on the next page only to be informed that the thread did not exist anymore. He felt his heart sinking. What does this mean? It was obvious. This was the same situation as when Zhang Ye was arrested. In the end, Beijing television station could no longer not issue a statement. They then reported on BTV News channel about editor Wei's case, stating that they did not know about his deeds. They had only found out and were very proud of this colleague. This was some skillful bullshit. How could they not have known? Including them. Although most of the other media had already reported it, it was all limited to editor Wei's deeds. With regards to the other happenings and issues, there was not a mention of them. Nothing was leaked. Even the smaller newspapers did not say much since they did not want to offend a major broadcaster like Beijing television station. This was all because of Wang Shuixin's influence. Otherwise, with editor Wei's news of him being driven to death, many newspapers would grab at the chance to publish such a story. It didn't matter if it was the truth or just grandstanding. This was still a topic of discussion. It couldn't be that no one cared. The truth was rather obvious. Zhang Ye was in the media industry, too. If he did not understand, then he would have lived for nothing. This time, someone was manipulating the discussion from behind the scenes. They only wanted the public to see the positive side of editor Wei, rather than find out the truth behind his death. That Wang Shuixin. Is this all you've got? Zhang Ye suddenly had a face of determination. All right, if no one wants to uncover the truth of this matter, if no one wants to report on it, then I will. I will bet on my job as a host. I will bet on not working in this television station anymore. I will King drag you down, Wang Shuixin. If this was just using words, Zhang Ye did not have the ability to do so, nor did his words have the strength. Even if he publicly exposed Wang Shuixin, there was a possibility that no one would believe or even care about his words. After all, he wasn't some big-shot celebrity. But if words alone did not work, it did not mean that Zhang Ye had no other ways. He had a way that others would not even think about, his poems. Zhang Ye's words were limited in effect, but Zhang Ye's poems were highly regarded. Just like when he was in the detention center, he got out precisely because of 2 poems. This was the charm of literature. Or it could be said that this was the charm of good literature. Some might think that if words don't work, would poems be able to attract attention? For Zhang Ye's situation, this was precisely the case. Citing an example, so many innocent students have died in history. Who would remember their names? Who would remember? Not many. But one of them, a female student called Lu Hejun, was well remembered by everyone in Zhang Ye's world. Why? Because Lu Sun had written an article called Remembering Miss Lu Hejun. Literature. Only literature could have such power. Zhang Ye's heart already had an idea and knew what to do. Chapter 172. Editor Wei's funeral wake begins. Today, Babaishan Revolutionary Cemetery. Today was Comrade Wei Jiangwo's memorial service. It was also the day of his cremation. Perhaps the heavens were also touched. The skies were filled with gloomy clouds, and a light drizzle fell like the heavens were weeping. Zhang Ye drove uphill and found a place to park. He saw many people around him and thought that they were here for someone else's memorial, that they were relatives and family of someone else. But when he heard them talk, he realized that more than half of these people were here for Editor Wei. Two people were talking. Friend. Yes? What's the matter? Is Father Wei's memorial service here? Yes. You need to go further uphill. You are old Wei's. No one. I am just a member of society. I was touched by Father Wei's deeds and would like to say a last goodbye to him. I would like to donate some money to his family as well. His daughter has to carry on living, and all those children are still in need of help. I just want to do something for them. Oh, then let me thank you on behalf of old Wei's daughter. No need. He was too inspiring. I should thank Father Wei instead. Donation? To help Editor Wei's family? Yet Zhang Ye knew that what they needed now was not money, but a fair judgment. This was more important than anything, and Zhang Ye was here today to fight for Editor Wei's justice. Teacher Zhang, someone shouted for him from the back. Zhang Ye turned around and saw Ho Gu and Ho Di with Xiao Lu and Da Fei. You guys are here too? It's Uncle Wei's memorial service. How could we not come? Ho Gu was consoling her at the side. Uncle Wei was such a good person. He would surely go to heaven. I hope he will be better when he is there. Xiao Lu sniffed. That's for sure, but I just can't forgive this. Uncle Wei was driven to his death. Why was no one held responsible? Ho Di suppressed his anger. Wang Shuixin is the leader. Who could do anything to him? Da Fei said, these few days, I have been exposing Wang Shuixin's deeds online, but the posts were always deleted. I'm so frustrated. Ho Gu said, they are sealing our mouths, just like they sealed Teacher Zhang's mouth in the previous incident. At this moment, a lot of people carrying camera equipments came from behind. Some newspaper journalists carrying their cameras also hurried up the hill. Seeing them, Xiao Lu said, I heard that our station's news channel has a live broadcast of the memorial when it starts. Ho Gu had a fright. What are you intending to do? Xiao Lu said hatefully, when we exposed the news online, no one paid attention or the comments got deleted. For the live broadcast, if we expose everything, they can't delete it. Won't the rest of society care then? To give Uncle Wei a final assurance? To pull down Wang Shuixin? Da Fei hurriedly said, don't you mess around. Ho Di said, right, that's a live broadcast. Don't you want to work in the television station anymore? Zhang Ye said, Xiao Lu, don't even think about it. Don't mess around. Actually, he had already decided. Dirty work? Unpleasant work? Leave it all to him. Let's go. We are going uphill. On the hill. The media reporters and cameras were already in place. The setting has all been adjusted. There's still a little more. I'm almost done. Hurry. Today's a live broadcast. Nothing can go wrong. I understand. It will be done immediately. Remember, don't make any mistakes. It has to go smoothly. The reporters were all busy. Some had already entered the memorial hall. It was a very large hall. Uncle Wei's family had not been able to afford such a big memorial hall, or even hold a memorial at all. But because the incident had attracted so much attention in society, no one knew if someone had donated the funds or whether Babaishan had even charged for the event. This was how they ended up with a big hall for the memorial event. Suddenly, a group of people came uphill. In droves, about 200 children entered. They were accompanied by their parents, totaling to around 300 people. They were all dressed in black. It's the children. The children who were helped by Uncle Wei. Quick, let's get an interview. Bring the camera. The reporters were all excited and quickly went over in groups of 3 or 5. At the side, when the people who came to attend the memorial saw this, they were feeling shocked. This whole group of people, the children and their parents who were dressed in black, had their lives touched by Editor Wei. Seeing such a large number of people, it didn't seem like anyone had given the wake a miss. Maybe Editor Wei did not put this at heart, or maybe he did not even know which child he had helped before. But all of the children had remembered him. The children would never forget him, for he had rescued them when they had nowhere else to turn to. Father Wei had reached out his old pair of hands to them in their time of need. It was almost time. The children and their parents did not give any interviews, but went straight into the memorial hall. Many of them were crying as they walked in. This made the mood even more solemn and sorrowful. "Let's go inside," Ho Gus said. Dafei nodded. "Let's go." Brother Hu and the colleagues from the television station are already inside. Xiao Lu also followed along, walking a few steps before turning her head around. "Teacher Zhang, aren't you going in?" Zhang Ye stood at this spot, not moving. "You guys go on in first. I can't stand the mood inside. I will have a smoke out here first. Don't wait for me." Ho Gu sighed. "All right then." After they left, Zhang Ye no longer kept away from the rain. He stood in the drizzle and lit up a cigarette. When the cigarette was extinguished by the rain, he would light another stick. He didn't hold an umbrella. The people arrived one by one. At last, Zhang Ye saw Wang Shuixin and his secretary arriving from a distance not too far away. There were a few people beside him as well. Seeing how they looked, he guessed that they must be the television station's leaders. The television station's leader went in first. Wang Shuixin and his secretary stayed outside to have a smoke and did not notice Zhang Ye behind them not too far away. He heard Wang Shuixin saying, "My newly composed poem. Did you bring it to them?" "I have already brought it over there," the secretary said. "I passed it to the program team last night, informing them that we will be using it at the next program. That program's ratings are quite good, so there would surely be an effect. Your poem was too well written. Every one of them is a classic." Wang Shuixin nodded. "Don't bootlick. Her. Let's go." Extinguishing the cigarette butts, the two of them went inside too. The memorial hall. They were smiling as they talked, giving no consideration to Editor Wei's death. Not only that, they even looked like they were happy. Zhang Ye's heart was now cold. "Even at this time, you can still laugh? Still thinking about your reputation? Fine. I want to see how long your reputation can last." With a step, Zhang Ye started walking towards the memorial hall. His purpose today was to bring that guy down with him. Chapter 173, Editor Wei's daughter's poem. Memorial Hall. The funeral wake began. It was filled with repression and crying, especially from the children. The crying never stopped. It even made Xiao Lu and many other female comrades tear up again. "Father Wei, why did you leave? Father Wei, please come back. I said that I would repay you when I grew up." "Why?" Sob, sob, sob. "Why did you not give me a chance to repay you? Father Wei, don't go." The scene was a mess. Some gave flowers, some queued up to pay their respects, and some even cried out loud beside Editor Wei's body and refused to leave. Seeing Editor Wei peacefully lying there, Zhang Ye also felt some blame lay with him. If he had helped Editor Wei with his tasks that night, if he had not gone home, maybe when Editor Wei suffered from his heart attack, he could have done something for him. He could have been saved, but the live broadcast is starting. Cameras, find me an angle. Capture this scene. Leave the rest to the live broadcast studios. Host. The television station and newspaper journalists all began busying themselves. At the same time, Beijing television station, BTV News Channel. Dear viewer friends, Comrade Wei Jiangwo's memorial service has begun. We can see the various station leaders, Editor Wei's colleagues, the children who have been helped by Father Wei, their parents, and various independent communities who are here to remember Father Wei. From the crying and the heavy mood in the scene, we can already feel how well-respected and loved Father Wei was when he was alive. The broadcast was now live. The live picture of the scene was on, while the audio was that of the studio's host. Then, the host said, "We will pass the live audio feed over to the scene." "Over here," Wang Shuixin asked. "The broadcast is now live." "It's live." The secretary had gone over to ask around. Even though they weren't from the same channel, they were all colleagues from Beijing television station. When he returned, he said, "It won't be fully broadcast live. Only about 10 minutes will be. But that's already almost the whole event already. His family will make a speech, and then leader will make a speech. That will take up most of the time already. It wasn't a national leader's funeral. Therefore, the service would not be that formal either." Although Wei Jiangwo's story was now very much on everyone's mind, getting a live broadcast for 10 minutes on the local Beijing television station channel was already something very privileged. A leader of Beijing television station had gone over to the cameras to supervise their work. If it was pre-recorded, then that will be fine. But as with all live broadcasts, they had to make sure everything went well. Zhang Ye, who had just entered the hall, went over to Hu Fei and Xiao Lu. Hu Fei said in a hushed voice, "The live broadcast has started. Don't talk anymore." Hoga said softly, "We understand." A woman who had been standing beside Editor Wei's body and was around 20-something years old walked forward. Because the hall was quite large and it was a live broadcast, she was handed a microphone by a television station staff member. This was to ensure that the audio could be heard during the live broadcast. This was Editor Wei's daughter. Her name was Wei Ying. Wei Ying held the microphone and stood forward, saying, "Thank you, everyone. Thank you for joining us at my father's memorial service. In the beginning, I did not want to hold this memorial service because my dad did not like extravagant things. But I still want to thank everyone for ensuring that my dad has a proper sending off with so many of you here." After speaking, she paused for a moment before saying, "Many of the reporters asked me before this if I was proud that I had a father like him. Many people would think I would be proud." Saying that, she gave a light laugh. "Actually, not at all." What is she saying? What does she want to say?" Everyone could not understand, so they whispered to each other. Wei Ying looked at them. "I have not felt a moment of pride. Ever since I was young, my father has never bought me new clothes. My mother would secretly buy them for me. When I started school, my father never showed up to any parent-teacher meeting sessions. He was always working. In his rest time, he would busy himself with picking up bottles to help other children. But me, I was not on the list of people that he would help. Even my first university tuition fees were not paid for by my father. He used it to help other children instead. I had to work part-time for 3 months, washing dishes and cleaning rooms to earn and repay the tuition fees." No one said anything. Wei Ying was calm. "Why should I be proud? What's there to be proud about? I knew my dad was a good person. I knew that his character was noble. But I never thought of him as a good father." The children that Editor Wei had helped looked down silently. Some of them did not even dare to look Wei Ying in the eye. They had an indescribable feeling in their hearts. A parent said, "We're sorry. Child, we are sorry." Another parent also began crying. For their children, Father Wei had neglected his own daughter. They could no longer face this young woman. Wei Ying said, "My words are not finished yet. Don't apologize. I am not blaming anyone." Carrying on, she looked over at the crowd and found Zhang Ye. She nodded slightly at him before saying, "My father liked teacher Zhang Ye's poems when he was alive. He liked them so much that he would read them a few times each day. I have seen them, too. One of the poems touched me a lot. This poem says what I have been unable to tell my father. And today, I need to tell him that." What did she want to say? To complain? Or to question? Everyone listened quietly. Turning around, Wei Ying looked at her father's corpse, and, after her gaze lingered on it for a long while, a tear flowed down from the corner of her eyes. She began reciting, "See me, or not. There will I stay, no sorrow, nor joy. Miss me, or not. There will affection lay, no immersion, nor dispersion. Love me, or not. There will love remain, no more, nor less. Follow me, or not. In your hand is mine." Wei Ying clasped her father's cold hands tightly. No discarding, nor departure. At this moment, many people burst into tears. This included the people present, as well as the audience in front of their televisions. Everyone might not know what sort of complicated feelings they were, nor could they experience it themselves. As they had never experienced it before, they only knew 2 things. Father Wei was a good person, and Father Wei's daughter never hated him. Zhang Ye's eyes welled up. This scene made him recall a scene in If You Are the One too. However, that was a movie and it was fiction. As for this scene, it was reality. It was happening before his very eyes. A father that was questionable in his parenting, and a very good daughter. Chapter 174, The Shocking Poem at the Funeral Wake. In front of the television, most of the audience members were brought to tears when they heard this. People began posting messages online. Weibo had set up an official trending topic about it. "What a good daughter. Why do I want to cry so much? Father Wei is so kind. He neglects his family for the greater good. But why do I feel that his daughter is the most amazing? Maybe only a person like Father Wei can teach such a child. This poem is really touching. Teacher Zhang still has such a poem? Of course. How can he not have it? This was back when he was despised by many and when he was doubted on the internet. He posted this poem for his fans. Many people analyzed it back then. Teacher Zhang Ye's "see me or not" expressed his compassion, as well as showing his concern and well wishes to his fans from the bottom of his heart. It has nothing to do with romantic feelings. If it has to do with love, then it is something more related to family love. Indeed, this poem has been used by Father Wei's daughter here. It's too appropriate. The emotions the two expressed may be different, but this poem is too good. That's right. I didn't have many feelings for it in the past. But now, listening to Father Wei's daughter's recital, I find it extremely rich. How can a poem be this beautiful? Like father, like daughter. This father and daughter are too kind. Wei Ying used Zhang Ye's poem to express her feelings for her father. After the poem, the atmosphere also became its saddest. Editor Wei's elder sister slumped on the ground, crying, "Brother, don't worry. Our family will take care of little Ying. We will not let her suffer." Editor Wei's younger brother said with a blackened face, "Brother, I know you had been suppressed in the unit all these years. You did not receive any bonuses or overtime payments. You were even ordered around to do this and that. You were driven to your death. Rest in peace. I will definitely seek justice for you." The words Editor Wei's brother said immediately changed the atmosphere. The expressions on the faces of the television station's leaders, Wang Shuixin and company, no longer looked good. As for the employees of the other television stations, they all knew that it was the truth. Momentarily, everyone looked in Wang Shuixin's direction. The Beijing television station's camera was quick to respond as they cut off the signal temporarily. But even though they were quick to react, the words had been broadcast. The host quickly changed the subject and evaded the topic. However, the audience members were no fools. They immediately felt that something was amiss. What did he just say? Father Wei was driven to his death. He never received any bonuses? He did not even get any overtime payments? How's that possible? That's right. Didn't the news say that? Father Wei always volunteered to work overtime to earn money to help the children? But didn't he get any money working overtime? Are you sure? Is that nonsense? I think it's true. That is Father Wei's relative. He would not speak nonsense. How can they not know of what's going on? They definitely know more than us. So there's something fishy about it. Holy sh*t. Who is it? Who drove Father Wei to his death? Do you remember that, back then, there were people on the internet saying that there was something underlying this matter? They said that a leader was abusing his power for a private reason, making Father Wei work overtime every day. This caused Father Wei's heart to act up. He died out of fatigue, not because of a disease. But in the end, that post was deleted very quickly. I remember it as well. That's right. I just saw the first page, and it was deleted. I recall it now. There must be some conspiracy. Father Wei's death isn't that simple. I'm enraged. I'm really angry. Someone can actually persecute such a good person. No way. I can't bear this any further. We must seek justice for Father Wei. Who is the person that drove Father Wei to his death? I want to King kill him. The crowd was in a frenzy. Many of the audience who watched the live broadcast went to the Beijing television station's official website's message board to curse. At the funeral wake, Editor Wei's brother was still cursing that bunch of bastards. I will find every one of you who caused my brother's death. Zhang Ye and many people had noticed that the lights to the cameras had gone off. Clearly, the live broadcast had been halted. Wei Ying said, "Uncle, it's pointless. They are leaders and officials. We can't beat them." Editor Wei's sister also erupted at this moment. "We'll fight even if we can't. I don't believe it. I don't believe that this world is without reason. I don't believe that no one will help us seek justice. My brother can't die for nothing. He can't die for nothing." The scene went out of control once again. After quite a long disruption, the sequence of events carried on. Noticing that the scene had calmed down a bit, a staff member for the memorial service picked up a script and read from it. Next, we invite Wei Jiangwo's leader, Beijing television station's Arts Channel's director Wang Shuixin, to give a eulogy. Wang Shuixin? He was the one reading the eulogy? Ho Gu, Xiao Lu and company were dumbfounded before their faces turned cold. Zhang Ye's eyes also narrowed into a tiny gap. It was not surprising if one gave it some thought. Wang Shuixin was a person who liked to show off and build his reputation. He was probably dying to have a chance to show his face. Besides, he was Editor Wei's direct superior, so it was normal for him to do it. However, Those who knew the actual situation were provoked and furious. It was Wang Shuixin who drove Editor Wei to his death. Yet here he was giving the eulogy? Isn't this disgusting? Won't this prevent Editor Wei from resting in peace after his death? How can you do that? Wang Shuixin didn't think much of it. He picked up his script, which was already prepared. This sequence of events seemed like it was decided by the television station staff earlier on. Xiao Lu also scolded softly. Old bastard. Da Fei was also furious. He actually has the gall to go up? Don't worry. He will definitely go to hell when he dies. Hou Gu also cursed. Hu Fei did not even want to see any of this. At this moment, he felt that even if Wang Shuixin was a bastard, he would not have gone up to make the eulogy. Do you even have any respect for the dead? Do you even have any compassion to the family members of the deceased? Editor Wei is already dead. Yet, you are rubbing salt on their wounds? This was no longer the actions of a jerk. In Hu Fei's opinion, he felt that Wang Shuixin had already lost his basic humanity. Was showing his face on television that important? Even after his death, you still insist on seeking revenge for your son? You still want to disgust Editor Wei? You never treated Editor Wei as human, so you didn't care for the eulogy. Why didn't you feel the need to decline? What are you doing here? Wei Ying was the first person to flare up. Editor Wei's brother also clearly knew that it was Wang Shuixin who had driven his brother to his death. He pointed at his nose. Get the hell out of here. Get lost. A few members of the staff immediately came to persuade them. Don't be like that. The live broadcast is going to be resumed soon. Is there some misunderstanding? What are you doing? Calm down. Let's finish the memorial service first. However, Editor Wei's family members refused to listen. They went up to push Wang Shuixin off. Wang Shuixin frowned. He then whispered a few words to the secretary beside him. Following that, a few staff members from the television station, as well as Wang Shuixin's cronies, persuaded Wei Ying and Editor Wei's family. They were pushed to a corner in the end. This was Editor Wei's memorial service. Yet you kicked Editor Wei's family to a corner? When people saw this, they felt like their lungs were about to explode from anger. A leader from the Beijing television station did not like seeing this. He knew that there was an incident with the live broadcast just now, and they could not allow such a similar scene from happening again. The live broadcast resumed. The scene was that of Wang Shuixin holding the microphone. Hello, everyone. I am Wei Jiangwo's direct superior, Wang Shuixin. Wang Shuixin read the script with a heavy heart. The death of Comrade Wei Jiangwo hurts our hearts. Your heart hurts? Hurting my ass. Please have a bit of conscience. You shouldn't have gone up to speak. Hou Gu rolled up his sleeves about to rush up to beat him, but he was quickly held back by his younger brother. Xiao Lu looked around. Where's Teacher Zhang? Where did Teacher Zhang go? I can't see him. Da Fei said curiously. He was just here a while ago. Not far away. Zhang Ye had squeezed towards Wei Ying and company. He looked at Wei Ying and reached out, taking Wei Ying's microphone away. Wei Ying was stunned as she looked deeply at Zhang Ye. Zhang Ye also glanced at her and smiled. It was as if Wei Ying figured out something as she gently nodded at him. A subordinate of the leader noticed this, and his expression changed. Teacher Zhang, what are you doing? Zhang Ye ignored him and turned towards the stage where Wang Shuixin was. A few of the television station's staff knew of Zhang Ye's bad temper. They said in a panic, Teacher Zhang, don't mess things up. This is a live broadcast. If something happens, no one can bear the responsibility. At the Silver Microphone Awards, Zhang Ye's words had dumbfounded quite a number of his peers. It caused a big commotion. But ultimately, the Silver Microphone Awards was not a public award ceremony. There was no recording of it. Also, at the Beijing couplet competition where Zhang Ye cursed, that was just a live broadcast on the internet. There was little impact. But today, it was a live broadcast. And it was a live broadcast on television. They did not expect Zhang Ye to grab the microphone. What was he going to do? The chaos here quickly caught the attention of many. Many people looked at Zhang Ye with surprised expressions. No one knew what he was going to do. You, Teacher Zhang, you are. At this moment, no one doubted Zhang Ye's mouth and pen. His mouth could curse a person to death, and his pen could place a period on a person's life. Everyone knew of Zhang Ye's abilities. A person from the television station exclaimed in terror, Hurry, grab the microphone back. Wang Shuixin did not notice the chaos. He was still reading from the script, and the cameras were pointed at him. Wei Jiangwo's may have passed away, but at this moment, Zhang Ye had switched the microphone on. He sneered coldly as he rudely interrupted Wang Shuixin's eulogy. When Uncle Wei was still alive, he asked me for a calligraphy piece. Back then, I said I would give it to him the next day, but the next day became forever. I owe Uncle Wei a poem. Today, I will pay off my debt. Wang Shuixin said angrily, I'm giving my eulogy. You can leave the matter. Zhang Ye looked at Wang Shuixin. When some people live, they are already dead. Wang Shuixin was dumbfounded. The remaining eulogy was held in his mouth. Zhang Ye ignored the surprising glares of the people around him as he slowly walked towards Editor Wei as he softly said, When some people die, they are still alive. It was a poem. It was a modern poem. Just the first 2 lines made everyone draw a gasp. Wang Shuixin was furious. He never expected Zhang Ye to mess things up during a live recording. He was even pointing at him, saying that despite him being alive, he was actually dead. Zhang Ye, you! Wang Shuixin shouted. Zhang Ye did not look at him as he coldly carried on. Some people stand on the masses' shoulders and say, I am mighty. Looking back at Editor Wei's corpse, some people bend over and let others ride on their backs. Everyone present turned silent. The audience members in front of the television sets were mesmerized by this. Zhang Ye knew that once he recited this poem, he would definitely not be able to remain at the television station. However, he was not afraid. He had never been afraid ever since he was young. He stared at Wang Shuixin and hissed. Some people engrave their names on a rock to immortalize themselves. Some people want nothing more than to be wild grass that grows with the earth. For some people, their life makes other lives impossible. For some people, their life improves the lives of many others. At this point, Zhang Ye's tone suddenly turned angry, as his speed suddenly increased. He continuously shouted out the remaining words without a pause. The one who rides on the people's shoulders will eventually be brought down by the people. The one who lets the people ride on his back will forever be remembered by the people. The one who engraves his own name in rock will see their name rot faster than a corpse. Only in the places where the wind reaches will green grass bloom. The one who lives to prevent others from living will have their end witnessed. The one who lives to help others live. His speed suddenly slowed down as Zhang Ye looked towards Wang Shuixin as he pointed at Editor Wei's corpse and enunciated every word. Will be held in high esteem by the people, forever. Chapter 175. Wang Shuixin gets beaten up. Did you switch off the cameras? I didn't. I forgot to. Quickly switch it off. It's a live broadcast. It's too late. It has already been broadcast. Who knew that he would suddenly grab the microphone? Damn it. What is this teacher Zhang Ye doing? Why is it that, at every such occasion, he doesn't feel good if he doesn't mess things up? What do I do now? What can we do after it has been broadcast? There's nothing that we can do. The Beijing television station crew that was in charge of the live broadcast was in chaos. However, others were silent, especially the television station staff who knew the truth. For example, Hu Fei, Xiao Lu, as well as the other colleagues of the Arts Channel. They were all staring at Zhang Ye in a dumbfounded fashion. There was nothing in their ears but the reverberation of the shocking poem. After Zhang Ye finished his poem, he paused for a few seconds before gently saying, This poem is called Some People. Today, I'm dedicating it to Uncle Wei. This is my eulogy. Eulogy? This isn't some King eulogy? Wang Shuixin's secretary nearly fainted from agitation. It was clearly a King piece of poetry that cursed at someone. Bullsh T eulogy. Wang Shuixin also nearly blew a fuse. Before he could catch a breath, his body wavered after being cursed at by the poem. He nearly lost his footing on the stage. Zhang Ye, are you trying to perish together with me? Wang Shuixin's face was pale. He didn't think Zhang Ye had such courage. He thought that even if Zhang Ye was lawless usually, he had to have concerns deep down in his heart. For example, about his job, his position as lecturer and host for the television station. But only at this moment did Wang Shuixin realize that he had thought wrongly of Zhang Ye. He had underestimated how great a hooligan Zhang Ye was. He had a temper that was worse than any hooligan. This job was not something Zhang Ye cared about. Hu Fei and Xiao Lu immediately knew of Zhang Ye's resoluteness. They knew that teacher Zhang Ye no longer planned on working at Beijing television station. Teacher Zhang. This teacher little Zhang. Hu Fei let out a loud sigh. He was filled with complex emotions. Actually, when the first line of the poem was recited, a few of them wanted to stop Zhang Ye. But after some hesitation, none of them spoke a word. This was because Hu Fei, Xiao Lu and company knew that this was the resoluteness of teacher Zhang Ye and his own judgment. They could only respect his wishes. In front of the television, the live broadcast signal had been cut off. The host that was in the live broadcast studio was feeling faint as he tried to remedy the situation. Some People is a very good poem. My colleague, Zhang Ye, has created another great work. All right, the memorial service's live broadcast will come to the end. Following that, commercials were broadcast. However, how could the audience just ignore it? Who could be that silly? Everyone could tell what was going on. On Weibo, Zhang Ye's Some People was immediately reproduced. There were all sorts of swearing below the post by netizens. There's a conspiracy. F***K. Father Wei was really driven to his death. Is it that Wang Shuixin person? It's him. Teacher Zhang Ye's poem makes it very clear. Wang Shuixin, isn't he the person that was reported in the newspaper as a sponsor of a child's education? He seems to be a poet. I remember his everything in a textbook when I was in school. Everything counts for ass. Did you not hear of teacher Zhang's This Is Also Everything? It was to refute Wang Shuixin. He has produced another poem now. Some People is really well written. That's right. I got AF *** king kick listening to it. When some people live, they are already dead. When some people die, they are still alive. Classic. Too classic. Only a person with such a literary level like teacher Zhang Ye can write such a thing. Supporting Zhang Ye. Curse that Wang Shuixin to death. Let Wang Shuixin step down. Pursue his legal responsibilities. Seek redress for Father Wei. Right, seek redress for Father Wei. Let this kind of person who stands on the masses' shoulders come down. He even got newspapers to report on him sponsoring children. He just sponsored a single child, and he announced it to the whole world. This one guy wants to be immortalized? What a joke. People will pull you down. Teacher Zhang Ye's poem is perfect for this. It's a great way of contrasting Father Wei's kindness and Wang Shuixin's ugliness. There's no need for people to pull him down. Just Zhang Ye's Some People is enough to completely smear his reputation. In the future, when anyone mentions Some People, it might be years later when this enters our textbooks, since it will be a poem that lasts the ages. They will think of its origins, as well as think of two people, Father Wei and Wang Shuixin. That Wang guy even wants to be famous through the ages? It's more like he will be infamous for 10,000 years. People like Wang Shuixin should die a horrible death. That's right. Teacher Zhang said it the best. People like him may be living, but he is in fact already dead. With the great poem setting off the situation, Wang Shuixin had caused a public outcry. Everyone formed groups to attack him. The reason why people were enraged was partly because Wang Shuixin had really done such a terrible deed. But a greater reason was because of Zhang Ye's Some People. This great production had lit the flames of the public's anger. Zhang Ye had previously used his world's Nobel laureate, Mo Yan's words, the greatest function of literature is perhaps its lack of function. Some People was written by a contemporary poet from his world, Zhang Ye. It was included in the textbooks perennially. It was an emotive poem written to commemorate Lu Xun's 13th death anniversary. The poem was a comparison between two people. It was expressing the highest respect to Mr. Lu Xun. It expressed one's anger by mercilessly exposing individuals who lord themselves over the people. The uniqueness of the poem came from its philosophical theme. People lived for the better good. Of course, this was Zhang Ye's version, and it was the message he wanted to express. Zhang Ye's poem today was not a eulogy. The main goal was not to praise and honor Editor Wei. Today, he recited Some People, mainly to express his anger at people like Wang Shuixin. Yes, just like how most people present understood it. He was scolding someone. It was the same with dead water. Tieba, Zhang Ye's nest. Hurry and watch the TV. It's already over. I have already seen it. I also happened to tune into Beijing News Channel. I didn't expect to see teacher Zhang Ye astound the masses. It's another divine production. It's a divine production similar to Dead Water, My Confession, and Prisoner's Song. It's all used to scold someone. Haha, I got a kick out of that. Where? Give me a link. Wait a moment. It will definitely appear on the web soon. Right. There's no way to hide this matter. I recommend that all of you to first go on Weibo. In a while, go watch the video. The matter has stirred up quite a storm. Zhang Ye's temper was no good, and his personality matched it. He wasn't the type that was especially endearing. Not to mention he lacked the superficial skills like Heavenly Queen Zhang Yuanqi, hence many people had their doubts about him. However, this Tieba page was Zhang Ye's fan club. The people gathered here were those who liked Zhang Ye. They even liked it when Zhang Ye did some wicked things that could upset a grandma. They were people who were afraid that the world was too organized. Didn't you see? The former life of Zhang Ye's fan club was actually a troll army who cursed others in a war of words as they had nothing better to do. If the fan clubs of others were called orthodox armies, Zhang Ye's fan club might more appropriately be called bandits. Upon noticing that Zhang Ye had stirred up a storm, none of them worried for Zhang Ye. In fact, they were crying with excitement. Teacher Zhang Ye has gotten into trouble again. Haha, delightful. I have been waiting for this day for too long. Teacher Zhang had just been released from the police station for only a few days. Why has he gotten himself into trouble just a few days of being released? And he even interrupted a live broadcast to scold his leader? But I like it. Waha. It's time for us to put in our efforts. Brothers, to arms. I heard of that Wang Shuixin. He was the father of the person teacher Zhang Ye beat up previously. No wonder there was so much censoring regarding the discussion previously. It's because of this Wang Shuixin. After messing with teacher Zhang Ye, he drove a good person like Father Wei to his death? Bastard. Let's go. Let's destroy the television station's official website. My large saber is again unable to endure the thirst. Big Saber Bro is here too. Our strongest combat power has gathered. There's enough people. To arms. This time, Zhang Ye's fan club was not fighting alone. A large number of people from Beijing independently came charging at the Beijing television station's discussion board to curse at Wang Shuixin. The post was deleted? One was deleted, but they posted 100. The matter had stirred up too great a storm this time. This was a bigger issue than when Zhang Ye was arrested. It was normal. That time, Zhang Ye's matter had been revealed on the web, but this time, it was a live broadcast on television. It was BTV News Channel. The entire city of Beijing could receive it. The number of people who paid attention to it was naturally tens of times greater. There was chaos online. There was chaos at the funeral wake, too. After the 100 or so children and their parents who had received help from Father Wei heard Zhang Ye's poem, they made the connection with how a relative of Father Wei had shouted that he was driven to his death. They were immediately enlightened. They did not know about the treatment Father Wei had received in the television station previously. As it was a live broadcast, they had not reacted in time when the staff had pushed Father Wei's family to a corner. Now, these people immediately turned furious. Suddenly, the children and their parents rushed towards Wang Shuixin and surrounded him. That was a few hundred people. Wang Shuixin was scared silly. What are you doing? What do you want? Return to us, Father Wei. You bastard. Why did you kill Father Wei? Zhang Ye was also on the stage and was not that far from Wang Shuixin. He naturally also squeezed into the crowd. Below, Wang Shuixin's secretary as well as many of Wang Shuixin's cronies were in a rush to squeeze forward. They were trying to save Director Wang, but there were too many people. They could not squeeze through. They could not even see Wang Shuixin's figure through the dense crowd. Leader, Director, stop, move away. The secretary and the others shouted along the exterior perimeter. Zhang Ye was quite a vile person. Seeing that line of sight had been mostly obscured, this fellow squeezed towards Wang Shuixin as he shouted, "Ouch! Hey, don't squeeze. All of you, don't squeeze." The children around him were surprised. They were more than willing to thank him for speaking up for Father Wei, so no one was pushing him. Who would dare to push you? Did someone bump into Teacher Zhang? Or did someone step on Teacher Zhang's feet? The surrounding children and parents quickly took a step back. They were very respectful to a person who dared to speak up for Father Wei, and a teacher who Father Wei liked a lot when he was still alive. However, what made them gasp was that even though no one was close to Zhang Ye, this asshole actually staggered forward, being pushed towards Wang Shuixin. Then, Zhang Ye did a move that dumbfounded them. Wang Shuixin was facing the children and their parents with a look of apprehension. He did not pay attention to anything else. I'm telling you, get away from me. Don't you believe that I'll report it to the police? In the end, it was as if Zhang Ye lost his footing and his body slanted and, with a stumble, he stepped on Wang Shuixin's feet. What sort of physique did Wang Shuixin have? He led a sedentary life in the office all day long. As for Zhang Ye, what physique did he have? He was a person who had eaten many experience books in Taekwondo. Wang Shuixin bellowed out a cry of pain and immediately fell to the ground. Don't push me, Zhang Ye shouted loudly. Then, it seemed like he panicked to stabilize himself, as his shoe came trampling down on Wang Shuixin's face. Ah! Wang Shuixin shouted out loudly. Zhang Ye's feet slipped again, and once again missed his footing, and stepped on Wang Shuixin's belly. Ah! Wang Shuixin nearly spat out his gastric juices. He was in such great pain that his eyeballs rolled upward. Seeing this, a young boy immediately understood teacher Zhang Ye's intentions as he shouted, "Beat him up!" And he went up to kick Wang Shuixin. But the moment that he lifted his foot, Zhang Ye's foot also quietly lifted up and diverted the strength from the boy's foot. He then shook his head gently at him. Everyone understood upon seeing this. Teacher Zhang Ye, you. The children and parents were awed by this. Teacher Zhang Ye did not want them to make a move, for he was afraid that the police would give them trouble. To protect them, teacher Zhang Ye wanted to do all the dirty work himself. If there was an investigation, it would only affect Zhang Ye himself. At this moment, these children and parents finally understood why Father Wei liked teacher Zhang Ye's works so much. It was because, be it his works or personality, teacher Zhang Ye was a person worthy of respect. Playing dirty? Sneak attacks? This may seem like wicked in the eyes of others and should be something despised and looked down upon. But at this moment, for some reason, in the eyes of these children and parents, they felt that teacher Zhang Ye was very great. People could still see, as there were gaps. From Hu Fei, Xiao Lu, and Ho Ji's position, they could clearly see how Zhang Ye was being pushed to the point of kicking Wang Shuixin. Xiao Lu nearly spat out blood. Ho Gu and Da Fei rolled their eyes. This teacher Zhang, why are you so wicked? With such bearings, how are you in any way like that of a great poet? In what way do you look like an esteemed lecturer of history? However, upon giving it some thought, they nearly burst out into laughter. Wang Shuixin was really someone who deserved a beating. Offending teacher Zhang Ye could be considered bad luck accumulated from 8 lives ago. Brother Hu. Xiao Lu gave her leader a worried glance. What? Hu Fei clearly saw Zhang Ye's actions. Yet he turned his head with a questioning look, as if he did not know a thing. Xiao Lu exclaimed, nothing. Chapter 176. The police station does not dare arrest Zhang Ye. 5 minutes later, the crowd dispersed from the memorial hall. Wang Shuixin was lying on the floor with bruises all over. His body and face had shoe marks all over. It could said that he looked miserable as he laid there whining and groaning. Director Wang. Io, how are you doing? Wang Shuixin's secretary and a few other staffs who were close to him rushed forward. 2 of them helped him up while another checked through his injuries. Luckily, he had no fractures. But these injuries were enough to let Wang Shuixin suffer. As a television station leader, when had he ever been beaten up like this before? Sitting in the office all day and lacking exercise, he was naturally weaker than other people. He could not even stand up properly. The secretary looked around at the hundreds of children and parents, saying, "Who was it? Who beat him up? Stand forward. You are all too much. Is there any law?" The children kept quiet. Zhang Ye stood forwards. "Why are you King shouting at the children? You shout at me." Seeing Zhang Ye, the furious secretary unconsciously took a step back. After today's incident, many people, including him, had a new impression of Zhang Ye. They knew how bad his temper could get. Zhang Ye looked at him and said, "No one hit him. No one even touched him. Because so many people were gathered together just now, even I was pushed around quite a bit. I might have accidentally stepped on Director Wang a few times. But it was an accident I tell you. At most, it was a stampede incident." Wang Shuixin angrily roared and shouted at Zhang Ye. "He was the one who kicked me." Zhang Ye innocently said, "Director Wang, you are a television station leader. You should not tell lies. Where did I kick you? It was all an accident. And you even touched me, too. Right, I can be the witness." Me too. It was just an accident. The few hundred children and their parents all stood forward as witnesses. Wang Shuixin was so angry that he was almost out of breath. Call the police. Hu Fei's eyes turned cold. At this moment, he was utterly disappointed by that leader, Wang Shuixin. A few of the television station's leaders all looked at each other. Some frowned. Some shook their heads slightly. Finally, they decided to leave and did not stay any longer. This was someone's funeral. This was Babaishan Cemetery. It was a resting place for the dead. No matter what the situation was, you could have talked about it later. At least let the family finish up the memorial service and cremate the body before taking any action. But because of your own selfish pursuits, you didn't care for a thing at all? Actually, some of the station leaders had a good impression of Wang Shuixin. He was very good at interpersonal relationships, and his work aptitude was very strong. Hence, when his son caused trouble, they closed an eye. However, when Zhang Ye's poem was recited, a few station leaders and deputies knew that Wang Shuixin probably was not someone that they could keep around. That some people was too ruthless. They were all in the media and news industry, so they knew how big a commotion that poem would cause. If it were any other person who cried for injustice and cursed Wang Shuixin, they would at most be thought of as a troublemaker making a scene. This would still be easy to explain. But Zhang Ye had been too wicked, using a poem that was so incessant. The mess that it had created was not easy to clear up at all. If they had wanted to protect Wang Shuixin at all costs, there was still a way. But when Wang Shuixin shouted out to report to the police, and the station leaders all knew what they had to do, this kind of person was not worth protecting anymore. Look at the crowd's reaction. Look at the station colleagues' reaction. Even those working under you at your channel were happy that you were beaten up. Your position as a leader has surely come to an end now. If you want to blame the poem, some people. Sometimes, a poem, a simple literary work, could really make a person infamous. No one could save you now. As some people left, the memorial service continued. The station leaders had left, and the cameras were taken away. The secretary held Wang Shuixin as they walked outside. Those irritants had all left the hall. Wei Ying looked at Zhang Ye and walked over to his side. She suddenly bowed deeply. Teacher Zhang, thank you. With you helping my father to seek justice, with your some people, I believe that he can now rest in peace. If he knew that you dedicated such a poem of the ages to him, he would definitely be very happy. Zhang Ye smiled. Uncle Wei does not place importance on such things. Wei Ying and the Wei family knew how great an importance this poem had. Wei Jiangwo was a quiet person in life, and he had received unfair treatment at work. Although he had received quite a bit of attention with his passing, they knew that it was just momentary. In a few days or months, people might forget about him. But now, with Zhang Ye's work, the situation was no longer the same. With such a great poem passed down, generation after generation of people will know and similarly remember the name Wei Jiangwo. He was unknown in life, but he would be remembered in death. This was the greatest consolation and remembrance for Father Wei. A poem was worth 1,000 pieces of gold. To try to value some people was impossible. It could not be valued with money. Zhang Ye did not give this poem to anyone, but only to Wei Jiangwo. Wei Ying, who was Wei Jiangwo's daughter, naturally felt grateful from her heart. And she also knew that for Zhang Ye to dedicate this poem on the live broadcast, he would have a price to pay. Zhang Ye was helping her father to seek redress, to let more people know about the issue. By doing so, he had also burned his bridges. He was going to lose his job. No leader could bear with having a time bomb in their organization. Zhang Ye had sacrificed everything, including his fame and his career, just to help her father. Was this not worth a thank you? Was this not worth a bow? Wei Ying could not even express the gratefulness she had. She could only express it through these actions to thank Zhang Ye. Eulogy, cremation, placement of urn. After all the procedures were completed, everyone came outside. Zhang Ye was at the back of the group, consoling Wei Ying and accompanying editor Wei's family from Babaishan Cemetery to the front entrance, getting ready to go down the hill. At this moment, a few uniformed policemen from the station arrived. Who called the police? It's us. Who did you say beat someone up? What's the situation? It's that man. Just now at the memorial service, he hit someone and injured him. Wang Shuixin's secretary busily explained the situation to the police. He was extremely agitated. As a policeman was listening to him, a younger policeman felt that the scene looked a little familiar. This place. Wasn't it broadcast on BTV News channel earlier? The person who was beaten up was giving a eulogy just now, and the man whom the secretary was accusing. Wasn't it Zhang Ye? He was having his lunch break when he saw it all on TV, so he immediately grasped the situation. The old policeman checked on Wang Shuixin's injuries and thought that they weren't too serious. But he did seem to be breaking out in a cold sweat as he sat there, thinking it might not be a light injury. Why didn't you call the ambulance? We didn't want that person to run away, Wang Shuixin's secretary said. After you arrest him, we will immediately go to the hospital. A parent came forward to say, Teacher Zhang did not hit anyone. Everyone was crowded together, so it might have been an accidental bump. What do you mean by someone kicked you? A child said. Suddenly, the hundreds of children and their parents were noisily defending Zhang Ye. Right. Who saw Teacher Zhang hitting you? Who saw it? The secretary hissed. I saw it. You saw a fart. So many of us didn't see anything. You still want to make a false statement? Said a dozen of the parents who then crowded around them. The old policeman was startled. Why? Are there so many people? A few hundred witnesses? And they were all testifying for that person? Why was this person so familiar? Inspector Feng, the young policeman whispered to him. The old policeman turned around. Why is that person so familiar looking? The young policeman did not know whether to laugh or to cry. That is Zhang Ye, the one who recently caused a commotion at the police station. The old policeman was stunned. Another policewoman who was with them wiped the sweat off her forehead. That's him, for sure. My dad and mom watch him on lecture room every day. Wang Shuixin urged. Hurry up and arrest him. Wang Shuixin's secretary was afraid that he would hit them again. Comrade police, what are you waiting for? The old policeman initially wanted to arrest the suspect and bring him back to the station, but upon hearing that the person was Zhang Ye, he looked at Wang Shuixin and company. I don't think your injuries are serious. It's not a big deal. The injuries are superficial. You just need to apply some medicine. Since it's not a serious matter, I suggest you sort it out among yourselves. Why did you even call 110? Wang Shuixin was furious. He hit me. The old policeman puckered his lips, saying, but a few hundred witnesses can vouch for him. Did you see wrongly? With so many witnesses, we can't arrest him. This does not comply with our procedures. All right, you should quickly go to the hospital and get yourself looked at. As for these injuries, you didn't need to call the police for that. It was crowded, so a stampede could happen easily. He then instructed his team. Let's go. Case dismissed. Wang Shuixin was red with anger. All of you. The secretary also shouted. Is there still any law? Is there any law? The young policeman who knew about the incident muttered. A good person like Father Wei has already been driven to death by you all. Is there any law? The police left after walking one round. Seeing that, Zhang Ye and company walked past Wang Shuixin, who was sitting on the floor. They went their separate ways to their homes. The others, who had to go back to the office, also went back. Serves you right. Serves you right for getting beaten up. A few Arts Channel staff members thought that to themselves. Wang Shuixin was left there with nowhere to turn to for help. When had he ever received such treatment? Never before. He had obviously been beaten up. But no one cared. The police did not bother to. There was a time when all of these things would happen to people that Wang Shuixin did not like. When Zhang Ye beat up his son, he would deal with Zhang Ye. When Editor Wei beat up his son, he would deal with Editor Wei. As long as anyone offended him, he would deal with them. Firstly, he knew people from the police departments. Secondly, he was a leader in the media industry, so it was easy to manipulate public opinion. But today, this was all happening to Wang Shuixin himself. Even though everyone knew that Zhang Ye had purposely beaten him up, he had still lost the trust of the public. No one would step forward to speak up for him anymore. He had been totally betrayed. Good. Wait and see, all of you. Wang Shuixin could only say that to himself. But he knew that those words were powerless now. The station leaders had already left. Wang Shuixin had a bad feeling from the station leaders' looks. Don't talk about dealing with Zhang Ye. He could barely protect himself now. Zhang Ye's method of willing to perish together had now pushed Wang Shuixin to the road of no return. At the bottom of the hill, in the police car, the policewoman felt that something wasn't right. Inspector Feng, are we really not arresting him? The young policeman grunted. Who do we arrest? It's already not bad that we didn't arrest that Wang Shuixin. Father Wei was driven to his death by him. Did you not watch the television just now? The policewoman hesitated. But we have been summoned, so we should at least bring them back for investigation, right? After all, someone did make a police report, and he was also injured. The leader, Inspector Feng, glanced at her. If you want to bring him away or arrest him, fine. You can arrest that Zhang Ye and bring him anywhere you like, as long as you don't bring him to our police station. The policewoman exclaimed, Why is that so? The young policeman said, Don't you know about that Zhang Ye? I know him. Isn't he just a program's host? The policewoman said. The young policeman said in a speechless manner, Then you are too behind the times. Just a while ago, a police station had arrested Zhang Ye. Later on, it was proven that he had been wronged. In the end, Zhang Ye recited a poem and wrote a poem in the police station and caused all sorts of turmoil for them. In the end, even the city council's disciplinary agency nearly investigated the station's superintendent. That superintendent was nearly dismissed. I still remember a few lines of the poem. Something about a bloodied bayonet. Something about a door open to a dog. Each line was more ruthless than the other. You want to arrest Zhang Ye? Do you think we aren't in a big enough mess? If he were to write about how he doesn't fear the bloodied bayonet or cruel torture in our station, can you even handle it? The policewoman exclaimed, I heard of that matter. It was all because of that average-looking person? No way. He looks pretty good. Inspector Feng also puckered his lips. Good-looking, my ass. He's just a hooligan. Anyone can arrest this kind of person, as long as they don't bring him to our station. We can't handle the suffering brought forth by him. One moment, it's a revolutionary poem. The next moment, it's living in the fire for eternity. Who can stand that? The young policeman added on. Just now, on the live broadcast of Father Wei's memorial service on television, didn't you heard that some people cursed that Wang Shuixin, who was beaten up to pieces? I think that Wang guy will never be able to liberate himself again. With this poem repressing him, he will be reviled by people all his life. Do you now know how powerful that Zhang Ye's mouth is? That person can come up with a poem on a whim. Every one of them are earth-shattering. It catches you off guard. Inspector Feng said. Anyway, anyone can care about it, just not us. Chapter 177. The News Evaluation of Zhang Ye. At night, when BTV News Channel was replayed, there was no footage or mention of Father Wei's memorial event. Not a single word was mentioned of it. This was the expected reaction and also what the television station needed to do, because they had to uphold the reputation of the station. Whether it be Wang Shuixin's case or Zhang Ye causing trouble at the live broadcast, it was considered an internal issue, and such dirty linen should not be aired in public. But the newspapers did not hold back. This was even more so for the news online. They were all reporting on the matter. Zhang Ye, a rare occurrence in the media industry who dares to speak out. This was a free media blog-like news site. Typically, official media and newspapers would speak more officially, but free media blogs had no such concerns. The article was written in this manner. Many people do not have a high evaluation of Zhang Ye. Peers from his industry especially ostracize him, but that does not include me. My evaluation of teacher Zhang Ye is very high. I think he is the most daring to speak out amongst all the Beijing broadcast hosts. He does not hide or withhold. He speaks out whatever he thinks of. When he sees injustice, he would care about it. It is similar to his work ethic. He does not consider the consequences or the impact that he would create. He would first do it before any discussion. In Zhang Ye's analysis of the Three Kingdoms, he had said this of Cao Cao. He was a lovable arch-careerist. This is what I say of teacher Zhang Ye. He is a lovable media hooligan. Live justice. Father Wei's death mystery. Who condoned a leader like Wang Shuixin? The report was written like this. When some people live, they are already dead. When some people die, they are still alive. I did not watch the live broadcast at first, but saw this poem on the first page of Weibo, in the 6th position. When I finished reading the first paragraph of this poem, I had goosebumps all over. My first thought at that moment was, what kind of a talent could write such a wonderful verse? Only after reading the whole poem did my mind come up with a name, Zhang Ye. And when I saw the author's name at the end, it was really him. I laughed. Perhaps only Zhang Ye, who had written Dead Water and Prisoner's Song, could write such a poem. I don't know if Beijing Writers Association are regretting their decisions now. and neither do I know if there is still anyone who would deny Zhang Ye's literary standards. With just some people, it has ignited the anger of many people. A trend of justice for Father Wei has been going around since this morning. Hand over the murderer. Such a leader has to step down. Wang Shuixin, let him get lost. If such a person does not get punished, it will be an injustice. Revenge for Father Wei. Justice for Father Wei. The angry crowd vented their anger everywhere. Some even attached a picture of Zhang Ye's some people in full. Suddenly, a law firm announced a piece of news. Tonight, Father Wei's daughter Wei Ying has hired our law firm to launch legal proceedings against Wang Shuixin. All right, support. Sue him, right? Let him take legal responsibilities. Abusing his staff through work, withholding overtime pay and bonuses, causing death. It's not enough even if Wang Shuixin goes to prison. He has to compensate money, too. In front of the computer, Zhang Ye, who had returned home, had also seen this. He knew that Wang Shuixin was finished. Compensation would happen for sure, and if the prosecutors investigated, a jail term was also likely. This grandson would surely no longer be allowed to work at the television station anymore. He would also be condemned for life. Who would dare take him? The incident was so big that even if he could find another job, he will surely be scolded to death by others. Zhang Ye was also well aware that he himself would no longer be able to work at the television station. The poem Some People that was recited live on television was a double-edged sword. It could harm others, but it would also harm him. But Zhang Ye was ready to face the consequences. Ring, ring, ring. The telephone kept ringing. Zhang Ye saw that the call was from his mother, so he answered, "Mom, you rascal. I've been calling you for the entire afternoon. Why didn't you answer?" his mother said angrily. Zhang Ye explained, "I had to attend Editor Wei's funeral in the afternoon, so it was on silent." His mother said in an upset manner, "What's the issue about the live broadcast? Did you scold your leader again? Are you addicted to scolding your leaders? Previously it happened, and now it happened again? Your dad said that you definitely would not be keeping your job after what you said. Is that true?" Zhang Ye acknowledged, "I guess so." His mother said, "But you've only started working at the television station for how long? You just found a good job, and now you are going to be unemployed again? Can you let me worry less? Can you?" Zhang Ye puckered his lips. "You won't understand. This was something that I had to do. If I don't have a job, I can find another, but I won't allow them to go scot-free. I can't lose my integrity." "Integrity, my ass. You are just faking it." Mom scolded. Zhang Ye said, "Anyway, it has already happened, so don't bother about it. Also, let Dad know that he doesn't need to worry. Are you afraid that your son can't find a job?" Mom grunted. "It will be odd if you can find one. Scolding a leader once is fine, but you scolded a second time, and it was even done live? In the future, who in the media industry will dare hire you? After hiring you, who knows if a kid like you would suddenly feel pissed and unhappy and come up with something? Who can handle that?" Zhang Ye puckered his mouth. "Then I'll change industries. One can distinguish himself in any trade. There's no place I can't become famous in. Keep insisting on your banter. That bad temper of yours has been the same ever since you were young. I don't want to talk to you. I'm hanging up." It looks like Mom was really angry. After hanging up, Zhang Ye laughed bitterly, but did not take it too seriously. He would never regret something that he had done. To be able to bring down Wang Shuixin and seek justice for Editor Wei, Zhang Ye felt that it was good enough for him. He wouldn't say that this made his conscience clear, but at the very least it made him more comfortable with himself. He was happy. He felt good. Wasn't this enough? In life, only having a goal made it meaningful. In the process of reaching one's goal, one needed to do it happily. Who cares about your bullsh*t regulations and your bullsh*t order of things? I will do what I want. Is there anything more comforting than that? Zhang Ye was very simplistic in his thoughts. He had his dreams and wished to be famous. However, this was because this dream would make Zhang Ye happy. That was why dreams were called dreams. If the dreams made him have to ingratiate himself, then it wouldn't be happiness. That so-called dream would become a bizarre obsession. This was not what Zhang Ye liked. Upon thinking of this, Zhang Ye was surprised by his high morals. When did this bro become so excellent? See, this bro's words are getting more and more philosophical. Chapter 178. Helping Zhang Ye find a job. The next day, waking up, washing up, eating breakfast. Zhang Ye took a deep breath, then headed downstairs with his briefcase and drove to work. For today's journey to the office, he experienced the most complicated of feelings. This was because he knew that he was going to be fired for sure, but he did not prepare a resignation letter ahead of his dismissal. As it was different from his time at the radio station, where Deputy Station Head Jia was still in charge and making things difficult for him. Zhang Ye had already wanted to quit after he received the Silver Microphone Award. But this time, Wang Shuixin was also likely to step down. So Zhang Ye had no reason to quit. His conscience was clear. Fire me if you want to fire me. You all have guilt in your hearts anyway. It was because the television station did not handle Wang Shuixin earlier, condoning his behavior, that led to the situation now. It was not my fault. Television station. Hey look, Zhang Ye is here. Hi, what a pity. That's right. Ignoring his bad temper, he is quite a lovable person. He dares to think, do, and be. Right? Just on Uncle Wei's case, Zhang Ye has done extremely well. If he did not make such a ruthless move, Wang Shuixin would still be in power. With just this alone, no matter what anyone says, I will be the first to give him my praises. What's regretful was that he had just wrapped up lecture room, and now he has to leave. Where's he going to? Who knows? But I don't think he can stay in the media circles. That's right. Who would dare hire a person like him? Along the way, Zhang Ye could hear people discussing about himself in low whispers. He had by now calmed his emotions and did not feel disturbed. Upstairs, Arts Channel office. Hu Fei and his colleagues were all there. Xiao Lu looked over to Zhang Ye, her expression conflicted. Teacher Zhang, Yui. As she said that, her eyes looked sad. Having spent so much time together, they had all become comfortable with each other. Strictly speaking, Zhang Ye had created and planned the format of lecture room. It could be said that the program fully belonged to him. For the program to achieve what it has achieved, it was all because of Zhang Ye. But now, the television station would no longer keep him, not even giving him a chance to stay. This was saddening. Ho Gu, Da Fei and the others were also slightly agitated. Teacher Little Zhang, everyone knows that you were not to blame for this matter. You only did what you did because it was the only way to help Uncle Wei, but Zhang Ye smiled. Has the punishments been meted out? Hu Fei sighed. Yes. You have been fired. Zhang Ye had only joined the television station for a month. He was still in his probationary period, so it was not much trouble to dismiss him. It just needed to go through the procedures. Zhang Ye appeared indifferent. All right, I'll go to HR to go through the procedures. Hu Fei said, as for the finance side, your salary and bonus for the month will be given to you. Usually for such cases, the bonuses would be withheld. But for some reason, the station still cares about you, so they did not make a fuss over it. I think they don't feel good about it, so some of the management passed down instructions to finance. I guess that you would be getting around 30,000 to 40,000. He definitely deserved his bonus in the first place. Wang Shuixin had previously deducted his bonuses wrongfully. Even his salary was deserved. He had worked for it. Which is why Zhang Ye didn't think the station cared for him. He knew that Hu Fei was trying to smooth things out for the station and did not want Zhang Ye to make an enemy out of Beijing television station. I understand, Brother Hu. But he was more concerned about another matter. What about Wang Shuixin? With the mention of this, Xiao Lu broke out a smile. Didn't you see it when you entered the television station? An announcement has already been put up in the hall. Fired. Zhang Ye finally felt a load. On his mind was taken away. Then that's good. Hogo added, what goes around, comes around. I heard that the court has already summoned Wang Shuixin over. He is very likely to face criminal punishment. After all, Editor Wei's incident has caused a stir throughout Beijing. The courts will definitely consider all of this when passing their judgment. His life is finished. Hu Fei was still not out from the moodiness of the situation. Looking at Zhang Ye, he said, he might be done for. But why did you have to bring yourself down too? Was it worth it? Was it worth it? It definitely wasn't. But Zhang Ye had never been the type to put on a brave front to regret later. Hesitating about this, concerned about that, whether it was dangerous, would that be a problem? T. If he was like that, then he would never do anything. Zhang Ye's style was always, scold first, talk later. Fight first, talk later. If there was a problem, when there's a problem, then I will talk about it. I will think of ways to solve the problem. Brother Hu, when I am gone, Lecture Room can continue to broadcast the next few episodes. If you need my written permission, Just prepare something for me to sign. Even though he would no longer be around, Zhang Ye wanted analysis of the Three Kingdoms to go on. It had finished recording anyway, and he could do with whatever reputation the show could get for him. Hu Fei had been very good to him, too, so Zhang Ye would never be petty and make them stop airing the next few episodes of analysis of the Three Kingdoms. He was not unreasonable to continue the broadcast. He believed that this was what the station and Hu Fei would have wanted. All right, Hu Fei nodded. After going to the HR department, he went to the finance department. The procedures were easy to handle as there wasn't a need for approval from the management. He needn't wait long. Zhang Ye felt that he could finish the procedures by the end of the day, so he did not leave yet. He went back to his work area and logged onto the internet. On the web, the Beijing television station had posted on Weibo about dismissing Wang Shuixin and Zhang Ye. All right, that's awesome. He should have been fired earlier on. But why did they also dismiss Zhang Ye? Hi, there's no other way. The way he spoke on a live broadcast meant that he was bound to be punished. But it was due to extenuating circumstances, and the facts have proven that teacher Zhang Ye was right. He was seeking justice for Father Wei. He shouldn't be fired, right? The rules are like that. T rules. Those bunch of bastards. They are all in cahoots. When Wang Shuixin was abusing his power, did anyone in the television station do a thing? Teacher Zhang Ye was upholding justice, yet they fired him? Strictly speaking, it's not a problem. But based on the situation, is this how it should be handled? It's better not to work there. Teacher Zhang can spare himself the trouble, right? Teacher Zhang is not the kind that will fit into a structure like that television station. Zhang Ye was satisfied to see what everyone had said. He now knew that many people were in solidarity with him. So what else could he complain about? But just as Zhang Ye was continuing to browse, Xiao Lu suddenly shouted, D*MN. Quickly look at the front page of Weibo, Teacher Little Zhang. Scroll down and take a look. Da Fei asked curiously, what's the matter? You will know it when you see it. Hogo obviously just saw it, too. Zhang Ye found the Weibo post, and looking at the title, he was deeply moved. He even felt like he didn't know whether to laugh or to cry. Title, Help Zhang Ye Find a Job. It was a moderator from Zhang Ye's fan club, Comrades, to seek justice for Father Wei. Teacher Zhang Ye has lost his job. Beijing television station has already announced his dismissal. As Teacher Zhang Ye's hardcore fan, I declare my anger and dissatisfaction. But this is not within my control, and the truth is that it has already happened. We can only look forward. I would like to suggest that all of us launch a campaign to help Teacher Zhang Ye find a job. We can't let a good person go unrewarded. Support. Supporting 10,000 times. Well said. A good person will be rewarded. Count me in. After the memorial service's live broadcast, I have been captivated by Teacher Zhang Ye's character and charms. He's so King cool. This is what a person in media should be like in my heart. A person who dares to speak out and do. That bunch of media who cover up for their leaders all day. Compared to Teacher Zhang Ye, are you not ashamed? Everyone, let's move. Help Teacher Zhang. In the past, it was always Teacher Zhang helping others. Today, it's time for us to help him. Count me in. I see that Shishan television station is hiring. I will submit Teacher Zhang's resume to them. Let's post on Weibo. I'm going to Liaodong station. I'm going to Beihai province's television stations. Fine, I'll go to CCTV. Instantly, numerous netizens and Zhang Ye's fans helped him apply for jobs. They would begin spamming the moment they saw any television media post a hiring notice on Weibo. Some of them had even dug up some Weibo pictures of advertisements from years ago and posted them. Xiao Lu exclaimed, well done. Let us help too. Da Fei had already joined in this activity without saying a thing. I have already posted on a few television stations for Teacher Zhang. The television station's website has Teacher Zhang's resume. Just copying and pasting would do. Hogo blinked at Hu Fei. Leader? Hu Fei said with a stern face, it's work time. Are you not working? Hogo exclaimed and did not dare to post anymore. But suddenly, Xiao Lu exclaimed to the point of bursting out, Brother Hu, why did you post Teacher Zhang's resume? You are too fast. I haven't even copied the resume. Ho Gu and Ho Di were also watching. It was really Brother Hu's verified Weibo. They were immediately amused. Even their leader had pulled up his sleeves and went to the forefront. Haha, help Zhang Ye find a job? Man, why does it sound like helping Wang Feng hit the headlines. Zhang Ye was at a loss of whether to laugh or cry, but he was mostly touched. Seeing the netizens helping post his resume on Weibo, Zhang Ye was wondering how he deserved it. It was fine if it was just his fans, but most of them were not from his fan club, or even people who had even seen his works. Maybe there was only one way to answer it. If you treat people sincerely, others would also treat you sincerely. However, things did not go so smoothly. Many television stations did not reply. They pretended not to see the hundreds of posts that included Zhang Ye's resume. Only Xishan Province's television station's official Weibo page responded. We have seen everyone's posting of the resume. We extremely appreciate Teacher Zhang Ye's excellent works and his abhorrence to evil. However, our station's quota has been filled. There are temporarily no spots, so we are not hiring. They had just posted the hiring notice on Weibo yesterday. Besides, industry insiders knew that in the media circles, it was never filled. There was always a shortage of people. The only point was seeing if one had the ability. Did Zhang Ye have the ability? Of course he had it. But the problem was that he had too much ability. After creating such a major live broadcast incident, who would dare to hire Zhang Ye? Chapter 179. Why care at all? Be it winter, summer, spring, or fall. Help Zhang Ye find a job. Some people sincerely wanted to help, while others were just joining in for the fun. Of course, there were also the troublemakers. Everyone showed their way of getting enjoyment. I have an export business, requesting for Teacher Zhang Ye to join. I am from a machine fabrication factory, requesting for Teacher Zhang to join. I am from the textile factory's sewing department, requesting for Teacher Zhang Ye to join. I am from Dahui nightclub, offering a high salary for Teacher Zhang Ye to join us. Not a single television station wanted Zhang Ye. Yet a mix of all sorts of companies offered Zhang Ye an olive branch in response to the call of help Zhang Ye find a job. You guys stop messing around. Really stop. Why would Teacher Zhang go to the nightclub for? So he can recite poems to attract customers. Textile factories, sewing department? Do you all think that Teacher Zhang would have such a technical skill? By afternoon, this Weibo had become a farce before discussions gradually ended. Those who had joined in for fun or to mess around might have felt bad about making fun of Zhang Ye. It was related to Father Wei's incident, and Father Wei had only just been cremated, so they said no more after a few comments. Those who really wanted to help Zhang Ye were unable to help much. They had pretty much sent in Zhang Ye's resume to all the television stations in the country, but only 2 replied. They had explained that while they acknowledged Zhang Ye's character, they had to turn him down. The other television stations did not even reply at all, even though Zhang Ye was only infamous in Beijing, as the trouble he had caused was only within the territory and many people from other places did not even know about him. They were all still in the television circle. If they did not know about him, did that mean that they didn't have friends who knew about him? With just a phone call, everything would be known. Inside the office, Xiao Lu strained her neck as she looked towards Zhang Ye. Teacher Zhang, what are your future plans? Are you still planning on working in TV? Or are you returning to the radio stations? Zhang Ye replied with a question. Can I return to a radio station? Xiao Lu replied, unanswerable. Zhang Ye asked another question. Are there any television stations that dare to want me? Xiao Lu coughed and said once again, unanswerable. Hogu and Dafei were also feeling extremely helpless. They knew that this was not an unanswerable question. It was just a polite way of saying impossible. Zhang Ye threw his hands up. That's why. It's not what I have planned for the future, but that I can't make any plans at all. I may have something in mind, but that something does not have me in mind. I can only take it as it comes. It has been a few months since I graduated. Although it hasn't been that long, too many things have happened. You all know that. Seeing Xiao Lu and Dafei nodding and feeling the same, Zhang Ye said, I'm really tired, so I could do with a short rest. Hu Fei looked at him. Is there anything that I can help you with? Zhang Ye said, thanks, brother Hu. It's fine. I will take it one step at a time. He knew that he had created too much trouble. Even though Hu Fei's network was wide, there was nothing that he could do. The level of trouble that Zhang Ye had created was not something that networks could help with. Hu Fei probably understood. He sighed and did not say another word. Outside the door, a person from HR arrived. As he came in, he politely greeted Hu Fei, then looked over at Zhang Ye and told him that the paperwork for his departure was done and needed his signature. Zhang Ye nodded and followed him. After 20 minutes, Zhang Ye came back. At this moment, he was no longer a part of Beijing television station. He packed his stuff into a box with a relaxed mood. Then, he looked up and around the office where he had spent the past month battling for himself. He narrowed his eyes and carried his box and walked out of the office without any worries or regrets. When he was outside, the corridor was crowded with people. It was packed with dozens of people. Zhang Ye was shocked for a bit. When he had just come back, he was wondering where Hu Fei, Xiao Lu, and the others had gone. Since the office was empty. In the end, they were all at the corridor. Everyone stood there. It was not only limited to Hu Fei and his team colleagues. There were also the other program team staff members from the Arts Channel, some of whom he knew and some that he didn't. All in all, everyone stood on both sides of the corridor. Zhang Ye laughed. I'm leaving. Everyone, take care. After a few seconds of silence, Hu Fei raised his hands and started clapping. This was followed by Xiao Lu, then Da Fei, Ho Ge, and Ho Di. Following their lead, all the other colleagues started applauding thunderously for Zhang Ye. BBA, BBA, BBA. The applause could be heard all over the television station's building. Teacher Zhang, take care. You are the best. We can't compare to you. It's all thanks to you stepping forward for Uncle Wei's matter. Sorry for saying all those bad things about you. Take care. Although the television station has fired you, justice is still in everyone's hearts. That's right. Justice is in everyone's hearts. We all know about the matter, and we know about your sacrifice. Zhang Ye's actions on the matter of Uncle Wei had shocked everyone. No one had thought of Zhang Ye using such a method to perish together with Wang Shuixin. After the matter, although Zhang Ye had lost his job and had been blacklisted by many media entities, these past colleagues of Uncle Wei all felt respect for Zhang Ye. He was willing to go so far for a person who he was not related to by blood. At least, this was not something they could do. The applause lasted for a very long while. Zhang Ye also said to everyone, Thank you. Thank you, everyone. With so many people sending him off, with some of them not having had any contact with him before, he was also very pleased. Hu Fei said, Come back and visit us anytime. Ho Ge was so agitated that he went up and gave Zhang Ye a bear hug. Teacher Zhang, although our time together was short, I still can't bear for you to go. Let's keep in contact. We can have drinks together next time. Xiao Lu was even sadder as her tears kept rolling down her face. Da Fei also gave Zhang Ye a bear hug. If there's any matter, tell me. My phone is switched on 24 hours a day. Zhang Ye gave his regards to them one by one, thanking them. Even if I don't work here anymore, that doesn't mean that we're not going to see each other anymore. When we have time, we can still go out for meals and drinks. Thank you for sending me off. You all should return back now. Don't delay your work because of me. Otherwise, I will be even more guilty. Suddenly, the elevator door opened. A few people who did not seem to be from the television station squeezed out. Is Zhang Ye here? Can we interview Teacher Zhang? Sorry for bothering you. I'm a reporter from the Beijing Times. Teacher Zhang, I'm from Entertainment Daily. Apparently, netizens are feeling sympathy over the things that had happened to you and have spontaneously posted your resume on Weibo to help you look for a job. However, no television media has accepted you. May I know your thoughts on this? Are you giving up being a television host or lecturer in the future? Teacher Zhang, you are leaving today? Do you have any thoughts on Beijing television station's decision? Can you tell us? They were reporters. The 5 to 6 reporters barraged him with questions. A few of the television station staff frowned. Who let you up here? Have you obtained the approval for an interview? Although they were in the same line, it was still not the same. They were from different systems. Television programs and newspaper media were quite different. The reporters ignored them. Teacher Zhang, do you have any last words before leaving? Another reporter took the opportunity to ask, You have only entered the television station for a month before being fired. Do you really not have any thoughts? Zhang Ye gave them a fleeting glance and laughed. He then recited a poem that, as usual, didn't exist in this world. It was written by Lu Sun of his world, and its title was Self-Mockery. As he recited, he walked forward. Before I had even dared to rise up, my head was already struck. A worn-out hat to cover my face, I crossed the busy marketplace. In a leaky boat loaded with wine, mid-torrent float as though supine. Eyes askance, I cast a cold glance at the 1,000 pointing fingers. Head bowed, I gladly agree, an ox for children, to be. Inside a small house hidden away, I seek a unified life to obey. Upon saying this, Zhang Ye had carried his things into the elevator. Before the elevator doors closed, the final verse of his poem was read out. Of the outside world, why care at all? Be it winter, summer, spring, or fall. The elevator went down. Zhang Ye was also gone. This poem was not as easily understandable as the modern poems that Zhang Ye had previously recited. Many people did not understand on the first listen, but this did not mean that the poem was obscure. After some thinking, everyone understood it. This poem was describing Zhang Ye's feelings at the moment. Before I had even dared to rise up, bad luck had risen up. So what good things could he wish for? My head was already struck. He lied in bed, not even daring to turn his body, but his head was still struck. Even on the streets, he had to cover his face with a worn-out hat, afraid of others seeing him, so as not to cause trouble for himself. He was like sitting in a leaky boat, going in circles in the middle of a river with the risk of drowning. Against the denunciations, swearing, and cursing of enemies, I choose to face them coldly. I'll do as I wish. Against the masses, I don't mind being an ox, letting them lead me in any way. Wasn't this all describing Zhang Ye himself? Weren't these things describing what had happened to teacher Zhang Ye over the past few days? What a good cast a cold glance at the thousand pointing fingers. What a good, I gladly agree, an ox for children, to be. Many people question Zhang Ye's bad temper, messing up a live broadcast, regardless of the consequences, and him not considering the bigger picture. He also often stirred up trouble, but what was teacher Zhang Ye's attitude? Casting a cold glance at the thousand pointing fingers was such a perfect description. He was such a person. He did not care about the evaluation of others. For a terminally ill fan, for a deceased colleague that was in no way related to him, he was willing to bow his head and be an ox to do anything. What sort of integrity was this? This poem had thoroughly demonstrated it, especially with the last line before Zhang Ye stepped into the elevator. You scold me? Question me? Fire me? Great. Inside a small house hidden away, I seek a unified life to obey. YF*** king care at all, be it winter, summer, spring, or fall. Good poem. This was clearly created on the spot, right? It definitely was. Or it could not be so appropriate. Just a casual poem from teacher Zhang's mouth is so awesome. The reporter's eyes lit up and hurriedly recorded the poem. Their manuscript for the day was settled. And needless to say, this poem would definitely go viral. Actually, that was a load of rubbish. Be it modern or ancient poems, none of Zhang Ye's poems had less than 1 million clicks on the internet. This was something that had been tested by the markets and by time. It was unexpected. It was really unexpected. Teacher Zhang Ye was really teacher Zhang Ye. Even before he left, he would still shock the masses. Chapter 180. Another item added to the game's merchant shop. At night, unsurprisingly, self-mockery appeared in the newspapers. After seeing this, many people discussed it on the internet. Why is it called self-mockery? The newspapers said that the name was obtained by asking teacher Zhang on the phone. I think that this name is most appropriate. The poem Zhang Ye composed while leaving the television station might be self-mocking, but in fact, it is mocking at others. That's right. Teacher Zhang is disappointed in too many people. Inside a small house hidden away, I seek a unified life to obey. Of the outside world, why care at all? Be it winter, summer, spring, or fall. It's awesome. Eyes askance, I cast a cold glance at the thousand pointing fingers is the most awesome line. That's the crowning touch in this poem. Is teacher Zhang not planning on staying in the television industry anymore? This poem seems like he's a bit jaded. It can't be that he doesn't want to stay in the entertainment industry anymore, right? That would be such a shame. That's not right. Teacher Zhang's program was still being broadcast in the afternoon. Besides, there's the next episode's preview. Let me add on to the above poster. Teacher Zhang has already left his job. However, analysis of the Three Kingdoms is pre-recorded. So this is all footage that was recorded in advance. No matter where teacher Zhang goes, I'll support him. Me too. Teacher Zhang, please don't you not care about the winter, summer, spring, or fall. We are still waiting for new works of yours. Poems would do, historical segments would do, and even songs would do. Even if you produce another public service advertisement, I will also support it when it is broadcasted. I'm a mindless fan of yours. The second day, The sun had already risen, but it was still early. DDD, DDD. The alarm on Zhang Ye's phone was still activated, so it woke him up from his dreams. Seeing the time, Zhang Ye drowsily got off the bed to use the bathroom. He also began brushing his teeth. The toothpaste was some unknown brand of this world, called Clean and White brand. Just from the name, it was probably some cheap stuff. He had bought it when it was sold at a discount in the supermarkets, but it wasn't very good. It did not foam, and indeed you didn't get good stuff for cheap. What am I doing? After rinsing his mouth, just as Zhang Ye was dressing up for work, he was momentarily shocked. He recalled that he had lost his job as he helplessly sat back on his bed. What should I do today? Since he had already woken up, he could no longer go back to sleep. Zhang Ye was a person who could not stay idle. Even though he encountered a variety of problems, his goal was to become famous and become a top star. Hence, he still gained happiness, despite being tired. However, without any work to do now, he found being free uncomfortable. No, I can't sit idle at home. Opportunities are left for people with preparations. He needed to enrich himself and make himself stronger. He looked with determination at a few books placed by the window. Inside were some psychological books, magazines, and a poetry book. How should he enrich himself? The answer was simple. Of course, it was the lottery. Moving his gaze away from the window, Zhang Ye opened up the interface of the game ring on his hand. A long string of numbers appeared for his overall reputation points. 10, 100, 1,000. Zhang Ye looked intently as he counted, before he swore, F***K. These days, Zhang Ye had stirred up too many things. He had written, "Wishing we last forever" for the Heavenly Queen, and he had one classic piece of poetry after another. Also, after the huge show of his awesomeness on Beijing News Channel and the reputation points gained daily from analysis of the Three Kingdoms, Zhang Ye's overall reputation score was something that he could not comprehend. There was a total of 12.2 million reputation points. At the beginning, it was not bad if he gained a few 100,000 back at the radio station. Later on at the television station, it was also quite difficult for him to earn a few million in a short period of time. But now, after just a few days, he had saved up more than 10 million. Reputation points. Zhang Ye's temper that caused problems every day had its advantages. Take a look. With so many reputation points accrued, if he didn't cause trouble or release a poem or two to show his literary excellence, how could there be so many reputation points? Time for the lottery. Zhang Ye was now very rich. After spending 100,000 to begin a lottery draw, the needle began to move. He did not even look before buying additional stakes. How much should he add? Let's try with 20 to try my luck. Zhang Ye bought the additional stakes, and despite seeing 2 million reputation points disappear instantly, he did not feel the pinch. He lit up a cigarette and calmly waited for the results of the lottery. Bada! The needle stopped. When Zhang Ye saw this, it was not bad. It was in the skills category region. Hence, he immediately took out the 21 treasure chests, small, from his inventory and opened them. Computer Programming Skills Experience Book, 21. Computer? Programming skills? Zhang Ye felt faint. Only then did he feel the pinch. Your sister. This bro had only taken the simplest basic computing course in university. Playing with the computer or installing a program was easy. Anything more complex, and Zhang Ye would be perplexed. And this seemed to be enough. Why would I learn some freaking programming? I'm not planning on working in IT in the future. I'm going to be the pirate, to be a superstar. So why would I want these skill books? I lost big. This was over 20 books. Zhang Ye gave a wry smile. However, he still flipped through the experience books. The books turned into a white beam and entered Zhang Ye's head. What could he do other than using them? Since they had been obtained, there was no way of returning them. Seeing his remaining reputation points, there was about 10.1 million left. This time, Zhang Ye was more alert and cautious. He did not dare to be too wasteful. This time it was computer programming. If the next time it was something like physiology, he would be crying to his death. Hence, when Zhang Ye opened the lottery, he did not buy any additional stakes, but first looked at the situation. Admittedly, the skills category was not bad. For example, the Taekwondo skill had helped Zhang Ye greatly at key moments. It had even saved his life. However, similarly, the skills category was too broad. There were bad skills, as well as good skills. For example, The calligraphy skills from last time and the programming skills this time did not seem very useful. At least, he had not seen any effects from them yet. Round and round. One circle, two circles. Finally, when the needle was about to stop, Zhang Ye pressed the additional stakes button. However, he did not add. He was planning on letting the wheel stop so that he could think carefully. The needle was currently at the largest consumption category region. It was likely to carry on moving forward, but just ahead was the extremely small region, the special category. However, it was still quite far. It was unknown if it could reach there. If he really got the special category, then it would be like a windfall. He had drawn at the lottery so many times over the past few months, but he had only obtained one special category treasure chest. The probability was too low. Should I buy additional stakes? He was in a dilemma. If he really got some **T luck and got the special category, then having additional stakes would be meaningless. This was because the prizes from the treasure chests that came out from additional stakes were the same. Hence, additional stakes only multiplied the number of treasure chests, but would not change the items inside the treasure chest. Since the special category treasure chest gave the right to buy something in the merchant shop, then there was no difference with 1 or 100 of that, right? Getting 1,000 of those would be a waste. Let's bet on it. No additional stakes. Being unlucky in love and frustrated at work, he definitely would have the luck today. Zhang Ye immediately began to pray. God said, "Let there be light," and there was light. He even began chanting the Bible. Give me a special category. After he canceled the additional stakes, the needle began to slowly move forward. One tick, a second tick. Just a bit more. It's almost reaching. Go. Come on, go. At the last moment, the needle lost its last bit of strength. The tip wavered for a bit, and bada, it moved one tick forward. It was at the boundary. It was the boundary between the consumption category and the special category. It was nearly on the line. He couldn't tell with his naked eye which region it was closer to. However, no treasure chest appeared the next second. Instead, an instructive text appeared in the game interface. Special category awarded. Adding the right to purchase item. Taiji Fist Skill Experience Book. It was a special category. He really got a special category. Taiji Fist. The skill books for Taiji Fist. Zhang Ye was extremely happy as he roared with laughter. Then, he quickly opened the game merchant shop. He saw two icons. One was the memory search capsule from before, and the other icon was a book with the Taiji pattern. It was the merchant shop item that he had just received. However, when Zhang Ye was trying to buy a book to try it out with excitement, he was dumbfounded when he saw the cost of the skill book. Taiji Fist Skill Experience Book requires 1 million reputation points. It wasn't 100,000. What the F***K? Why is this skill book 1 million apiece? Zhang Ye was originally fantasizing about how he could use his 10 million points to buy 100 Taiji skill books. But who knew it would be so expensive? After some thinking, he understood the reason. Each drawing at the lottery cost 100,000, and it had a very minute probability of giving a rare skill book like the Taiji Fist. However, if the item turned into a merchant shop item, then it could no longer be priced at 100,000 anymore. It would return to its original price. After all, that side was a lottery and was a test of one's luck. There was no way to know what he would get, so it had to be cheaper. And those awesome skills or items like the Taiji Fist or Stats Fruits would no longer have a cheap price if he could buy them at any time. It was very fair. On further thought, if he had obtained the rights to buy the Taekwondo skill book, it was unlikely to be at the lowest 100,000 price. It was definitely going to be higher, but not as high as the Taiji Fist skill book. You get what you pay for. After Zhang Ye figured it out, he looked at the Taiji icon and hesitated for a long while. After that, he gritted his teeth and began buying, after failing to resist the temptation. 1 book, 5 books, 10 books. 10 million reputation points were expended. Zhang Ye had gone bankrupt, exchanging his reputation for 10 Taiji experience books. The items bought in the merchant shop did not have any treasure chests. It immediately entered his inventory. Zhang Ye took them out and ate one book after another. White light flashed. White light flashed again. The book with the Taiji pattern became blobs of light as they were sent into Zhang Ye's mind. Zhang Ye could not help but move his arms and lift his leg. When he ate the Taekwondo skill books, he felt like some moves had been embedded into his head, but he did not feel the Same with the 10 Taiji Fist skill books. It was as if there wasn't any change, and he could not even make a single move. What the heck? Could it be that he had eaten too few? 10 skill books were still not enough? Zhang Ye found it impossible. 10 books wasn't a small number. Hi, forget it. Let's research it in the future. Zhang Ye also did not expect to become invincible just by eating a few skill books that he had obtained from a lottery. It was unrealistic. Items were just an aid. It helped him grow step by step. The key was to rely on his own hard work and efforts. Hard work. Going all out. Striving. Being able to bear hardships. This was the only secret to success. Could one succeed without any hard work? Wanting to stand above others without suffering. How could this be possible? Let's give an example. Why is Fei Wang a heavenly queen? How did Fan Bingbing become famous? How did Zhang Zi enter the international scene? That's right. It's all because they were beautiful. Chapter 181. Zhang Ye's Taiji Fist. First day, third day, fifth day. After a week, Zhang Ye's analysis of the three kingdoms came to an end. With analysis of the three kingdoms finished, what's there to watch in the future? That's right. Historical segments in the future will not be watchable. It's such a good program. What a pity. I still hope Teacher Zhang Ye will carry on lecturing. Even if it's not the three kingdoms, something else would do. 2. Teacher Zhang already doesn't care if it's winter, summer, spring, or fall. He has retired into the forest. I don't believe that one bit. I'm waiting for Teacher Zhang Ye to come out of the mountains. No television station wants Teacher Zhang. So how is he going to make a reappearance? Online topics on Zhang Ye had been quiet for many days, but with analysis of the three kingdoms ending, there were discussions once again. In the afternoon, after the last episode was broadcast, ex-colleague Xiao Lu called. Teacher Zhang, the program has ended. Brother who wanted me to let you know. Zhang Ye was bored at home, watching television. How were the ratings? The last few episodes maintained a very high standard. Even the ratings for Monday to Friday's episodes were about 6.4%. During the weekend, it even reached as high as 8.97%. Although it was quite unfortunate that it did not break 9% in the end, historical and educative segments are not as popular, so it can't compare with variety shows. So this rating is already quite heaven-defying. It's the hottest news segment in our Beijing television station's arts channel. It even ranks high amongst all the television station's programs. Xiao Lu told Zhang Ye. Zhang Ye acknowledged. Has the new season been fixed? It has been recorded. Upon saying this, Xiao Lu was a bit embarrassed. With you gone, we had no choice but to invite a history professor. The next episode talks about an ancient poet. It will discuss about his life from the moment he was born until he died. I also heard him when recording the first episode. It was SOSO. SOSO. Zhang Ye had already treated Lecture Room as his own child. No matter what, even the name of the program was given by him, so he was very concerned. Xiao Lu said helplessly, That's right. It's definitely incomparable to you. I would only say it barely makes the cut. With a pause, she asked, How about you? About work. Zhang Ye laughed. I haven't found any yet. Xiao Lu said angrily, How can that be? Do they not have eyes? How can it be? Not a single person in related industries have contacted me over the past week. I am also not worried. I can also take the time to take a break. After exchanging a few more words, Zhang Ye hung up. Not worried. That was definitely a lie. The moment analysis of the three kingdoms ended, it meant that he had no more opportunities to show his face. The increase in his game reputation points would be minimal, and Zhang Ye, who only wanted to become a top star, knew that once his exposure was lowered, it would greatly affect his popularity. He would then gradually disappear from the public's view. Don't think too much about how the netizens and fans shout Zhang Ye's name daily. Things like supporting him for a lifetime. If Zhang Ye were to really stay quiet for a month or two, it was likely that most people would even forget his name. Celebrities did not rely on the heat of the moment, but a prolonged period of sustained exposure. This was the core essence needed in maintaining or increasing one's popularity. He checked the official site of the celebrity rankings. Zhang Ye was still an E-list celebrity, but after the past few days of exposure, he had already reached the forefront of the E-list ranks, ranking 4th. A local TV variety program's host was ranked ahead of him. His ratings were even higher than Zhang Ye's. Placed second was an actor. He had previously acted in a pretty popular TV series, and had quite a few works. He mainly acted as a supporting character, but that was last year. This actor had actually dropped from being a D-list celebrity to an E-list celebrity, as he did not have any good works this year. The person ranked first amongst the E-list celebrities was a woman. She was a singer and considered a rookie. She had recently released an album with pretty good sales. She had also acted in a movie. If he overtook them, then Zhang Ye would enter the ranks of D-list celebrities. Although D and E-list celebrities should not be demarcated like that, with the rankings just for reference, and a comprehensive rating of person's influence and popularity, everyone acknowledged it, be it official entities or civilians. So this was the most authoritative statistic. And from the scores, Zhang Ye would clearly not be able to overtake them. With analysis of the three kingdoms ended, Zhang Ye's rating scores were already dropping. Although it was minimal, the trend was as such. It reflected Zhang Ye's future decline in popularity and visibility. How could he not be worried? Zhang Ye had still not thought of the path he should walk on for the time being. He was only hoping to maintain his current popularity, and for that, he needed to do something. He had to mess things up. He definitely had to mess something up. This was Zhang Ye's first reaction. While hungry, Zhang Ye looked at his reputation points in his game ring. There was slightly more than 2 million reputation points. Clearly, it was the accumulation of this week's analysis of the three kingdoms. Leaving a few 100,000 as backup, Zhang Ye was still thinking about the Taiji Fist skill books. He ended up going to the merchant shop and bought another 2 experience books with 2 million reputation points. Flipping it open, eating it, the experience had been absorbed by him. However, it was the same this time too. Zhang Ye still did not feel any changes. He tried his best to recall, but not a single Taiji Fist move appeared. All he had were moves and actions from Taekwondo, such as side kicks and cross kicks. There was no Taiji Fist. It made him depressed. With the experience eaten, there definitely were some effects. However, without any moves or styles, how was he to use it? After using his brain so much, Zhang Ye became more hungry. Having not eaten breakfast and lunch because he was lazy to go downstairs, he was really feeling the pangs of hunger. It was also too late for Zhang Ye to buy Lamian 2 streets away. He could only use his usual tactic and walked out the door towards the landlady's house. Ding dong. He pressed the doorbell. It took a long while before the door opened, revealing Qinshin's little head. She was small in size. Clearly, she had tiptoed to reach the door handle. After she opened the door, she was even panting. Zhang Ye said in a friendly manner, "Qinshin, where's your aunt?" Qinshin said with a straight face, "My aunt isn't home. She went out jogging." Saying that, she was planning on closing the door. Zhang Ye took the opportunity to step in. "It's even better that she's not around. I'm not looking for her." Upon entering the house, he did not stand on ceremony. He ran straight to the kitchen to churn through it. Finally, he found 2 plates of leftovers in the refrigerator. One of them was a plate of braised beef, while the other was a plate of fried celery. Without saying a word, he poked through the wrap with a toothpick to let it breathe. Then he threw it into the microwave and let it spin for 2 minutes. When it came out, it was steaming hot. Qinshin asked in surprise, "What are you doing?" Zhang Ye did not care about talking. As he drew in the fragrance, he sat at the dining table and found a pair of chopsticks to eat in a quick manner. The sound of keys rang. The door was open from the outside. Rao Imin was dressed in sportswear today. Her top was a striped white vest worn by hurdle athletes. Her pair of pants was a training pants and looked more baggy. However, at this moment, her body was wet from her sweat. Drops of sweat were dripping down her hair. This appearance made her look mature and attractive. Zhang Ye already knew Big Sis Rao was a martial arts practitioner, so maintaining her physical fitness and strength was key. So she had went out on a run in the afternoon. "Kid, why are you here?" Rao Imin was covered in sweat, but she was not short of breath. Her breaths were still calm, and she did not look tired in any way. Qinshin covered her forehead like an adult. "The devil has entered the village." Rao Imin was amused by her niece. "What has the devil swept?" "A plate of beef, a plate of fried parsley, and a bowl of rice," Qinshin reported. Zhang Ye nearly spat out the food from his mouth when he heard her description. "Who's the devil?" "These 2 women, one's tongue was sharper than the other." "I graduated from a broadcasting major?" "It was more like the 2 of you were broadcasting majors. You only know to scrounge for food all day and do not know how to find a job. Rotten kid, you have been idle at home for a week, right?" Rao glanced at him. Wash the dishes in a while. Zhang Ye had already finished eating. There was nothing left from the 2 plates and bowl of rice. He rubbed his belly and burped. He could not help but sweep his gaze across the landlady's wet vest. Whether it was because she knew she would sweat or because it was uncomfortable, the landlady had not worn a bra. From the clues, he could tell. However, despite not wearing any underwear, Rao breasts still appeared large. Heavenly Queen Zhang's were large and ample. Rao were large and straight. Both had their merits and their individual beauty. Zhang Ye acted dead after eating his fill. I can't wash the dishes. I'm too full. I can't move. Upon hearing this, Rao who was taking off her shoes, kicked up and the sneaker on her beautiful foot came shooting straight at Zhang Ye. Hurry up and go. Shua. The shoe flew across like lightning. Zhang Ye did not have any time to react, and upon seeing it flying towards him, without a thought, he subconsciously lifted his leg to block. But when he stretched out his leg, the movement in his leg changed. It was like a reflex action. When Zhang Ye's leg lifted, the tip of his foot angled and managed to meet the flying shoe. Then, with his ankle trembling in a manner he could not comprehend, he seemed to draw a circle in midair and reduce the force in Rao shoe. And with the bottom of Zhang Ye's foot lifting up again, the shoe flew back along its original trajectory. Bada! It landed exactly where Rao foot was. Rao exclaimed. Chin also looked at Zhang Ye in surprise. Zhang Ye was dumbfounded. What had happened? This set of actions was like flowing water. Zhang Ye's feet were as if they were dancing. A kick, a roll, and a shot caused the shoe to return along its original trajectory. This was Taiji? This bro really knows the Taiji fist? Chin could not tell what move Zhang Ye had used. She only found it fascinating and beautiful. The landlady had not looked at him after kicking her shoe. She was busy changing into slippers, so she had not seen Zhang Ye's motions. Your taekwondo level has increased? Zhang Ye chuckled and did not speak the truth. Indeed, as a neighbor of Big Sis Rao, being influenced by a martial arts master all this time, there would definitely be some improvements. Rao smiled. That's something I like to hear. Chin exposed him, bootlicker. Aunt, he doesn't want to wash the dishes. Zhang Ye, this wicked child. How does she know what I'm thinking? In the end, Zhang Ye had to reluctantly wash the dishes. Actually, he was just engaging in idle banter. After scrounging for food, it was only appropriate for him to wash the dishes. Hence, to allow him to scrounge for food and drink in the future, Zhang Ye still did the house chores. While he was hard at work in the kitchen, his heart was in turmoil. The Taiji fist skill books were not ineffective. Look at those moves just now. Too cool. Too beautiful. Zhang Ye looked outside the kitchen. Seeing that Rao and Qinshan were not around, he picked up a bowl and played with the bowl. He wanted to try it again. But this time, it was the same result as the numerous attempts he had before. There was no effect, and he nearly dropped the bowl. Could the Taiji fist skill be too high level for him? Hence, he was unable to use the moves as he wished, like he did with Taekwondo. It could only be used on sudden inspiration. Damn, why does it sound like I'm Duan Yu from Jin Yong's novel? Despite having the skill of the 6 Meridian Divine Sword, he could not use it usually. Isn't this a problem? Chapter 182. Zhang Ye is publishing another book. Around 2 p.m., Qinshan needed her afternoon nap, so Rao chased Zhang Ye out of the house. Having filled his stomach, he made a burp of satisfaction and headed for his apartment. When he had mostly digested his food, Zhang Ye got changed into his sports attire and a pair of sneakers, as he did not have running shoes. He had to make do with what he had and headed out for a run, just like Rao 1 round. 3 rounds. He ran around the neighborhood to improve his fitness. Zhang Ye thought that his Taiji fist could not be used effectively because his body could not keep up with the skill. Like Taekwondo, he had the experience and movements in his head, but he could not execute the moves to its full potential. He lacked strength, reaction speed, and stamina. When he fought Wang Xin, his technical skill was slightly better, but yet he was at the disadvantage and on the losing end. In the end, he had to use the consumable item, health potion, that he had received from the lottery to turn the tables around. Zhang Ye had learned his lesson. Just kung fu alone doesn't cut it. His body had to match up too. For instance, for Taiji fist, even if he ate 1,000 Taiji experience books, as long as his physical strength remained the same, Not even 10,000 experience books would enable him to do what did, slicing the steel scissors. He needed to train. This had to go through the process, and he had to remain determined. In the future, he would have to run and do some push-ups every day. After running for over an hour, Zhang Ye headed home, drenched in sweat. Just as he entered through the door, the phone in his pocket started ringing. "Hello, who is this?" Zhang Ye said, catching his breath. "Hello, Teacher Zhang. We are from the North Chinese Youth and Children's Publishing House." It was a middle-aged man's voice on the other side. It sounded rather hoarse. Zhang Ye stayed on the phone as he went into the toilet to grab a towel to wipe off his sweat. "Oh, I'm sorry, but my fairy tale stories' copyrights have all been sold." The middle-aged man was a little stunned, but said cheerfully, "We are not calling regarding your fairy tales. We know that your fairy tales have already been published by the Beijing education publishing firm. I'm looking for you to discuss about other publication opportunities. To my understanding, some of your written works and your modern poems have not been published yet, right? If the copyright is not in your hands, then we'll forget about it. But I don't see any publications in the market now." Zhang Ye kept silent for a bit and threw down his towel. "My poems? Yes. We want to do a compilation for you. A Zhang Ye's compilation that has all your written works and poems, including your couplets." The middle-aged man said, "Let's meet up for a chat, or you can visit our publication house." This interested Zhang Ye. He had been worried about being out of a job and not having enough exposure to maintain his popularity since the afternoon. But good news came knocking on his door. Zhang Ye had not thought of publishing a compilation of his works before. He knew that it was difficult. Which of the authors who had ever released a compilation was not well known? Of course, some unknown authors had also released compilations before. They either bought their way in or depended on their network, but the sales were too poor. They were better off not releasing it. Zhang Ye always believed that if he wanted to publish his poetry compilation, the biggest hurdle was that he started too late. It had only been a few months, and his works only numbered in the dozens. What was the concept of having a dozen poems? Even if they increased the font and put a poem on each page, he would only have a dozen pages. Ignoring the publication of a book, even for a pamphlet, it was too thin. Zhang Ye also did not want to bring over all the classic poems from his previous world in one shot. Whenever he used one, there was one less. He needed to keep them on the blade, so he gave up on the idea of releasing a poetry compilation. He had not expected someone to approach him about this matter instead. "All right, I will head on over. You sound out of breath. Did you just get home?" "I was always home, but I went for a run just now. Why don't I go over to your place instead? You can choose where to meet." "It's up to you." "It's fine. I would like to take a look at your publishing house, too. Send me your address, and I will drive over." After hanging up, he received a message with the address. Zhang Ye took a quick shower to wash off his sweat and then drove to the location. North Chinese Youth and Children's Publishing House. The headquarters was in Beijing, but the place was a bit out of the way, with it not being in the city center. On the way there, Zhang Ye went online on his phone to check out the publishing house. He found out that there were many youth and children's publishing houses in the country, but none of them only published reading materials for youths or children. Some even did not publish such materials, but instead dealt with traditional novels or web novels that had nothing to do with youths or children at all. In the lobby, Zhang Ye finally found the building and walked in. Just as he was walking to the front desk reception, Zhang Ye was immediately recognized by the young lady seated there. She said to him, "Teacher Zhang Ye, you came. I'll take you upstairs." Zhang Ye smiled. "Thank you. You're welcome," the young lady said as she led him to the third floor. Knocking on the door, she then opened it and walked in. "Editor-in-Chief Zhang, Teacher Zhang Ye is here." That person stood up to welcome him, smiling with his outstretched hand. "How are you, Teacher Zhang? We are family. Both of us are Zhangs. My name is Zhang Lu. I have heard of you for a long time now." From his voice, this was likely the middle-aged man who had spoken with him over the phone just now. Zhang Ye shook his hand. "It's all infamy." Hearing his self-deprecating tone, Zhang Lu said, "That's not true. You have helped Father Wei seek justice. Anyone who knows about it will give you the thumbs up. How could they fire you?" Zhang Lu laughed. "They let a treasure like you slip away. It's so laughable." This was rather true, and it was also Zhang Lu's opinion. If Zhang Ye was from his publishing firm, even if he had created so much trouble, The firm would fight to keep him since Zhang Ye's intentions were good in the first place. They had already heard of the extremely good sales of Ghost Blows Out the Light and his other fairy tales. Who wouldn't fight to keep such a cash cow? Of course, you cannot compare apples to oranges. After all, a publishing firm and a television station were very different. Profits were now the main concern for publishing firms, as political publications had decreased. For television stations, who earned money from ratings and advertising sponsorship, they were much focused on political implications, so their industries were different. There were about 3 to 4 other people in the room. Zhang Lu introduced them to Zhang Ye one by one. They were people of both sexes, all employees of the publishing firm. After the introductions, Zhang Ye sat down. About the compilation, I don't really understand or know why you would like to publish them. There will not be enough pages, right? Zhang Lu smiled. There will be enough. We will have illustrations as well. Illustrations? Zhang Ye said. Would that help much? There will also be translations and sentence analysis. A poem will take up to 3 to 4 pages, 1 page of illustration, another 1 to 2 pages of analysis. But of course, the analysis would not be written by us. We wouldn't dare to because no one can claim to understand all of your works. This would be better left to the author. The same would go for the couplets. 2 to 3 couplets would appear on each page, and we would be able to come up with a compilation without problems, said Zhang Lu. Zhang Ye pondered for a moment. The explanation is not a problem, but isn't the amount of content still lacking? He felt that it was just to bolster the page count. A youth at the back said, It's not little at all. Even if we take one of your poems and make a book out of it, no one would dare to say a thing, let alone having so many of your works in the book. The Song of the Stormy Petrel and Tribute to the White Poplar, with their words enlarged a little, will easily be able to take up 7 to 8 pages. F***K. How big would the words have to be then? But Zhang Ye himself wanted to publish a book, too. Firstly, there was his fame to consider. Secondly, it was to maintain his popularity. Thirdly, whether it be for money or reputation points, he could also do with some extra money. Finally, it came to the point of them discussing about the price. They would buy all his copyright for 400,000 yuan. This was already quite a high price. After all, a literary compilation was not a novel. It was not as popular with the masses as entertainment material like novels. Only some cultural hipsters would buy it. Hence the price naturally could not compare with Ghost Blows Out the Light, and could only be about the same price as the children's fairy tales. And if no comparison was made with novels, compared to other pure literary works or compilations of other authors, the price for Zhang Ye's compilation was definitely much higher than theirs. There was no reason to wonder why. It was because every piece of Zhang Ye's works were too popular. With the negotiations settled and the contract drawn up, Zhang Lu and Zhang Ye shook hands once again. We had a good time working together. Thank you for trusting our publication house. Leave the publishing and promotional matters to us. With your reputation and fame in Beijing, the sales will definitely not be low. With a pause, he said, about the analysis of the poems. Zhang Ye said, I'll write it when I get home. I'll pass it to you tomorrow. Zhang Lu extremely liked Zhang Ye's straightforwardness and his high efficiency, as he said, All right, then I'll count on your hard work. Actually doing so in a month would do. After all, analysis work is not something trivial. Oh, and there's also something. We might need a preface or prologue, or some overall introduction to the poetry compilation. Zhang Ye blinked. Preface. Zhang Lu nodded. Right. Write anything that comes to your mind. It preferably resonates with the poetry compilation's contents. If the first page began with the poetry compilation, it would feel like something is lacking. What say you? All right. Zhang Ye asked, Do you have a pen? Zhang Lu's eyes lit up. Are you writing it now? Good. Of course there is. The people behind him all knew that it wasn't easy for someone to witness Zhang Ye creating a work on the spot. They were very happy and excited. Why don't you use a brush? If that's the case, we can directly use your words for the cover or preface. It will feel better than using computer fonts. Zhang Lu agreed. Right. What a good idea. I heard that Teacher Zhang's words are pretty good. Sure. Zhang Ye did not mind. A youth quickly prepared it. A minute later, he came back with an ink stick and took the initiative to grind the ink for Zhang Ye. I'll take the pictures. A woman took out a camera and took a few pictures from the side and front. She included the editor-in-chief, Zhang Lu, too. In the future, They could also use it in promotional materials. Then the woman focused the camera and waited to take a picture of teacher Zhang Ye writing. Preface? It had to match the content. His literary compilation definitely needed his own thoughts and values. Thinking of the death written of in my confession and prisoner's song, and then thinking of the existence in a generation and tribute to the white poplar. Zhang Ye lifted his brush and wrote a preface on the calligraphy paper. Let life be beautiful like summer flowers and death like autumn leaves. Zhang Ye. Chapter 183. The Heavenly Queen is going to be Zhang Ye's wife? Zhang Lu was dumbfounded. Let life be beautiful like summer flowers. Death like autumn leaves. The young editor recited it in a daze. The words are written so nicely. This poem is even better. An old editor gave his kudos. Teacher Zhang Ye is indeed talented. I believe it today, the only woman there said. Zhang Ye put down the brush and smiled at the female editor. Could it be that you didn't believe it in the past? The woman's face turned red, and she quickly waved her hands. No, no such thing. I never saw it with my own eyes in the past, so I did not feel as strongly. Hi, I chose my words wrongly. Tonight, Editor-in-Chief Zhang will treat you to dinner. I will punish myself with a cup of alcohol as to atone for my sins. Zhang Ye immediately said, It's fine. I'm not that particular. I was just joking. Zhang Lu was still looking at the words. Was this really thought up on the spot by you? It's absolutely impressive. Using this poem for the preface is extremely apt. The mood written in it is indescribable. The people from the publishing house were giving their kudos. Some even applauded and were not stingy with their praises towards Zhang Ye. Zhang Ye hurriedly answered with a few modest words. This poem was just a simple sentence. In terms of word count, it was even shorter than a generation. However, the fewer the words, the more apparent his skill was. It was not easy to write it. A saying went that the philosophy at the highest level can be described with the simplest words. It was probably this principle. This poem actually had a great origin. It was a poem from his world's famous Indian poet, Tagore, in Stray Birds. The translation was by Zhang Zhendua. It was a very famous poem in Zhang Ye's world. Actually, even See Me or Not, and This Is Also Everything, were not as famous as this poem. Be it the original version or the translated version, just a short sentence had a strong mood leap out of the paper. Why did he use this as a prologue? Why did Zhang Ye use this sentence as a prologue? Firstly, Zhang Ye wanted it to resonate with the works in the compilation. The poetry he liked and the poems he used from his world were all more open and free. Be it being indifferent, or cursing, or moving, or taking death lightly, or a life full of vibrancy. This poem that came from Stray Birds was perfectly apparent. It was as if it summarized all his works at once. Secondly, this poem also reflected Zhang Ye's character and ideals. It could also be said to describe his wishes. Let life be beautiful like summer flowers and death like autumn leaves. This sentence might seem slightly artistic, but in simple words, and using the words great men used to commemorate Comrade Liu Hulin, this poem could also be said to be a great life, a glorious death. Actually, Zhang Ye also wanted this sentence of the greats as a prologue, but it was too blunt, nor was he that great and glorious to praise himself. Hence, his world's famous poem from Stray Birds came out. Back home, Zhang Ye began doing the comments and notes. This was indeed a heavy workload. If he had to make up something, it would not only take more than a day, even a month would not be enough. It would bound to be full of errors, too. Zhang Ye then took a look at his game reputation. Once it crept up slowly to 200,000 points, he bought 2 memory search capsules from the merchant shop to look through the analysis and notes of those poems back in his world. After staying up the whole night and day, he finally finished and delivered them to the publishing house. Today, it was almost nighttime now. Autumn was almost over and the nights fell. Earlier, Zhang Ye looked on as the sun set. He lay in bed without moving. His arms were sore and his neck was aching. There was no part of him that was not tired. He had spent the past 2 days writing up his comments. Even though all the content was already in his head, and with the memory search capsules, he could retrieve all the information fully intact, it was still a lot of work. He also had to work on modifying the script and comments until late at night before everything was completed. For the whole of today, Zhang Ye lazed in bed without moving. He even skipped running, which he had been doing daily for the last few days. He needed a break. Ring, ring, ring. Zhang Lu from the publishing house called. Zhang Ye, who had been lying down all day, had some life injected into him. He reached out to answer the call. Hello, Editor Zhang. Teacher Zhang, you have worked hard. Zhang Lu was smiling widely on the other side. I have read through the comments and notes last night. Everything is good. We got the typesetting done today, and the illustrations are also ready. I just got out from the printers. The first edition has already been printed. If nothing goes wrong, we will be using this edition for release. They will be released for sale in the next few days. But before that, I think you should have a look at it first. It's your compilation after all. Are you at home now? Is it convenient? Zhang Ye politely said, Why don't I look for you instead? No need. I am. Around the area. Shall I go over to your place? Asked Zhang Lu. That's fine too. It did not matter to Zhang Ye. He wanted to quickly see the finished product, too. Compared to Ghost Blows Out the Light and the fairy tales, this compilation might not be comparable to them in terms of sales. There was nothing to even compete with. But Zhang Ye's compilation had a measurable value. But in terms of literature, in terms of its meaning, Ghost Blows Out the Light would not even stand a chance against this. What did the compilation represent? It represented fame. It represented reputation. It could be said that once the compilation was released, Zhang Ye would have made his mark in the literary world. No one could refute him as his place had already been recognized by the market and audience. Whichever poet or author they might be, they all had to be tested by the market before they could claim to be a writer. Otherwise, it would only be considered as self-praise. Literature was not only for other literary persons, but for the masses, too. Take for example Wang Shuixin. Although he was quite a bigwig in the country's poetry circles, if he wanted to publish a compilation of his poetry, it was unlikely that any publishers would work with him because, if they did, they might not even make much profit. Even worse, the publishers might even take a big loss. It was time to get up. Zhang Ye showered before cleaning up his house. Ding dong, the bell sounded. He went to. Open the door, Editor-in-Chief Zhang. Come. Even before he could complete the sentence, he was slightly shocked. It's you? There was a strange person standing at the door, wearing a hat, aviator shades, and a face mask. If it were anyone else, they would have jumped in shock, thinking that this was some criminal. But Zhang Ye was familiar with this person. This sort of situation had already happened a few times. Sister Zhang? Why are you here? Zhang Yuanqi's beautiful eyes hidden behind her sunglasses looked at him. You don't welcome me? Of course I welcome you. Zhang Ye said listlessly. Please come in. Zhang Yuanqi was dressed to the nines today. A bright red dress, paired with red heels of at least 10 centimeters or more. She was even taller than Zhang Ye. Was she not afraid of the cold? Zhang Ye closed the door. Where did you go to? Zhang Yuanqi kicked off her heels while leaning against the door. She let out a breath and said tiredly, Movie premiere. Kicking off her heels? Barefooted? What sort of image was she giving? What heavenly queen? White Maiden 2. The premiere was today. Zhang Ye knew about it as he had paid attention to her news. Zhang Yuanqi nodded. I got a cab while everyone was still busy. Do you have water? Let me see. Zhang Ye looked a little, then threw an unopened bottle of water to her. It's the last bottle. Leave some for me. I'm thirsty too. He was not so polite anymore since he was quite familiar with the Heavenly Queen. Already. Oh, give me a call first in future if you are coming. At least let me get prepared. Zhang Yuanqi looked at him. My phone's with my manager. Where can I put it in this dress of mine? Oh, you need to go downstairs. I have not paid for the cab yet. Ah, I did not bring my purse. You're really great. Zhang Ye could only quickly make his way downstairs. The cab driver had been waiting for the longest time. Seeing Zhang Ye coming to pay up, he said angrily, You are keeping me from doing my job. Dare to take a cab when she didn't even bring money. Is that your girlfriend? How could she? At this moment, the cab driver was surprised. Aren't you teacher Zhang Ye? Zhang Ye gave a wry smile. That's me. The cab driver stuffed the money back to him. Then I don't want it. Zhang Ye, a little stunned, said, How is that? Take it, take it. The cab driver looked at him. Who doesn't know about you going broke to save a fan's life? And after that, seeking justice for Father Wei and losing your job? If I were to take your money, I would be cursed to death by my other cab colleagues. Don't want. I'm leaving. Don't. Hey, driver. Zhang Ye chased after him. The cab driver had sped away after making a turn. Zhang Ye felt a little warm inside and shouted out to the cab, "Then thank you." The car windows rolled down, and the driver put out his hands to give Zhang Ye a thumbs up. Then the cab disappeared into the distance. Back. Upstairs. The windows were open. Zhang Yuanqi probably heard everything. Zhang Yuanqi was sitting cross-legged on the chair, reading a book. She looked up and said, "You have some reputation, don't you?" Zhang Yi said, "Don't kid me. If you removed your face mask, you would be free to walk all over the country. How could my little reputation compare to you?" Zhang Yuanqi muttered, "I will pay you back next time." "Forget it. I did not expect you to anyway. Just don't steal my song next time." Just as they were chatting, the doorbell rang. Holy **T. This was going to be bad. Zhang Yi acknowledged the knocking, but suddenly realized something. He looked over to Zhang Yuanqi. So someone is coming over from the publishing house." "You." Zhang Yuanqi frowned. "Why didn't you say so earlier?" "You did not inform me earlier either." Zhang Yi looked left and right to find a place. Zhang Yuanqi reached for her sunglasses and face mask. Zhang Yi did not know whether to laugh or to cry. "It's already dark. Who wears this at home at this time? It'll look odd. An open apartment like this could not possibly hide anyone." Zhang Yuanqi simply slid into the chair with her back facing the door. She continued to read like nothing was wrong. "This will do." The bell sounded again. Zhang Yi could not delay anymore. He was worried that if anyone saw the heavenly queen at his home, it would be a mess. Hesitating for a moment, he still opened the door, but stood at the entrance. It looked like he did not intend to ask them in. Editor Zhang Ye, Editor Chun, and Editor Sun are here too. 3 people had came over, 2 men and a woman. Zhang Lu smiled. "We were just passing by after work. We came together in a car." The female editor standing behind had sharp eyes. She spotted the woman's figure in the apartment. That is." Zhang Yi paused for a moment. "It's done for. This time it's bad." The heavenly queen had been recognized. The female editor laughed and said, "Is that teacher Zhang Ye's wife? Just from her back, I can tell that she is beautiful. Teacher Zhang is really blessed." Chapter 183. The heavenly queen is going to be Zhang Ye's wife? Zhang Lu was dumbfounded. Let life be beautiful like summer flowers, death like autumn leaves. The young editor recited it in a daze. The words are written so nicely. This poem is even better. An old editor gave his kudos. Teacher Zhang Yi is indeed talented. "I believe it today," the only woman there said. Zhang Yi put down the brush and smiled at the female editor. "Could it be that you didn't believe it in the past?" The woman's face turned red, and she quickly waved her hands. "No, no such thing. I never saw it with my own eyes in the past, so I did not feel as strongly. Hi, I chose my words wrongly. Tonight, Editor-in-Chief Zhang will treat you to dinner. I will punish myself with a cup of alcohol as to atone for my sins." Zhang Yi immediately said, "It's fine. I'm not that particular." I was just joking." Zhang Lu was still looking at the words. "Was this really thought up on the spot by you? It's absolutely impressive. Using this poem for the preface is extremely apt. The mood written in it is indescribable." The people from the publishing house were giving their kudos. Some even applauded and were not stingy with their praises towards Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi hurriedly answered with a few modest words. This poem was just a simple sentence. In terms of word count, it was even shorter than a generation. However, the fewer the words, the more apparent his skill was. It was not easy to write it. A saying went that the philosophy at the highest level can be described with the simplest words. It was probably this principle. This poem actually had a great origin. It was a poem from his world's famous Indian poet, Tagore, in Stray Birds. The translation was by Zhang Zhendua. It was a very famous poem in Zhang Ye's world. Actually, even See Me or Not, and This Is Also Everything, were not as famous as this poem. Be it the original version or the translated version, just a short sentence had a strong mood leap out of the paper. Why did he use this as a prologue? Why did Zhang Yi use this sentence as a prologue? Firstly, Zhang Yi wanted it to resonate with the works in the compilation. The poetry he liked and the poems he used from his world were all more open and free. Be it being indifferent, or cursing, or moving, or taking death lightly, or a life full of vibrancy. This poem that came from Stray Birds was perfectly apartment. It was as if it summarized all his works at once. Secondly, This poem also reflected Zhang Ye's character and ideals. It could also be said to describe his wishes. Let life be beautiful like summer flowers and death like autumn leaves. This sentence might seem slightly artistic, but in simple words, and using the words great men used to commemorate Comrade Liu Hulin, this poem could also be said to be a great life, a glorious death. Actually, Zhang Ye also wanted this sentence of the greats as a prologue, but it was too blunt, nor was he that great and glorious to praise himself. Hence, his world's famous poem From Stray Birds came out. Back home, Zhang Ye began doing the comments and notes. This was indeed a heavy workload. If he had to make up something, it would not only take more than a day, even a month would not be enough. It would bound to be full of errors, too. Zhang Ye then took a look at his game reputation. Once it crept up slowly to 200,000 points, he bought 2 memory search capsules from the merchant shop to look through the analysis and notes of those poems back in his world. After staying up the whole night and day, he finally finished and delivered them to the publishing house. Today, it was almost nighttime now. Autumn was almost over and the nights fell earlier. Zhang Ye looked on as the sun set. He lay in bed without moving. His arms were sore and his neck was aching. There was no part of him that was not tired. He had spent the past 2 days writing up his comments. Even though all the content was already in his head, and with the memory search capsules, he could retrieve all the information fully intact, it was still a lot of work. He also had to work on modifying the script and comments until late at night before everything was completed. For the whole of today, Zhang Ye lazed in bed without moving. He even skipped running, which he had been doing daily for the last few days. He needed a break. Ring, ring, ring. Zhang Lu from the publishing house called. Zhang Ye, who had been lying down all day, had some life injected into him. He reached out to answer the call. Hello, Editor Zhang. Teacher Zhang, you have worked hard. Zhang Lu was smiling widely on the other side. I have read through the comments and notes last night. Everything is good. We got the typesetting done today, and the illustrations are also ready. I just got out from the printers. The first edition has already been printed. If nothing goes wrong, we will be using this edition for release. They will be released for sale in the next few days. But before that, I think you should have a look at it first. It's your compilation after all. Are you at home now? Is it convenient? Zhang Ye politely said, Why don't I look for you instead? No need. I am around the area. Shall I go over to your place? Asked Zhang Lu. That's fine too. It did not matter to Zhang Ye. He wanted to quickly see the finished product, too. Compared to Ghost Blows Out the Light and the fairy tales, this compilation might not be comparable to them in terms of sales. There was nothing to even compete with. But Zhang Ye's compilation had a measurable value. But in terms of literature, in terms of its meaning, Ghost Blows Out the Light would not even stand a chance against this. What did the compilation represent? It represented fame. It represented reputation. It could be said that once the compilation was released, Zhang Ye would have made his mark in the literary world. No one could refute him as his place had already been recognized by the market and audience. Whichever poet or author they might be, they all had to be tested by the market before they could claim to be a writer. Otherwise, it would only be considered as self-praise. Literature was not only for other literary persons, but for the masses, too. Take for example Wang Shuixin. Although he was quite a bigwig in the country's poetry circles, if he wanted to publish a compilation of his poetry, it was unlikely that any publishers would work with him because, if they did, they might not even make much profit. Even worse, the publishers might even take a big loss. It was time to get up. Zhang Ye showered before cleaning up his house. Ding dong, the bell sounded. He went to open the door. Editor-in-Chief Zhang, come. Even before he could complete the sentence, he was slightly shocked. It's you? There was a strange person standing at the door, wearing a hat, aviator shades, and a face mask. If it were anyone else, they would have jumped in shock, thinking that this was some criminal. But Zhang Ye was familiar with this person. This sort of situation had already happened a few times. Sister Zhang, why are you here? Zhang Yuanqi's beautiful eyes hidden behind her sunglasses looked at him. You don't welcome me? Of course I welcome you. Zhang Ye said listlessly. Please come in. Zhang Yuanqi was dressed to the nines today. A bright red dress, paired with red heels of at least 10 centimeters or more. She was even taller than Zhang Ye. Was she not afraid of the cold? Zhang Ye closed the door. Where did you go to? Zhang Yuanqi kicked off her heels while leaning against the door. She let out a breath and said tiredly, "Movie premiere." Kicking off her heels? Barefooted? What sort of image was she giving? What heavenly queen? White Maiden too. The premiere was today. Zhang Ye knew about it as he had paid attention to her news. Zhang Yuanqi nodded. "I got a cab while everyone was still busy. Do you have water?" "Let me see." Zhang Ye looked a little, then threw an unopened bottle of water to her. "It's the last bottle. Leave some for me. I'm thirsty too." He was not so polite anymore since he was quite familiar with the heavenly queen already. "Oh, give me a call first in future if you are coming. At least let me get prepared." Zhang Yuanqi looked at him. "My phone's with my manager. Where can I put it in this dress of mine?" "Oh, you need to go downstairs. I have not paid for the cab yet." "Ah, I did not bring my purse." "You're really great." Zhang Yi could only quickly make his way downstairs. The cab driver had been waiting for the longest time. Seeing Zhang Yi coming to pay up, he said angrily, "You are keeping me from doing my job. Dare to take a cab when she didn't even bring money. Is that your girlfriend? How could she?" At this moment, the cab driver was surprised. "Oh, aren't you teacher Zhang Yi?" Zhang Yi gave a wry smile. "That's me." The cab driver stuffed the money back to him. "Then I don't want it." Zhang Yi, a little stunned, said, "How is that?" Take it, take it." The cab driver looked at him. "Who doesn't know about you going broke to save a fan's life? And after that, seeking justice for Father Wei and losing your job? If I were to take your money, I would be cursed to death by my other cab colleagues. Don't want. I'm leaving. Don't." "Hey, driver." Zhang Yi chased after him. The cab driver had sped away after making a turn. Zhang Yi felt a little warm inside and shouted out to the cab, "Then thank you." The car windows rolled down, and the driver put out his hands to give Zhang Yi a thumbs up. Then the cab disappeared into the distance. Back upstairs. The windows were open. Zhang Yuanqi probably heard everything. Zhang Yuanqi was sitting cross-legged on the chair, reading a book. She looked up and said, "You have some reputation, don't you?" Zhang Yi said, "Don't kid me. If you removed your face mask, you would be free to walk all over the country. How could my little reputation compare to you?" Zhang Yuanqi muttered, "I will pay you back next time." "Forget it. I did not expect you to anyway. Just don't steal my song next time." Just as they were chatting, the doorbell rang. Holy **T. This was going to be bad. Zhang Yi acknowledged the knocking, but suddenly realized something. He looked over to Zhang Yuanqi. So someone is coming over from the publishing house." "You." Zhang Yuanqi frowned. "Why didn't you say so earlier?" "You did not inform me earlier either." Zhang Yi looked left and right to find a place. Zhang Yuanqi reached for her sunglasses and face mask. Zhang Yi did not know whether to laugh or to cry. "It's already dark. Who wears this at home at this time? It'll look odd. An open apartment like this could not possibly hide anyone." Zhang Yuanqi simply slid into the chair with her back facing the door. She continued to read like nothing was wrong. "This will do." The bell sounded again. Zhang Yi could not delay anymore. He was worried that if anyone saw the heavenly queen at his home, it would be a mess. Hesitating for a moment, he still opened the door, but stood at the entrance. It looked like he did not intend to ask them in. "Editor Zhang Ye, Editor Chun, and Editor Sun are here too." 3 people had came over, 2 men and a woman. Zhang Lu smiled. "We were just passing by after work. We came together in a car." The female editor standing behind had sharp eyes. She spotted the woman's figure in the apartment. That is." Zhang Yi paused for a moment. "It's done for. This time it's bad." The heavenly queen had been recognized. The female editor laughed and said, "Is that teacher Zhang Ye's wife? Just from her back, I can tell that she is beautiful. Teacher Zhang is really blessed." Chapter 184. The Misunderstanding of the Publishing House's Employees. "My wife. I really do wish so. But I can't afford to have such a wife." Zhang Yi gave a perfunctory smile to the visitors standing outside. "Oh no, I'm not married yet. That's a friend of mine. She came to visit and to borrow some books." The heavenly queen continued sitting with her back facing them. She did not make a sound. The female editor felt that it was a little strange. Even if they were just friends, how could she not stand up to welcome them when their visitors were about to enter the house? She did not even turn her head. What kind of situation was this? Why was it so bizarre? The female editor courteously greeted the woman whose face could not be seen. "Hello, elder sister." She could see that she was older just by the way she dressed up and her hairstyle. And Zhang Ye's reputation was not small either, so being his friend, calling her elder sister would not be wrong. The woman who was reading the books acknowledged softly and then continued doing her thing. The female editor awkwardly scratched her hair and said to Zhang Ye, did we come at the wrong time? Zhang Ye could only make up something saying, no, she just had an argument with me. Her mood's not that good. Don't mind her. I'm sorry about it. Argument? Weren't you just friends? What argument? The female editor thought to herself that this must definitely be your girlfriend. Zhang Lu and the other editor also thought it was strange. They blinked and looked at Zhang Ye. Teacher Zhang, we brought the books over. Where do you want to put it? A thick pile of books in a box. Zhang Ye was surprised. So many books? There must be 20 in there. Zhang Lu laughed. 30 books, and they are all first prints. There's no bulk print yet. The editor holding the box looked inside the apartment. Where do you want to place these? Look through them first. If they're okay, then we will do the bulk printing. Zhang Ye immediately blocked the door. There's no need. I trust you all. There won't be any problems. It's better to look at it first. If by any chance there's a wrong word, it would affect the quality and sales. Zhang Lu suggested. The male editor had already entered the apartment. I will put it here on the floor then. It's rather heavy. Seeing the situation, Zhang Ye turned back to check on Zhang Yuanqi's position frequently. But Zhang Lu and the female editor also followed in and even closed the door. Zhang Ye could not even make them leave now. There was no reason to. This was bad. The cat's going to be out of the bag soon. Where should we sit and discuss? Zhang Lu asked. Zhang Ye wiped his sweat. On the bed. Feel free to take a seat. The heavenly queen, who was reading, was facing the corner. If they sat on the bed, they would not be able to see her face. At most, they would be able to see her side partially. The female editor squatted down to open the box and took out a few books. She gave one to Zhang Ye first. Take a look. And then turned around and politely said to the woman with an extremely beautiful back view, Sis, for you. Before she could finish saying, the beautiful woman said coldly, no need. The female editor choked and coughed. Okay then. The two of them really argued? From the looks of it, it was a very big argument. She didn't give any face at all. Zhang Ye suddenly felt a loss of face, too. Hey you. She was passing you a book. He knew that was the heavenly queen's attitude. But even so, even if you did not want to turn around, you can't say that. Where would this bro put his face now? So Zhang Ye took the book from the female editor's hands and walked over. He put it into Zhang Yuanqi's hands. Help me take a look, too, to see whether there are any typos. The heavenly queen did not reply. Zhang Ye tried to smooth things over. Take a seat. I will get some tea for you. There's no need, Teacher Zhang. We won't be staying long. Take a look at the compilation first. If it's okay, then it's set. We will not bother you two from resting. The male editor also smiled ambiguously. Our rest? Rest my ass. Zhang Ye could not argue. He flipped open Zhang Ye's compilation. The cover was simple. It looked elegant in a conventional way. Upon opening it, Zhang Ye's age and resume was written on the first page on the left. The first page on the right was the preface. Let life be beautiful like summer flowers and death like autumn leaves. Flipping to the next pages. A page of poetry, a page of illustration, followed by a page or two of notes. After reading it all, Zhang Ye nodded in satisfaction. Okay, I'm done reading it. It's all good. Usually when a book was published, the author would be the one begging the publishing house to quickly release the book. But for a person of Zhang Ye's level, it had become the publishing house who had to beg him. Otherwise, for normal authors, which chief editor of a publishing house would bring his team to send the first print to the doorstep? There was no need to mention how widespread Zhang Ye's poems were on the internet. Each one of them was a miracle. Any one of his works would easily gain at least 1 million clicks. On Weibo, it would have thousands of forwards and a few thousand comments. In addition, Zhang Ye's Ghost Blows Out the Light and his fairy tales had all accumulated several millions of yuan in sales, so he was already a well-established author in this field. He had even been a radio host and television host before, so he already had a level of fame in Beijing. Although his number of fans was not extremely high, the number of hardcore fans was enough. If each bought a book, they would not have to incur any losses. So on the matter of publication, the publication house was very polite to Zhang Ye. Zhang Lu stood up and smiled while shaking Zhang Ye's hands. Okay then. The first edition is settled. I will rush the printing press tomorrow. Zhang Ye said. Let's work together happily. To good cooperation. Zhang Lu said. The female editors said. Teacher Zhang. Then we will be leaving now. Let me see you out. Zhang Ye took a coat to wear. There's no need, said the male editor. You must be tired from rushing out the notes these few days. You must not have slept much. Editor Zhang's car is just downstairs. There's no need to come out. The female editor giggled. Right, you should keep sister-in-law company. Sister-in-law? What sister-in-law? Zhang Ye nearly fainted and said, She's really my friend, just ordinary friends. You've misunderstood. The female editor just smiled. The three of them then opened the door and left. Zhang Ye walked them to the corridor as a gesture. At this moment, Zhang Lu also laughed. He patted Zhang Ye on the shoulder. All right, go in. And coax your partner. Your partner must really have a temper, just like my wife. My wife is the same. She won't care at all when she's angry. Doesn't even leave any face for me. Being experienced in this, let me give you a few pointers. You know women, they all need to be coaxed. Given when you need to give in. When she is over it, you can go back to being the man. Zhang Ye. He wanted to explain, but they had already taken the lift down. Turning around, he saw that Zhang Yuanqi was still in the same position, reading the book and not looking behind. Zhang Ye looked at her for a while, and then puckered his mouth. HNG, this Zhang Yuanqi has too many shortcomings. First, she puts on a false front. Second, her attitude was really poor. Third, her survival skills were low. Fourth, she doesn't take into consideration how others feel. And so on and so forth. It numbered so much that it was uncountable. As for her strong points, she had one. She was pretty. And then, is there any need to go on? No, there's nothing more to say. Then, all the shortcomings from before no longer mattered. Chapter 185. At home, the two of them said nothing. Zhang Ye bent down and picked the box of books up. He placed the books by the window, and after throwing away the empty box, he looked at the floor. He then picked up the red stilettos that the Heavenly Queen had kicked away and walked a few steps to place them by the door. He then threw a pair of slippers towards her. Slippers? Zhang Ye reminded her. Oh. Zhang Yuanqi placed her feet down and wore them. Zhang Ye looked at her. Have you eaten? Yes. Zhang Yuanqi answered half-heartedly. Then carry on reading. I will make some food, said Zhang Ye. The Heavenly Queen did not turn her head. She continued to read the book. It was Zhang Ye's compilation book. Zhang Ye was hungry. Zhang Lu and company made him nervous. The Heavenly Queen had nearly been discovered, resulting in Zhang Ye's heart being on tenterhooks. He turned on the stove and prepared a bowl of Guamian noodles, eggs, and some green onions. He was sick of eating instant noodles, so he wanted to eat Guamian noodles to have a change of taste. He slurped it up. As he was eating, the Heavenly Queen suddenly closed the book. Give me the book. Ah. Zhang Ye said with the noodles forming a beard on his chin. Take it. I have plenty anyway. Zhang Yuanqi glanced at him. Let life be beautiful like summer flowers and death like autumn leaves. Did you write that? Who else could it be? Zhang Ye laughed. Why? It's not bad, right? Zhang Yuanqi said nonchalantly. One day when I publish a book, help me write a preface. That's settled. What do you mean, settled? That won't do. Zhang Ye tutade. My poems aren't freely given. If you really like my poems, I can give you the book and give you my autograph. Zhang Yuanqi said without giving any face. The autograph is unnecessary. Zhang Ye said angrily. You won't have any friends in the future by being like that. After finishing the noodles and washing the dishes, Zhang Ye looked at his watch. It was getting late. Are you leaving today? Zhang Ye asked. Yes. Zhang Yuanqi also raised her wrist to check the time. She probably also found out that it was late. Looking sideways, her eyes landed on Zhang Ye's wallet. Without any propriety, she picked up the wallet on the table and opened it. She then took 500 yuan out of it. Zhang Ye said in alarm, What are you doing? I didn't bring money. Lend me some. Zhang Yuanqi said coldly. Zhang Ye said helplessly, Forget it. I'll send you back. Zhang Yuanqi acknowledged. That would do. Man, can you be more polite? Zhang Ye was at a loss whether to laugh or to cry. Where's your house? As long as it's not too far. It's nearly 9. If it's the suburbs, I won't be able to come back after going there. Zhang Yuanqi said coldly. There's a Jinyuan hotel at Majiaobao. You can send me there. Why are you going to a hotel? Zhang Ye asked curiously. Peace and quiet for 2 days. I'm evading a job, Zhang Yuanqi said. Zhang Ye only realized that the heavenly queen came to his house every time to relax. She was evading the bustle. At his place, she did not need to care about her status as the heavenly queen. She could do or say anything she wanted. Today, the heavenly queen clearly had such intentions. But since it was already late, she most likely did not want to stay in Zhang Ye's house. It was unbecoming for a male and female to be alone together. The first time was only because she was drunk and had no clothes to wear. Forget it. He would go all the way to help her. Whenever the heavenly queen was stressed with work, she would first think of Zhang Ye and come to him. Although Zhang Ye constantly complained, he was quite flattered deep down. The heavenly queen did not stand on ceremony with her nonchalant attitude. From a different angle, if the heavenly queen really disliked Zhang Ye as much as she said she did, why would she come to Zhang Ye's house every time she wanted to relax? Why would she not find other friends? Hence, Zhang Ye believed that although he was not important in the heavenly queen's heart, he was at least special. Besides, the heavenly queen trusted him greatly. Thinking of this, Zhang Ye wore a tender smile. Trusting me would be right. You have the foresight to know that this bro would not spout nonsense about you. The heavenly queen has a bad temper, so she had a way of evaluating people. The heavenly queen already wore her sunglasses and face mask. Zhang Ye was also afraid that he would be recognized. He was after all somewhat famous in Beijing. Hence, he also wore a pair of sunglasses, and he avoided arousing suspicion by not walking together with the heavenly queen. He first went down to drive the car over. After he stopped the car at a secluded spot, Zhang Yuanqi also appeared downstairs a short while later. Over here. Zhang Ye rolled down his car windows and said softly. Zhang Yuanqi looked at his BMW X5. She did not sit in the passenger seat, she sat at the back. This made it difficult for people to see her. Your car. Zhang Ye tapped the steering wheel. That's right. Not bad, right? You must think that this is a normal X5, right? Then you would be wrong. This car of mine is. Zhang Yuanqi lowered her head and carried on reading Zhang Ye's compilation. Zhang Ye wanted to brag, but he ended up choking on his words. He could only depressingly drive off. He did not brag again. This heavenly queen did not like chatting. It was not far away. In front of them, the signboard of Jinyuan Hotel appeared. Zhang Ye stopped by the road. We are here. It looks like a 5-star hotel. Or is it 4-star? The 500 you took from me won't be enough for you to stay there for 2 days, right? Zhang Yuanqi did not even lift her head while reading the book. Help me get a room. I don't have a purse, nor do I have any identification. Even if I had it, I can't use it. Indeed, that was the case. If the heavenly queen's identification card was used at the hotel, a storm would brew. She could wear sunglasses, but the picture on her identification card couldn't. She was bound to be recognized. Typically, a celebrity at the level of the heavenly queen, even when they were out on business trips, would have their managers or assistants book a room for them using their own identification. If the fans knew, they would definitely be surrounded, and that would be trouble. All right. Zhang Ye smacked his lips. He alighted and walked into the hotel lobby. Hi. I want to get a room. Do you have a reservation? The clerk at the front desk asked. No. Zhang Ye shook his head. The clerk said, Then I'm very sorry. All our rooms are full. Zhang Ye was surprised. They are all full? A suite would do as well. Not a single room is available. The clerk explained. It's already 9, so unless someone checks out now, it is very unlikely. Zhang Ye could only exit the hotel and return to the car. There aren't any rooms left. Zhang Yuanqi frowned. Keep looking. Other hotels will do. Man, I've already become your assistant. Zhang Ye was feeling stifled as he drove around. After alighting the car and asking a relatively presentable hotel, there were still no rooms. Zhang Ye asked the clerk at the front desk if there were any places he could get nearby. The clerk was pretty good, and he secretly pointed across the road. When Zhang Ye looked over, it was a signboard of a motel. Who cares? Staying anywhere was the same. Zhang Ye did not tell Zhang Yuanqi. After driving across the road, he found that the motel was located in a small residential area. It was called Chengfeng Motel. It was very old, and it looked very crappy from the exterior. Entering the motel, is there a room available? Zhang Ye asked. The clerk at the front desk checked the computer. Let me see. Oh, there's one. A room with a normal king-sized bed. Zhang Ye nodded. I'll take it. Please give it to me. He then took his identification card out and proceeded with the formalities. The clerk probably did not know Zhang Ye. He had no reaction after seeing the identification card. The room was ready for him. Zhang Ye did not go up. He first returned to the car and drove towards the small residential area. He stopped at a corner and then indicated to Zhang Yuanqi. Will this do? I've already gotten a room. Zhang Yuanqi said indifferently. What do you think? Zhang Ye coughed. This place is actually not bad. It's not eye-catching, so there's no worry that others will recognize you. Who would think that the Heavenly Queen would stay here? Right? It is a deception. Don't you want 2 days of peace and quiet, so no one will disturb you? I think that this place is perfectly suitable. It's also cheap. Yes, the key reason was because it was cheap. The Heavenly Queen did not say a word. He couldn't tell if she was satisfied or not. Zhang Ye ended up saying, let's go. If it won't do, I'll reserve a better hotel for you and change it. There are definitely no rooms available today. It's so late. Zhang Yuanqi kept the book. Go. I'll be going in first. You join me in 5 minutes. Room 318. Since you don't have any identification, the front desk might check if we are together. Saying that, Zhang Ye first entered the motel. The room was not big, and it was at most 18 square meters. Zhang Ye looked down from the window, and he saw the Heavenly Queen walk towards the motel. This scene made Zhang Ye's blood rush. It felt like he was engaging in an extramarital affair. Suddenly, Zhang Ye looked in the distance, not far behind Zhang Yuanqi. Oh, who are these two people? Why were they pointing at Zhang Yuanqi? They were a couple, and they were probably here to get a room. However, they were currently looking at Zhang Yuanqi and were speaking in low voices. A while later, knock, knock. Zhang Ye quickly and quietly opened the door. Once the Heavenly Queen entered, he closed the door, afraid that people could see through the door's peephole. The room is a bit small, so make do with it. Zhang Yuanqi looked around. It was most likely that she had never lived in such a small motel before. However, she did not say a word and she drew the curtains. Zhang Ye did not have much thoughts back at home, but at a motel, Zhang Ye could not help but fantasize. He felt somewhat embarrassed. Then I'll be leaving first. Tomorrow, I'll reserve a room at the Jingyuan Hotel. It will probably be at noon. I'll come to pick you up in the afternoon. Right, you don't have a cell phone. I'll remember the extension to your room, so I can contact you. Zhang Ye then remembered the number and wore his sunglasses and prepared to head downstairs. When had the Heavenly Queen not lived in a 5-star hotel before? Yet he had gotten her a motel room? And it was the cheapest place at 108 a day? Thinking of that, Zhang Ye was slightly amused. As he was on the stairs leading to the lobby, he heard a few people conversing. Sorry, we don't have any more rooms. No, I'm a reporter. Is Zhang Yuanqi staying here? Which Zhang Yuanqi? The Heavenly Queen. Yes, someone said he saw her here. Well, I didn't see her. Why would the Heavenly Queen live in our motel? You are so humorous. Please leave. Hey, no pictures. Who let you take pictures? Take the pictures. This is big news. Hearing this, he did not dare to take another step out. Oh no, the reporters are here. Chapter 186. Heavenly Queen Zhang meets mystery man late into the night. Room 318. Zhang Ye quickly darted back. Knock, knock, knock. He knocked on the door for a long time. The door opened, and a warm rush of hot air surged out. Clearly, Zhang Yuanqi had turned on the heater in the room. She was wearing very little clothing. What's the matter? The Heavenly Queen asked nonchalantly. Let me in first. Zhang Ye squeezed into the room and closed the door. There's a problem. Zhang Yuanqi was very calm because she was battle-hardened. Speak slowly. What happened? Zhang Ye pointed downstairs and said, There are some reporters here. They're blocking the motel entrance and asking if you are staying here. I did not dare show myself, but I think I heard 2 of them. They even kept on taking pictures. I'm puzzled. We just arrived. How did they even? No. I remember now. When you were coming in, wasn't there a couple who was walking behind you? I saw them pointing at you, but I didn't think much of it. I thought they were just talking about your rather gorgeous dress. This is not good. Upon hearing that, Zhang Yuanqi switched off the lights and went to the window. She opened it a little to look downstairs. 1 car. 2 cars. There were more and more people coming. These people were clearly reporters. It was too obvious. Some of them were even carrying cameras. Some of them were just ordinary people. Maybe they were Heavenly Queen Zhang's fans. Many people had gathered around the motel by now, and some people from the district also came over in their pajamas. Sister Zhang came here? I heard that too. It's so exciting. Where is she? Where? Why don't I see her? So many reporters? Holy sh*t, is this going crazy? What's crazy about it? This is Heavenly Queen Zhang. Every move of hers attracts the attention of others. If you want to talk about crazy, I'm the one going crazy. Does Sister Zhang have a boyfriend? Why would she come to a hotel? Your sister, which son of a bitch managed to woo Sister Zhang? Don't tell me. If you do, I'll fight him to the death. My Sister Zhang. My goddess. I'm not leaving today. I want to see who it is. There's only one entrance and exit for this motel. As long as we block it, we will know anyone who walks in or out. One after another, people arrived. Soon, about 100 people had gathered in the front yard of the motel. The numbers were continuing to increase, with many people joining out of curiosity. Where did the news spread from? In the room. Zhang Ye closed the curtains. Check the internet. Zhang Ye immediately checked his phone's browser. Without even needing to search thoroughly, he had found the news article. Clicking the link, a page appeared showing a picture of a woman's back view. Red top, black skirt, red stiletto heels. Above her head was the motel signboard. Although it was just the back view and the picture was fuzzy, it was placed beside another clearer picture. This was the picture of Zhang Ye at the premiere of White Maiden 2. She was dressed identically in both pictures, and they were even captured on the same day. The headlines was even more exciting. Heavenly Queen Zhang's secret meeting with mysterious man. Zhang Ye and mystery man checks into motel. Has Heavenly Queen's rumored boyfriend appeared? Who could it be? The headlines were getting more and more shocking, but the content was largely the same. As everyone knows, since Heavenly Queen Zhang started out as a child star, she has never been in a relationship, nor had there ever been any news of any relationships. But today, a couple posted a picture on Weibo. The person in the picture is suspected to be Zhang Ye. After comparing the picture with our reporter's photos, it is 90% confirmed that the person who went into the motel was Zhang Ye. Earlier in the day, she had attended the premiere for White Maiden 2. Their figure and clothes are exactly the same. The premiere of White Maiden 2 ended a few hours earlier, and Heavenly Queen Zhang disappeared without even changing. She mysteriously appeared later at a motel in Nanchung wearing the same outfit. The outfit does not have pockets, so that would mean she does not have any money or identification on her. The couple who spotted her first said that the Heavenly Queen had taken the elevator up directly, and she did not ask for a room at the reception counter. From this, we can deduce that Heavenly Queen Zhang is not staying there alone. Someone was waiting for her. Manager? Assistant? Or a female friend of the Heavenly Queen? That's not likely. Why would a meeting with a female friend not be at home? Or in a big hotel, but instead secretly going to a small district's insignificant motel? There could only be one answer. The other party is a man. To keep the secret, they had to settle for such a place. Who would have thought the country's famous S-list Heavenly Queen would settle for a motel? The most dangerous place has become the safest place. But unexpectedly, she was spotted by a pair of lovers who took her picture. After reading this, Zhang Ye nearly fainted. Is this group of reporters working as detectives? Aren't they too good at analytical work? This and that could be put together. Zhang Ye had a deadpan look after reading the article. Zhang Ye knew that this matter had blown up. Why don't I leave quickly? How can you leave? Zhang Ye asked. There's only one doorway here. The motel staff might not recognize you. But do you think the reporters are stupid? You can just get by them with a pair of sunglasses. Zhang Ye also knew this was true. He was no longer an unknown person who could walk along the streets without being recognized. The reporters would definitely recognize him. If he went out now, his photos would be taken for sure. If he and Zhang Ye had no dealings previously, they could let it slide. But Zhang Ye had written a song for the Heavenly Queen, so anyone would know that the two of them had met through work before. Two people who knew each other, two public figures, on the same day, and checking into a motel at the same time. Even a fool would know that there was something to it. What more? Those ultra-sensitive reporters. Given the cause and effect of this matter, even Zhang Ye would not believe that he had nothing to do with Heavenly Queen Zhang. The internet was also putting two and two together. Everyone was in disbelief. Heavens! My sister Zhang. No, Who dares to do this to my goddess? I'm furious. They are even doing this at a motel? Oh, my heart. It's bleeding. Bastard. Let go of our goddess. You guys can't say that. Sister Zhang is a normal woman as well. She needs to have relationships, get married, and have children too. You can't. Take away Sister Zhang's basic rights and freedom to love. I support Sister Zhang's freedom to love. She's been working too hard and getting too tired. Every day is work, work and work. Which of you has ever felt for her? That might be true, but my heart still feels terrible. I can't accept it too. Who the hell could it be? That bastard. How could he be so lucky to catch Sister Zhang's eyes? No, I must go and take a look. Ma Jiabao is not far from where I am. I'm also from Beijing. Let's go together. We need to catch that man and kill him. Of course, most of what they said were just in a joking manner. Anyhow, almost all of the netizens had come to join in the fun and discussions. Some were supportive, saying that they were overreacting. Some objected, saying that they will skin the mysterious man alive to ease their hatred. This was getting big. Zhang Ye was dazed reading all of it. This bro had often gotten into trouble before, and the internet would often break out in discussions about him. But a scandal with Zhang Yuanqi was on a different level. In the past, the discussions were kept within Beijing. As Zhang Yuanqi was popular throughout the country, this was what you would really call a discussion. Within only half an hour, it had become the headline on Weibo, on Tieba, discussion forums, and other major portals. This scandal was all over the place. Zhang Ye smiled bitterly and poked fun at himself. Man, credits to you. I have now made the headlines. Zhang Yuanqi did not pay attention to him. What made Zhang Ye not know whether to laugh or cry the most was that his own fans on Tieba were also scolding him. Bastard. Heavenly Queen Zhang is my most loved. It's over. The flowers must be planted on Cao Dong. At Zhang Ye, is teacher Zhang Ye around? Come over and criticize this shameless act. Heavenly Queen Zhang belongs to everyone, not to that bastard. There were also many fans of Zhang Yuanqi within Zhang Ye's fans. Zhang Ye thought, criticize your sister, shameless act your sister. Why did you at me for? His fans obviously did not know. The mysterious man with Heavenly Queen Zhang now, the one who was creating the scandal, was in fact their teacher Zhang Ye. A lot of netizens did not believe the news either. Why would the Heavenly Queen go to a motel? It's impossible. It might just be a coincidence that they were wearing the same outfit. Right, I don't believe it either. The Heavenly Queen would not get into a relationship now. Even if she did, she would tell her fans. The Heavenly Queen never hides anything from us fans. Did they get it wrong? It might just be a gimmick. White Maiden 2 has just started screening and the box office results aren't out yet. Did someone release this news to bring up the box office sales? That is common behavior. Following that, Zhang Yuanqi's management also released a statement. They were forced to do so. They had to immediately start there. Crisis PR. The company's official Weibo and Zhang Yuanqi's management Weibo announced at the same time. On the current rumors, we would like to express our anger. The person in the photo is not Zhang Yuanqi. Please do not spread any more rumors. Sister Zhang is currently at home with a few of her friends celebrating the movie's premiere. How could Sister Zhang appear at some motel? In the next moment, Zhang Yuanqi's Weibo also posted something. A selfie of Zhang Yuanqi wearing pajamas and standing on the balcony of her villa was posted. Just finished doing my face mask. Friends, why are so many people at ING me? What happened? Following that, another person, who was considered an A-list celebrity, also posted something. It was Ning Lan, a singer that was considered quite close to Zhang Yuanqi. I'm at Sister Zhang's house. We just finished doing our face masks, and we are getting ready for bed. Haha, when did we both teleport to a motel? Zhang Ye. Zhang Yuanqi sat on the bed calmly. Zhang Ye was utterly impressed. Your company and your friends are really your sister. That was King lying without even needing to coordinate. The Heavenly Queen was obviously by his side. And all of you could say that she was at home without missing a beat? Even a selfie was posted? And even having another A-list celebrity say that they were together doing face masks? Zhang Ye finally understood. He also made a note to himself that he would no longer believe the words of these celebrities. They were full of nonsense. But many netizens believed it. Sure enough, I told you all that it was a rumor. Haha, the Heavenly Queen does not have a partner. But there were also the smarter ones amongst these netizens who did not believe it. Selfie? Who knows who posted that, and when it was taken? Why is the moon in the background so round? Friends from Beijing, can you go verify if the moon tonight is really so round? It's not even the 15th or 16th asterisk yet. This is why the selfie is doubtful. Good point. What you said is pretty true. It's over, my heart is broken. My goddess Zhang has been taken. For this picture, everyone started another round of heated discussions. The matter had once again been blown up even further. Note, this is going by the lunar calendar where there is a full moon on the 15th of the month. Chapter 187, Curtains. At the motel, the front desk was clogged with people. The reporters had their cameras, zooms, ready, with the cameras all set up at the entrance. Please leave. Don't stand around here, the woman at the front desk said unhappily. A television station reporter said, Can you let us see the guest list? The front desk staff stared at him. How is that possible? The guest names are all private. Another reporter asked. Then, did you see a woman go upstairs just now? Which room does she stay in? The front desk staff shook her head. I don't know, no comments. Are you reporters or policemen? Why are you asking so much? Leave quickly. All of you are affecting our work. She was utterly annoyed. Zhang Ye? Of course she knew who that was. Would such a famous heavenly queen come to such a dilapidated and far-off motel that had such poor facilities? Wasn't this an exaggeration? Wouldn't she know what a crappy place this was? Only students who had no means would come to this place. Even those white-collared workers wouldn't want to come here. The conditions were too bad. And you think a heavenly queen would come? Why won't the heavenly queen sleep at a train station instead? At this moment, a bunch of people squeezed in from the outside. Manager, you are finally here, the front desk staff nearly cried. The manager was a middle-aged man. He asked with a straight face, What happened? What do you all want? He had found out about the situation over the phone earlier. Don't disturb us from our work, or we will call the police. After rambling for a long time, the reporters forcefully agreed to leave the motel. But they stayed around the area watching the motel's entrance along with over 100 Zhang Ye fans. When they left, the female front desk staff complained. This bunch of people, really? The manager also asked puzzledly, Did the heavenly queen really come to our place? The front desk staff shook her head. How could that be? Anyway, I didn't see her. I don't even know who started the rumor. The manager looked outside and